The man circled around the camp from the side. As he moved, his figure was hidden behind the tents along the way, gradually disappearing from sight. This is quite interesting. Over in the valley, the guards treated the man with respect and courtesy. Why was he sneaking back into the mountain camp? There are patrols outside the camp. Within 100 meters, the ground is bare, no grass or trees, making it easy to hide. Clearly, these areas have been cleared by this group. Song Qingling crouched low in the grass, slowly creeping forward. She made a wide circle and climbed up a large tree on the outer edge, squatting there. Every 15 minutes, patrols would pass, by just a few meters away. A patrol of soldiers was walking and talking. They weren't speaking the language of the northern country, nor was it bird language. She wondered who these people were. From what she heard, they didn't seem to be from her own country. After a while, another patrol of soldiers came by, speaking in the northern country's language. Just a little longer and we'll change guards. The day's gone by so fast. I really hope we can go to battle soon. Probably soon. The routes in the southern states are as familiar as our own, especially with General Xiao leading the army. That's right. When the main army arrives, we'll be ready. We'll catch them off guard and march north over the bodies of the barbarians from the East and the Great Shua. Their words made this small patrol team feel excited and eager. South? Song Qingling remembered that Hong Yong and others had told her that the southern part of the northern country was hot and rainy, with many mountains and sparse land. The Lingnan mountain range was one of the main exile areas of her country. The environment was harsh, full of poisons and far from the capital, so development was poor. Officials who made mistakes and were demoted were usually sent there. Once in the south, it was almost certain they would never rise again, considered useless. The lords governing the southern provinces, including the Prince of Chu, were the emperor's least favored and most neglected. Prince Chu ruled over Chuzhou in the south. He was the least powerful among the princes, with only a small fief. Rumor had it that his mother was a lowly palace made with a humble background, and she was considered ugly. One day, the emperor, drunk, visited her by accident, and she became pregnant. After 10 months, she gave birth to him and then died. He grew up in the cold palace. Later, he was given a southern fief and left the capital. For over 10 years, the emperor never summoned him back, as if he had completely forgotten about his son. Though he was a prince, he held little real power. In the south, there is General Zhen Nan guarding the area. Recently, he followed the southern king of Huainan into battle against the eastern barbarians. It's unclear whether he was obeying the emperor or the southern king's orders. Could it be that the soldiers here are loyal to the king of Chu? And who are those people speaking strange words? If the eastern barbarians can team up with Dasha and Huainan's king can fight alongside General Zhennan, then if the king of Chu is involved, he could also be allied with others. Maybe they are from the southern Yan kingdom, which is across the sea from the northern Wing kingdom. Thinking alone won't help. Song Qingling quietly climbs down from the tree and slips into the forest. In the dim woods, a soldier unzips his pants to urinate. His yellowish soaks into the dry grass, making a rustling sound. Suddenly, there is a strange noise from the right. He immediately becomes alert, pulls up his pants, and walks toward the sound. Unaware, Song Qingling has already come up behind him. She kicks his knee, presses down on his shoulder, and touches the cold armor with her palm, flipping him over. The soldier reacts quickly and tries to fight back, but suddenly feels a sharp pain like a needle in his neck. He loses strength and opens his mouth to shout, but Song Qingling stuffs a dirty cloth into his mouth. "Who are you?" The soldier stares blankly, but with strong willpower, he manages to move his body, showing he's tougher than expected. Song Qingling holds a dagger at his throat, slicing into his skin, and blood begins to flow. "Speak quickly." She slowly pulls out a piece of cloth, noticing the soldier still wants to scream. She slashes with her dagger, aiming at his main artery, but she is careful, so he won't die immediately. One last chance.
"Tell me."
She tears off more cloth, but the sweaty soldier still refuses to cooperate. Since he won't speak, Song Qingling decides to tell herself. The king of Chu has teamed up with the southern Yan. The soldier's pupils tremble. In his eyes, he can only see Song Qingling's cold, icy stare. Ugh, ugh, ugh. The soldier strains to lift his head. His neck brushes the blade, and he dies instantly. Song Qingling could have stopped him, but she saw no need. She can tell the soldier is tough, not easy to break. From his reaction, she confirms her guess. It shows that the king of Chu appears weak and unimportant on the surface, with no presence, but in reality, he has been hiding for years, gathering strength, and is skilled in controlling others. His subordinates are fiercely loyal. From a conspiracy point of view, the General Zhun Nan's northern campaign might be connected to him. Once the general leaves, he can fully act. Song Qingling quickly hides the soldier's body, erasing all traces, then leaves the camp swiftly and heads back to her cave. The reason I didn't attack that man was because his identity seemed unusual. He would soon be discovered and disappear. The camp people would pay close attention, but the soldiers wouldn't notice so quickly. By the time they realized, she would have already run away. Song Qingling returned to the cave late at night, exhausted and hungry. She cleaned her hands, took out a table, chair, and food, and sat down to eat heartily. While eating, her mind kept racing with thoughts. They said there was a large army capable of resisting the Dong-Yi Deshua army, at least several thousand strong or more. King Chu had rice husk flours and reinforcements. He was a very strategic and capable person. Maybe he had other cards up his sleeve. Deshua had black gunpowder, strong soldiers, and powerful military forces. Both sides were evenly matched. Once war started, it might last a long time. By then, the situation would become even more chaotic. According to the soldiers, King Chu's army was heading north. Huzhou, Jiangzhou, and Lianzhou were under the control of King Wenshuan. She didn't know where the army was now, whether they were on official roads or taking a detour. They might meet her traveling south. She couldn't figure out what to do at the moment. She finished eating quickly, took out a map, and looked at it. The map showed the southeastern and southern parts of the northern wing, including a corner of the intimidating Lingnan Mountains. The Lingnan Mountains were very large, the second tallest mountain range in the northern wing country. She was now in the central southern part of Huzhou. The original plan was to pass through Jiangzhou and then reach Lianzhou on the eastern coast. If the situation became unfavorable, she would change direction in Jiangzhou and head west toward the Lingnan Mountains. The mountains were dangerous, but they also had more supplies. She could stay there for a while until things improved, and then set out again. Having thought of a plan, she put away the map, pressed her forehead with her hand, then stood up. She went to wake her sleeping horse and hurried along that night. 2 days later, at noon, under a tree on the cliff, Song Qingling was resting. Suddenly, her horse, lying nearby and meditating, lifted its head, snorted softly, and twitched its pointed ears. She sat up and looked down below. When she saw what was there, her face grew a little more serious. Below the mountain, more than 10 agile men in dark, tight-fitting clothes were riding horses and spreading out to check the area. They seemed to be scouts. Fearing that someone on the mountain could see them, Song Qingling quickly packed her things, tied her horse to a tree a little further back, and crouched in the grass, peering through the leaves to observe outside. Fortunately, she came from the other side, so the distance was far and the scouts did not find her. After checking, the scouts gathered together. One person picked up something and blew on it, producing a sharp, clear sound similar to a whistle. After 15 minutes, in the dust and sand, a large army kept moving forward, like a giant black cloud walking steadily, powerful and majestic. At the front were cavalry, estimated to be about 2,000 soldiers. After a while, the army reached the foot of the mountain. The sound of hooves was loud and thunderous. The cavalry passed by first. Then came infantry with shields and silver spears. Some soldiers were riding carts loaded with supplies, probably food and provisions. The army was traveling along a main official road, but now they had taken a smaller path to cut through a shortcut. Since they could use the main road, it meant that the king of Wenshuan knew about it. Either the king of Chu made a deal with him, or he was controlled by the Chu king and was following orders. They waited for a full hour before the army completely passed by. She roughly estimated that there were at least 6,000 soldiers. This was just the land army. She didn't know if there was a navy. If there was, they would likely pass through Lianzhou. The army was heading toward a valley camp and would soon meet up. She had been away from Longzhou for some time. If the progress from Pingde County, Chongning County, was smooth, they should have taken Longzhou already. War was probably about to start soon. She didn't know how far the war would spread. Song Qingling didn't want to be too close to the fighting. She led her horse down the mountain and continued on her way. As she got closer to the southern part of Huzhou, she encountered more men on the road. She learned from listening secretly to the conversations of refugees that at the border between Huzhou and Jiangzhou, a rebel army called the Water Forest Army had recently taken over Pingxi County. They welcomed refugees from all over and provided 1 meal a day for each person. Many men, tired of being conscripted, oppressed for a long time, and disappointed with the current dynasty, had come with their families to join the rebels. Pingxi County was on her route. The mountains there were very steep, with cliffs rising thousands of feet high. The terrain was dangerous, and the maps only showed the official roads, not any detours. According to the refugees, besides the Water Forest Army, there was also a wave of uprisings in Jiangzhou and nearby areas. All of this started about 3 months ago when earthquakes struck both Huzhou and Jiangzhou. Double disasters caused many deaths and injuries. The court's relief supplies were delayed and never reached the people. The officials ignored the suffering of the common people. Many villagers suffered greatly. Some small uprisings occurred, but were suppressed by the government. Only the Water Forest Army stands out, gathering heroes from all directions, growing stronger in battle, and gradually gaining fame. It is led by a man named Li Huai. Pingxi County is the next destination for Song Qingling. She is currently in the neighboring county, Feng County. If she rides quickly, she can reach there in about 4 days. Understanding the situation, Song Qingling plans to rush to Pingxi County first to assess the situation. She speeds up her journey. At noon, the scorching sun feels like fire. Song Qingling, riding her horse, looks for a shady spot to rest. As she rides along, she hears distant noisy sounds. The sound is faint and unclear from afar. Not wanting to get involved, she turns her horse and leaves. After riding for a while, she finds a suitable place in the woods beside a small path. She stops to rest, feeds her horse, and then sits on a grass mat to eat a steamed bun. Recently, she made a small batch of cooked food. She wanted to make more, but the aroma attracted some wandering refugees, so she didn't prepare much. In a few days, it will be gone. Although she has collected some supplies from wealthy households, they don't include cooked food. Due to the hot, dry weather and lack of water and grain, people only prepare simple meals to eat immediately. Without refrigeration, leftovers spoil quickly. After eating and drinking some honey water to soothe her throat, she lies down to rest. Suddenly, she wakes up startled. She listens closely to the grass mat and hears very faint movements underground. At first, she wonders if there's an earthquake. After listening for a while, she dismisses that idea. It's actually a large troop approaching. She quickly gets up, leads her horse, and hides in a dark corner along the small path. 15 minutes later, amidst swirling dust, a group of people arrives. Leading them are dozens of riders pulling carts, some loaded with goods, others empty. The riders wave red flags fluttering in the wind. The flags have a bright yellow sun embroidered at the top, with characters below that read, "The dry land breeds bones, yellow sand buries noble homes." Following are over 600 men in brown linen vests, shirtless, each holding weapons. At the end of the procession are villagers of all ages, carrying bundles on their backs, appearing to follow willingly, not forced. Watching them pass by, Song Qingling briefly considers and understands the meaning of the phrase on the banner. Dry land refers to drought and natural disasters that have caused many innocent people to die, with bones piled up. Noble homes refers to powerful aristocrats. The Water Forest Army vows to ensure that these wealthy elites meet the same fate in the Yellow Sands. This is the slogan promoted by the Water Forest Army. Earlier, the commotion was caused by these water forest soldiers from a nearby village. They not only took supplies but also needed people. It seems the Water Forest Army has targeted Feng County. Knowing your enemy and yourself leads to victory in all battles. Song Qingling quietly followed the Water Forest Army through the forest. After about 2 hours, the army reached another village. To see the situation clearly from a close distance, she tied her horse in a hidden spot and entered the village alone, hiding in a large locust tree at the village entrance. Because of the army's arrival, most villagers, confused and scared, ran into their houses and dared not come out. The leader of the Water Forest Army, dressed in armor, stood high up and spoke passionately, "Dear villagers, don't be afraid. I am not here to draft soldiers or to be a bandit from the mountains. We are the Water Forest Army, guided by heaven to save you. Rising up in rebellion is not for fame or profit, but to help thousands of starving people." He led the crowd in shouting slogans. "We are the Water Forest Army, where the land turns to bones and yellow sands bury the wealthy. We eliminate corrupt officials, protect the people, and create a peaceful and prosperous era." Everyone in the army raised their arms and shouted together. Even the villagers following them joined in, as if hypnotized. Amid the powerful slogans, a few villagers timidly opened their doors and peeked outside. After a while, the villagers, initially scared, saw the banners and came out. Though illiterate, they had heard that the Water Forest Army's emblem was a golden sun. Water Forest Army, it's really them. They've come. Most of those coming out were women and children. The men of the village had been taken for conscription. To the villagers, the Water Forest Army seemed like divine beings. They felt like they had grabbed the last straw of hope, quickly packed their belongings, and took their families to follow willingly. Song Qingling watched from behind as the army left the village, gradually disappearing into the distance. Even this remote village knew about the Water Forest Army's reputation. The villagers trusted them deeply. Clearly, the army had put a lot of effort into their propaganda. A large crowd was better for creating momentum. On the way, some refugees hiding in the mountains to avoid conscription heard the news and voluntarily joined, making the army's numbers grow larger. By evening, the Water Forest Army arrived at a nearby town. Song Qingling could tell that the army planned to attack the town. The Water Forest Army quietly stopped to rest in the woods outside the town. She led her horse to hide nearby, secretly watching. If the Water Forest Army plans to attack the town tonight, she can take the opportunity to gather supplies and see how strong they are. It's still early, so she rides her horse through the forest, looking for a hiding spot to prevent the horse from being stolen during the chaos. After about an hour, she finds a small cave. She checks inside and finds it safe, though dirty and dusty. The cave's entrance isn't very tall, so she uses a hammer to widen it a bit. She then leads her horse inside, ties it up, and leaves some food and water. Since she has important work tonight, she eats some steamed bread and the last 2 boiled eggs. She also eats a small handful of soybeans, but not too many, to avoid stomach issues. Before leaving, she covers the cave entrance and heads to the woods outside the town, arriving around the hour of the pig, around 9 to 11 p.m. She squats and waits quietly, watching as the Water Forest Army begins to move in the dark. The town's gate is locked. The frontline soldiers lift a long, thick wooden stake and strike the gate repeatedly. Soon, the gate breaks open. In front of the gate, the leader of the Water Forest Army raises his sword to the sky and shouts loudly, "Follow us to rush in and eliminate corrupt officials and wicked nobles." Every one of them has families behind them. If we don't fight for our survival, we will only face death. Without the common people, there is no country. If this world can't hold us, we will crush the ground and shake the heavens.
Charge. Fight.
The soldiers wave torches and rush into the town, heading straight for the government office, where the town's leader works, because to catch the thief, you must catch the leader first. Hearing the inspiring words, The men among the townspeople are filled with courage. They also raise torches, hold sickles, knives, and swords, shouting loudly to boost their morale, following behind. The torches form a long, red river of fire, burning away the darkness inside the town like a spreading wildfire. Women and children stay hidden in the nearby forest near the town gate. Taking advantage of the chaos, Song Qingling slips into the crowd, moving with the flow of people into the town. Some townspeople follow the water forest army, while others scatter in different directions. Song Qingling finds a tall tree, climbs up, and observes the lit streets. When she sees the main street to the northwest, she climbs down and heads there. The townspeople, who are sleeping peacefully, are suddenly awakened by the noise. They get up groggily, open their doors, and see a group waving red flags rushing past. Do not be afraid. We are the Water Forest Army. We do not harm innocent civilians, only remove corrupt officials and bring benefits to the people. Everyone else, quickly go back inside your houses and do not cause trouble. The Water Forest Army approaches the town streets in a surrounding formation. While the chaos is on one side, Song Qingling moves quickly. She is the first to arrive at the main street. Currently, we need certain supplies most, so we take what we can. As she runs, she looks at the shops along the way. After a while, she spots a pharmacy with its front door closed. She circles around to the back, climbs over the wall, and enters. The pharmacy's backyard has only some miscellaneous items, a small kitchen, and a water well with some water. The shop owner is not sleeping here. She quickly decides to go to the front hall to collect medicines. The space is small. The shelves are not large, but not tiny either, about the size of a wall, with roughly 100 compartments. She touches the medicine cabinet and instantly takes what she needs. She clears the counter, consultation table, and chairs. Everything she passes is taken away. In the backyard, there are only some discarded items, old stone mortars, and dried medicinal tools. She gathers these as well. In the small kitchen, there are pots, bowls, and utensils, a bag of cornmeal weighing over 10 jin, and a jar of coarse salt with only a few small chunks. She takes these too. Just as she is about to fetch water, people arrive outside the back door of the pharmacy. There are quite a few, and they plan to climb over the wall. Song Qingling turns around and runs, stepping on the wall surface, climbing onto the wall, and then onto the roof. From this high vantage point, she can see far. Many refugees following the Water Forest Army are flooding into various places, including the main street. Some break into shops to grab supplies. Next door is a general store. The most refugees gather there, but they find little food inside. No rice, only a small amount of white flour and cornmeal, and mostly beans. There are only a few grains and some miscellaneous groceries. In the chaos, many beans fall to the ground. People kneel to pick them up, then stuff them into their clothes. The shop owner rushes over and sees this. He is furious and accuses the refugees of looting and theft, threatening to report them to the authorities. However, the refugees are fearless and laugh loudly in response. We came with the Water Forest Army. The corrupt officials you speak of are now dead under the sword. This is a different time. We not only take what we need but can also fight back and kill you if necessary to protect the people. The refugees show fierce expressions and immediately attack anyone trying to stop them. Relying on the power of the Water Forest Army, they vent their long-held anger and resentment. It's a natural disaster, so why do the rich always live so well while the poor suffer? The rich remain rich, and the poor remain poor. The world is so unfair. Amid the chaos, several groups of Water Forest soldiers ran from different streets. Clearly, they had dealt with the town mayor and his soldiers, rushing to seize supplies and control the area. Seeing the situation was getting out of hand and too crowded to safely gather supplies, she decided to look for hidden goods in wealthy households. When she arrived at a wealthy residential area, she saw the owners packing their belongings to escape. A few Water Forest soldiers arrived, stopped them, and forcibly took their supplies. This alarmed the other wealthy families who, frightened, hurriedly gathered their families, servants, guards, and some belongings to escape. Song Qingling seized this moment. She ran into a house just after the owners left, locked the front door, and went to search the storeroom, kitchen, hidden cellar, and secret rooms. She found some supplies: 3 bags of grain, 2 bags of beans, 1 bag of peanuts, and a box of treasures in the cellar behind the kitchen. In another house, she discovered 2 bags of dried corn flour, 2 boxes of gold and silver, and more than 10 pieces of expensive cloth in the secret room. The wealthy families had left quickly, leaving many items behind: pots, bowls, iron and wooden tools, valuable vases, screens, decorations, and some food in the kitchen. She took everything she saw. In the third house, she found makeup items on the dressing table: rouge, powder, eyebrow pencils, and delicate boxes filled with jewelry. Just then, she heard noises outside. The water forest soldiers had arrived. She quickly removed the dressing table items, used a 3-pronged iron hook to latch onto the house beam, and climbed up, hiding in the corner at the back of the beam. Her movements were smooth and quick, completed in seconds. The soldiers searched each room, carrying away useful items. After finishing, 2 soldiers left the house, leaving the door open. Through the sounds, she learned that other soldiers were searching nearby rooms. She waited quietly until they finished, left with the supplies, and then she descended. On the roof, Song Qingling crouched at the eaves, observing her surroundings. She saw that every household in the wealthy area was being searched by the soldiers. They probably only found surface items. She planned to wait in the shadows until they left, then search the hidden places. She waited for over 2/4 of an hour. When some soldiers finished searching a few houses and left, she slipped inside. She didn't go to the houses they had already searched, but instead looked for those they hadn't. It took about an hour for her to visit 10 households. She searched through each one and found only 4 with secret rooms or cellars. She discovered a few chests of gold and silver, some cloth and tea, 5 bags of grain, and various miscellaneous items. When Song Qingling came outside, the Water Forest Army was finishing their search of the area. Few people remained, so she took the chance to leave. Along the way, she saw some refugees and soldiers carrying supplies. She had planned to leave the town at night and travel quickly, but all the main roads out of town were blocked. Long lines of people stretched endlessly at the checkpoints. She learned from the refugees that everyone had to be searched. People couldn't secretly carry any supplies. Everything had to be handed over. After the checks, people could line up in an open space ahead to receive food. The supplies were for everyone. Some were used for marching, and the rest were for the people. The refugees weren't upset about this. They were happy, thinking they might live peacefully in the future. Each day, they could get 2 small steamed buns or similar bread. The portions weren't large, but they were steady. It was better than eating bark, grass, or mud. In the long line, Song Qingling moved slowly among the crowd. She occasionally wiped sweat from her face. The weather had gotten hotter in the past few days, making it hard to breathe. She wore a mask while traveling, but now she had taken it off because the temperature was so high. Others also didn't wear masks. Wearing one would make her stand out. Her face was covered in red rashes, which hid her healthy complexion. People's hearts are hard to read. Some secretly hid small items on themselves, hoping not to be caught. If caught, the Water Forest Army would restrain them, tie their hands and feet, and make them stand on a flat ground nearby. All must confess their crimes, the soldiers said. Without laws, chaos would reign. After everyone hands over their items, they will be shared fairly. Those who hide things for themselves are only taking more. Is that fair to others? The refugees believed this reasoning and didn't think the soldiers were being too harsh. Some even said that if anyone dared to hide things in front of the officials, they would be killed on the spot, with even more brutal methods. After about half an hour, it was Song Qingling's turn. The soldiers told her to stand with her arms open. After the check, she moved forward with the crowd. Everyone was rushing to the open space to get food. After walking for over 2 hours, Song Qingling saw long lines of people ahead. Some who had already received their food approached her. Some finished eating and licked their lips, still wanting more. Others had their mouths full and were chewing happily. all showing satisfied smiles from the food. A few people passed by her, eating cornbread with a crunching sound that made her teeth feel a bit sore. The water was poor, and the cornbread had sand in it, smaller than an egg. Despite this, everyone was very happy. Song Qingling didn't queue up to get food. She took advantage of the dawn to leave the town quickly. The town's entrance wasn't guarded by the Water Forest Army, probably because they believed that after tonight's events, the people felt safe and wouldn't leave voluntarily. In fact, that was true. Some people left the town but didn't go far, staying in nearby woods to gather with family and friends. Song Qingling kept away from others and went to a cave to lead her horse away. After a few hours apart, she saw her horse again. The horse, which had been lying on the ground, suddenly perked up and happily stood, stamping its feet and calling out affectionately to her. Song Qingling reached out to pet its head, saying, "Let's go. We need to keep moving." They left the woods and returned to the trail, and she rode her horse at a fast pace. Traveling overnight, both she and the horse were very tired. They stopped around noon the next day to rest and eat. After sleeping for over an hour, Song Qingling felt a bit more energetic. She woke up feeling a little dizzy from sleep. She sat quietly for a while, wiping the sweat from her body with a damp cloth, feeling much refreshed. Her mouth was dry and a bit bitter, so she took a sip from her water bag, drinking honey mint water. She then woke her horse, and they continued their journey. The horse, just waking up and a little dazed, understood her intention and obediently stood up. Under the blazing sun, they set off on the road, one person and one horse. Over the next 2 days, Song Qingling encountered 2 groups of Water Forest Army soldiers on the road. Once, she saw them fighting with officials and soldiers and immediately ran far away. Another time, she was sleeping in the woods at night when the army passed nearby. This group was larger, likely coming from Pingxi County to support Feng County. As they got closer to Pingxi County, more refugees appeared. She didn't know what was happening inside the county, so she found a cave a little outside the town where she could tie up her horse. In recent days, the weather had become even hotter. She made sure her horse had enough food and water. If she took the horse into the city, she would definitely be noticed and might be forced to give it up. She finished dealing with the horse and stayed overnight in a cave. Early the next morning, she exercised for an hour and only set out after breakfast. It's noon. At the city gate of Pingxi County, many refugees have come out of curiosity. 3 long lines form at the bottom of the gate, bustling with people. The crowd makes it even hotter. Song Qingling's forehead beads with sweat. She looks up at the bright sun overhead. The sunlight is strong, making it hard to look directly at it. It's already November, yet it's still so hot. Could the drought still be ongoing this year? Before lining up, she disguised herself in the woods as an ordinary man. She wore a straw hat to block the sun, had red rashes on her face, and resisted wiping her homemade powder to reduce her presence. Now, she carries a basket on her back and has a worn-out bag hanging from her hand. It looks normal among the crowd. While waiting in line, the refugees around her are talking about the uprising army. In Song Qingling's view, the uprising army is somewhat similar to her previous base. Both gather people and expand their forces. More people mean more strength, but also chaos. If managed well and grows stronger, it's good. If not, it becomes disorganized and easily suffers backlash. The Water Forest Army has just shown its strength, and they need more people. If she's right, she will be checked when entering the city. She has no household registration, so she will say she lost it during her escape. As for her identity, she has already thought it through. After waiting nearly half an hour, it was her turn. As expected, they check before entering the city, making sure no dangerous items like knives or sickles are carried in. She prepared in advance, only placing an old kitchen knife in her basket. At the bottom of the city gate, 3 tents are set up for the checks. The inspectors stand in the sun, while the 3 people recording information sit at a long table with ink, paper, and brushes. Name, household registration. Song Qingling clutches her clothes nervously, acting very anxious. Zhou Wu. I am from Shangliu Town. I lost my household registration during my escape. While waiting in line, she saw others being checked who also lost their household registration but were still allowed to stay. The recorder writes with a brush, age, identity, number of family members, skills, or specialties. 17 years old, civilian. I am alone now, she says sadly, lowering her head. She mutters, I can hunt. The registrant looked up at her and saw her face covered with dense red rashes, uneven and bumpy, with sweat and oil, looking greasy and damp. Just one glance made him feel uncomfortable. His eyes showed a hint of dislike as he quickly looked down. He saw that Song Qingling was slim, like a bamboo pole, with a normal height, about half a head taller than him, typical for a man. After a few months of growth, with proper nutrition and daily exercise, Song Qingling's height now nearly reached 1.7 meters. When he saw her carrying a bow and quiver on her shoulder, he glanced at her sideways. If you don't have real skills, you'll be exposed during the competition and you'll be punished severely if caught. I really can do it, she said quickly, blushing, acting like a reckless youth. The registrant stopped speaking and began writing quickly. Song Qingling looked at the registration book and saw her information recorded on one line. Besides her age, identity, and gender, there was a character for shooting, Shura. Below that, there were two names, one with a character for farming, Gung, probably indicating they were farmers. At the end of her row, it said she was assigned to Wenju Fong in the western suburbs. The farmers were assigned to various places, mostly to towns under Pingxi County. People with special skills like merchants, carpenters, hunters, or doctors stayed in the city. After registration, the person handed Song Qingling a wooden badge with a character show on it and told her to go inside. She took the badge and walked through the city gate. Ahead was a wide open space with several officials dressed uniformly, standing in different directions. Each had a wooden sign in front of them, with large characters like Gung, farming, Song, merchant, Li, strength, Ski, water, Yi, doctor, representing different fields. Anyone with the Gung badge, come over here. Song badge people, over here. Li badge, come quickly. Directly in front of her, about 10 meters away, was a man responsible for the wooden So badge, the closest to her. There were only 3 people around him. Looking around, Song Qingling didn't see anyone with the Sho badge, so she stepped forward and asked, "Excuse me, where is the Sho badge?" The man saw her holding the badge and her bow and arrow, and his eyes lit up. He exclaimed happily, "You can shoot arrows?" Seeing her nod, he smiled and said, "Come over here. We'll go to Wenju Fong together. Not many people can shoot arrows, and right now the divisions aren't very detailed." She nodded and greeted them. "My name is Zhou Wu." They introduced themselves to each other. The other 3 men were carpenters. After waiting for a while and seeing no one else coming, the man led them toward Wenju Fong. Located in the western suburbs, it is quite remote, about a 3-minute walk away. Here, tall, elegant bamboo grows within a few miles, and winding paths run through it. Alongside the paths are simple earthen thatched huts. This is Wenju Fong, mainly for work related to wood, such as repairs and making wooden items, the man said, leading the 3 carpenters to the largest house and handing them over. Then he took Song Qingling for another 2 minutes, walking to a house on the outskirts where there are no bamboo groves. "This is where archers live. There's 1 bed available, so you can stay here." He pointed to a few nearby houses. These houses are close to each other, and the one in front has no other buildings nearby. The next closest is over 2 miles away, quiet and peaceful. The man called out, "Dahu, come out, someone's here." After a while, there was no response. Hud. A young boy, about 16 or 17, with a clean and delicate face, hurried out from the main house behind the main hall. The man entered the yard. "Hey, Xiafeng, where's Dahu? Isn't he supposed to be back for dinner by now? Where is he?"
He's
inside." Xiafeng looked a bit embarrassed, quickly lowered his head, and ran toward a house on the west side, opened the door, then immediately shut it. "This kid is so impatient. You wait outside for a bit," the man said, going into the main hall to find Dahu. Song Qingling glanced at the house on the west side. After a while, a chubby, greasy man with a broad face and shiny skin came out slowly. He was tying his waistband as he walked, not paying attention to her. When he saw Song Qingling's face, he frowned in disgust. But when he saw her tall, straight figure like bamboo, his eyes widened with a wicked gleam, and he smiled lecherously, sticking out his thick tongue to lick his lips. Song Qingling accidentally saw this and frowned, feeling nauseous. "Zhou Wu, this is Wang Dahu, the person in charge of these houses. Later, you'll go with him to handle some matters." The man finished speaking and left. Wang Dahu chuckled and came down the steps from the main hall, his gaze fixed on Song Qingling, as if inspecting his property. "Let's eat first. Afterward, I'll take you somewhere," he said. Song Qingling nodded, forcing herself to ignore her nausea. She thought about how crowded it was during the day and planned to check the situation on the official road at night and leave as soon as possible. Wang Dahu's face wore a mischievous, wicked smile. As he passed by Song Qingling, he loudly said, "Let's go, everyone, to eat." Then he left ahead of them. After he left, four doors swung open and 8 young boys, around 10 or so years old, came out one after another. They looked tired, their faces pale as if their vitality had been drained, and they moved with a waddling gait, similar to ducks. The person named Xie Feng looked at Song Qingling, pointed to the house behind him, and timidly said, "There's still a bed in my room. You can put your things there first." "Thank you." After she finished putting her things away and was about to leave, Xie Feng hadn't gone yet. "You're new here and might not know where to eat." "I'll take you," Xie Feng said nervously, rushing ahead to lead the way. Song Qingling followed him, weaving left and right until they reached a house. Xie Feng kindly said, "People from Wenjufeng all eat here. You can come to get food at dawn, but if you're late, there won't be any. For lunch, whether you get food depends on your performance in the assessment."
They walked inside side by side.
The layout inside was similar to the previous house, but larger. The rooms were connected, with 10 sets of tables and chairs for eating. Some men, shirtless, sat eating. Food was distributed under the eaves, with people lining up in the yard to receive it. Xie Feng was in front of Song Qingling. When he received his share, he smiled happily, holding 2 small buns like treasures, and left. Song Qingling received her share, turned to leave, but suddenly felt an uncomfortable gaze fixed on her from inside the main hall. She glanced sideways. Wang Dahu sat alone at a round table inside. He was chewing loudly, his greasy face jiggling with fat, and his eyes, full of, looked like a rat in a sewer, disgusting. This person was clearly not kind-hearted. It was obvious Wang Dahu had taken an interest in her. She needed to find a chance to get rid of him quickly. Knowing there was danger, but not removing it was like inviting death. Staying close to him was asking for trouble. Song Qingling lowered her gaze, hiding the murderous intent in her eyes. She held 2 small buns and squatted under a wall outside, eating them with a crunching sound. Soon, Wang Dahu came out, visibly pregnant. Seeing Song Qingling squatting alone, he grinned mischievously and said, "Let's go to the shooting practice camp." On the way, Song Qingling deliberately slowed her pace, following behind Wang Dahu. She looked around at the scenery, avoiding walking shoulder to shoulder with him or making eye contact. Walking at the front, Wang Dahu would turn his head every few steps to smile and stare at Song Qingling, chuckling softly. After watching him, she turned around, facing forward, and whispered mischievously, "Little lamb, you can't escape my grasp." Occasionally, they encountered passers-by. If someone wanted to harm Wang Dahu, now was not the best time, as people knew they were together and might suspect her if anything happened. During the day, with many people around, Wang Dahu was cautious and did not make any sudden moves toward her. They moved through a bamboo forest and finally reached an open area. Song Qingling looked around and guessed it was a training camp for archery. There were many targets on the field. Xie Feng and others practiced seriously with bows, guided by 5 men dressed in gray. About 40 people were practicing. Everything was fine until Wang Dahu arrived. Although Xie Feng and the others seemed calm, Song Qingling could see they were tense and nervous inside. Wang Dahu spoke to one of the trainers, saying, "Uncle Li, this is the new girl."
Her name is Zhou Wu.
The man looked at Song Qingling, then handed her a bow and arrow. "Aim at the target in front and shoot a few arrows." She hesitated but took the bow, pulled the string, and shot 5 arrows. This was to test her skills. If she showed real strength, she would attract attention and might be taken to the army camp immediately, heading to the battlefield. That was not what she wanted. So, she deliberately made a few mistakes when drawing the bow and didn't shoot her best. Only 2 of her 5 arrows hit near the target. The man was a bit disappointed but said nothing. "Go, practice at the last target over there." Here, for people formed a group, and every 2 days, they would be tested. Only if the whole group passed could they get food at noon that day. Each person also received 2 small buns as a reward, meaning the harder they worked, the more they earned. If a group failed, they had to wait until the next noon to get food. This was a typical way to motivate people. It wasn't easy to get a good meal. In a group, there might be strong and weak members. If the weak ones slowed the others down, the strong members would go hungry. That was hard to accept. Bullying and teasing were unavoidable. Song Qingling acted carefully, nodded, and ran with her bow and arrow toward the target. During the afternoon, I spent several hours practicing. I only took one break, about 15 minutes long, during which each person drank a small cup of cloudy, yellow water. Fortunately, we were all practicing in the shade of trees, so it wasn't too hard to endure. Song Qingling didn't drink the water and secretly stored it in her space. In the evening, after finishing the day's practice, the trainer gathered everyone for a meeting to review and summarize. They didn't let us go until it was dark. Song Qingling followed Xiafeng back to her place. On the way, Xiafeng looked around nervously, acting like a thief.
Juwu, tu nicht.
He hesitated, his handsome face turning red. Wang Dahu and the general are from the same village. They are like cousins. Wang Dahu's father, Wang Gui, manages the kitchen at Wenjufang. The general refers to Li Huai. Song Qingling nodded. Seeing that she didn't seem to care much, Xiafeng became a little anxious. His voice lowered, sounding worried. "Tonight, Wang Dahu will ask you to go to his room. If you agree, he'll give you a small steamed bun afterward." He looked down, his face scrunching up with shame. His fists clenched tightly, and he said humbly, "Life is hard. Ordinary people find it very difficult just to survive. My mother and younger sister work in the laundry, washing dirty clothes from the barracks every day. At night, they sew torn or damaged clothes, working tirelessly. Because of this, each of them gets only a small steamed bun and a little water per day. Living outside in the wilderness is even worse. No fixed home, full of dangers. We can only eat bark and wild roots. Here, at least, it's a bit safer." Xiafeng looked up at Song Qingling sincerely. "Zhou Wu, just being alive is enough. As long as we live, everything else is just passing clouds." Xiafeng said this, but he didn't realize how bitter his words sounded inside. Song Qingling understood that he was trying to warn her. She pretended to understand and nodded as if she knew. Later, on the way, Xiafeng told her some precautions. When they returned to their place that evening, everyone went inside after dinner. The people living in the house closed their doors tightly. Inside, the firelight flickered, and the sound of wooden arrows being shot echoed. "They're practicing archery," Xiafeng explained. He entered the room first, struck a fire with flint to light some dry wood in the corner. Song Qingling stood outside the door and looked inside. "Xiafeng, where's the toilet?" Xiafeng came out and pointed to the backyard. "Over there." "I need to go," Song Qingling said, and headed toward the backyard. Once she was sure no one was following her, she climbed over the wall and left to find Wang Dahu, where they had lunch earlier. After a whole afternoon of training, everyone was very hungry. Ordinary people usually don't eat at night, but Wang Gui manages the kitchen, and his father and son are sure to make some profit from it. In fact, Wang Dahu is currently eating dinner in the kitchen, holding a large piece of dried wild meat, eating with a greasy mouth. As he ate, he daydreamed about tonight's plan to catch Song Qingling. Her figure looked soft and delicate, but her face was quite ugly. However, during the act, her face wouldn't be visible, so it didn't matter. He had chosen the most remote house on purpose, so even if there was noise at night, no one would hear it. Song Qingling was waiting outside the house, crouching silently. Soon, she saw a strong figure come out from inside, Wang Dahu, who was touching his belly and had a shiny face from oil. She quietly followed behind him. As they walked, Wang Dahu suddenly needed to urinate. He slipped into the nearby bamboo grove, whistled, loosened his belt, and relieved himself. Suddenly, a muffled sound, like a soft moan, came from the bushes. Song Qingling stood behind Wang Dahu, holding a thick rope. She threw it and looped it around his thick neck, crossing the rope tightly and pulling him back to tie him to a nearby tree. The rough rope sank deep into his neck, causing him to gasp for air. His mouth opened slightly, making faint sounds. His eyes were wide, almost popping out, and his face, covered in flesh, turned purple-red. Song Qingling, wearing a mask, approached Wang Dahu and raised a dagger. She stabbed it into his heart with force, pushing it all the way in, then pulled it out and stabbed again repeatedly. Finally, she delivered 2 harsh cuts to his carotid artery.
He was dead.
People like him died so quickly, he was lucky to die that fast. Blood splattered inevitably onto Song Qingling. She had expected this and had already changed into another set of clothes. She took the body into her space to hide the evidence, changed back into her original clothes, and returned to her place. To avoid suspicion, Song Qingling played her part thoroughly. She went to the toilet and waited for about 15 minutes, during which her clothes were stained with the smell of feces and, in ancient times, toilets were dry and dug into long rectangular pits. Feces accumulated at the bottom, giving off a terrible smell. The environment was very unpleasant. Hot weather brought countless white, chubby maggots crawling and writhing. She felt like vomiting and kept her back turned to the toilet, not wanting to see the scene. She was already very hungry, but her appetite was completely gone. Song Qingling touched her stomach and returned to her room. Xiafeng was still awake, practicing with a bow and arrow. The next day was the assessment, and he was very nervous. "I have a bit of diarrhea, just from sitting too long," Song Qingling said. Xiafeng went over and closed the door, then said, "That can happen. I often have diarrhea too. It's probably related to the water we drink." The bed was just a simple wooden plank for one person. Song Qingling laid down her straw mat and then picked up her bow and arrow to practice. Since it was her first day here, she knew she had to show urgency to fit in. The room wasn't big. On the front wall, there was a target made from woven hay. "Hey, you can't practice outside. Wang Dahu doesn't like noise, especially at night," Xiafeng said, finding an old target used before. He wanted Song Qingling to use a new one, but he used the old one. She hesitated but agreed after he insisted. From the next room, there were sounds of knocking. Everyone was working hard to avoid hunger. During practice, Xiafeng would pause to give helpful tips based on what he had learned. From a professional point of view, he was right. After practicing for over an hour, the knocking sounds gradually lessened. When she finished, Song Qingling lay on the bed. She caught a glimpse of Xiafeng sitting at the edge of his bed, turned toward the door, seemingly watching something. Xiafeng looked confused, thinking tonight was unusually quiet, unlike Wang Dahu's usual behavior. Feeling anxious, he lay down, wide awake and a little afraid to sleep. Song Qingling turned over and made noise intentionally, knowing Xiafeng was still awake. She sighed deeply, looking troubled and full of worries. Xiafeng heard her and thought she was scared. He wanted to comfort her but then heard her say, "Xiafeng, I just arrived here. I don't know much about Pingxi County. My parents died while fleeing famine. I have only one close relative, my uncle in Jiangzhou. I wonder if we will ever meet again."
Of course we will.
"There are some people in Jiangzhou who have started a rebellion. They say more and more are gathering, some willing to join the Water Forest Army, others part of different uprisings. Either way, they are all fighting the same enemies. Jiangzhou should soon become a new place. But I heard that Pingxi County is closed off," she added. This was something she heard during the daytime while waiting in line to enter the city. That's true. The main roads to different places are blocked. Soldiers are stationed at every fork, only allowing the Water Forest Army through. It's for easier marching and to prevent refugees from running wild. Once things stabilize, they should open the roads again. Song Qingling nodded clearly and said, "Thank you for telling me so much." "No problem," Xia Feng replied shyly. The room fell silent. Song Qingling thought about going to investigate the official roads tonight. Xia Feng lay on his side facing the wall, using his hand as a pillow, with a worried look on his face. He didn't know what might happen tonight. Half an hour later, Song Qingling heard that Xia Feng had fallen asleep. She quietly got up, put on her shoes, and took out a bamboo pipe filled with enchanted tobacco. She blew a few puffs into his face to make him sleep more deeply, so he wouldn't wake up in the middle of the night. Then she closed the door and went out, blowing enchanted smoke into the other rooms as well. During her absence, these people would not wake up. Song Qingling changed into tight black clothes and covered her face with a mask. The map showed 3 official roads in Pingxi County leading toward Jiangzhou. She started investigating the closest one. The nearest road was in the western suburbs, not far away. The official road was wider and flatter than the side paths, making it easier and faster to ride a horse without detours. She spent over an hour checking each of the 3 road entrances and gathered information. Each entrance was blocked by a barrier with soldiers taking turns guarding. Each camp had about 400 soldiers from the Water Forest Army, maintaining a standard level of security. To pass, there were 2 options. One was to sneak into the Water Forest Army and walk openly on the official road. The other was to deal with the guards directly, which required fighting each time at a fork in the road. Both options had risks. She managed to get through, but her horse was still in the cave, and she didn't know if she could find it later. Walking on foot would take at least half a month to reach Jiangzhou. Plus, there was a rising rebellion there, and the situation was constantly changing. She was afraid that if she encountered trouble, she would be caught in a difficult situation. Song Qingling hesitated, thinking about what to do. She kept walking back while pondering her options. Suddenly, a strong wind rose, blowing yellow bamboo leaves and broken branches into the air. Her clothes fluttered in the wind, and her hair, tossed by the breeze, brushed her face, making her feel itchy. The wind suddenly grew stronger. It rustled the bamboo forest and made the fallen leaves swirl around. In that moment, a flash of purple light streaked across her vision. The purple glow illuminated the nearby area, clearly showing the bamboo stalks standing tall, but the light only lasted a few seconds. Song Qingling looked up at the sky, squinting her eyes. At such times, it's easy for tiny sand or debris to fly into her eyes. The dark night sky was completely clear, with no stars visible. Suddenly, a thick, purple lightning bolt, shaped like a branch, flashed across the sky.
Boom!
A loud thunderclap sounded. It was thundering. Could it be going to rain? Song Qingling looked up at the sky with a serious face. Usually, she should be happy, but because of her past experiences with natural disasters and end times, she was very sensitive to weather changes. She hurried back to her house. As she neared, she saw a lively crowd. People had been awakened by the loud thunder. They came out of their rooms, stood in the yard, looked at the sky, and cheered, thinking it was going to rain. When Song Qingling returned to her house, the yard was empty. Xia Feng and the others hadn't woken up yet. Since the thunder was so loud, everyone must have heard it and woken up soon. If she was the only one awake and others stayed asleep, it might cause suspicion. She lay back on her bed.
Boom!
Another purple lightning flashed, casting shadows on the wooden door as it quickly moved past. Outside, the noise grew louder. She heard people praying repeatedly for rain from the sky. Why is it so noisy? Xia Feng woke up, rubbing his eyes and getting up. Song Qingling pretended to just wake up too, sat up, and said, "I think I heard thunder." Thunder? Xia Feng excitedly got out of bed, ignoring his shoes, and ran barefoot. When he opened the door, strong wind howled past, blowing his hair wildly. Loud thunder roared, and purple lightning streaked across the dark sky. Xie Feng ran outside happily, sure it was going to rain. People in other rooms also woke up and came out to look at the sky. Song Qingling stood at the doorframe, feeling a bit uneasy. She remembered that after the drought ended in her past life, a second natural disaster struck China, causing 2 months of mostly cloudy weather. Most days were overcast, with occasional sunshine. The dark clouds grew lower each day, sometimes accompanied by thunder, but it didn't rain. In some places, large hailstones about the size of eggs fell for several days in a row. The sky was gloomy, but the temperature didn't drop. Instead, it felt even more stifling. Eventually, it rained. At first, people were happy about the rain, but soon the downpour became unstoppable, accompanied by storms. Flooding was severe. At its worst, a building over 30 floors high was submerged up to 10 floors. She wondered if it would rain tonight. People in Pingxi County were so excited they couldn't sleep, waiting outside for the rain to come. In the blink of an eye, it was late at night. The wind had calmed down, there was no thunder, and everything returned to normal. No rain fell. People were still not willing to give up and kept waiting. Song Qingling did not stay outside waiting. She went back to her room to sleep. She had already decided to stay and check the situation of the natural disaster, so she could plan her next steps accordingly. If the development followed the same pattern as in her previous life, it meant the second round of the disaster was coming soon, possibly heavy rain or other calamities. In that case, she wouldn't go to Jiangzhou. She didn't want to tire herself out running around in the rain and wind, especially if it turned into a heavy storm with surging seawater. That would be dangerous. She didn't sleep for long before Xie Feng woke her up, saying she needed to get up quickly, or she would miss her meal. It was almost the hour of Mao, and it was still dark outside. She quickly got up, still feeling sleepy and a bit dizzy. Is it raining? Xie Feng smiled and said, No, I think it's about to rain. This is the first thunder and strong wind in months. Yeah, rain means water, and it's not so hot anymore. They left the room. The others staying in the nearby rooms hadn't left yet. They were all standing in the yard, looking at each other. One person nodded toward the main house and asked, Xie Feng, did you see him? No, did you see him? Xie Feng asked in surprise. Everyone shook their heads, feeling confused. When they arrived at the place to get food, the line stretched outside the house. Song Qingling received 2 steamed buns mixed with rice bran, then went outside eating as she walked. The buns looked the same as the ones she got yesterday, rough in texture, but she didn't think much of it. After a few bites, she went to a dark corner to drink a few sips of water from her water pouch and then headed to the shooting practice camp for today's training. According to Xie Feng, if they arrived late and left early, they would face serious punishment. Being in a crowded organization was troublesome. There were many restrictions everywhere. It was the hour of Qin, usually the time when the morning sun rises, but today it only briefly peeked out before hiding behind dark clouds. The morning training ended with evaluations. Only 2 teams passed. The others were disappointed and had to wait until noon the next day to get their food. But this wasn't absolute. There was a way to find other means to get food. During the lunch break, Song Qingling returned to her place and saw several people standing at the door of the main hall, looking around. One person had just knocked on Wang Dahe's door but received no response. He came out and told those standing at the hall door he's not inside. Where did he go? I didn't see him last night. Last night was very quiet in the first half. Then I fell asleep until I heard thunder. I couldn't find Wang Dahe. Those people are feeling complicated. In the past, if they didn't qualify and had nothing to eat, as long as they pleased the old man, they could get a small loaf of bread, so they wouldn't go hungry for a whole day and night. Song Qingling only glanced briefly before returning to her room. She had been standing and training for several hours and was a bit tired. If she could lie down, she would. Xie Feng was not in the room. His team had qualified and gone to get their food. Although she was alone and hadn't eaten, she didn't take any food out of her space. The enclosed space easily leaves a scent, so before returning, she quickly ate 2 small loaves in a hidden corner. The space's food was running low, with only a little left. She thought that whenever she had a chance alone, she needed to stockpile more. After lying down for 15 minutes, Song Qingling got up again because she still had training in the afternoon. When she carefully calculated, she realized that the people here trained more than 6 hours a day, which was more exhausting than working as a laborer, and they had to meet strict performance standards. The afternoon was still cloudy. The sun only appeared for a short while. Dark clouds covered the sky, and the temperature didn't drop at all. It was hot and humid, causing her clothes to get wet and dry multiple times. The weather was the same the next day. At the same time, Wang Dahu had not appeared in sight for a long time, which drew attention. Wang Gui personally led people to look for him. They searched the western suburbs thoroughly and checked other places but couldn't find him. Usually, when someone disappears for a long time, it's likely they've been harmed. But Wang Gui, who was the only son, refused to believe his son had died without reason. Since he was from the same village as Li Huai, with relatives nearby, he somehow gathered dozens of soldiers to search everywhere, causing panic in the western suburbs. Everyone living in the same house as Wang Dahu was investigated, including Song Qingling, but nothing was found. Wang Gui blamed the people living in that house, even though they all lived together. He suspected they were colluding and harming his son, and he used his authority over the kitchen to withhold their food. Xie Feng and the others dared not get angry or speak out. They had been hungry for several days, training every day, walking around dizzy and fainting several times. Only then did the higher-ups intervene, telling Wang Gui not to go too far. The archers in training would go to the battlefield. Wang Gui knew how serious the situation was, but he was full of anger and had nowhere to vent. He looked at Xie Feng and the others with a bad attitude every day. In a hidden bamboo forest. If this keeps going, it's not good. Wang Gui's eyes look like he wants to eat us. The disappearance of Wang Dahu has nothing to do with us. Wang Gui's actions have made outsiders think we are the culprits. If this continues and the general returns victorious, Wang Gui will twist the story and falsely accuse us. Will we still be safe then? Yes, since Wang Gui wants to catch the real culprit, we should give him the true criminal. Once he knows the truth, we can all be at peace. Xie Feng, do you have anything to say? These people are all those who live in the same house as Wang Dahu. Xie Feng looked at them and frowned. Why didn't you call Zhou Wu? Xie Feng, we've been together for a long time, sharing hardships and feelings. The new person just arrived a few days ago. It's best to push him forward as the culprit. You're framing Zhou Wu. If you do this, she will have no way out. Xie Feng shook his head, eyes full of disapproval, and stepped back. Xie Feng, if you don't want to accuse Zhou Wu, then you can take the blame yourself. It's a pity for your little sister and mother. They have no brother or son now. We have many people. As long as we agree on the story, do you think Wang Gui will believe anyone but us? They stared at Xie Feng, who was pale, sweating, and trembling, but he smiled sinisterly. In the shadows, Song Qingling listened carefully to their conversation. Since this morning, the way these people looked at her had become strange. Just now, they secretly took Xie Feng away, leaving her alone. Her sharp instincts told her this was all connected to her. After hearing their talk, Song Qingling's expression was completely calm, without any emotion. This group of people lived in one house. On the surface, they seemed close, but in such a special environment. Everyone had their own secrets. When it came to their interests, they only looked out for themselves. Now that their shared interests were threatened, they chose to work together. Xie Feng's hesitant voice came from nearby. Let me think about it overnight. It's not night yet, and making such a fuss isn't good. Tomorrow at dawn, I will tell you my decision. All right, this must be settled tomorrow. It's either Zhou Wu or you, they said confidently. Think carefully. Those people left feeling proud, knowing Xie Feng was timid and had close family, so they believed he would make the right choice. Before they left, Song Qingling reached her room and drew her bow to shoot an arrow. After they returned, a few people came to watch her practice archery, falsely praising her progress and saying she would definitely pass the next test. Song Qingling smiled politely on the outside but had already decided how to send them on their way, ensuring she could leave unscathed. She observed the weather for 3 days straight, mostly cloudy, similar to her previous life. The second natural disaster was approaching, so she decided not to try crossing the official road to Lianzhou. Instead, she headed out of the city, going west of Jiangzhou toward Wuzhou, into the mountains of Lingnan. Until Song Qingling finished her practice and the people in the neighboring rooms left, Xia Feng had not returned. With no one else in the room, Song Qingling took out her water pouch and drank some honey water. She hadn't eaten well lately, and there wasn't much cooked food left in her space. Her stomach was growling from hunger. She drank more water to hold on until late at night, when she planned to leave. She left 3 days' worth of food and water for her horse, which was probably running low. Just as she lay down to rest for a moment, the door creaked open. Xia Feng had returned. He closed the door and turned around, looking at Song Qingling lying on the bed with her back to the outside wall, her hands resting on her lap. His hands suddenly clenched, as if he had made a firm decision, and he quickly walked over. Zhou Wu, wake up. What's wrong? Song Qingling rubbed her eyes and sat up, looking at Xia Feng with a thoughtful gaze. Be quiet. I need to tell you something. You must not make loud noises or wake the others in the house. Seeing her nod, Xia Feng explained the plan to frame Song Qingling and push her out as the culprit. If we stay here, we're only doomed. Hurry, let's pack our things and leave the city. Leaving the city is easy. We just need to register our names at the city gate. I just went to the laundry place to settle my sister and mother. They're waiting for us near the city entrance. Song Qingling looked at Xia Feng, surprised that he was willing to make such a choice. When alone, it's easier not to be controlled and to protect oneself. Xia Feng had family, so normally he would consider them more. This was a life and death matter, very serious, and she couldn't act indifferent. Her expression was tense. How can they do this? There's no proof or witnesses. How can they convict someone? Xia Feng shook his head, looking like a wilted eggplant, hanging his head. For those involved, proof and witnesses aren't that important anymore. It's just a matter of 1 or 2 words. But they want to hurt me. Why are you telling me the truth? I cannot watch helplessly as they cause your death, Zhou Wu. Do you remember what I told you a few days ago? Being alive is enough. As long as you are alive, even if you leave the safer city to escape hardship outside, you are still alive. If I hadn't told you the truth, you would have died, and only I would be alive. But now that I have spoken, there is one more person alive, you. That's a good thing. Xia Feng's face lit up with a bright smile. Song Qingling could see that this young man had no bad intentions and had his own ideas. If he wanted to survive in the end times, he still lacked some very important qualities. Pack your things quickly, Xia Feng said as he hurried to his bed to gather his belongings. Song Qingling also got ready to leave. After packing, they quietly opened the door without disturbing anyone and left the house. They ran into the bamboo forest under the cover of night. While running, Song Qingling asked Xia Feng, if we all don't die and have a chance to stay in the city, what would you choose? Leave the city or stay? Xia Feng listened carefully and slowed down his pace. After thinking seriously, he said staying in the city is a little safer. Besides, Wang Dahu is gone. I can shoot arrows well, and the food I get can feed my mother and little sister. Even if we are not together, we see each other every day. We have food and water. Zhou Wu, don't overthink. After we leave the city, we can go to Feng County. There is also the Water Forest Army there, and we can settle down gradually. Song Qingling could tell that Xia Feng still preferred to stay in a safer city with his family. Everyone's situation and worries are different, which leads to different ideas.
We should respect that.
They ran out of the bamboo forest and Song Qingling suddenly stopped. She looked back at her basket, put it down, and started searching. Xia Feng, I forgot something. It's the last piece of clothing my mother sewed for me before she died. It was originally on the bed, but I didn't see it earlier and forgot to take it. I probably accidentally kicked it under the bed. Xia Feng said, I'll go back and get it. Song Qingling stopped him from leaving. I'll go. Wait here nearby for me. I'll be back very soon. She ran out quickly, getting farther and farther away. When she returned to the house, the others were still sleeping heavily, snoring loudly. She took out a bamboo tube filled with sleeping powder, tore off the yellowed paper on the wooden door, and blew the powder inside. Everyone in the rooms inhaled the sleeping drug. Once they were drowsy and nearly unconscious, she entered each room, stabbed each person's heart with a dagger, and then cut 2 deep slashes on their necks to ensure they were dead. After killing everyone, Song Qingling went to the room where Xie Feng was staying. She took out the body of a soldier from the space, removed his armor, and examined the fatal wound on his neck. The blood was still bright red, as if he had just died. She brought the body out to disguise it as Zhou Wu, so Zhou Wu could also be buried here. Although a big fire might turn the body into ashes, there's a risk of something going wrong, so it's safer to do it this way. The fire will burn the body beyond recognition anyway. Then she lit torches and set fire to the dry wood piled in the corners of the rooms, including wooden doors, beds, and tables. It was dry and windy, so these materials caught fire easily. To practice archery, and because Wang Dahu wanted to handle some personal matters that night, they didn't want noise to disturb him. So, they lit the dry wood in the rooms for light, which was risky. Thick black smoke rose, and the flames spread to every corner. Sometimes the night wind made the fire grow even higher. Song Qingling watched from a dark spot outside as the house was engulfed in flames. The fire burned fiercely, causing the contents inside to break apart and fall, making loud crashing sounds as the building collapsed. She then turned to leave. There were no bamboo groves or other houses nearby, so burning this house wouldn't cause a large fire in the area. To outsiders, the fire seemed sudden, but it was understandable because those inside had set the fire to light the room while practicing archery. Everyone who knew the situation understood this. Furthermore, only Xie Feng was still alive in that house. He wanted to stay in the city. Wang Gui couldn't investigate further. Losing so many carefully trained archers was a big to the Water Forest Army. Now, only Xie Feng remained, and they wouldn't pursue him further. Instead, they would focus on taking care of him and training him well. Song Qingling took a different route and hurried toward the city gate. As the fire grew larger, some people woke up from the smoke and ran outside. They saw the house was on fire and shouted loudly, warning others to evacuate. Xie Feng was still waiting nearby for Song Qingling. He hadn't seen her return and started to worry. Suddenly, he heard noise from nearby and caught the smell of strong smoke. Feeling something was wrong, he ran back. When Xie Feng reached the house, many onlookers had gathered around. The fire was too big to be put out with water. They could only watch helplessly as the house burned beyond recognition. Zhou Wu! Zhou Wu! Xie Feng shouted, pushing through the crowd, grabbing shoulders to see their faces. Xie Feng! It's Xie Feng! Thank you, Feng. You're still alive outside. Where are the others? Some people who know Feng asked curiously. Feng looked around but didn't see Song Qingling. His steps were unsteady, and his eyes were moist and red. He was weak all over and collapsed to the ground. At the same time, Song Qingling changed into a new outfit. She carried nothing with her and went to the city gate empty-handed. The South City Gate. This gate only allows people to leave the city. Everyone leaving must be checked and hand over the wooden token they received when entering. They also need to give their personal information. Few people leave at night. At this moment, she was the only one going out. Only one person was responsible for registration and checks. That person was dozing with their eyes closed, leaning on the table. I want to leave the city, Song Qingling said several times before waking the person. The person woke up, wiped their mouth, and looked sleepy. You want to leave?
Yes.
Disturbed from a good sleep, the person reluctantly stood up and searched Song Qingling. She handed over the shooting token and named someone Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng was one of the people burned to death. His face shape and height were very similar to Song Qingling. The registrar took the token, checked it, and flipped through a thick register. They found the page with Zhang Feng's information. Why are you leaving? When will you return? Song Qingling made up a story. Going to visit relatives. They are almost at Pingxi County. It's their first time here, so they don't know much. They should be back in a few days. Keep the token first. Come back to get it when you return.
Go now.
Song Qingling successfully left the city. After the big fire was extinguished, the bodies were either burned to ash or left some bones. The people from the bamboo fragrance workshop couldn't find Zhang Feng and others, so they thought everyone had been burned. They didn't expect someone to leave the city using Zhang Feng's identity. Even if someone was clever enough to investigate, they would find out about Song Qingling. Someone with the shooting token went to the shooting practice camp and asked why Zhang Feng hadn't entered the city yet. But that was later. By then, she had already run far away from Pingxi County. Half an hour later, Song Qingling arrived at Mar's hiding cave. The cover at the entrance was exactly the same as when she left a few days ago. She pushed it aside. Mar saw her return and happily called out. If it weren't for the rope around his neck, he would have come over to nuzzle her. She reached out and stroked Mar's head. He looked alert and seemed to have gained a little weight. Several empty wooden basins were on the ground. Mar raised his head and rubbed against her furiously, his forehooves constantly stamping the ground without stopping. All right, eat some food, and then go back to sleep. Tomorrow morning, we will set out on our journey. She gave the horse some water and food. She was also hungry. There wasn't much cooked food left in the space, only some dried chicken that had been steamed earlier. She ate a few pieces but found it too salty. It's not very safe here, so she planned to run farther away and find a better place to prepare food. She covered the cave entrance, laid down a straw mat on the ground, and went to sleep. The next day, some dappled sunlight came in through outside, casting shifting shadows. When she woke up, Song Qingling lifted the cover, looked at the sky, which was gray and dull, drank some water to soothe her throat, and went out to find a grassy area to go to the bathroom. Everything was done. She led the horse out of the woods, reached a small path, and then rode on. In the morning, she saw many refugees, all heading towards Pingxi County. She ran west along the border between Feng County and Pingxi County for several hours, stopped to rest at noon, and continued running in the afternoon. After the afternoon, the number of refugees gradually decreased. As night fell, she entered the woods, found a deserted place, and set up camp. She took out a set of tables and chairs, lit some mosquito coils under the table, and hurried to build a fire and cook rice in a pot. She also took out 2 pig's trotters from the space, cleaned the skin and hair, chopped them into large pieces, put them in a pot with water, added some white wine to remove the smell, and boiled until the water boiled. She skimmed off the foam, took out the pig's trotters without rinsing them to save water. In a hot pan, she poured oil, added brown sugar to make caramel, then stir-fried the pig's trotters. She threw in some slices, star anise, cinnamon, and bay leaves, and a few hawthorn slices to make the meat softer and more tender. She poured a splash of wine around the edge of the pan, which sizzled and released a fragrant aroma. She was drooling at the smell. The pig's trotters were simmering in water. She didn't stop working, set up defenses around her, fetched water and food for the horse. After a busy few moments, she was sweating heavily and quickly sat on the straw mat, fanning herself with a handheld fan. She was cooking plain rice, which she stored in the space to keep fresh. The pig's trotters needed a longer simmer, so they weren't ready yet. After resting a bit, she started stir-frying some beans, as there wasn't much cooked beans left for the horse. She cooked 2 large pots of beans. The pig's trotters were ready, and she turned up the heat to reduce the sauce. Each piece of pig's trotters was coated with a shiny, tempting red glaze, glossy and tender. A gentle poke made the skin and meat bounce, and a light tap with chopsticks easily pierced them. Song Qingling served herself a bowl of rice for dinner. The rest was stored in the space. With the fragrant rice, she finally enjoyed some delicious meat. The meat was greasy, so she didn't eat too much at once to avoid feeling unwell. After a few pieces, she stopped and soaked the rice in the sauce. Tastes great. Feeling too greasy, she took out some mint honey water from the space. It was cool and sweet, very refreshing and good for easing the greasiness. I haven't felt this satisfied in a long time, and Song Qingling's mood became relaxed and happy. That night, after tidying up, she washed her face and applied baby powder. Since she was no longer in crowded places, she could safely treat the red rash on her face. After finishing, she went to bed early because she hadn't rested well during her days in Pingxi County. Traveling for several days, she finally reached her camp at night. If there were no people nearby and the signs of human life were old and few, she made all the familiar cooked foods she could think of: steamed buns, cornbread, rice balls, buns, more than 60 of each, and several pounds of spicy dried meat. She drank honey water, plain water, and energy water, filling water sacks with them. She didn't make ice yet. She planned to do so later when she found more water. After a day of travel, she and her horse used about 10 liters of water. That morning, after walking along mountain trails for a few days, Song Qingling arrived at a town in the western part of Jiangzhou. Previously, there were no towns nearby, only remote places or routes that took a long detour, so she hadn't specifically visited any town before. She was in a hurry because she wanted to reach a high and safe spot on the mountain before more people arrived, ideally a hidden place that was very well concealed. Song Qingling led her horse and paid 10 coins to enter the town. There weren't many people in town. Most were in a hurry. She went to the main street, which was once the busiest and most lively part of the town, but now it was quite empty. Many shops were closed, especially the food places. Only one general store was open, and it had very few goods. She bought all the seeds, limited salt, 2 barrels of oil, soapberry tea, and other daily necessities. Items like staple grains and dried beans were out of stock. While shopping, she chatted with the shopkeeper and learned about the market's location and the general situation in the town. Jiangzhou was under the control of King Wenshuan, and there was no war, peaceful for now, with no conscription happening. The town and nearby villages suffered from severe water shortages, causing many people to go into the mountains and forests to find water and make a living. The market. She didn't expect to find what she needed there, especially since even the main street looked so deserted. Under the shade of trees at the market, an old man with white temples stood beside a water buffalo. Sweat streamed down his deeply wrinkled forehead, crossing his red cheeks. His face was thin and dry, like bark, with many folds. He repeatedly stroked the buffalo's back, looking worried. Song Qingling walked over and asked, "Old uncle, are you selling this cow?" The old man's eyes lit up and replied, "Yes, I am." Most families in the town couldn't find water at the foot of the mountain and had to go up the mountain to find water to escape the drought. His family was no exception. There wasn't enough water for people, let alone livestock. They couldn't afford to keep the animals, so they decided to sell them so others could raise them, sparing the animals from suffering. Meanwhile, his family planned to go up the mountain. He had come to the market for 2 days in a row, even lowering the price, but still couldn't sell the cow. The price was high, and with the drought, people were reluctant to buy. "How much are you offering?" Song Qingling stared intently at the cow. It looked thinner than the adult cows she saw in her previous life, and under the drought, livestock also had a hard time. In her mind, she thought of beef, cow tendons, beef brisket, beef offal, and beef hot pot. According to her memories, in ancient times, it was illegal to kill cows privately for food, and those caught would be heavily punished. Today, she was lucky to have someone asking about the price. The old man didn't ask for a high price and honestly said 18 taels. He originally bought this cow for more than 12 taels. Not only did raising it cost effort, but he also fed it grain. He figured he should make a little profit. The old man looked up at Song Qingling and saw her calm expression, with no hint of what she was thinking. He couldn't help but feel a little nervous. This price wasn't expensive for Song Qingling. Besides being a bit thin, the cow was in good spirits, which showed that its owner had taken good care of it. "Old uncle, I'll buy it. Do you happen to know where someone might be selling cows, chickens, or ducks?" She took out 18 taels of silver coins from the wooden basket on her horse and handed them to the old man. The old man thought carefully and took the money with both hands. "I do know a family that wants to sell a cow. As for chickens and ducks, probably not many people are raising them now. The town has fewer people than before. All right, could you kindly show me the way?" The old man happily agreed. Sure. Song Qingling led her horse, and the old man helped lead the cow. The two headed toward the town's residential area. Their house was not far from the main street, about a quarter of an hour's walk. The location was good, and their home was a blue brick and tile house. People who could afford to buy a cow wouldn't have poor conditions. Guided by the old man, with his help, Song Qingling spent the same amount of money to buy another adult cow. People living nearby heard the news and came to see what was happening. Some brought their donkeys and asked Song Qingling if she wanted to buy them. Of course, she didn't refuse. Donkey meat hot pot was so delicious. People who run into the mountains from the town are usually poor families with no water or food. They have to find new ways to survive. Wealthier families with better conditions stay in the town because they can buy water and supplies easily. When leaving the town, Song Qingling rides her horse, holding 3 ropes, 2 tied to cattle and 1 to a donkey. Even if she doesn't hold the reins or the halter, the horse won't run away because it is used to her. After leaving the town, Song Qingling stops to look around and make sure no one is nearby. She ties the cattle and donkey to a tree, then takes a machete and kills them one by one to store them fresh in her space. The horse nearby watches everything. It sees the cattle and donkey suddenly disappear after dying, and it opens its mouth in shock, eyes wide, trembling all over. When Song Qingling walks over, the horse nudges her shoulder and makes a soft, affectionate sound. She pats its head, then leads it out of the woods onto a small path, and mounts her horse to ride away. Half an hour later, a strong wind suddenly blows, with sand and leaves flying everywhere. Seeing the weather change, Song Qingling feels something is wrong. She quickly turns her horse toward the nearby mountains and rides fast. At the foot of the mountain, she pulls her horse up quickly. The sky gradually darkens. The clouds turn from gray to thick black, hanging low like heavy, dense cotton candy. The light dims, creating a tense, oppressive feeling. Run faster. Song Qingling urges from the front. The horse seems to sense danger and speeds up to follow her. As they run, Song Qingling often looks up at the sky and observes the surroundings. She doesn't know if a storm is coming or what, but she must find a safe place to hide, preferably a cave or hollow. They reach the middle of the mountain, but still haven't found a cave. Suddenly, the horse whinnies and turns in another direction, running away. Animals are more sensitive than humans, so Song Qingling follows the horse. They keep running as the sky darkens further and the wind howls loudly, making the leaves rustle. She is running hard, using twice her normal strength, sometimes stumbling backward in the wind. When she falls, she quickly gets up and keeps running. In less than 15 minutes, it becomes completely dark, like night, where she can't see anything with her eyes. Holding a torch, she can only see a few meters ahead, relying on the horse's neighs to find her way. Suddenly, something falls from the sky and lands on a tree. At first, she thinks it's rain, but then a piece of hail about the size of a plum drops from the tree and rolls to her feet, making her realize it's not rain. More hail started falling. When she saw the hail, she quickly used her mind to take out a wooden basin from her space and cover her head with it. Even though she moved fast, a few pieces still hit her. An umbrella was useless. The wind blew it away. The hail was quite large, and after a few hits, it was damaged and useless. She held the wooden basin on her head with one hand while running. The flame of her torch flickered, sometimes bright, sometimes dim, and she had to replace it when it went out. The hail hit the basin, making a loud thumping sound. Many white hailstones fell to the ground. She ran a bit further, and the hail grew slightly bigger. The horse ahead made anxious noises. Through the sound, she guessed it was calling out from a spot where it had stopped and was no longer running. She kept running forward and gradually saw the horse's figure. When closer, she saw the horse standing at the entrance of a cave that was glowing with firelight inside. Several figures appeared from the cave, and there was an excited voice talking. Where did this horse come from? From the voice, it sounded young, like a boy not much older than her. That horse is really strong, another person said with a smile. He even reached out to try to touch the horse. But the horse was not used to strangers and suddenly lifted its front hoof, kicking out unexpectedly. The man reacted quickly and stepped back to avoid it, but because he was close, his chin was hit and turned red and swollen. He clutched his chin and winced in pain. Someone shouted, "The horse hurt Black Boy. How dare that beast hit someone?" At this moment, Song Qingling had already reached the cave entrance. She saw a young boy reaching out his hand to try to pull the reins and lead the horse inside. Her eyes darkened, and her hand went to the dagger at her waist.
What are you arguing about?
A man came out of the cave. He was about 50 years old, with a square face, a short beard, and a stern look. Seeing the village children blocking the horse and noticing Song Qingling's serious expression, he immediately waved his hand to push back the 3 young boys blocking the horse and scolded, "All of you go inside and stay there properly, or go outside where the hail can't hit you." This man clearly held some authority. The 3 young boys lowered their heads in response. Black Boy pointed at the horse, upset, and said, "Grandpa Village Chief, that horse kicked me. Serves you right. You shouldn't have gone to bother it. I'm standing here, so why didn't it kick me? Now, get inside quickly." Zhang Zhengsong kicked Heiwa's backside and hurried them into the cave. Then he turned to Song Qingling, who was a bit inside the entrance, and apologized, saying, "Sorry, young man. Come in and take shelter." He moved aside to let him pass. "Our village's young ones are a bit careless and disturbed you. Sorry for the trouble." Song Qingling nodded and stepped into the cave, her horse obediently following behind her. Inside, there were several small fires burning in the middle and on the east side. Other areas were dark and hard to see clearly. From her feeling, the space seemed quite large. The air smelled strange, like animals had left an odd scent. The ground was uneven, with stones of different sizes scattered around. The cave walls were gray stone, some smooth, some rough and with grooves. On the east side, about 50 people were gathered, sitting or standing, packing their belongings, laying out straw mats, and arranging dry wood. They looked curious and cautious as they glanced at Song Qingling. Seeing her gaze fixed on the villagers, Zhang Zhengsong came over to explain, "We're from the village below the mountain. We were looking for water and food when suddenly hail started falling, so we came into the cave to hide." Song Qingling nodded in understanding and moved westward, holding a torch to light her way. She finally stopped in a corner, inserting her torch into a hollow in the stone wall to check on her horse. The hail had fallen just moments ago. It was urgent, and she didn't have time to protect the horse beforehand. She looked at her horse and saw a few slightly swollen bumps on its body, but no bleeding wounds. The ground was full of stones, so she bent down, picked some up, and threw them aside to clear a space. The terrain wasn't very flat, but she didn't mind. Just staying safe from the hail was enough. "Lie down and rest for a bit," she said softly, petting the horse's head and removing the wooden basket from its back. The horse nudged her twice, then bent its knees and lay on its side. The only obvious items were the 2 wooden baskets, stacked in the innermost corner. Song Qingling approached the cave entrance to see how the hail was falling outside. As she neared, a strong wind rushed into the cave, forcing her to hold onto the stone wall and inch forward carefully. In a short time, the hail grew to the size of eggs. Outside, it was pitch black, and the howling wind sounded like ghostly screams and wolves howling, wailing loudly. A thick layer of hail piled up at the entrance. She looked into the darkness ahead, her eyes filled with a faint, worried expression. She didn't know how long this hailstorm would last in this life. At the same moment, inside the cave, the villagers from Zhangji village were being called together by Zhang Zhengsong. Zhang Zhengsong was surrounded in the center. He solemnly told the villagers, "I think that person is not simple. Everyone, stay out of trouble and behave well." Heiwa, who was kicked in the chin by the horse, said indifferently, "It's just a kid about my age." "Heiwa, didn't you see that person carrying a knife? Besides, she has a horse. If someone has a horse, they can't be an ordinary person. We won't stay long in the cave. During this time, absolutely no trouble. You've seen on the mountain how many people have fought over water or bark and even lost their lives. Upon hearing this, Heiwa shut his mouth tightly. The villagers, recalling those events, looked anxious. Zhang Zhongsong said firmly, "But if someone deliberately causes trouble, we can't be cowardly. We must protect ourselves and our families." The villagers understood and nodded in agreement, then dispersed. After watching the cave entrance for a while, Song Qingling felt uncomfortable as the wind blew, making her eyes sore and full of sand. She rubbed her eyes and went back inside. The horse, lying down and sleeping, sensed her return. It opened its eyes slightly and softly called twice. Too exhausted, it closed its eyes and fell asleep again. Song Qingling looked up at the torch on the stone wall. It had burned most of the way down and would soon be out. Outside, hail was falling, making it impossible to go out for firewood or use the wood inside. She simply blew out the torch and lay down to rest. Before she could close her eyes, someone arrived. Song Qingling stood up. 3 bundles of fireworks sparks approached, dispersing the surrounding darkness. "Young man, we found some extra firewood. You can take it to use. Sorry about earlier. You're still young and didn't know better," Zhang Zhongsong said cheerfully, holding a bundle of dry wood. The 3 young men with Heiwa also came along, each holding a lit piece of dry wood. They apologized to Song Qingling, saying their previous behavior was rude and reckless. They repeatedly apologized, showing they weren't troublemakers or hiding ulterior motives. In special circumstances, it's unavoidable to share space with others. If the other party is reasonable and both sides stay peaceful, she has no problem. Otherwise, she wouldn't hesitate to fight. Zhang Zhongsong placed the firewood on the ground near Song Qingling. "Thank you," Song Qingling said. "By the way, were you just talking about blocking the cave entrance?" She had overheard a few words when she entered earlier. Zhang Zhongsong replied, "Yes.
We came to talk to you about that.
The cave isn't only inhabited by our village. We want to know what you think. There is only one large cave on this mountain, and there seem to be 2 smaller caves, but they are not as good as this one. Recently, more people have been coming up the mountain. Some might have passed by here and noticed the cave. Covering it up would be better, but no one knows how long the hail will last. Even when staying inside the cave, the sound of hail hitting the outside can still be heard, loud and continuous." Song Qingling said, "It's still falling, and the hailstones are getting bigger. It probably won't stop soon. Since it's already dark, I think we should block the entrance for now." Actually, Zhang Zhongsong had the same idea. "All right, I'll go and get people to block it. There are plenty of stones inside the cave, enough to cover it." He took the black kid and others and left. When blocking the cave entrance, Song Qingling went to help. She lives here, so she can't just rely on others and enjoy the benefits. It's important to be clear about everyone's roles. Before starting to block the entrance, Zhang Zhongsong suddenly remembered something. He slapped his forehead and said, "I knew I was forgetting something important. With my memory, I forgot that hail can turn into water. I was so busy just now that I forgot such an important thing. Quickly, everyone should gather what they can to collect the hail." The villagers immediately started acting. Soon, they collected a lot of hail. Although Song Qingling thought the water from the hail was not very clean, she still collected some to keep up appearances. The women and children from Zhongjia village did not join the effort to block the cave. It was mainly the men doing the heavy work. Some helped carry large stones to the entrance, and others stacked stones layer by layer. Song Qingling worked with a man to carry stones back and forth several times. She was doing okay, not as out of breath, but it was very hot. Her clothes stuck to her, making her uncomfortable. The man was exhausted and wanted to stop and rest. When they paused, Song Qingling looked outside the cave entrance. The hail had become smaller, about the size of plums. After resting enough, Song Qingling and the man bent down to carry more stones. "Why are you blocking the entrance? Who told you to block it? This isn't your home." A loud shout came from outside the cave, drawing everyone's attention inside. Song Qingling looked over and saw a group of uninvited guests standing outside. Judging by their clothes and appearance, They seemed to be a fleeing group. Led by that group, the first few people stepped forward without hesitation and started moving stones. They wanted to enter, and those behind them also pushed forward to help carry the stones.
Ow, ow.
Outside the cave, those without cover were hit by hail and kept gasping. Some held wooden basins or buckets over their heads, while others used their backpacks as shields. Their other body parts were unprotected and got hit by the hail. The villagers guarding the cave entrance from Zhongjia village didn't know what to do. They looked back at Zhang Jingsong for help. Zhang Jingsong looked worried, sighed, and said to Song Qingling, "There are quite a few people here. Forcing them back might not work, and fighting wouldn't be good for anyone." This implied that they had no choice but to let those people into the cave. This cave wasn't just for Song Qingling. If only she knew about it and was the first to arrive, she would have sealed the entrance immediately. But that wasn't the case. The villagers from Zhangjia village had already made their stance clear. If she opposed, the people outside might target her. She wondered if she was just causing trouble for no reason. Honestly, the more people in the cave, the more chaotic it would be. That wasn't a scene Song Qingling liked. She decided to wait and see how things went tonight and assess tomorrow's situation. She nodded at Zhang Jingsong. He quickly stepped forward, told the villagers to move the stones away, and called out to the people outside, "Come in quickly." Song Qingling returned to her spot, sitting on a straw mat, staring at the cave entrance. About 40 or so people rushed inside, looking around for a good place to settle. Many villagers from Zhangjia village lived on the east side. Although there was space there, it was crowded. So, they all decided to turn west, towards Song Qingling's side. She was north, and they were south, separated by about 10 meters. Some others chose to go to the middle of the cave. From her position, Song Qingling could tell they weren't all from the same group. They probably met along the way and didn't know each other well. Among the group, women and children cleared stones and made space, while some men went out to gather firewood or helped move stones with the villagers. Half an hour later, the cave entrance was fully blocked. Outside, the hail seemed to fall harder, pounding loudly. In this relatively enclosed space, about 10 fires were burning, making the inside even hotter. Song Qingling was so hot she couldn't sleep, sweat pouring down her face. She could only sit on the straw mat, fanning herself with a palm leaf. Even the horses became restless and woke up, lying there and opening their mouths to call out to Song Qingling. Their tongues moved back and forth, showing they wanted water. Hail had melted into water. Earlier, others had already drunk, most feeling extremely thirsty. They didn't even wait for the fire to burn out and drank directly, with only a few boiling water to drink. To hide this, Song Qingling secretly swapped the hail water in the wooden basin with water from the space, letting the horses drink it. The horses snorted loudly while drinking, drawing frequent glances from people. Since entering the cave, someone had been casting greedy, hot looks, so many that Song Qingling found it hard to ignore. After a while, everyone felt too hot by the fire and called each other to extinguish it. The fire was soon completely out. The surroundings fell into darkness, and only the sounds of conversations could be heard, some rambling, some talking about the lack of water and food on the mountain. There was also a foul smell of sweat, foot odor, and body odor, making it unbearable. Song Qingling had to take out some mint ointment to repel insects and apply it to her forehead, secretly drinking some plain water at the same time. About half an hour later, the talking inside the cave quieted down significantly, replaced by snoring sounds like frogs croaking in the fields. After an unknown amount of time, Song Qingling, leaning against the stone wall, fell asleep. A long time passed, and everyone inside the cave was asleep, some pretending to sleep, waiting for the right moment. In the darkness, nothing was clearly visible. Someone on one side of the cave whispered quietly, so softly it was like a mosquito buzzing. Only those very close could hear. "Almost ready. We can move now. It's so dark. How do we get across? If we wake that kid, everyone will know what we're planning. What's there to worry about? We don't know each other. And would the others help that kid? Don't panic. Before the fire goes out, I've memorized the path to cross. The horse is snoring, so we can listen to its sound to move forward. Later, follow me. Everyone hold on to the person in front of you, walk slowly. These people tiptoed towards Song Qingling. Sometimes they stepped on stones, but with the loud snoring, it was hardly noticeable. After about 15 minutes of groping, they finally stumbled to Song Qingling's side. Just as they prepared to attack her and take the horse, one of them muttered, "Is there a breeze?" As soon as the words left his mouth, a sudden rushing sound was heard, and there were 2 splashes. The man shouted loudly and fell to the ground with a bang. Soon after, a second person collapsed. After 4 loud bangs, only the last person was still standing. He couldn't see anything but could hear the sounds. He tried to run away, but in his confusion, he ran to a place with stones and fell down. His leg hit a stone, and he shouted in pain. Just as he was crying out, he suddenly felt a breeze brush past him, and in an instant, the familiar sound of rushing air echoed. The screams of the few people suffering unbearable pain woke the others. They lit a fire, and the inside of the cave gradually became brighter. Now able to see, the people looked towards the sound. They only glanced once before they were stunned and couldn't help but open their mouths wide, shouting sharply. The more timid ones fainted, right there from fright. Screams continued non-stop. Song Qingling stood expressionless, kneeling beside the people lying on the ground, with ropes twisting like bugs. Blood pooled beneath them. When it was dark earlier, Song Qingling had cut their behind the knees with a knife. Now, she held a sharp dagger, slicing their wrists and ankles with smooth, precise movements. She carefully used the tip of the knife to pick out tendons from their bloodied wounds. While she worked, the others who hadn't yet been targeted, seeing this, shivered with fear and broke out in cold sweat. They lay on the ground, trembling, trying to escape. Each time she cut into someone, the victim would scream in pain, begging for mercy, saying they were bewitched and shouldn't have acted wrongly, pleading Song Qingling to spare them. Song Qingling showed no emotion. What was the point of saying all this? If she didn't have skills, she would have been killed by them already, and her horse would have been harmed too. Some onlookers inside the cave shook their heads at this bloody and brutal scene and stepped forward to advise. "Young man, revenge takes time. Forgive others when you can. They're begging you now and know they're wrong. Let it go. Don't cause more deaths. During hard times, everyone struggles. Everyone makes mistakes. Just turn over a new leaf. Even if they were wrong first, they didn't truly hurt you. Let's end it here." The speakers were 2 men. Song Qingling, still picking tendons, seemed not to hear them. After finishing, she looked up with a calm expression, glancing mockingly at the persuaders. Amid the loud screams, a woman with crossed arms, prominent cheekbones, and a harsh face said impatiently, young and reckless, "You're rougher than a butcher. You're so cruel and ruthless. The horse must suffer because of you. Who knows how you usually abuse it?" Although she spoke, her greedy eyes were fixed on the horse. A young man in his 20s looked at Song Qingling and complained, "Why did you bring out a horse? You can't expect one person to handle everything. There are so many people here. Why are they only bothering you and not others?" His words hit those who had feelings for the horse, and they nodded in agreement, their eyes showing some desire to act. Zheng Song stepped forward loudly and said, "That's not fair. If Brother Zhou hadn't been skilled, both the person and the horse would have been harmed long ago. This incident didn't hurt you or me. Who are you to criticize Brother Zhou? Only she has the right to decide what to do." This made the persuaders feel awkward and a bit embarrassed. They originally intended to encourage others to target Song Qingling and steal the horse, so they could share it afterward, even if just a little, to enjoy some meat. Song Qingling saw through their schemes. There were 7 people with malicious intent toward her. She had already disabled 3 of them, leaving 4 who hadn't yet acted. She told those 4, "Don't you want my forgiveness? Here's your chance, kill those 3. She pointed at the troublemakers, the loudest among the persuaders. The woman with a harsh face reacted most strongly, dropping her arms and shouting in horror, "Are you crazy?" The other men, surprised, quickly regained their composure. They didn't believe Song Qingling was capable of such power. With so many people in the cave, how could they not overpower a young troublemaker? Hearing this, the four would-be attackers felt like they had been given a reprieve. They had all been close to Song Qingling and fought her briefly before, so they knew her strength and tactics. They hurriedly asked, "Is what you said true?" Seeing Song Qingling nod and untie their ropes, the attackers exchanged glances, supported each other, and, despite the pain in their legs, stood up. They moved cautiously, bent down, picked up stones along the way, and each headed toward the persuaders. One of them said, "You're crazy too. We're actually trying to help you, and you repay us like this?" The harsh-looking woman was panicked, her face pale and trembling all over. The young man spat on the ground and shouted loudly, "Stop quickly. You're being used by that boy." However, the four people did not stop. Instead, they hobbled faster. One of them was the quickest and, at a critical moment, grabbed the back of the harsh-looking woman's collar, then threw stones at her head. The stones hit her hard, causing her to bleed and even spill her brain matter. The crowd watching was frightened when they saw the fight getting serious. They shouted and ran away, staying far back. Meanwhile, the other three attackers also attacked the other persuaders. They held stones high and looked fierce, chasing like cats after mice. The attackers had injured legs, which slowed them down, but this was a life-and-death matter. They communicated with each other using eye signals and used all their skills. The family and friends of the persuaders were furious and tried to stop them. Some were hit, some fought back and killed the attackers, and a few, full of anger, accused Song Qingling of being the main culprit. They rushed over intending to kill her. In response, Song Qingling took out her bow and shot wooden arrows. The attackers couldn't run as fast as the arrows flew. With several whooshes, they all fell to the ground, dead. Song Qingling's strength was obvious. Her killing power was huge, shocking everyone present. Even the people who were beating the two attackers stopped in shock, trembling as if black and white spirits had come to take their lives. All the persuaders had been killed. Only the two attackers, barely alive, were calling for help. "Save us. Didn't you say if we did as you said, you would spare us? Please save us." Their faces were covered in blood, unrecognizable, and they reached out tremblingly towards Song Qingling. She had told them she would give them a chance for forgiveness. Whether she forgave them or not was her decision from the start. She would not leave any danger nearby. She aimed her bow and shot 2 arrows into each of their deadly spots. The onlookers were stunned, witnessing how ruthless and cold-hearted Song Qingling was. Those living in the west of the cave hurried to pack their belongings and moved away, heading to the east side of the cave. Only some people from Zhangjia village, including Zhang Zhengsong and Heihua, looked at Song Qingling with a mix of shock and respect. Song Qingling ignored those people. She took her bow and arrows and went back to sit on the grass mat. The 3 assassins whose hands and feet had been tied were not dead yet. They were bleeding heavily, in great pain, and had seen their companions die. Song Qingling's ruthless methods made her feel like she was being roasted over a fire, suffering intensely. One of the assassins couldn't bear the pain anymore. He tried to bite his tongue to end his life. His tongue was bitten off, but he didn't die immediately. As he bled more and other parts of his body also bled, he eventually died from blood loss. The other 2 cried loudly, but they didn't have the courage to do the same. Song Qingling intentionally didn't kill them all the way. She wanted them to suffer like this, half dead, so others inside the cave could see and be warned. Anyone who tried to harm her or challenge her would face a terrible end. After this, the people in the cave didn't dare to extinguish the fire or sleep. They were afraid Song Qingling, the killing goddess, might come in the dark and kill them. Zhang Jingsong called everyone from Zhangjia village back and said, "Brother Zhou isn't someone who kills innocent people without reason. When she first arrived, weren't we getting along well? It was only those few with bad intentions who tried to steal horses and harm her. She was just protecting herself. Don't panic. Go to sleep peacefully." Song Qingling washed her blood-stained hands with tea ash powder. After washing, A basin of water floated with lots of foam, and the water turned bright red. She sat on the grass mat, leaning against the stone wall, closed her eyes, and fell asleep. The two assassins whose hands and feet had been tied were still alive but in pain, crying out constantly. Due to blood loss, they died one after another in the late night. That night, Song Qingling didn't sleep peacefully. She kept waking up from the heat. When she woke up again, her own sweat and body odor hit her nose, sour and strong, and her face was so oily it could be used to cook 2 dishes. She took a damp cotton cloth, cooled it with ice water, wrung it out, and wiped her face and neck where she sweated a lot. After wiping, she felt refreshed and much more comfortable. She didn't know what time it was outside, or if the hail was still falling. She looked around. Some people inside the cave on the east side had fallen asleep leaning against the wall. Some were dozing, and a few were still holding on, their eyes half closed from exhaustion. Whenever those people looked at Song Qingling, they shivered and trembled, waking up in fear. They quickly woke the person next to them. Song Qingling didn't pay attention to them. She walked straight to the cave entrance. As she approached, she saw Zhang Zhengsong standing there, looking around at the blocked entrance. Hearing footsteps behind her, Zhang Zhengsong turned around and saw Song Qingling. He said plainly, "It seems like there isn't much noise outside anymore." Song Qingling stepped forward, listened, and replied, "Yes, it's still drizzling. The rain might not be as heavy now. Why has it been so long? The sky is slightly brightening. I think it's almost noon," Zhang Zhengsong said with a worried look. Since staying in the cave was safe, Song Qingling decided to sit at the entrance and keep watch outside. She hadn't eaten much yesterday. In the past, she would have felt the need to go to the bathroom by now. Worried that villagers might be concerned, Zhang Zhengsong went back to comfort them. From her observation, the sky only briefly brightened during noon, then turned dark again like night. The hail was falling irregularly, sometimes big, sometimes small, with the largest about the size of a goose egg and the smallest about the size of a plum. She wondered silently if, like in her past life, the bad weather would continue for several days. She hadn't eaten for many hours and was very hungry. Yesterday, she noticed that other refugees either hadn't eaten or ate bark and grass to fill their stomachs. She took a few sips of honey water, but drinking too much wasn't good, and she needed to go to the bathroom. Thinking about this, she heard voices inside the cave discussing. Many had held it all night and couldn't hold it anymore. They wanted to go to the bathroom. If everyone tried to do so inside the cave, it would become very smelly. After some discussion, they decided to open the cave entrance. Seeing Song Qingling at the entrance, no one dared to step past her, preferring to hold it in. Aware of this, Song Qingling quietly returned to her spot and told them to go outside. She looked thoughtfully at the few bodies on the ground. "Brother Zhou, we're here to help move the bodies." Heiwa ran over smiling, followed by Guzi and Shouho. Song Qingling asked, "Aren't you afraid?" Heiwa scratched his head awkwardly and said, "It's daytime now, not as scary as last night. Plus, you're so brave. If there are ghosts, I'm not afraid." Outside, the hail had lessened, now only about the size of a plum. The 4 of them wore straw hats and worked together to carry the bodies to a safe distance from the cave. Using the need to go to the bathroom as an excuse, Song Qingling told them to go back first. After Heiwa and the others left, she habitually took out her dagger and finished off the last on a body. Then she found a bush, crawled inside to relieve herself. Afterward, she crouched behind a large rock, looked around to make sure no one was nearby, and then took out a small, minimally scented steamed bun from her space to eat. After she finished eating, she wiped her mouth and hands with a damp cloth, took a few sips of plain water, and blew on her palms to check for any lingering smell. On the way back, the hail had stopped and the sky was a bit brighter. Song Qingling quickened her pace toward the cave entrance. As she neared, she saw some people with bags, seemingly about to leave. Those people suddenly saw Song Qingling returning and were frightened, turning around and running in the opposite direction. They didn't want to face the ruthless killer god or stay inside with her. Inside the cave, there was a fire for light, and her horse and belongings were all there, untouched. Most of the people staying in the eastern part of the cave had already left, but the people from Zhongjia village were still there. Song Qingling hesitated for a few seconds, unsure whether to leave. She decided to go out and look around. If the hail stopped, she would continue her journey. If not, she would have to return because finding a cave like this wasn't easy. Even if there was another, it might already be occupied. The events of last night had scared everyone, and only a fool would dare to cause trouble now, which could reduce some problems. After thinking it over, she quickly packed her things and headed toward the cave entrance. Zhang Zhengsong and He Hua saw her actions and hurried over. "Hey, Brother Zhou, are you also leaving?" Song Qingling nodded at Zhang Zhengsong. He Hua said, "Brother Zhou, the village had said the hail was strange, and it might come again. We're not leaving yet. After you go, dog and I will stay here and guard the land. If more hail comes, you can come back." "Thanks." Song Qingling thanked He Hua, then left. Her horse snorted softly and obediently followed her. Zhang Zhengsong chuckled and asked playfully, "He Hua, yesterday you said Brother Zhou was about your age. Why are you calling him Big Brother today?" Black-faced He Hua's face turned red as a beet. He stiffened his neck and said, "Who's stronger is the big brother.
Let's go, dog.
We'll take the bags and guard the land." In the forest, the leaves rustled and swayed. Song Qingling walked among the trees, where many hailstones that hadn't melted yet lay on the ground. Some had turned into water, making the ground wet and sticky. Because of the hail, the wind wasn't as hot as before, but it still felt stuffy, and the temperature hadn't dropped. When she reached a remote, deserted spot, she fed and watered her horse. After her horse finished eating and drinking, it went to the side to relieve itself. Everything was ready. Once she descended the mountain and reached the trail, she could ride her horse and continue her journey. Not long after leaving, the wind suddenly grew stronger, and dark clouds slowly moved down and pressed closer. "It's going to hail again. Let's go back." Song Qingling had to speed up and run back. When she reached the cave entrance, the sky was completely dark, and hail smaller than plums was falling. She ran straight to the cave, wearing a straw hat, unharmed on her head. As she brushed off the hail on her, she saw 8 strangers standing in the middle of the cave, with Zhang Zhengsong talking to them. They heard her footsteps and turned their faces to look. With sharp eyes, Song Qingling immediately saw that among them, a man and a woman each had a long sword at their waist, and each was leading a horse. They were tall and had a unique presence. The man and woman were also watching Song Qingling. Seeing that she had a horse, they looked surprised. Song Qingling nodded to Zhang Zhengsong as a greeting and headed to the usual spot in the northwest part of the cave. Heizi and the others were very happy to see Song Qingling come back, but they were also worried about the endless hail. They felt both happy and anxious. "Thank you for watching over this place for me," Song Qingling said to Heizi and the others. "No need to thank us. Brother Zhou, you rest first. We're heading back now." They packed their bags and prepared to return to Zhongjia village. "Wait, Heizi." Song Qingling took 3 slingshots out of the wooden basket on her horse, which was actually a space pouch. "I have a few extras here. If you like, you can take them." The slingshots were made from old, rich household wood, with a flexible cow tendon as the elastic band. Someone helped her watch the land, so she wanted to give them a small gift in return. Food and other items weren't suitable, but the slingshots were fine. Heizi and the others were delighted to see the well-made slingshots. They repeatedly asked if Song Qingling was really giving them to them. When she confirmed, they were very grateful, took the slingshots, and happily left. After they left, Song Qingling took the baskets off her horse, spread out some grass mats, and, since the hail wasn't too heavy, put on her straw hat and went out to gather firewood. She also took 2 wooden buckets to catch the hail. The man and woman with swords and horses settled in the middle of the cave, along with the other 6 who came with them, choosing to stay there. They were busy tidying up, and Song Qingling glanced at them before heading toward the cave entrance. Just as she turned around, the man and woman, sensing her previous gaze, looked back in her direction at the same time. The woman was about to call out, but realizing there were many people around, she quickly changed her words. "Brother, I think that person." Her eyes showed curiosity. She opened her mouth and said, "It doesn't seem like an ordinary person." The man replied, "Sister, I think the young man from Zhongjia village gets along well with her. He probably just looks cold on the outside but has a kind heart inside. He has a horse and weapons, so he must be skilled. When the hailstorm lessens, we can invite her to go hunting together. The more people there are, the more we can catch. We can share everything later." The woman nodded in agreement, her beautiful face showing worry. "The hail is so strange. I wonder how senior brothers and the others are doing. When will we meet again?" They come from the same sect. This trip is not only for training but also to go to the southern mountains to find medicine to cure their master and to seek treasures on the mountain for a chance to join the martial arts tournament. Outside, for convenience, they call each other siblings. Yesterday, they were on the way when suddenly hail started falling. They had to run up the mountain, but because it was so dark and chaotic, they got separated. The man comforted her, saying, "They should also be on this mountain. Once the hail stops, we'll leave. We all know the route. It's just a matter of who walks faster or slower. We'll meet at the same place eventually." The woman agreed with him and smiled. Over there, Song Qingling carried firewood 3 times, brought 2 buckets of hail, poured them into 2 wooden basins, and then fetched 2 more buckets. Then she sat on a straw mat, took out a pot, and started a fire to boil water. She pretended to prepare, but in reality, she didn't waste the water. She stored it in her space. Maybe she would find a use for it later. Once the water was boiling, the knocking sounds outside grew louder. People inside the cave looked anxiously at the entrance. Zhang Zhengsong gathered representatives from different groups and asked if they should block the cave entrance. A man and a woman were the first to speak, saying no, it would be too hot to block it. After weighing the options, Song Qingling also thought it was better not to block. Everyone has urgent needs sometimes. Plus, blocking the entrance last night made it very stuffy, and they couldn't breathe well while sleeping. After she expressed her opinion, others inside the cave dared to speak. They remembered how uncomfortable they felt last night, holding it in for so long and sweating profusely, and shook their heads, saying they wouldn't block it. The decision was made. Song Qingling returned to her place. With nothing to do and many people around, she couldn't practice. She didn't sleep well last night and felt a bit dizzy, so she lay down to rest. Her horse, which had been standing and sleeping while she was away, saw her return and lay down to sleep beside her. The cave entrance was open, with occasional breezes blowing in to cool and ventilate. Song Qingling slept peacefully, without waking until loud noises woke her. She opened her eyes and sat up, seeing some people standing near the entrance. They were talking about how the hail had finally lessened. Cluck, cluck. Song Qingling was hungry. When she heard the hail was smaller, she decided to wait a bit before going out to eat and to use the bathroom. She picked up a fan to cool herself and looked towards the entrance. A man and a woman looked outside, then came inside and looked at Song Qingling. They stepped forward. She sat still, watching them approach. The man spoke gently, "My name is Fong Lang, and hers is Liang Ruoyan. The hail outside has gotten smaller, and the sky is a bit brighter. It should stop soon. Do you have a bow and arrow? You probably want to go hunting, right? We want to invite you to go hunting with us, and we'll share the catch." Song Qingling looked at them and said, "I won't go." Surprised, Fong Lang and Liang Ruoyan didn't argue and turned to leave. The others in the cave, including people from Zhongjia village, heard about the hunting and volunteered to join. Everyone was excited. Fong Lang and Liang Ruoyan found it hard to refuse, so they chose a few healthier men to go with them. When the hail got even smaller, the group went out hunting. Those who didn't go stayed behind, gathering firewood, using the bathroom, or getting some fresh air. Song Qingling led her horse out. She looked up and saw dark clouds rolling low in the sky, almost within reach. She kept walking away from the crowd to a quiet place. She gave her horse water and food, then ate 3 small buns, a steamed bun, and drank some water herself. After eating, she smelled of food and didn't rush back. She waited until the hail started again before returning to the cave. When she got back, Fong Lang and the others hadn't returned yet. Half an hour later, they came back, all covered in bruises and injuries, helping each other as they hurried inside. Fong Lang and Liang Ruoyan were also hurt, with torn clothes and bloodstains. Things unfolded exactly as Song Qingling had predicted. In the team, there were only 2 strong people, the rest were lagging behind. Even the strongest could be worn out. Fong Lang supported a man with a bleeding stomach injury and shouted to the people inside, "Someone's hurt.
Come help."
The injured man's family saw this and cried out loudly, running over to catch him. The injuries were serious, but they also brought some good news. They had caught 4 wolves. The injured people were busy helping each other, crying loudly. They were poor folks living deep in the mountains. Without medicine, they wouldn't survive long. Liang Ruoyan watched nearby, feeling sad. She took Fong Lang aside and said, "Senior brother, they are so pitiful. We can't just stand by and watch so many die. We still have some medicine. Maybe we can help them. Saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda." Our trip was to find herbs in the southern mountains. The hail turned to water, and the plants will grow back on the mountain. Fong Lang knew his junior sister was kind and caring. He nodded and agreed. He took out medicine for wounds and gave it to the injured families, teaching them how to clean and treat their wounds. After getting the medicine, those people saw hope and thanked Fong Lang and Liang Ruoyan. Behind them, 11 ordinary-looking men stood silently, staring at Fong Lang and Liang Ruoyan's 2 horses. They exchanged mysterious glances. One of these men saw a horse in the northwest and nudged his companion with his elbow, signaling him to look that way. Song Qingling poured melted hail water from a wooden bucket into a basin. As she poured, she noticed strange looks. She looked up and saw Liang Ruoyan smiling and pointing to the other side, calling the 11 men over to settle down. Her instincts told her those 11 men were not friendly. They had rested enough, feeling energetic. Song Qingling took out a wooden stick and sharpened it into a small arrow. She stayed alone in a corner, quietly. Fong Lang and the others' wolf sounds came from nearby. A woman was crying, wiping tears, saying, "Our men are badly hurt. If they fall, how will the others in our family survive?" Another woman looked at the wolf carcasses on the ground and said, "They are so badly injured. It will take at least half a month to recover enough to walk. Our family has many people. How can we support ourselves with just us weak ones?" Liang Ruoyan felt pity. She said, "Brother, they are right. Men are the main workers at home. Our injuries aren't serious. We can rest for a few days and recover. Why don't we share some of the wolf meat with them?" Hearing this, the crying women suddenly looked up happily, tears in their eyes, and gazed at Fong Lang with gratitude. Fong Lang knew that as a man, he shouldn't fuss over small matters, and he believed he had some ability. At worst, he could go hunting again another day. He nodded in agreement. Thus, the 4 wolf carcasses were divided, with Fong Lang and Liang Ruoyan only getting the wolf heads and the 2 pieces of meat around the neck. The 2 families from Zhongjia village who participated in the hunt felt a bit embarrassed to take so much wolf meat. They knew that they didn't do most of the work in hunting, so they took their share and gave the extra to Liang Ruoyan and Fong Lang. Seeing the extra wolf meat, the other families looked at it with longing. Liang Ruoyan thought to herself, "Since I already gave some away, I don't mind 1 or 2 more pieces. Once their injuries heal, I can go hunting again." She then handed the wolf meat she just received to those families. The families who received the most wolf meat smiled happily, saying Liang Ruoyan was kind and beautiful. After seeing them off, Liang Ruoyan smiled at Fong Lang and said, "Helping others when you can and seeing them improve makes me happy. That's how the world should be, helping each other so everyone can get better." Xiaolang knew that his junior sister had been well protected by their master, mistress, and the sect since she was young. She was kind and innocent, easy to be soft-hearted. In fact, she had never been exposed to many of the ugly things in the world. Anyway, these people were just poor, ordinary folks.
It was a small matter.
In the afternoon, some people inside the cave started clutching their stomachs and rolling on the ground in pain. The number of affected people kept increasing, all showing similar symptoms, caused by drinking unboiled hail water. Their families knew Fong Lang and Liang Ruoyan had medicine, so they went to ask for some, starting the trend. Others followed, kneeling at their feet and begging desperately for medicine. Faced with this situation, Liang Ruoyan and Fong Lang took out the medicine and distributed it to those with stomach pain. The small bottles couldn't serve nearly 50 people. Those who took the medicine felt some relief, and pain lessened. Those who didn't get medicine suffered terribly, crawling over to ask for help. Suddenly, the cave was noisy and chaotic. Fong Lang and Liang Ruoyan, surrounded in the middle, were helpless, repeatedly explaining that they had no more medicine. After a long while, seeing that there was truly no medicine left, the others reluctantly left. That night, many people couldn't sleep because of stomach pain, their wails echoing constantly. Song Qingling initially thought that the 11 people wouldn't be able to hold back and would attack tonight. But surprisingly, the night passed without incident. It seemed they were patient enough. During the day, the hail varied in size, sometimes stopping for a while at certain times, just like the past few days. Whenever that happened, Song Qingling would secretly take her horse out to eat something to fill her stomach and go to the bathroom. That night, an unexpected event occurred. 11 people attacked. They took advantage of Fong Lang leaving the cave to go to the bathroom and ambushed Liang Ruoyan. 2 of them went to lead the horses, while the rest surrounded and attacked her. Meanwhile, Song Qingling was temporarily safe. The plan among the 11 was to first deal with the difficult targets, Fong Lang and Liang Ruoyan, and then attack the lonely Song Qingling. When faced with this sudden situation, Liang Ruoyan reacted quickly. She drew her sword and fought 9 against 1. She couldn't believe that the people she had helped would turn against her. "Why are you doing this? We have no grudges or conflicts," she shouted. A man angrily yelled, "Stop talking nonsense, you old woman." The commotion woke up the others. Once they saw what was happening, their first reaction was to gather their families, pack up, and retreat far away. Only 3 honest people, who had been helped by Liang Ruoyan, stepped forward to help her. These people held sticks, knives, and stones, bravely fighting the villains. They were ordinary people with no martial skills and quickly fell back. Liang Ruoyan's sword flashed fiercely, the sword shadows sharp and intimidating. Her swordsmanship was only average in her sect, and she was injured. Facing 9 enemies alone, she could only barely hold her ground. If she was careless or distracted, she would be in danger. Watching from the sidelines, Song Qingling saw that the 11 villains targeted vital spots and fought fiercely, clearly having killed before. The 2 villains who had led the horses didn't help their companions, but instead walked straight towards Song Qingling and her horse, wanting to seize them. Before they could get close, Song Qingling picked up her bow and shot 2 arrows in quick succession, knocking both men down. She did this to prevent her land from being stained with blood. Bang, bang. As the 2 men fell after being shot, everyone inside the cave and Fong Lang, who had just run in to help Liang Ruoyan, looked over with different expressions. Song Qingling remained unaffected, lowering her bow and sitting back on the grass mat. "You shameless traitors, dare to hurt her." Fong Lang drew his sword and fought the villains. Liang Ruoyan was able to relax slightly, stepping back 2 paces and gasping for breath. Fong Lang's sword skills are clearly stronger. Since he is a man and physically stronger, within less than 15 minutes, he knocked down all the villains and killed 6 of them. Song Qingling shot 2 others dead, so 3 villains are still alive. The 3, knowing they can't win, are clever and kneel down to kowtow to Liang Ruoyan. "Miss Liang, we were wrong. We shouldn't have been blinded by greed and betrayed you. Please forgive us.
We were forced into this.
Our families depend on us to find food in the mountains. During the famine, we had to fight for bark just to survive. I only wanted my family to live,"
sobbed one.
From Song Qingling's perspective, she saw the man crying suddenly pinch his own thigh hard. It's obvious these people know Liang Ruoyan is kind-hearted and soft, so they gamble on her mercy to save themselves. Good person, we know we were wrong. My wife just had a baby, and I haven't seen him grow up. Without a father, and my father without a son, how can they survive? If we die, it's like 3 families, more than 10 people, are destroyed. The 3 knew how to appeal to Liang Ruoyan. They cried and knocked their heads hard, blood flowing freely. Indeed, after hearing this, Liang Ruoyan hesitated. Brother, they also paid with their lives. I am fine. These 3 only wanted to find food so their families could survive during these chaotic times. Their intentions show they are not truly evil. Everyone makes mistakes, and they deserve a chance to change. Fong Ling shook his head seriously. This is not a small matter. It concerns lives. What if I hadn't returned in time? Brother, let them go, Liang Ruoyan pleaded as she stepped forward. Fong Ling turned his head away harshly, refusing to look at her. Liang Ruoyan gave a quick look to the 3 kneeling men, then reached out to grab Fong Lang's sleeve, pleading softly. Men and women are different. Fong Lang was startled, distracted, and the 3 men took the chance to stand up and run away. When he tried to chase after them, Liang Ruoyan firmly pulled his sleeve, stopping him. Yaoer, you're being too reckless.
Feng Long was furious.
Seeing Liang Ruoyan's eyes fill with tears, his expression softened slightly, and he sighed helplessly. He had nowhere to vent his anger. As he looked around, he saw Song Qingling sitting nearby, carving a wooden arrow, recalling the scene when they entered the cave. He quickly walked over to her. Song Qingling was carefully carving a wooden arrow when she heard someone approaching. Suddenly, a dark shadow pressed down in front of her. Since you have such skill, why didn't you help her earlier? She's just a weak woman. How scared she must have been at that time. Song Qingling? How could someone be so foolish to say such things? Seeing Fong Lang, who was running over like a mad dog and biting recklessly, Song Qingling stood up, gripping her knife. Her eyes flashed with killing intent. Without hesitation, she swung her blade. She doesn't bother others, but others come to bother her. Although her words were full of blame, she was perfectly fine. She had no relationship with Fong Lang and his group, and she hadn't done anything wrong. Being scolded for no reason made her feel upset. She couldn't tolerate it. Not even a little. Basically, there were so many people in the cave. Fong Lang didn't ask questions but came straight to confront her, clearly seeing her as an easy target, like a soft persimmon to be squeezed. Since that was the case, she would show Fong Lang the truth, whether she was a soft persimmon or a sharp sword ready to strike at any moment. Fong Lang didn't expect her to attack suddenly. His body reacted faster than his mind, instinctively dodging. While he dodged, Song Qingling moved closer, not giving him a chance to breathe. Her moves were fierce, like a raging storm, overwhelming Fong Lang. In less than a minute, Song Qingling seized the opportunity and stabbed her knife into Fong Lang's shoulder blade. Blood splattered instantly, and he let out 2 painful groans. Brother! Liang Ruoyan hurried over anxiously. Song Qingling looked at the brother and sister standing side by side, then coldly mocked. Isn't it you who should be looking for? Shouldn't you be questioning? You helped them, and how did they repay you? If you dare to bark at me here again, it would be a mercy if I killed you. Get out of here. She deliberately spoke loudly, so everyone in the cave could hear. Everyone's expressions were very colorful, like a painter's palette. Fong Lang was stunned by the murderous look in Song Qingling's eyes. He calmed down and realized she was right. He felt regretful. After fighting, he understood that her skills far surpassed his. Her swordsmanship was excellent, and her body was agile. Fong Lang forcibly held back Liang Ruoyan, who wanted to speak, and lowered his head to admit his mistake. Sorry, I was angry and confused. Then Fong Lang dragged Liang Ruoyan and turned to leave. His gaze shifted to those he and his sister had helped earlier, now cold and filled with anger. Those people avoided his gaze, feeling guilty and scared, not daring to look directly at him. Brother, how are you? That person was too much.
Boo-hoo.
Liang Ruoyan cried as she searched her bag for medicine, but couldn't find any. It suddenly dawned on her that she had already given the medicine to the people in the cave. She said, I'll go outside to find some herbs. Fong Lang held her back. It's dark now, and it's dangerous outside. I'll go, you stay here. Liang Ruoyan's eyes turned red with tears as she sobbed. How can I be sure you'll be safe going alone? Actually, Fong Lang was worried about his junior sister being alone here, so he said, then let's go together. The two went out late at night to find medicine, and only around dawn did they find 2 herbs that could stop bleeding. Just as they were about to return to the cave, Liang Ruoyan remembered something. She whispered, Senior brother, don't blame them.
Some people helped me.
Good people are rewarded. It's true. The ones who didn't come to help can't be blamed. They're just ordinary people who don't know martial arts, and it's normal for them to be afraid. Fong Lang's forehead veins bulged with tension. The next day, after several hours of hail in the morning, it gradually lessened by early afternoon. Around the time of the Shin hour, the hail stopped, and by the evening, it was only drizzling intermittently. Throughout the first half of the night until the second half, it didn't rain again. Nothing happened inside the cave, but the atmosphere had changed. Everything was much quieter. A new day began. After several days of good sleep, Song Qingling woke early to check the outside conditions. The hail had stopped, the sky turned gray-white, and the ground was clear of hail, all melted into water absorbed by the soil. She hoped it wouldn't rain again, and was eager to leave and continue their journey today. More than half an hour later, the sky brightened and the sun peeked out. The people inside the cave were very happy. Song Qingling looked at the sky, feeling that it wouldn't rain anymore today. She began packing her things, thinking happily that they could finally leave. In such tense times, she disliked being in a crowd. People's hearts are hard to read, and everyone is suspicious of each other. Staying close to someone like Liang Ruoyan, who is very kind-hearted, could be dangerous. If lucky, she might be betrayed. If unlucky, she might die in unknown ways. Meanwhile, about a mile outside the cave, a group of people was hurriedly heading toward it. Leading the way was a man pointing ahead and saying to a burly, fierce-looking man holding a large sword, Boss, it's not far ahead. There are 3 horses. This man was one of the 3 who had been released by Liang Ruoyan the night before. That night, they escaped during the hailstorm and finally found a narrow in the rocks to hide in. The 3 of them were packed tightly together. Last night, over 30 bandits with knives unexpectedly encountered them. The 3 of them had no family left and were alone. They decided to join in intentionally to show friendliness, which exposed the existence of the cave. Inside the cave, Song Qingling thought she was quick to tidy up. Just as she was about to leave, she saw Fong Lang and Liang Ruoyan come out of the cave. Fong Lang didn't want his junior sister to stay here and deal with those hypocrites. He found an excuse and said, Let's go quickly. Big senior brother, and the others probably left early. Don't make them wait too long. Liang Ruoyan believed him and smiled. Okay. Soon after, Song Qingling led her horse toward the cave entrance. Brother Zhou, Black Baby, Skinny Monkey, and a few others chased out of the cave, each holding a slingshot. Brother Zhou, Grandpa the village chief said that hail is falling soon, and it might rain. We're planning to go back to the village.
Do you want to?
Black Baby, come here. Zhang Jingsong's stern voice rang out. He quickly walked over and sent the 3 young boys away. Zhang Jingsong smiled warmly at Song Qingling and said, Brother Zhou, we're preparing to return to the village. Black Baby and the others say you're very capable, like an older brother they like. Meeting is fate, but all good things come to an end. I wish you everything goes smoothly. Song Qingling nodded and turned to leave. Zhang Jingsong watched her gradually disappear into the distance, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and thought to himself that this young man didn't seem ordinary. Black Baby and the others are simple-minded and straightforward. They want to invite her to stay in the village, but that's clearly impossible. Not long after Song Qingling left, she sensed someone was watching her. She walked quietly while observing her surroundings. The person hiding in the bushes was one of the bandits who had been lured over. Recently, when the bandits arrived at the cave, they saw Fong Lang and Liang Ruoyan leading their horses farther away, and Song Qingling just came out of the cave. To get the 3 horses, the bandit leader ordered the troops to split into 2 groups. over 20 people to chase Fong Lang and the others, and the remaining 12 to deal with Song Qingling, who was moving more slowly. The 12 quietly followed behind Song Qingling, half of them heading to the grass on the opposite side of the path to set up an ambush. After a while, the bandits exchanged glances, ready to attack. At this moment, Song Qingling acted faster than them. She drew 2 machetes from her saddle and threw them into the grass. With a clang, the blades hit the ground, and someone fell. 10 bandits rushed out, raising their weapons to attack Song Qingling. She quickly picked up 2 more machetes from a wooden basket and prepared to fight back. Song Qingling moved quickly and skillfully, like a smooth snake weaving through them. They always lagged behind her, unable to keep up. When she saw an opening in the enemy's defense, she struck swiftly and decisively. Within 15 minutes, everyone was dead. She used her knife to finish off each opponent and then searched their bodies. She found a few coins and 12 weapons. She recognized one of the men. She remembered that he was someone Liang Ruoyan had let go the night before. Meanwhile, Liang Ruoyan and Fong Lang were also under attack by bandits, and they fought together. Their sword skills were good, but they were outnumbered. Fong Lang's shoulder was still hurt from a wolf hunt a few days ago, so he could only hold his ground. The fight was close, and both sides had injuries. Fong Lang knew they couldn't keep fighting like this, so he fought fiercely even if it meant getting hurt again. Liang Ruoyan, being a woman, was weaker and gradually ran out of strength. She had to rely on Fong Lang's protection. After more than a minute, only 7 bandits remained alive, including their strongest leader. Fong Lang and Liang Ruoyan were both badly injured. Fong Lang threw a handful of sand at the bandits, using the distraction to grab Liang Ruoyan's sleeve and escape on horseback. "Run fast," he shouted. The bandits, having lost many men and now with horses, didn't chase after them. They fled through the mountains, running desperately. Suddenly, something fell from Fong Lang's chest pocket. He looked back to see if the bandits were catching up but didn't notice this detail. After a while, Song Qingling and her horse were walking side by side. As they moved, she heard rustling sounds, like leaves falling in the wind, and didn't pay much attention. But her horse stopped and looked to the right. She took a few steps and saw that her horse hadn't followed. She turned and saw something like a paper fluttering in the wind on the ground, moving up and down.
"What is that?" she asked.
She walked over and picked it up. After a quick look, she confirmed it was a map. It showed a shortcut through the mountains to Lingnan and marked several mountain peaks. The map was hand-drawn, simple and clear. She looked around, unsure who had dropped it. After waiting a while and seeing no one claim it, she put the map away and continued her journey. She left the mountain and took a new route, climbing a nearby mountain and following a small path that originally went around the mountain. Although most of the route was mountain trail, it shortened the distance by more than half, making travel easier. In the morning, the sun appeared for a while, then hid behind gray clouds. The temperature rose again to just before hailstorm levels, hot and blazing. After descending the mountain, Song Qingling rode her horse and reached another mountain around noon, walking up the hill. During her rest at noon, she ate 3 meat buns. They were very fragrant. She then ate 3 pieces of dried meat to satisfy her hunger, feeling very happy. Full and refreshed, Song Qingling lay under the shade of a tree and took a short nap. The next afternoon, Song Qingling went to a slightly larger mountain called Yunshan. It would take about 4 days to pass through it. After Yunshan, the next mountain is Jingjia Mountain. Jingjia Mountain connects Jiangzhou and Wuzhou. It is on the eastern edge of the Lingnan mountain range. Reaching that mountain means entering the Lingnan region. There are also people fleeing from hardship on Yunshan. Song Qingling inevitably encounters them. Those who are sensible, everyone stays peaceful. Those who are not honest, she simply sends on their way. Gradually, a rumor spread up the mountain. There is a young man with a horse, carrying a machete, like a divine killer descending. He kills as easily as slicing vegetables, claiming lives with each strike. His reputation for violence is well known. On the road ahead, fewer troublemakers come looking for trouble. After 3 days, the closer they get to Jingjia Mountain, the fewer people there are. The Lingnan Mountains are famous worldwide, known for their danger, and ordinary people dare not take risks. That day, Song Qingling was on the move, admiring the small green shoots sprouting along the fields. Hail water nourished the land, making the plants come alive with new vitality. Seeing this greenery lifted her spirits a little. At noon, she looked for a place to rest. She found a relatively flat, spacious, shaded spot that showed signs of recent human activity. From the traces, there were wheel marks, horse hoof prints about 400 or 500 people had passed through recently. The tracks looked fresh. In such a remote mountain area, how could so many people be here? There were both carts and horses. Song Qingling felt puzzled. Her instincts told her something was unusual. She fed her horse and gave it water. After a quick meal, she didn't rest long and continued her journey. She didn't deliberately seek out the mysterious group. She followed her planned route. After a while, she noticed more tracks because there were many people and they had horses and carts. It was easy to spot them. She muttered to herself, "Could it be that our routes are the same?" It wasn't impossible. On the way, Song Qingling became even more cautious. As evening approached, the setting sun cast a slanting glow through the forest. While traveling, she caught sight of fresh tracks on the ground. She paused to think and decided to investigate further. Following the trail, I walked for a while and heard sounds ahead, with some distance between us. To avoid alerting the enemy, Song Qingling tied her horse to a tree farther away. She stood in front of the horse, raised her index finger to her lips, signaling it not to make any noise. The horse blinked its eyes. She petted its head, then turned and quickened her pace to investigate the group ahead. After about 15 minutes of walking, the sounds from ahead became clearer. Listening for a while, Song Qingling frowned. The people speaking were speaking a strange language. Why would the Dongi soldiers come here? Song Qingling moved quietly, hiding behind a pile of grass, getting closer to see what was ahead. About 10 meters away, a group of armored men was gathered, resting, drinking water and talking. Most of them had short black beards and square faces, typical features of the Dongi people. The number matched her guess, about 500 men. Before them, there were more than 30 horses pulling wooden carts. On the carts, there were bulging bags and boxes. The last few carts had ropes tied to them, with women's hands bound by the ropes. Their hands looked bloody and bright red. They were sitting limply, with messy hair, dirty faces covered with scars, old and new wounds overlapping. Their eyes were empty, and they wore tattered, blood-stained clothes. They had no shoes, walking barefoot, their feet dirty. A few Dongi men happily walked toward the women, unfastening their belts as they approached. They roughly grabbed the women, as if picking up small chickens. Just as they were about to do something shameful, a chubby Dongi man, who seemed to be in charge of the soldiers, stood up and shouted something in their language. The men looked disappointed but still obeyed, releasing some of the women. 3 Dongi men ran back from another direction and spoke to the chubby soldier. After listening, the chubby soldier shouted, and everyone stood up quickly, forming a line and preparing to move. Song Qingling watched them leave, puzzled. Why did the Dongi soldiers come here? Could they be coming from Longzhou? She thought so because the coastal towns of the northern Wing Kingdom had already been taken by Dashua. They could only chase after and take Longzhou, giving the Dongi soldiers a chance to move south from there. Why are they running south? She thought of the king of Huainan. The army of Dasha is strong, and there are fierce eastern barbarian soldiers watching closely. The king of Huainan is overwhelmed and outnumbered. After losing the battle, he can only escape. She had heard Hong Yong and others mention before that the king of Huainan and King Xianwen do not get along and have a bad relationship. If the king of Huainan really escaped and ran south, it shows he is very cautious. As the son of the emperor, he was exposed to many schemes and tricks since childhood, and none of them are simple. Seeing how anxious the eastern barbarian soldiers look, it seems they are chasing something. With so little information, Song Qingling couldn't guess what was really happening. She didn't investigate further. She untied her horse and followed the Eastern barbarian troops. She couldn't miss this chance. No matter what these Eastern barbarians wanted to do, she was sure she wanted the supplies in their hands. After about half an hour, night fell. The Eastern barbarians kept moving forward until near midnight, then stopped to rest. From her observations, Song Qingling saw that whether they set out or rested, their decisions depended on the scouts ahead who brought back news. She led her horse to a safe distance, watched it eat and drink, patted its head, and told it to sleep first. It was easier for her to act alone. She went to check the situation nearby where the Eastern barbarians were camped, hiding in the grass for a while. The barbarians sat on straw mats eating dry food and drinking water. They spoke in a strange language she couldn't understand. However, a few words sounded similar to Huainan King. She looked at the dozen or so women who seemed to be from the Northern Winged Kingdom. She wondered if she could learn some secrets from them. Song Qingling shifted her focus and took some time moving to the back of the group, where she was caught by a rope and sat among the women on the grass. The Eastern barbarians didn't give them anything to eat or drink. Everyone stared blankly into space, lost in thought. Only their shells remained, with no souls inside. After a while, the exposed skin on Song Qingling's forehead, probably bitten by mosquitoes many times, was looked at by a woman dressed in light blue. She hesitated and spoke with difficulty. "It seems they won't come back tonight. Don't celebrate too early. They are about to catch the king of Huainan. A big battle is coming. That's why they didn't come to bother us. Didn't you see they weren't drinking alcohol? The Eastern barbarians have powerful weapons. The outcome is clear. After it's over." The woman looked a bit older. She spoke calmly, without any emotion in her voice. "Little sister Lan, what should we do now? It might be better to just die."
Wah!
They cried quietly, overwhelmed and helpless, afraid their crying would attract punishment. They bit their lips to keep quiet and didn't make much noise. The older woman was named Little Sister Lan. She smiled faintly, with a bitter expression. "Let's stay alive. If we commit suicide, they might hurt other women. Anyway, we are already in this state. If there's truly no way out, even if we die, I want to take someone down with me." After saying this, they didn't speak again. Song Qingling learned some information and quietly left. She returned to her horse, climbed a tree, laid out a straw mat, and rested. The Dongi people are indeed chasing the king of Huainan. They are putting in so much effort, so they must have a purpose. Gold and silver? Food supplies? Whatever it is, it must be something the Dongi want, and it's extremely valuable. Since that's the case, she won't rush to act. Let the Dongi and the Huainan king fight first. When both sides are exhausted, she can gather her supplies. Song Qingling slept for about an hour before waking up suddenly. She instinctively thought she shouldn't sleep too deeply or too long, to avoid missing the fight between the Dongi and the Huainan king. So, her sleep was restless. When she woke up, she got up, jumped down from the tree, took out materials for making gunpowder, and hurriedly started working. After working for half an hour, she stopped and went to see the Dongi people. She just happened to see them getting up and packing their things, as if they were about to leave. As usual, Song Qingling kept her horse nearby, neither too close nor too far. They traveled for a few hours in the morning, leaving Yunshan. To reach Jinjiasan, they still had to go around two smaller mountains between Yunshan and Jinjiasan. If they moved quickly, they could arrive before sunset tomorrow. The weather had been cloudy every day, with little sunshine, and it was still hot as usual. The day passed quickly. When the Dongi people stopped to rest at night, Song Qingling prepared black powder nearby, making full preparations. The next afternoon, they arrived near Jinjiasan. The Dongi people stopped and camped somewhere, waiting there for 3 days. During this time, Song Qingling stayed put. Besides watching the Dongi's movements, she was busy with other things, making gunpowder, hiding her traces, changing locations occasionally to avoid being discovered. She also found the place where the Huainan king was stationed, several miles away, and marked the spot. On the 4th afternoon, Song Qingling secretly saw a Dongi scout returning happily, talking to a chubby soldier. The chubby soldier heard this and immediately looked up, laughing loudly. He drew a long sword from his waist and, facing the sky, passionately shouted a string of nonsensical words to the soldiers. The soldiers were so inspired they felt energized and excited. Song Qingling knew that they had finally found a great opportunity to attack Prince Huainan. It was daytime now, not the best time to fight. If they did, it would be easy to cause confusion and make people sleepy. The best time was late at night, when it was very dark. So, Song Qingling returned to where her horse was tied, ate well, drank enough, and prepared herself for the upcoming action. Meanwhile, far away, on another side several miles away, this place was located between Jingjia Mountain and another small mountain, in a narrow, low-lying area. The land was surrounded by steep mountains on three sides, making it easy to defend and hard to attack. In the relatively flat part of this area, there were wooden houses scattered like chess pieces on a board. In the middle, the most important area, stood a large two-story wooden building, grand and impressive, like the moon surrounded by stars. A group of soldiers dressed in silver armor, holding silver spears, patrolled in an orderly manner, each doing their part. On the wide training ground to the west, hundreds of soldiers trained in formation. In the best wooden building, one room was spacious and bright, decorated with luxurious and valuable items. A handsome man dressed in silver-gray armor, with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, sat behind a long purple sandalwood table. He held a map with both hands and studied it carefully. He put the map down flat on the table and pointed his index finger at the edge of Jingjia Mountain and the middle area of a small, unnamed mountain nearby, tapping it twice. Everyone knew he was at odds with King Wenshuan. They argued loudly, which was true. The more unexpected the place, the easier it was to overlook. Years ago, he secretly used all his contacts and resources to send money and manpower here, secretly building his own forces as a backup. Recently, De Sui suddenly attacked the coastal towns of Longzhou, capturing land and causing chaos. The attack was so fast it caught him off guard. Even teaming up with General Zhun Nan, they couldn't stop the enemy's unstoppable momentum. He had no choice but to retreat south with everything he had, though it was a bit embarrassing. However, he gained something unexpected. He sacrificed several groups of people and used all his efforts to obtain a box of black powder with explosive power from the Dongyi army. His spies found out that the black powder belonged to De Sui, and the Dongyi army was just taking advantage of the situation. On his way south, he ordered his talented subordinates to study black powder. Once they understood it thoroughly, they would produce even more powerful versions. When that happens, they could launch a new attack, shocking everyone. Recently, there have been some promising developments in black powder research. Thinking of this, Li Chengyin smiled slightly, put away the map, and left the house. He went downstairs to a nearby wooden hut. Inside, the people who were busy working stopped and bowed respectfully when they saw Li Chengyin enter, greeting him as prince. Li Chengyin waved his hand to signal them to continue their work. He walked to the corner at the back, approaching a man who was alone at a long table. The man was in his 30s, slim, with dark skin and a short black beard. His small eyes made him look like he wasn't fully awake. On the table were small piles of semi-finished black powder and various materials for making it. Prince, the man bowed respectfully. Gao Qin, a few days ago, your black powder was able to create a deep hole about the size of a bowl in the ground. It seems you used the right materials, but you're still unsure about the exact amounts. Gao Qin lowered his head and replied, pointing to a thick book on the table, I am testing different mixtures and recording the results. Very good, Li Chengyin said excitedly, picking up the book and studying it carefully. The others in the hut were busy with their tasks and didn't notice Gao Qin lowering his head with a cold smile on his face. Li Chengyin closely monitored the progress of the black powder project. After reviewing the book, he felt more confident, believing they would soon develop an even more powerful version. He put down the book and looked at Gao Qin with a hint of praise. To develop black powder, he had asked his advisors to find talented people from all over. Gao Qin was one of them, not someone brought back by his most trusted officials. At first, Gao Qin was so ordinary that he went unnoticed until he simply smelled the black powder and guessed the key ingredients. That made Li Qingyin pay attention to him. Since then, he had promoted Gao Qin, and now, looking back, he knew he hadn't made a mistake. Li Qingyin looked around at everyone in the hut and, adopting a commanding tone, said loudly, "Once this is successful, I promise to make everyone here and their families rich and prosperous." His words made the people exchange glances happily. Seeing their reactions, Li Qingyin felt proud. As long as he gave them a little incentive, they would willingly serve him. Everyone sent to his side had undergone thorough investigation beforehand. This time, when heading south, he brought along all their family members to control them and make them serve him faithfully. Li Qingyin stormed off, with his personal guards and servants following closely behind. Even after traveling for a long time and finally arriving here, having barely slept, Li Qingyin did not rest, but went to the training ground to inspect the troops. Through years of effort, the number of soldiers increased to 800. Though still small, their careful planning prevented anyone from noticing. From Longzhou heading south, he originally had over 200 soldiers. On the way, they faced various emergencies like beast attacks, illnesses, bandit ambushes, and refugees, losing half of them. In the past, even a small disturbance would attract attention, but now, in chaotic times, many heroes show their skills. He planned to settle down first, and then recruit more soldiers. The South had many martial arts sections. If he could bring some under his command, it would be very helpful. While inspecting the troops, Gao Qin came out of a wooden hut nearby, smiling and nodding at the patrolling soldiers he encountered. The soldiers knew he was the person handling important affairs for the prince and treated him politely. Gao Qin went to a row of latrines designed for convenience. He entered one, closed the door, and soon the sound of urination came from inside. Inside, the houses were separated by a 1.5-meter-high earthen wall that wasn't completely sealed. In the neighboring latrine on his left, a man was also urinating, and they could see each other and whether others were inside the nearby stalls. The man was about 50, with gray hair and a clearly aged appearance. "Father, is everything ready?" Gao Qin's voice was low, emotionless and cold. Hearing the word father, the man shivered, and a wave of hatred involuntarily appeared in his eyes. He took a deep breath, suppressing his anger with a foul smell, and humbly said, "It's all done." The man then begged, "Master, it's been so long. We've obeyed all your commands. Please let me see my daughter and daughter-in-law. My son is dead, and my daughter-in-law is pregnant. She's carrying our family's child. Once it's done, everything will be as you wish," Gao Qin replied with a cold smile, his lips curling into a sinister grin. He put on his pants and opened the door to leave. After he left, the man also stepped out, glaring hatefully at Gao Qin's back, fists clenched tightly. He has a family of 11 people. Originally from Yuan County, his family has made fireworks for 2 generations. During a night raid by the Dongi army, his family abandoned their money and ran quickly, escaping the city. Soon after, the king of Huainan led troops to repel the Dongi soldiers, and the family happily returned home. However, one night after they returned, a group of masked men in black broke into their home. They killed his parents, son, and brother's family of 4, and kidnapped his daughter and his pregnant daughter-in-law, who was 3 months along. They used this to threaten him and his wife into obeying their orders, forcing a man to pretend to be his son so they could act as his parents. Faced with this disaster, they had no time for grief. To save their daughter, daughter-in-law, and grandson, he and his wife had to comply. They let the man enter their home to pretend to be their son. Because of recent military chaos, most people living nearby had either fled or died. Somehow, the man managed to look very much like their son, with about 70% similarity, and lived in their house without arousing suspicion. A few days later, someone came to their door. Later, he learned that this person was a close aide of the king of Huainan. Gradually, he understood that the killers of his family were trying to use their family connections to get close to the king of Huainan. Thinking about the past, Gao Jiashan was overwhelmed with grief. His eyes turned sore, and tears welled up. When he saw patrol soldiers approaching, he quickly wiped his face and walked toward the camp's kitchen area. Because of his status, he couldn't enter the main kitchen area, only perform chores outside. Besides him and his wife, other ordinary family members accompanying the king of Huainan were assigned to various tasks and not allowed to stay idle. Gao Qin was favored by the king of Huainan, so Gao Jieshan and his wife were assigned to relatively easy kitchen chores. The kitchen was heavily guarded by soldiers. They mainly washed dishes and utensils, never entering the core kitchen area. Clean dishes were placed in large wooden basins, and someone else would bring them into the kitchen. The king of Huainan had his own small kitchen, managed by trusted aides who prepared his 3 daily meals. At night, white smoke rose from the chimney of the camp's kitchen. The staff was busy cooking dinner. Baskets of steamed cornbread were hot and steaming. According to tradition, they would randomly test the cornbread for safety before distributing it. Only after confirming it was safe would they give it out. Each soldier could receive 3 pieces of cornbread per meal. At the kitchen entrance, Gao Jieshan secretly peeked inside. Seeing that the soldiers who tested the food were fine, he ordered others to distribute the food and let out a long sigh of relief. This morning, before dawn, Gao Qin found him and handed him about 10 packets of powder. He told him to sprinkle the powder onto wet cloths while washing dishes, then wipe each cleaned bowl, chopsticks, and all kitchen tools with the cloth. Watching the steamed buns handed out, the Gao family secretly replaced the ones reserved for lunch, untouched and non-toxic, with others. He shared these with his wife, and they squatted outside the kitchen on the ground, eating eagerly. By the end of the hour, except for the soldiers on patrol, everyone else in the camp had gone back to their wooden houses to sleep and rest. Unlike the usual loud snoring, the soldiers sleeping today breathed more heavily. Some soldiers on patrol looked tired, blinking slowly, drowsy, and slow to react. After a while, these soldiers staggered as they walked, as if drunk. Some soldiers were fine. They appeared normal. Standing in the dark, Taro Fujiwara, pretending to be Gao Qin, watched this scene with cold, sinister eyes. The poison used was not deadly, but slow-acting. As the victim's energy decreased and sleepiness set in, the poison would take effect, causing weakness and fatigue. If the person stayed awake, they could avoid harm. Strong poisons would cause immediate symptoms, and anyone testing the poison would quickly find out who had poisoned them, alerting the enemy. Outside the camp, a bird chirped twice. As the sound faded, shadows moved in the forest. Easternese scouts had received signals and hurried back to their base, led by a burly soldier. Behind them, Song Qingling silently followed. Eventually, the Easternese soldiers stopped near the camp, unloading boxes from carts pulled by horses. They left some carts with burlap sacks untouched, guarded by about 10 soldiers, while over 400 others moved quietly forward. Inside the camp, the Easternese soldiers split up. Some covered the mouths of patrol soldiers lying on the ground before stabbing them in the neck. Others infiltrated the wooden houses. Some soldiers of the Huainan king, who were not sleepy and in good spirits, did not carry the poison in their bodies. They gradually sensed something was wrong, and someone blew a sharp whistle. Huh. The whistle broke the quiet of the night. Once exposed, the Easternese soldiers no longer hid. They shouted and ran, fighting fiercely. Some poisoned Huainan soldiers woke up, but were too weak to fight, and were killed quickly. Those who didn't wake up died in their sleep. In an instant, chaos erupted in the camp. Li Qingyin had not yet fallen asleep. He was looking at a map when he heard noises outside. He immediately got up. His trusted servant ran in to report, "Prince, something's wrong. The Eastern barbarians are attacking at night." East barbarians. Li Qingyin's face grew serious. He quickly went outside. He stood on the second floor, leaning on the railing, watching the camp. When he saw that the number of our soldiers was about the same as the East barbarian soldiers, he realized it was dangerous. He hurried downstairs while giving orders to plan the battle. Meanwhile, in the woods, Song Qingling was about to attack the East barbarian soldiers who were guarding the area. She started from the back and moved forward. She crouched and moved quietly, going around the back of a wooden cart. She got close to a soldier about 2 meters ahead, planning to surprise him from behind. The East Barbarian soldiers were generally not very tall. She could easily cut their necks with one strike. At the back, a woman tied to the cart saw Song Qingling. She softly shouted, "Someone's there." Seeing that others didn't react, she quickly said, "Someone is killing the East Barbarian soldiers." Her tone was excited and happy. This finally stirred her companions' silent hearts. They looked up and saw Song Qingling quietly killing one soldier after another as she moved forward. They felt excited, nervous, and curious about who this sudden person was. With ease, Song Qingling finished killing all the East Barbarian soldiers and returned. The women saw that the person who came was wearing a straw hat and a black cloth mask, making it hard to tell if she was friend or foe. They all stepped back in surprise and shouted, but their hands were tightly bound with ropes. They couldn't move much for a while. Song Qingling used her knife to cut the ropes that tied their hands. After a few strikes, the ropes broke, leaving marks on the wooden surface. She cut through one cart after another. The women stood up in disbelief. Slowly, trembling, they opened their hands. Their hands had been tightly bound for a long time, swollen and infected. When they pulled them apart, they heard a soft tearing sound. Flesh and blood separated, and blood flowed out. Even though they were in pain and sweating coldly, they couldn't stand steadily and sat down on the ground. They looked at their free hands and tears of joy fell. The fastest to react was a woman named Xiaolon. She knelt before Song Qingling and bowed her head. "Thank you, hero, for saving us." The others also cried and bowed to thank her. They thought their lives were over. Who would have thought that on this night, someone would save them from a dark, terrible. The Dongi people will return at any moment. You should quickly find some necessary items and leave. Song Qingling walked ahead to search through the cart for supplies. "We're going to help our benefactor." Xiaolon ran over. She and the others had seen Dongi soldiers take items from the cart before, so they roughly knew where things were stored. After searching, Song Qingling divided the food, drinks, medicine, clean clothes and shoes, and self-defense weapons into more than 10 parts, packing each into a basket for each of them. "Quickly run away. Can you ride horses?" Song Qingling asked. Only Xiaolon nodded, saying she knew a little. "When I was at home, Uncle Wang from next door kept horses. They taught me a bit." "How many horses do you need?" Song Qingling asked. Some of them were scared and shook their heads. Others said they didn't know how to ride. Xiaolon, who understood more, said, "Benefactor, my name is Xiaolon. If possible, just 3 horses would be enough. Too many might attract attention. We'd be very grateful." Seeing that Xiaolon was sensible and knew her limits, Song Qingling brought over 3 horses for them. Xiaolon asked, "Benefactor, won't you come with us?" Song Qingling shook her head, her gaze fixed on the camp where the fighting was getting fiercer. Explosions from black powder occasionally sounded, indicating the weapons weren't as powerful as her large bamboo tube of gunpowder. She estimated the battle would soon be decided. Xiaolon guessed that Song Qingling was not an ordinary person and must have other important matters to attend to. She told her sisters to hurry and escape. Just as they were confused and unsure where to run, Song Qingling said, "Go west straight ahead. When you reach Yinshan, there will be people on the mountain." "Thank you, benefactor. We'll go now." Led by Xiaolon, they gradually moved away. After they disappeared from sight, Song Qingling quickly gathered all the supplies from the cart, including the cart itself. There were many horses, dozens, so in peacetime, with money and food, it would be fine to keep them. But now, in this chaotic time, danger and sudden events are everywhere. Without enough food, she couldn't keep them alive. So she killed them all and stored them in her space. Once that was done, she immediately set off for the camp. At the camp's edge, corpses lay everywhere. There were fewer Dongi soldiers. She pulled a set of armor from one of the dead and put it on in a hidden place. Then she boldly headed to the battlefield. In the chaos of fighting, she moved carefully, pretending to fight, planning to loot supplies from the largest, best wooden tower. Just as Song Qingling was about 200 meters away from the Mu building, Li Qingyin was blocked by a group of trusted followers, defending against blades and swords. Master, run quickly. As long as the Green Mountains remain, there will be firewood to burn. Run fast, your life is more important. The princess and the others have already been escorted towards Jingjia Mountain by the secret team. Li Qingyi knew the situation was hopeless. As a leader, he understood what was more important, so he decisively turned and ran into the forest. Song Qingling turned her head and saw Li Qingyin glance back while running, allowing her to see his face clearly. She also noticed that his armor was different from that of ordinary soldiers. It was the king of Huainan. As Li Qingyin ran into the woods, someone sneaky followed behind. It's Fujiwara Taro. A few days ago, when Song Qingling came to scout, she learned about the camp situation. She believed that the Huainan king's influence here was not built overnight, but had been developing for some time. The fact that the Dongi people were chasing so fiercely confirmed that the Huainan king still had other cards up his sleeve. The camp was small, and with so many eyes watching, he couldn't keep his secret weapons there. So, Song Qingling ran into the forest, took off her heavy armor, and stored it in her space. She glanced at the camp with a cold look, waiting until she returned from the Huainan king to deal with these. She quickly headed in the direction the Huainan king had left, following the faint footprints she had just seen, tracking all the way. After running for a while, she caught up with Fujiwara Taro. Taro was holding a long knife. Song Qingling observed for a moment, guessing that the man ahead was an East person. The night raid tonight was so smooth because there must have been spies within the Huainan king's camp, working together inside and out. She planned to let them fight first. After about half an hour, Li Qingyin finally reached an inconspicuous, covered mountain wall. He looked around cautiously. Facing the wall, Li Qingyin raised his hand as if searching for a mechanism to press, but his eyes and ears were fully alert to his surroundings. Hidden in the shadows, Fujiwara Taro saw this and became excited, breathing a little faster. He had gone to great lengths, bringing a few hundred soldiers southward, all for the treasure vault secretly hidden by the Huainan king. A few days ago, when the Huainan king arrived here, he had secretly followed him, but the other was too cautious, wandering around the forest, and eventually losing track. Long ago, during the Imperial Army's attack on Longzhou, he had been lurking on the northern flank for many years. As a spy, he unexpectedly intercepted a pigeon flying south, carrying coded messages he couldn't understand. His sharp instincts told him that Li Qingyin might have influence there. At this moment, Li Qingyin was interested in black powder and wanted to take action. Fujiwara Taro, to verify if the opponent had influence in the south, deliberately set up a trap with people from their own court, pretending that Li Qingyin's men had stolen the black powder. He then entered the situation himself. Suddenly, Li Qingyin turned sharply, his eyes sharp. "Who's there?" Fujiwara Taro tightened his grip on his sword, sweat dripping down his forehead. Song Qingling remained calm. On her way to follow, she realized that things were going a bit smoothly. Li Qingyin was tricking someone. Li Qingyin was caught in a trap by the Dongi people. If he simply let someone follow him and reveal his hidden cards, it would be foolish. He needed to be careful. Li Qingyin drew his sword, ready to move forward. Fujiwara Taro ran up from another, gasping as he shouted, "Prince, run. Dongi soldiers are chasing us. Gao Qin, why are you here?" Fujiwara Taro ran over, one hand behind his back. He reached Li Qingyin slightly behind him, his sword hand moving slowly, and nervously said, "I panicked and ran into the forest. Then I encountered Dongi soldiers chasing me. That's why." One drew a sword. The other drew a blade.
Clang.
Their weapons clashed. Facing each other, their cold, shining blades reflected their hidden intentions. Both had murderous, sinister looks in their eyes. Watching from the shadows, Song Qingling thought, "Hurry up and fight." Li Qingyin and Fujiwara Taro fought one-on-one. After more than 10 exchanges, both were injured. Their skills were evenly matched, and it was hard to tell who would win. They fought for over 10 minutes, but their stamina was running low. When their weapons clashed again, they both stepped back. Fujiwara Taro shouted loudly and charged forward, aiming for a quick finish. Gradually, Li Qingyin was losing strength. He was cut twice, and Fujiwara Taro seized the chance, kicking him in the chest. Li Qingyin fell to the ground, and his sword flew away. Fujiwara Taro grinned mischievously, walking toward Li Qingyin with his sword. "Your Highness, a wise person knows when to surrender. Things have come to this. You know what I want. If you cooperate honestly, I might spare your life." He crouched down. Song Qingling watched silently. She thought, such talkative nonsense. Just watch, you'll be in trouble soon. Sure enough, Li Qingyin, lying on the ground with his face down, suddenly turned his head back. He held a dagger and stabbed it fiercely toward Fujiwara Taro. After Fujiwara Taro was discovered, he quickly stepped back to avoid, but he was too close and was stabbed in the chest. Li Qingyin stood up swiftly, taking advantage of the moment to attack. He kicked Fujiwara Taro to the ground and looked down at him coldly, saying, "I am eager to succeed with black powder, and I was fooled by you. Now, it's your turn to be anxious about my things." Song Qingling rolled her eyes. Why talk so much nonsense? Just kill him. At such a moment, talking more only gives the enemy a chance to counterattack. Just as Li Qingyin was about to say go to, Fujiwara Taro raised his hand, and dust flew out. The dust blinded Li Qingyin, who was in pain and distracted. Fujiwara Taro pushed him away and picked up a long sword from the ground, intending to stab Li Qingyin in the stomach. Although Song Qingling was speechless, she knew she couldn't let Li Qingyin die now. She had to help. In the next second, she held a small stone and swung it at Fujiwara Taro's ankle. The stone hit precisely. Fujiwara Taro staggered and shifted his body to avoid the attack. Li Qingyin saw his attempt to sneak attack and sidestepped. He kicked Fujiwara Taro's knee and quickly grabbed the long sword, stabbing downward. With a puff, the sword pierced Fujiwara Taro's chest and blood spurted out. Li Qingyin delivered a few more strikes, ensuring he was dead. After dealing with Fujiwara Taro, Li Qingyin didn't stay long. He tore a piece of cloth from his clothes, hurriedly bandaged his wound, and left. Song Qingling followed him. Along the way, Li Qingyin was very alert, weaving through the forest. Song Qingling moved quickly and saw through his tricks, so she didn't lose him. They reached Jingjia Mountain. They walked for over half a day on the mountain. She could tell that Li Qingyin's injuries were serious. If he kept wandering in circles, he wouldn't survive. So, Li Qingyin stopped playing tricks. They walked a little further, reaching a rocky area several miles up the mountain, filled with scattered large and small stones. Most were big rocks, some several meters high. From her observation, Song Qingling guessed that there used to be a mountain here. Heavy rain caused a mudslide, which flattened the mountain, turning the area into this shape. Li Qingyin approached a tall stone wall. He touched it twice, and a faint cracking sound came from somewhere on the wall. The wall suddenly caved in, forming a circular shape, with a lock hole in the middle that popped out. He took off the hairpin from his head, inserted it into the lock, and turned it a few times with a deep and skillful technique. Song Qingling watched carefully. The lock was not an ordinary one. If turned incorrectly, it would trigger a trap. The trap opened, and the stone wall made a rumbling sound as it vibrated, opening from the middle outward like an automatic door. She didn't know if there were other traps inside. Not wanting to alert Li Qingyin, she slipped inside just before the stone door closed. Inside, the walls were lit by oil lamps, providing clear visibility. As she approached the corner, Li Qingyin suddenly looked back. Song Qingling reacted quickly and hid beside a stone statue near the door. She pressed her back against the wall, bent her knees, her slim figure perfectly concealed by the statue. Li Qingyin turned the corner and stepped down a series of stone stairs. Following closely, Song Qingling kept her eyes on Li Qingyin, watching for any movements that could trigger a trap. She moved cautiously along the complex passages. After passing through several stone rooms, Li Qingyin finally entered one, took out some bottles of medicine from a wooden shelf, and applied the medicine on the spot. Outside the room, Song Qingling looked inside, then turned her head away and faced outward. There were several stone rooms on both sides ahead, with a long corridor in the middle. A few dozen meters ahead, a magnificent, towering palace stood on the flat, open stone ground. Its eaves and beams were intricately carved, mostly made of pure gold, decorated with pearls and gemstones. Under the oil lamps, it shone brightly, casting golden light and shadows on the ground, luxurious and exquisite, like a dream. At the center of the palace was a large red door, closed tight. In front of it, on each side, stood fierce stone guardian beasts, their big eyes staring straight ahead as if warning any unwelcome visitors. Seeing this scene vividly, Song Qingling realized this was the treasury of Prince Huainan. The stone rooms stored different supplies, explaining why the Dongi people had gone to such lengths to get them. The red door also had a lock, requiring a special key to open. Song Qingling retreated into the shadows. After a while, Li Qingyin, who had finished applying the medicine, entered and exited the stone rooms, looking at the last escape route he had carefully prepared over the years. The frustration of losing to the Dongi people again slightly eased in his chest. His face was grim, and he gritted his teeth as he said, "As long as I am alive, with these supplies, I can rise again." Li Qingyin hurriedly walked toward the palace. He stopped in front of the bright red gate and took out the hairpin he had just used. This time, he removed the pin's top, inserted a hidden key into the lock, and turned it several times.
Creak.
He pushed open the gate, and suddenly, a bright light shone out from inside. Song Qingling looked at the dazzling, jewel-encrusted interior of the palace, almost blinding her eyes. She swallowed hard and watched Li Qingyin move inside. He didn't seem to be setting any traps. Quietly, she went to the palace door, took out a bow and arrow, aimed at his back, and shot. After the arrow was fired, Li Qingyin immediately sensed something was wrong. He turned around and saw a masked person standing behind him, with 2 arrows flying toward him from front and back. He was shocked and tried to run. But his running speed was nowhere near the speed of the arrows. Moreover, Song Qingling had already predicted Li Qingyin's escape route. Both arrows hit their mark. One struck the back of Li Qingyin's head, and the other hit his neck.
Thud.
Li Qingyin fell to the ground, spitting out a large mouthful of blood. His eyes, unfocused, slowly closed. Song Qingling stepped into the palace, squinting slightly. It was truly dazzling, so bright it hurt her eyes. She walked forward and finished him off by searching his body. She found his hairpin, which was the key, his jade token symbolizing his identity, his weapons, and then looked around the hall. The large palace covered about 100 square meters. All the supporting pillars were made of golden Nanmu wood, carved with exquisite, lifelike patterns. The floor was smooth and flat, paved with stone, showing remarkable craftsmanship, which was rare. Inside, there were 2 corridors running horizontally and vertically, dividing the space into a grid like a T on Z pattern. In the northwest corner, there were many boxes of gold and jewelry, shining brightly. On the ground, piles of gold ingots and coins formed small mountains about 2 meters high. On the east side, all kinds of jade, emeralds, and gemstones were displayed. Over 30 rosewood shelves held various items covered with soft cloth, including different types of jade, white jade, top-quality Hitian jade, yellow dragon jade, imperial jade, glassy emeralds, and dazzling gemstones. Some were unfinished, uncarved jade stones. Others were shaped into jewelry like bracelets, necklaces, pendants, hairpins, and belts. The colors were vibrant, and the collection was dazzling and overwhelming. These items filled half the palace. In the southwest corner, there were more miscellaneous objects like calligraphy, paintings, swords, coral Buddha statues, and bracelets, valuable items. Song Qingling looked around as she walked, her eyes shining with excitement. It was perfect, absolutely perfect. Although far from being as wealthy as a rich country, I have achieved financial freedom. Having money makes people happy. She feels she will wake up smiling from her dreams in the coming nights. It's easy to imagine that if these resources fell into the hands of the Dong-e people, it would give them funds to buy weapons and supplies from other countries, strengthening their military power. She tried to take everything from the palace, but couldn't because the palace is connected to the mountain and is too large. She could only go back inside to gather all the gold, silver, and treasures. Then she went to the stone rooms she had briefly checked earlier. Each room held different items. 3 rooms contained medicinal herbs, including dried herbs, finished medicines, pills, and ointments, mainly for treating injuries. 3 rooms stored grains, rice, flour, cornmeal, and millet, about 30 stones in total. She looked at some. Some were moldy and turned red, and others had bugs, some dead, some alive. They were probably bought years ago and stored here, causing them to spoil. 1 room had about 10 stones of coarse salt. Like the grains, the salt was wrapped in oilcloth for preservation. Over time, and due to being underground, it became damp and clumped together, some turning black. The finished medicines, grains, and salt had spoiled. She didn't examine them carefully, but decided to take what she could and deal with the rest later when she had more time. Some grains and dried herbs had live bugs, so she couldn't store them in the space. She set these aside separately. There were 5 rooms for weapons, holding swords, long knives, bows and arrows, silver spears, shields, and armor, over 100 items of each kind. The most surprising find was 2 rooms filled with highly flammable oil stored in large iron barrels, each holding about 30 liters. Each room contained over 20 barrels. This oil is actually petroleum, a common incendiary weapon in ancient warfare. It is very powerful and, even when it contacts water, it intensifies the fire, making it hard to extinguish. She collected all of these items. After gathering what she could, she looked at the grains and herbs with bugs that she had set aside. There were about 6 stones of grains and over 2 stones of dried herbs. She couldn't bear to discard them. The grains only had bugs and hadn't spoiled, like the moldy ones that turned red, which are definitely inedible and dangerous to eat. Removing the bugs and cooking them might make them edible. The dried herbs have been stored for a long time. She's unsure of their medicinal value now. She plans to remove the bugs and trade them later. Forget it. I'll wait until I've dealt with the Dong-e people first, so they don't cause trouble later. Having made her decision, Song Qingling quickly left and headed to the camp. She was preoccupied with other matters and didn't notice that the space around her was quietly changing. About an hour later, Song Qingling returned to the camp. It was still dark, late at night. The battle had ended, and the camp was full of Dong-e people, which clearly showed who had won. After the victory, the Dong-e soldiers stayed awake, lighting fires, patrolling, and standing guard. Only the brightest wooden building had sounds of laughter and joy coming from it. Song Qingling crouched in the shadows, watching. After a while, groups of Dong-e soldiers ran back, chattering loudly. 2 soldiers headed to the wooden building to report. The soldiers returning from the forest ran from that direction. Song Qingling guessed what they were doing. Recently, she had killed about 10 Dong-e soldiers responsible for guarding and took their horses and supplies. When the Dong-e people found out, there was a big fuss and they sent soldiers to investigate. Despite their efforts, they couldn't find any clear answers. Inside a room on the 2nd floor of the wooden building, 2 soldiers reporting the investigation explained the situation to a chubby soldier who was indulging in drinking and partying with a disheveled woman from the northern wing. The chubby soldier was in high spirits. After a long journey and defeating King Huainan, he finally rested and wanted to enjoy himself. He babbled in a strange language. Those things must have been stolen by the fleeing northern wing people. No need to panic, they're still on the mountain. Our main forces have control of the situation. Once Lord Fujiwara kills King Huainan and returns victorious, it will be easy to deal with those lowly ants later. After saying this, the chubby soldier pushed the woman he was playing with aside and grabbed 2 trembling women kneeling on the ground, grinning with yellow teeth and reaching out with evil hands. With the chubby soldier's words, the 2 soldiers left to organize their troops. Some took turns patrolling. Others brought out tables and chairs to drink and play games. or rough-handedly dragged and captured Northern Wing women to humiliate them for fun. Meanwhile, Song Qingling watched as the camp guards relaxed. She changed into Dongi soldier armor and sneaked into the camp, heading straight for the kitchen. In the kitchen, more than 10 Dongi guards were drinking and playing games happily, unaware that she was secretly pouring water or poison into the wine jars and water tanks. She saw food and took some, then left carrying a box of wine. The Eastern barbarians guarding the kitchen saw her and didn't suspect anything. They just glanced at her and continued drinking and playing. Song Qingling carried wine outside and saw the patrol team. She gave each person a jar and smiled secretly, pretending to go to the other side to secretly drink. The Eastern soldiers on patrol, hearing others drinking, had long been eager. They thought that stealing a little wine wouldn't make them drunk and wouldn't cause much delay. They took the wine and sneaked into the woods to drink secretly. Song Qingling coldly watched those soldiers leave. She needed to give them a quick dose of sleeping poison to make them unconscious, so she could act fast and avoid being caught. She wanted to alert others and let the Northern Wing people escape, then take everything in one go. Only then could she avoid harming innocent people. She followed quickly to the wooden tower, holding a box of wine with sleeping poison she had secretly stored in her space earlier. Seeing her carrying wine, the guards of the wooden tower took 3 jars and let her in. Inside, she saw all the wine that had been poisoned. She also took useful supplies and hid some fire oil and black powder in a dark, less visible spot. Song Qingling quickly finished collecting items on the first floor and then went upstairs. The camp had limited alcohol, so she used her mind to access the wine stored in her space. She had collected quite a bit before, and used except for cooking. While taking the wine, she also wanted to check the treasures from the palace. Her consciousness entered the space, and she suddenly stopped on the stairs, her mouth slightly open, eyes showing some confusion. She hadn't realized before, but now she saw that all the gold and silver treasures had disappeared, including some she had previously collected. What was going on? Just as Song Qingling wanted to investigate further, she saw a few people talking and laughing in the corridor on the second floor. Worried they might come over and see her, she suppressed her curiosity, added sleeping poison to the wine she was taking, and then went upstairs. When she reached the second floor, she saw several drunken Eastern barbarians chasing 2 panicked, helpless, crying Northern Wing women. Seeing wine being delivered, the barbarians happily opened the jars and poured the wine into their mouths. The quality seemed to satisfy them. They drank eagerly without stopping, even getting their clothes wet from the alcohol. Taking this opportunity, Song Qingling moved through the rooms on the second floor, delivering wine, collecting supplies, pouring fire oil, and placing black powder in hidden spots. When she came out of the last room, all the Eastern barbarians in the corridor and other rooms had collapsed to the ground. With a series of thuds, the sounds of people fainting behind the house could be heard. Song Qingling quickly left the scene. The women from the Northern Wing, who had been mistreated by the Dongi people earlier, were confused and stunned for a moment. Their instinct to escape drove them to rush out of the door and flee. By then, Song Qingling had already reached outside the camp, moving through various wooden huts and attacking the Dongi people gathered in the open space. There was also activity at the training ground, which had no buildings, only a lit entrance that one person could enter. She went there and heard continuous screams from inside. It turned out to be a dungeon. As usual, Song Qingling carried a box of wine and went down. The dungeon tunnel was narrow, making it hard to turn around. It smelled of blood and unknown black insects crawling around. The tunnels branched in many directions, divided into several areas, each with wooden cells holding the Northern Wing people, guarded by Dongi guards. The Dongi captured the Northern Wing people and used various torture tools to torment them. Hearing their screams of pain and pleas, the Dongi people laughed happily. When they smelled the wine, they turned and saw Song Qingling carrying a box of wine, happily bringing it. Without hesitation, they rushed to grab the wine. Although they had won the battle tonight, the amount of good wine was limited. Usually, only the higher-ups could drink it. They often drank cheap, inferior wine or had no wine at all, only envy and longing. Therefore, their eyes were only on the wine. Song Qingling delivered wine to each area of the dungeon, then stood quietly in a ventilated spot, waiting. Once everything was settled, the Dongyi people on the camp also fainted. Soon, there were continuous thuds until everything was quiet. Only the shocked conversations of the Northern Wing people could be heard. She then entered, took the keys from the Dongyi people, and opened the cells. Opening the first cell, Song Qingling took out a personal token symbolizing her identity as the Southern Huainan King's secret guard, a black iron badge, and loudly declared, "I am a secret guard of the prince, here on a secret mission. Soon, all of you must leave the camp and not return without permission. This place is now under secret guard control. All Dongyi people will be executed." After speaking, she went to open the other cells. Most of the prisoners inside were those who followed the Huainan King south, along with their families, servants, officials, craftsmen making gunpowder, and a few soldiers. They had previously been imprisoned and had witnessed the East people carrying out cruel punishments. After hearing what Song Qingling said, she didn't doubt at all and only thought about escaping quickly to avoid danger. After the people in the dungeon left, Song Qingling threw some strong fire oil around. She went upstairs and saw some North Wing people running in all directions into the forest. She started running quickly, dropping bamboo tubes filled with gunpowder along the way. When passing by wooden houses, her speed slowed down. Each wooden house was about 20 square meters, neither too big nor too small. If they found a good place on the mountain to settle, building their own houses would take time and effort, and they didn't know how long they would stay. Making a few such wooden houses seemed quite good. She decided temporarily to take over a few houses that looked better. After that, she headed back to the spot she had marked a few days ago, on the hillside of Jingjia Mountain, directly facing the camp below. When she arrived, her horse, tied to a tree, saw her and neighed excitedly. She had already planned that the North Wing people wouldn't run toward the camp's mountain but would stay away from here. Before starting tonight's action, she brought her horse over in advance. From a high vantage point, she saw the North Wing people fleeing. Song Qingling picked up a torch and stuck it into the ground, then took out wooden arrows soaked in fire oil, ignited them, and shot them down. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dozens of fire arrows fell from the sky, hitting various parts of the camp. Some stuck into wooden houses and caught fire, others hit bamboo tubes filled with explosives. Boom, boom. The explosives detonated, shattering the East people lying on the ground, blood and flesh flying everywhere. The sparks from the explosions ignited nearby East people, wooden houses, and the fire spread rapidly. When it hit the fire oil, the flames intensified more than double. The power of black powder shattered some rocks on the mountain above the camp. Large stones rained down, hitting the screaming East people trying to escape, knocking them to the ground and causing them to collapse.
Ah!
Desperate and painful cries of the East people echoed below. The camp was engulfed in flames, with explosions and smoke billowing everywhere. Standing on the hillside, Song Qingling didn't feel much, only the heat wave hitting her face, the pungent smell of gunpowder, and the black smoke stinging her eyes. The North Wing people fleeing on the flat ground below felt the ground shake, as if there was an earthquake. They panicked and quickened their pace. She looked down, her eyes shining brightly in the firelight, a faint smile of satisfaction flickering in her gaze. "Well done. I've blown you up, you bunch of..." The camp is surrounded on 3 sides by mountains. The side at the entrance is not blocked by mountains, but the other end is a mountain ridge with little vegetation. As long as the wind isn't strong, there shouldn't be a fire, even if the mountains burn. Even so, Song Qingling didn't leave immediately. She sat down on the spot, keeping an eye on the fire below and using her mind to observe the space. When she gave the East people wine laced with a sleeping drug, she also collected some gold, silver, and treasures at the camp. Most of these items are still there, some from the palace and some she had collected earlier, but a few are missing. The copper coins she previously collected are still there, along with some jade, gold, and silver. She examined them carefully and found that the silver and gold were fake, and the jade was of poor quality. Only she can sense when she enters the space. Living creatures cannot. She first ruled out others entering and stealing the treasures. Therefore, she is certain that the space itself is acting on its own. In other words, the space has strict rules for gold, silver, and treasures. It requires both good quality and quantity. Only when both conditions are met will the space take the treasures away. Otherwise, if the space had gold and silver treasures before, why didn't such things happen today? Song Qingling thought that since this is the case, the space must have undergone some change. She was very curious, as all those treasures are gone and should have been replaced with things of similar value. Just as she thought this, a flash of green light quickly crossed her mind. A small, emerald green gourd, about the size of a palm, slowly floated from the space into the air. It shimmered with a gentle, green glow. Just looking at it, Song Qingling could feel an endless vitality emanating from it, like stepping into a lush, primitive forest full of thriving plants and trees. She used her mind to carefully take out the green gourd and examined it curiously. Holding the gourd, she felt it was smooth and warm. The glow had disappeared, but its appearance and texture remained unchanged. It was light, and she seriously suspected it was empty inside. There was nothing unusual on the outside, so she opened the matching lid of the same color. The moment she opened it, an indescribable fresh scent wafted into her nose. She couldn't help but greedily smell it. After inhaling, she felt her tired body seem to relax a little. Tonight, she had been running back and forth for hours, working as hard as walking a whole day's journey. Not only her, but her horse behind her also seemed to smell it. The horse suddenly became frantic, stamping its feet, flicking its tail, and neighing loudly. Song Qingling looked back at the horse's reaction, then turned her head thoughtfully to look at the green gourd. She tilted the green gourd downward. After a while, a small amount of green liquid was flowing from the bottle's opening. Could this be a spiritual spring? No. In those novels from her previous life, spiritual springs were real pools of water that the protagonist could take freely. They would automatically replenish if missing, and drinking from them would whiten the skin, improve beauty, relieve fatigue, and accelerate wound healing. To find out what the green liquid really was, Song Qingling tilted the gourd even lower. A drop of green liquid fell into her palm. She saw that there was still a little liquid at the bottle's opening, just enough for one drop. No wonder it was so light, there were only 2 drops. If this really was a good thing, it shouldn't be called a spiritual spring but a spiritual dew. She walked over to the horse and held out her hand. The horse immediately licked her hand as if the liquid had irresistible magic. After licking it all up, it still seemed eager and kept licking repeatedly, happily lowering its head to nuzzle Song Qingling, wanting to drink more. Her palm was sticky, and she couldn't stand it. She used a damp cloth to wipe it clean and squatted down to observe the horse's reaction. The horse looked much more energetic and showed no other bad reactions. Song Qingling decided to wait and see. By dawn, everything burnable around the camp was burned out, and the fire gradually died down. After the hour of Qin, the fire was completely out, leaving the camp as black ash. Everything was settled. Song Qingling prepared to lead the horse away, looking for a safe and suitable place to rest. The underground palace would be good. Her eyes were sore and tired. Thinking of resting, she sensed that the green gourd in the space was floating automatically. After so long, the horse was fine. Feeling a bit restless, she took out the green gourd, aimed the bottle opening at her mouth, and dripped the last drop of liquid inside. It tasted fresh and sweet. She savored it, finding it delicious and understanding why the horse still wanted to drink more. After a while, Song Qingling clearly felt her body reacting. Her eyes no longer felt sore, her body was less weak, and she felt capable of traveling for another half-day. She examined the green gourd and muttered to herself, "Not bad, but the amount is too little." The space could absorb treasures of good quality and reach a certain amount, which meant there would be opportunities for further changes or upgrades. She was full of hope and felt like opening a mystery box. Song Qingling led the horse toward the underground palace, planning to rest there for a day and then continue her journey tomorrow. They were currently on a mountain at the edge of the Lingnan mountain range, not the tallest mountain. She wanted to go further away, to escape the crowd. She arrived in front of the tall wall at the stone forest. She felt along the wall and found a small, slightly protruding part. She pressed down and the lock opened. She mimicked Li Qingyin's twisting hand movements to unlock it. The mechanism was triggered. She led her horse inside. The path inside had traps, and since her horse was large, it was difficult to go in directly. Song Qingling tied the horse to a stone statue and took out a basin of water and some food. She went into an empty stone room, finished her breakfast, and lay down on a straw mat to rest. She knew she needed to rest well before doing anything important. After waking up, she opened her eyes and saw a dim, dark environment. She was momentarily confused, unsure of where she was. She took out an oil lamp to light the way and suddenly remembered her location. She sat up, feeling hot and damp from her clothes, and her mouth was dry. She took a few sips of honey water. She sat quietly for a while, clearing her mind, then got up to do serious work. The first thing she needed to do was to pry off the valuable gems and pearls from the palace, including scraping off the gold paint on the surface. Song Qingling took out a long ladder, set it at the right angle, and carefully climbed up, holding a small dagger. She tried to remove the items gently without damaging them. Whatever she could manage was good enough, little by little, accumulating over time. This task required patience. She couldn't be impatient. She worked hard, sweating profusely, and after a long time, she finished. She had no idea what time it was. Her stomach started to growl loudly. No one was around, so she wiped her hands clean, took out the braised pig's trotters she had prepared earlier, and ate them with white rice. After eating, she rested briefly before dealing with the rice infested with bugs and some dried medicinal herbs. The dried herbs were easy to handle. She beat them vigorously, and the frightened bugs automatically ran away. She also patted the rice to scare away some bugs, but some bold ones refused to leave. So, Song Qingling used a sieve to sift through the rice, bag by bag. After a long busy period, she finally finished. She filtered out bugs and impurities, and the rice was reduced by some amount, about 4 stones or more. Exhausted, Song Qingling sat on the ground, drank most of the water from her water bag, and took a moment to look at the green gourd, but unfortunately, there was no spiritual dew left. While resting, she used her mind to review the supplies she collected last night in the stone room. She sorted out the moldy and spoiled rice, more than 40 bags, each weighing about 40 pounds. In total, about 16 stones of rice were unusable. The edible rice amounted to 15 stones, plus what she had gathered at the camp and previously collected, totaling around 40 stones. Without raising poultry, she could eat this alone for about 16 years. She also separated out the finished medicinal herbs that were unusable, placing them separately along with the spoiled rice. There were also some spoiled coarse salt collected in the stone room, with more than 3 stones worth being bad. Some were about to spoil and didn't look good, so she set them aside. The edible and usable items were placed in different areas and organized neatly. After finishing, Song Qingling was exhausted, feeling dizzy and tired all over. She returned to the stone room, lay down and rested. Song Qingling slept for several hours before waking up. Using her mind to organize the space was very tiring. The first thing she checked upon waking was the green gourd. It was good. 2 more drops of spiritual dew had appeared. It seemed she received 2 drops every day. Song Qingling thought about saving more spiritual dew for emergencies. She wiped the sticky sweat from her body, changed into clean clothes, ate a little, tidied up, then looked back at the once dazzling palace, which no longer caught her eye, and turned to leave. Leaving the underground palace, Song Qingling stepped outside. She looked up and saw a dull gray sky. The heat was still intense, just as usual. She took out the map of the Lingnan mountain range she found while hiding from hail in the woods and checked the route. Behind Jinjiasan, there were 2 more mountains. After crossing a mountain called Wushan and reaching Tianfeng Mountain, She would be near the core area of the Lingnan mountain range. The deeper she went, the more dangerous it became. On the map, the closer she got to Wushan, the more dangerous-looking plants and creatures like wild wolves and leopards she saw, suggesting these were risky areas. The map only showed a corner of the ice mountain at Tianfeng Mountain. If she wanted to go further, she would need to explore on her own. Considering everything, Song Qingling decided to head toward Wushan to see how high and rugged the mountains were and whether they were suitable for living. She spent 4 days crossing Jinjiasan and Anshan. The good thing was she didn't encounter anyone on the way, so she traveled freely. The bad thing was that the vegetation on the mountains was as dry as in the north. She followed the marked rivers, waterfalls, and streams on the map. Some still had water, though not completely dried up. A few had small amounts of water, but most were dry. She collected water when she found it, storing a few hundred liters. Whenever she had free time, she gathered more dry wood. Seeing the weather turn bad, she stored as much as she could to feel safe. 3 days later, she finally reached the foot of Wushan. She looked up at the towering mountain that reached into the clouds. Some shaded areas on the mountain still had green vegetation, standing out amid the mostly dry yellow landscape. The presence of green plants suggested there might be water and prey nearby. Song Qingling drank a few sips of her homemade energy water, feeling energized, and headed up the mountain to continue her journey. Looking from the foot of the mountain, it seemed close, but actually walking up took her a day and a half. She arrived around noon the next day. The map marked a nearby river, so she followed it. The good news was that there was water upstream in some places, with the deepest part reaching just below her calf. The bad news was that she found messy shoe prints on the bank, left over the past few days. Song Qingling looked at the map again. She had suspected earlier that Fong Lang and Liang Ruoyan might be from the same martial arts sect because their swords both bore the same green bamboo emblem. Combining this with the shoe prints, she suspected Fong Lang and his companions could be members of a certain martial arts group, and the shoe owners might be as well. When sect members come here, they must have a reason, probably for the mountain supplies. With the weather turning cloudy and rain expected, once it rains, the plants on the mountain will grow. They might also be here to train. Most refugees she met earlier were ordinary people, but here it was different. She might encounter skilled martial artists who came through difficult terrain. No matter where she went, she kept meeting many people. Song Qingling squatted by the bank, dipping her hand into the warm, slightly yellowish river water to collect it. Seeing the water in her containers refilling, she felt a bit safer. After collecting a few hundred liters, she stopped. She stood up and looked toward the taller, larger Tianfeng mountain beyond the misty hills. The more dangerous the place, the fewer people there tend to be. Maybe she should go see Tianfeng Mountain again. She quickened her pace, walking over 6 hours a day. After 5 days, she reached Tianfeng Mountain. As she climbed, her horse became increasingly anxious, trembling uncontrollably and sometimes refusing to move. To calm the horse, she added 2 drops of spiritual dew to its water. Once the horse drank the familiar spiritual dew, it seemed much more spirited and was able to move. Over the past 10 days, Song Qingling had been drinking 1 drop of spiritual dew daily to strengthen her body and kept an extra drop for the horse. Now she had 10 drops in total. Drinking spiritual dew every day was clearly beneficial. She felt physically stronger and less easily tired than before. The map had little information about Tianfeng Mountain, probably because she hadn't explored it thoroughly, missing some areas. She could only explore bit by bit herself. She had been walking on the mountain for 2 days and nights. She didn't dare sleep deeply or for long at night because of the howling of wolves and other wild animals. If one of these animals found her, others would be attracted, and her situation would become dangerous. Feeling helpless, she traveled overnight to different places, constantly changing locations. It was late at night when Song Qingling, holding a torch to light her way, started to feel sleepy. As she walked, she suddenly seemed to see a few rabbits running past the bushes. Rabbits. Roasted rabbit, cold rabbit, spicy rabbit. She immediately woke up. This was the first time she had encountered prey since coming up the mountain. She took a sip of spiritual dew, focused, and started chasing the rabbits. Her horse obediently followed behind her, staying close and not daring to fall behind. Song Qingling aimed her bow and arrow, waiting for the right moment to shoot. She shot 2 arrows, both hitting their targets. She picked up the dead rabbits and threw them into her space pouch, then chased after the others. Seeing their companions die so quickly, the remaining rabbits were frightened and sped up, hiding and running in different directions. Song Qingling continued to chase them. At this time, the bushes along the way increased, making it harder to shoot accurately. It became a contest of endurance, who could run longer. Luckily, she had drunk the spiritual dew and didn't feel tired. After about 2 hours, the rabbits' energy noticeably waned. They darted into the grass and soon stopped moving. Song Qingling ran over, parted the grass, and saw a hole inside. Rabbits are good at digging holes, which is helpful because it indicates they live in groups and can be caught all at once. She stood up, planning to find and block other rabbit holes. As she moved her gaze, she suddenly saw the surrounding environment clearly. In front of her was a tall mountain, about 300 meters high. Turning around to look for more rabbit holes, she suddenly heard a loud rumble, followed by the frightened neighing of her horse. "What's happening?" She stood up and blinked in surprise. On the open ground about 2 meters from the mountain, the land had collapsed. Song Qingling ran over to check. Below a large gap in the ground, her horse was lying in a space underneath, trembling with fear. There were piles of dirt around its sides. "Stop calling," she warned, "otherwise, wild animals will come." The horse understood and, despite being scared, tried to stay calm. Its big eyes shimmered with tears, and its long eyelashes were clearly wet. Standing above, Song Qingling saw a small cave below. She guessed it was made by a burrowing animal like an armadillo. The surface of the ground was about 2 meters above the cave. She easily jumped down and lit her torch for light. The cave was only a few square meters and not very high. She had to bend over to move inside. There was a strange animal smell, and in the corner, some scattered droppings could be seen. Song Qingling turned her head aside, thinking about how to get the horse up. She unexpectedly noticed a small to medium-sized cave entrance on the right side of the cave. Judging by its size, a pangolin could easily pass through it. If she remembered correctly, isn't that direction facing the mountain? Could a pangolin really have such great ability to dig through a mountain? As soon as this thought appeared, Song Qingling immediately rejected it. She knew that pangolins only dig in soil and cannot break through solid rock. She approached the small opening, holding a torch to light the way. Unfortunately, the light was too weak, and the area she could see was limited. However, she heard movement inside, like rabbits squeaking. Realizing it might be something unusual, she took out an iron hammer and grabbed 2 more torches, inserting them into the soil wall. She hammered at the dirt around the small opening until she could squeeze through, each hand holding a torch. It turned out there was a hidden space inside. From outside, the mountain looked like a small hill, but inside it was not solid. There were several walls of rock, an open top, and a large pit. "This is a sinkhole," she exclaimed. She looked up through the opening and saw a crescent moon in the dark night sky, with no stars in sight. As she went deeper, animals living here were startled and ran away. The grass and leaves trembled, making rustling sounds. There were rabbits, pangolins, and snakes. She inserted torches into the ground and shot arrows at the animals one by one. Because her view was limited, her aim wasn't perfect, and some animals escaped through other routes. One rabbit accidentally hit a rock while fleeing. With a loud bang, the rabbit fell to the ground, limbs flailing and trembling. It was still alive. Song Qingling took a basket from her space and threw it over the rabbit to catch it. Outside the mountain, there was a rabbit hole connecting to the inside of the sinkhole, indicating there was more than one exit. All the animals had run away. Song Qingling continued to examine the sinkhole, but the poor lighting made it hard to see the full scene inside. If everything was suitable here, she planned to stay and live in seclusion for a while. After the next disaster, she would decide based on the situation. Since she couldn't see clearly, she decided to retreat and return to the horse, waiting until dawn to reassess. The horse shook off the dirt and stood up, then called out to her twice from below the collapsed edge. Song Qingling patted the horse's head and gently pressed it. The horse understood her signal, lay down obediently, and rested. There was about half an hour left until dawn. Song Qingling couldn't sleep, so she took out some maps she had recently found in the wooden camp building and the study of the king of Huainan. One map showed all the provinces and cities of the North Wing country. Several detailed maps depicted important border areas of the North Wing country. Another map was much smaller, showing the territory of the Eastern barbarians. Compared to the North Wing country, it was much smaller, only about the size of a palm. She had been busy traveling and hadn't had time to look at them carefully. Now, she planned to study them thoroughly, as she might pass through those places in the future. Better to be prepared. She looked at the maps until the hour of Mao, when the sky gradually brightened. Today was lucky. The sun was out, and the light was brighter. Song Qingling re-entered the sky pit. With just one glance, she looked pleased. Inside the sky pit, her view was wide open. The walls were steep, with clear rock patterns. The terrain varied in height. Her current spot was on a high ground, while the distant ground was several centimeters lower. Above her was a rocky wall, blocking the sunlight, making it shady. A few hundred meters ahead, she reached a lower area, bathed in sunlight. Looking up from the bottom of the pit, she saw that the opening was irregularly shaped, almost connecting directly to the sky outside. Very close. Sunlight slanted through the opening, illuminating half of the sky pit. The lower side had soil and sparse dried grass. The slopes below the opening were rolling, with many dried plants on them. The ground was about 200 meters from the opening. As long as the mountain was sealed and hidden, there was no need to worry about anyone climbing up or sneaking in. She wondered if there were other entrances to the outside of the sky pit. She carefully checked the mountain's edges, confirming that the mountain was intact without any cracks caused by fractures. There were only a few holes made by rabbits at the edges, leading outside. The cave she entered was dug into the mountain's interior, allowing access. It was used as a burrow by a pangolin, dug too deep, making the surface thin. If a horse stepped on it, it would collapse. Song Qingling became more satisfied and immediately decided to stay inside the sky pit. She ran back to the cave, made the horse lie down, and led it carefully into the pit with a rope. The horse was too tall to stand upright and enter directly. It took some time to get the horse inside the sky pit. The collapsed part of the cave needed to be quickly blocked. If someone or a wild animal passed by, they might discover the sky pit. But once blocked, she wondered how she would come and go. She couldn't stay inside forever. Therefore, Song Qingling searched carefully inside the sinkhole and outside on the mountain to find a suitable place to dig a new underground entrance to the outside world. Inside the sinkhole, her requirements were simple. Only she could see what was inside. Outside, it was different. Someone or animals might pass by, so she needed a hidden spot. Inside and outside were different. Song Qingling ran back and forth alone, which was quite troublesome. After a while, she slapped her forehead and said, "I'm really confused. Why not use the existing hole instead of wasting time?" The existing hole she referred to was a burrow made by a rabbit.
Rabbits naturally dig holes.
They don't dig randomly. Instead, they dig based on the terrain around them, instinctively choosing safe places. Song Qingling compared several rabbit burrows and finally picked the best one, then blocked the others completely. She remembered catching a live rabbit the night before, tying a string around its neck, and guiding it from the hole inside the sinkhole to the outside. She used the string as a guide to avoid digging in the wrong place. Then she started digging with collecting the dirt into her space. Later, she planned to fill the collapsed part of the tunnel. She dug for over an hour and finally broke through. To block the entrance and make it more hidden, she placed a heavy stone weighing over 300 pounds on top. If she wanted to go out later, she could just remove the stone. The key was to use her skills flexibly. There were other stones on the mountain, so it didn't look strange. The underground tunnel was only big enough for her to pass through. If it was made larger and it rained heavily, it could collapse easily. Exposed and unstable, the collapsed cave was dangerous. Song Qingling hurried to fill it in, dumping dirt into the space and collecting more from elsewhere to fill the hole. She moved back and forth, pressing down on the dirt to make it firm, so it wouldn't collapse again in the future. She liked to finish her work all at once. When collecting dirt, she noticed some sand and took extra. By sunset, she had filled the entire cave, and the top layer of soil looked the same as the surrounding ground, so it was hard to see any difference. She removed the large stone blocking the entrance, crawled inside, squatted in the tunnel, then put the stone back on top. The main problem of the sinkhole's safety and concealment was solved, but many small issues still remained. The small issues refer to the overall condition inside the sinkhole, including living, planting, and drainage. Living arrangements, Song Qingling had already planned well. When she entered the pit, it was as dark inside as outside. She took out a torch and lit a fire to light the way. Below the rock wall, in the higher area, the ground was flat and spacious enough. The lower part of the pit was not as level. The wooden house she had recently collected from the camp was useful. She took it outside, occupying about 20 square meters, which was more than enough and didn't take up much space. Since the weather was still hot every day, it was cooler to live in the shade. In terms of planting, she planned to cultivate the soil inside the pit and grow some vegetables before the next round of natural disasters. There was enough grain in the space, but no leafy greens. Recently, she had difficulty going to the bathroom, sometimes taking 2 or 3 days to do so. Long term, this would harm her health. Even if she planted seeds, and the second disaster came, as long as the seeds sprouted and grew into seedlings, she would be okay. Growing vegetables was better than having none. She had collected many seeds before, at least dozens of pounds of vegetable seeds. There was an opening at the top of the pit. When it rained, water would flow inside. The terrain inside was higher near the wooden house, so heavy rain would flood the area. She needed to find a way to drain the water outside. Thinking about these things, Song Qingling went into the wooden house to tidy up. Originally, soldiers of King Huainan lived inside. Only men, greasy and smelly. She lit a mosquito coil in the corner of the room, then took away all the used items. She washed a basin of water, added some tea ash powder to make foam, and used a damp cloth to wipe everything thoroughly. After 4 basins of water, the house was spotless. She then placed the good quality furniture she had collected from wealthy families in the spots she wanted. There was a wooden bed with new bedding, a set of table and chairs, a dressing cabinet, and an empty wardrobe. The space was small, so she couldn't fit too much. Finally, having her own space, and having gathered many supplies, she wanted to live comfortably within her limited conditions. There was no need to suffer unnecessarily. After tidying up, she went outside. The wooden door was left open for ventilation. Her horse was hungry. As soon as it saw Song Qingling come out, its eyes lit up. She gave it some water, dry beans, and hay to eat and drink. After a busy day, she was so tired she didn't want to move. She took out a reclining chair, lay down, and slightly pushed with her legs to rock it. The chair swayed gently, and she sighed comfortably. Facing the pit entrance, she looked at the night sky, eating 2 steamed buns and 3 pieces of dried meat. After finishing, Song Qingling placed several animal traps in front of the wooden hut and sprinkled some powder to prevent snakes, mice, insects, and ants. She didn't plan to close the door at night, as it would be stuffy and not breathable. Inside the hut, she poured half a basin of water, quickly wiped herself down, and applied some anti-rash powder. Her red rash on her face had already healed. Always wearing long sleeves and pants made her feel very hot. Previously, she needed to be around people every day, but now she lived alone. She took out a set of cotton cloves and scissors and cut them into short sleeves and shorts. After putting them on, Song Qingling moved her arms and legs, feeling very comfortable and cool. After a tiring day, she was sleepy as soon as she lay down. One night passed. She slept well last night. When she woke up, She felt full of energy. It was still dawn outside. She quickly got up, put on long sleeves and pants again because she was worried about bugs biting her while working later. Otherwise, she preferred wearing short sleeves and shorts. She went to the table and looked at the large bowls on it. The bowls contained water and seeds of different vegetables. Soaking the seeds could speed up germination. When she decided to stay yesterday, she soaked them. After soaking overnight, most of the seeds had cracked open, revealing tiny white sprouts. Today, she needed to till the land first. She wasn't sure about the soil's fertility. If it was poor, she would need to improve it. Song Qingling went to the bottom of the pit, where there was abandoned soil and beneath the pit walls, all full of dirt. She dug out the dried-up plants that had grown in the soil, turned the earth, and collected all the rotten roots and broken branches to toss away. She sprinkled wood ash over the turned soil, which could help prevent insects and improve the soil. She turned over a patch of soil. The sky was fully bright now, and the morning sun was rising. She took out her straw hat, put it on to block the sun, and kept working without stopping. After working for over an hour, she had cleared 2.5 patches of land. It wasn't enough yet, but she hadn't eaten breakfast. She would work more after eating. For breakfast, she ate rice balls filled with horse meat. Working made her hungry, so she ate 4 of them. After eating, she sat down to rest. The sun was slowly hiding behind thick clouds, and the sunlight was less intense. She rested a bit before getting up to continue working. All day long, Song Qingling was busy clearing the land, and she had prepared 1/3 of the land inside the pit. After 2 more busy days, she had cleared all the land inside the pit. That evening, Song Qingling had a quick dinner. Without stopping, she took out all the accumulated bones, chicken, rabbit, wolf, and pig bones, and put them into 2 large clay pots with water to boil. During this process, she added quicklime and wood ash to the pot to extract the fat and gelatin from the bones. When she saw oil bubbles floating on the surface of the hot soup, she used a wooden spoon to skim them off until no more oil appeared. The cooked, oil-free bones were removed, dried the next day, and then crushed into powder, which could be used as bone meal to fertilize plants. After a busy day, Song Qingling was almost exhausted. She tidied up, changed into pajamas and sleepwear, and went straight to sleep. A new day began. The land had been mostly cultivated. Today, Song Qingling planned to prepare the bone powder and bury it in the ground. When the weather cooled in the evening, she would plant the seeds that had just started to sprout. Planting vegetables meant she would need more water every day. She watched the weather closely and felt that the current situation was exactly like her previous life. The second natural disaster was likely to be heavy rain. It was already winter, December. Normally, the temperatures should be cold enough to require warmer clothes. However, that was not the case. Such extreme, seasonal reversal weather was a sign of a natural disaster and the end of the world. In the morning, Song Qingling stayed at the sinkhole to finish burying the bone powder. She ate a little and then went out to find water. She wanted to stock up more water to feel safer. A few days ago, when she first arrived at Tianfeng Mountain, she couldn't find water. There were animals nearby the sinkhole, so there should be water there. Walking alone through the forest, she noticed that although the vegetation along the way was dried and dead, it was not ordinary plants. They were the toxic plants unique to the Lingnan mountain range. If it hadn't been a drought before, these plants would have been thriving. Some bore poisonous fruit, others emitted toxic pollen or had toxic entire plants. She felt a bit regretful. If they were still alive, she could collect some toxins to add to her space. They would grow after the rain, but she didn't know if she could stay on Tianfeng Mountain until then. Song Qingling observed the degree of plant drying and looked for any traces on the ground. As she walked down, she saw animal tracks, rabbits, squirrels, monkeys, and other animals. After seeing many, she noticed that all the footprints were heading west. She decided to explore westward. Animals need water too, and although they are different species, they all seem to be heading in the same direction, probably toward water or food. The trees on Tianfeng Mountain were tall and dense, with many dried leaves falling, allowing some light through. Normally, the forest would be shaded and gloomy, but now it was relatively bright. Along the way, they saw dry wood and broken branches. Song Qingling casually collected them. The more dry wood she gathered, the better prepared she would be for emergencies. When she saw some loose soil, she gathered as much as she could. At the same moment, on the other side of the dense forest, two tall men dressed in dark blue tight-fitting clothes were walking forward. One of them had a yellowish complexion and a slender, bamboo-like figure. He habitually reached out to touch the long sword hanging at his waist. "Senior brother, we just started climbing the mountain. I don't know when it will rain. When it rains, the grass and trees on the mountain need time to grow again. Even if it happens quickly, it will be next year by the time they recover. Do we have to stay on the mountain all the time? Why not give up on the plants and choose to hunt fierce wolves, black panthers, and other prey as our qualification for entering the competition?" The martial arts tournament is held every 3 years. All participants first duel within their own sect to find the strongest. But to join the tournament, they need more than that. They must get a qualification. This qualification involves traveling to the most authoritative mountain ranges in Lingnan to find rare treasures, including medicinal herbs, poisons, and prey. Finding these proves a person's martial skills are qualified and that they meet the entry requirements. The next tournament will start in early spring 2 years from now, so there is about a year left. Even if someone doesn't win first place, participating in the tournament can make them famous. They might catch the attention of powerful and wealthy people who could then protect them or important items. Those with better skills and higher rankings will be even more celebrated. This could be a chance to leap into fame, have a bright future, and change their lives. As the senior brother, Zhu Zixu, sighed, he also felt worried. Both of them were not young anymore. Zhu Zixu was 35 and Peng Zian was 32. Their younger junior brothers, who had participated in previous tournaments, had become quite famous. Compared to them, Zhu Zixu had grown older. He had married early but was often away from home. His wife, caught cheating with a wild man, was furious and divorced him. Peng Zian had hoped to marry after achieving success, but he still hadn't married even now. "There's only one way if we really can't do it," Zhu Zixu said with a sinister look. He told the curious Peng Zian, "Just like in the selection contest, we can use sneaky tricks, steal others' rare treasures, and enjoy the benefits. The mountain is full of dangers anyway. Losing 2 people wouldn't be surprising." Peng Zian frowned slightly, thinking about his own lack of achievements and his aging parents. His eyes grew firm. "Senior brother, you're right." The two face each other and exchange sneaky smiles. They decide to rest in a cave they find on the mountain. After walking for a while, Peng Zian notices 3 carts parked a few meters away, with a horse tied to a tree nearby. "Senior brother, look over there." They look around, but see no one else. They walk to the carts. Each cart is loaded with several boxes tied securely with ropes. Peng Zian points to the ground beneath the carts. "Senior brother, there are fierce wolf tracks here, and they were just made recently. Among the messy wolf tracks, there are also shoe prints from people. It looks like there are quite a few wolves, at least 20. Fierce wolves are a special type of wolf found in the southern mountain ranges. They are more than twice as big as normal wolves and much more aggressive, which is why they are called fierce wolves. The owner of these carts was attacked by wolves. There's a horse here, so it seems they were afraid the wolves might bite it to death and deliberately led the wolves away." Zhu Zixu's nose twitches as he smells a sweet scent coming from the boxes. "Junior brother, do you smell something?" "It seems I do, but I can't tell what it is." Zhu Zixu pulls out his sword, cuts the ropes, and lifts a wooden box. He opens it. As he opens it, the sweet smell intensifies. For 2 tired travelers who haven't eaten well in a while, it's an irresistible temptation. Inside the box are layers of items separated by wooden slats and wrapped in bamboo shoot shells. Zhu Zixu picks up one, peels off the bamboo shell, revealing a round, brown, hard object. "What is this?" "I've never seen it before," Peng Zian asks curiously. "Whatever it is, it's ours now that we've found it. Come on, let's push the carts and leave quickly." Zhu Zixu hesitates to put the item back. He wants to eat it but worries the cart's owner might return soon. It's better to hold back until it fully belongs to them, then they can eat as much as they want. They detach the horse and attach it to one cart, while pushing the other two manually. After a while, two masked men in black, with some bloodstains on their clothes, arrive at the scene. They see the items and the horse are gone and are shocked. The man with thick eyebrows and big eyes speaks in a deep voice, "Chase them." They follow the trail left by the thieves, tracking along the way. At first, they find footprints, but the trail suddenly ends near a river. A shorter, thinner man squats down to examine the footprints. They've covered their tracks intentionally. The man with thick eyebrows and big eyes looked around. Absolutely no item should fall into outsiders' hands. The master won't tolerate it. They continued searching upstream along the river. Soon, they found a clue: footprints. This is a person's footprint. It's about the same size as one over there, but the pattern is different. There are no horse hoof prints or wheel marks. The man on alert, with thick eyebrows and big eyes, said, "Don't relax. This is a trick by the other side to confuse us. Keep searching forward." They ran several miles and saw someone standing by the river with their back turned to them. Just as they were about to approach together, the person by the river sensed something and turned around. At the same moment, a sharp, urgent whistle sounded from somewhere nearby. This was a signal from the masked person's teammate, indicating an emergency and that they needed to rush over immediately. The man with thick eyebrows and big eyes was surprised that the person by the river was so alert. He quickly told the skinny, short man, "Hurry over there. I'll handle this." The skinny, short man glanced through the grass that was taller than him, covering his body, and saw a figure by the river. He nodded and ran off. The person by the river was Song Qingling. A few minutes earlier, she had reached the deepest part of the river, where the water was about ankle deep. There were many broken branches and leaves floating on the water, and the water was quite dirty. She was satisfied to find water. Although dirty, it could be used for rinsing vegetables. She reached into the water with her hand, used her mind to gather all the water, and stored several hundred liters. Just after collecting the water and standing up, she sensed something was wrong. When she looked back, she saw a masked man behind a large pile of tall grass, with only his head and neck visible. His body below the neck was hidden by the grass. The man stared at her intently. Soon after, Song Qingling heard another whistle. She didn't expect to encounter someone so quickly on Tianfeng Mountain. Even from a distance, she could feel the hostility and murderous intent in the other person's gaze. The whistle indicated that the man had accomplices. Song Qingling looked around. The surroundings were calm and peaceful. She saw no one else. As the man with thick eyebrows and big eyes rushed toward her, she also moved. She took down her bow and arrow from her back, knocked the arrow, and prepared to shoot. They were still some distance apart, enough for her to use the bow to strike first. Otherwise, she would have to wait until the enemy got closer to attack. Swish! 2 arrows shot in quick succession. Faced with the arrows, the man reacted quickly and moved skillfully. He dodged one arrow, while the other was easily blocked and cut away with his long sword. He was fast, and Song Qingling's movements were also swift. She continued shooting arrows without pause and stepped back to create distance. Under such fierce attack, the man was overwhelmed. One arrow hit his shoulder blade, just a little more to the left, and it would have hit his chest. Another arrow brushed past his neck. If he hadn't dodged so quickly, he would have been hit in a vital artery and bled out. Yet another arrow struck his right thigh. He was hit, but despite the rain of arrows, he closed the distance between them, now less than a meter apart. Song Qingling dropped her bow and drew the dagger she carried at her waist. Her eyes narrowed, a cold light flashing within. This man was skilled in martial arts and a ruthless fighter. At the same time, the man was also observing Song Qingling. He didn't expect that this slender, masked woman's archery skills were stronger than anyone in the Dark Guild. No matter who he was going to fight. Song Qingling took the initiative to attack with her dagger. Their fight was so fast that only fleeting shadows could be seen. It was hard to catch more than a glimpse of their movements. After a few exchanges, Song Qingling understood the man's strength. She defended and attacked at the same time. After a few more moves, she saw an opening. With a quick motion, she swung her dagger upward. In that instant, her blade cut through the man's neck's main artery. Seizing his pain and momentary hesitation, she kicked his injured leg. The man grimaced in pain, his face wrinkling like a walnut shell, covered in sweat. Yet he didn't make a sound. Because he lost his balance, he fell backward with a loud thud. Before falling, he grabbed a dagger from somewhere and swung it with all his strength at Song Qingling. He thought that since they were close, she would be hit. But Song Qingling saw the dagger and didn't panic. She even anticipated his move a second before he struck and responded accordingly. When the dagger came near, she easily blocked it with her sword, wrapping the dagger with her blade and knocking it away with a backhand. The dagger pierced into the man's abdomen, and the blood quickly soaked his clothes. He spat out blood, but instead of fear of death, his eyes showed respect for strength and a hint of curiosity. Seeing that he was still holding on to his last breath and looking at her, Song Qingling stepped forward. She pressed her dagger against his bloodied neck and asked, "Why did you come after me?" The man remained silent and suddenly pressed his lips tightly together. Song Qingling immediately understood his intention. He was about to commit suicide. She watched helplessly as the man bit through the poison hidden between his teeth. She then used a machete to finish him off. She searched his body and found nothing but weapons. There was nothing else. In her past life, she was raised by assassins, so she was not surprised by this. From the side, it was clear that this man was hiding a big secret. Song Qingling still couldn't understand why this person suddenly appeared to kill her. Was she accidentally on someone else's territory? She stood up and looked around. It seemed that Mount Tianfeng was full of hidden talents, more dangerous than she had thought. It was getting late. Song Qingling ignored the body and hurried back to the heavenly pit. She didn't go straight home but wandered in the woods to confuse and hide her tracks. The heavenly pit. The sun was not out, and dark clouds covered the sky. By evening, it was very gloomy. The temperature was cooler than during the day, enough to plant sprouted vegetables in the ground. She took A and went to the field, lighting a small fire nearby for light. Song Qingling dug holes in the soil mixed with bone powder, not caring about perfect rows, just enough to plant the vegetables. She worked quickly, making all the holes, then dropping 2 or 3 sprouted seeds into each, worried one might not survive alone. After planting, she covered the holes with soil and watered them. She used water collected today, which was a bit dirty. She thought about Linglu, which was so miraculous and beneficial for both humans and animals, but she wasn't sure how it affected plants. Linglu had 13 drops. She added 7 drops to the water. After mixing, she used 2 wooden ladles to water the vegetables. Everything was done, and it was already late. Song Qingling, starving after skipping dinner, took out some lean meat porridge and ate it with 2 steamed buns. In the coming days, she planned to stay in the heavenly pit and not go out. While the people on Mount Tianfeng were few, she wanted to stock up on cooked food to store in her space and fix the drainage outlet. Cooking would produce some aroma, and after the second natural disaster, she worried more people would come up the mountain. It would be hard to start a fire then. Now, she prepared everything in advance so she could eat quickly later. After dinner, she simply wiped herself down, changed into pajamas, and went to sleep. Meanwhile, somewhere hidden in the mountains, several masked people were inside a wooden house. Lying at their feet was a corpse, blood and flesh torn by animals, with no clear face visible. A person with a serious expression said, "Dark Wind is dead. When we found him, a few fierce wolves were eating him. There are signs of a fight around, but we can't track the killer's direction. The enemy was too clever." Another person looked at the man beside him, who was staring at the corpse. "Anliu, you were with Dark Wind at that time. What exactly happened?" Anliu honestly told what he knew. "I heard your whistle and rushed over to find you. I didn't expect that person to be so powerful to actually kill Dark Wind. So, The person who killed Dark Wind stole that batch of goods. Anliu, have you seen that person? Do you remember what they looked like? People from the secret chamber are trained in many ways. Just one glance is enough to draw a portrait and find the person. Anlia said, I saw him once, but from far away. He wore a straw hat and a mask covering his face, so I didn't see his face. But I remember his build very clearly. Then you go draw his portrait. Ordinary people wouldn't come to Tianfeng Mountain. The martial arts tournament is coming soon, and the killer is probably from one of the many sections. We can start from there. Anlia took out brushes, ink, and paper, sat at the table, and began to draw. After finishing, the person in the portrait looked very similar to Song Qingling. When they got the portrait, a masked man in black with eagle-like eyes said, Work quickly tonight. Draw more images. After dawn, send people out to find anyone who looks like him. Better to mistake someone and kill them than let the suspect go. Achu, Song Qingling, who had just woken up, sneezed. She reached up to her nose, opened her sleepy eyes, turned over, and faced the door of the room. Why did she sneeze? She wasn't cold or hot. Living in the shadow of the sky pit, it wasn't too hot at night, much better than sleeping outside before. She saw that the sky outside was slightly bright. She hurried to get up. Not traveling today, but daily exercise was essential. On an empty stomach, Song Qingling first did some stretching to improve her flexibility. Then she practiced a few sets of boxing, trained her sword skills, and her hidden weapon techniques. Finally, she finished with the 8 brocade exercises. She used the light, leaf-shaped flying darts she had stored in her space. The darts had no decorations, were small and lightweight, similar to practicing with leaves. Using iron needles as weapons was also very effective. To this day, she had mastered about 1/3 of her skills from her previous life. She didn't have many iron needles left. She planned to go down the mountain later and find a blacksmith to make more. There were plenty of iron objects in her space, just melt and reshape them. If she didn't have enough iron needles, she would use the darts as replacements. After practicing for more than an hour, Song Qingling broke out in a sweat. She didn't bother to wipe it off and ran to the fields to check the vegetables she had planted. Before she reached there, she saw green sprouts emerging from the dark soil. Wow, they've sprouted so quickly. Song Qingling felt a bit surprised. She checked all the plots. All the vegetables had broken through the soil, apparently thanks to the spiritual dew she used. She decided to drip a little spiritual dew mixed with water onto the plants every evening. The vegetables she planted included cabbage, radishes, chives, scallions, mustard greens, cucumbers, and pumpkins. Even if they don't grow big, their leaves can still be eaten. Seeing the plants grow made Song Qingling happy. She returned to her small wooden house. In the kitchen, she built a simple stove out of stones in an open space a few meters from the house, with a table and chairs set up nearby for meals. Her horse was on the edge, not tied with a rope. It was well-behaved and wouldn't wander off or damage things. The horse's water and food bowls had water and feed, but Song Qingling didn't add more until it finished eating. She sat down, finished eating 2 steamed buns and a meat bun, wiped her hands, and went to the corner inside the wooden house, where several wooden basins were placed. On top of each basin was a clay jar filled with water, covered with a piece of gauze. Last night, before going to sleep, Song Qingling soaked sprouted soybeans and mung beans in a basin to grow bean sprouts. She pressed something heavy on top to make the sprouts thicker and tastier. After a night, the sprouts had grown longer. She evenly sprinkled water on the gauze twice a day, morning and evening, with some spiritual dew mixed in to help them grow faster. After tending to the bean sprouts, Song Qingling went to the kitchen area to start her busy day. She had already planned what to do these days: prepare cooked food. Today, she focused on making staple foods. She planned to cook rice, steamed buns, mantou, congee, and red bean porridge. The noodles, buns, dumplings, and cold noodles could be made from dough. She took out more stones to build a stove, arranging 12 of them, each with a large iron pot. She boiled 5 pots of rice, 3 pots of plain congee, 1 pot of millet, and 2 pots each of red and mung beans. While the food was cooking, she also made steamed buns, steamed dumplings, and buns filled with meat. She kneaded the dough, shaped it into small pieces, prepared the meat filling, and steamed them all. The next day, Song Qingling cooked 2 more pots of rice for making rice balls, filling them with processed horse meat. She also made buns filled with horse meat, including sweet ones with brown sugar and sesame, peanut buns, and dumplings with pork filling. She had about a bushel of glutinous rice, which she ground into fine flour using a stone mill, making glutinous rice flour. She divided the flour into 2 parts. One mixed with water to knead into dough for steamed rice cakes, which could be stir-fried or boiled. Another dish was made smaller than a fist, fried with a little oil, then poured into a thickened brown sugar syrup, coating both sides with the syrup. The sweet aroma was so tempting that Song Qingling couldn't resist. She loved sticky foods. Once it was ready, she used chopsticks to eat 3 pieces. It was truly delicious. Unfortunately, there wasn't much glutinous rice. On the 3rd day, the bean sprouts grew over half a finger long. Song Qingling prepared half of them, boiled them thoroughly, and let them cool. She made dough with water, kneaded to develop gluten, and prepared cold noodles and hand-pulled noodles, making 30 portions of each. All the bean sprouts were added to the cold noodles, mixed with her homemade chili oil, salt, and vinegar. She tossed everything together and set it aside. Later, Song Qingling checked the water in her space, which she estimated would last over 3 months. She spent 3 days processing all the pork, chicken, duck, rabbit, and other meats into cooked dishes. She handled mostly horse meat, processing 2 horses into dried meat, braised dishes, and other recipes. She didn't process the beef and donkey meat for now. She made braised pork belly and pig's feet into red-cooked dishes, turned the hind leg meat into jerky, and used all the pig's head and internal organs for marinated dishes. She left about 10 jin of pork unprocessed. For the chicken and duck, some were roasted, others stir-fried. She lacked some side dishes, so it was mostly just meat. The rabbit was made into cold dishes, spicy and flavorful. Since she had a lot of horse meat, she made jerky, braised, and marinated dishes with it. Finally, Song Qingling spent half a day frying some cooked beans for the horses, mixing yellow beans and black beans, but didn't fry too much. She noticed it was about to rain, which would help the grass turn green. The most important thing was that she used a lot of soybeans but still had about 2 shur, a traditional measure, in storage. After several busy days, Song Qingling was covered in oil smoke from head to toe. Her hair was tightly, with every strand coated in oil and shining. She hadn't taken a bath in a long time, so she decided to wash herself. Her wig had been removed long ago after leaving Pingxi County. Recently, when she went to Anshan, she used a comb to remove lice from her hair. The lice looked small, but biting was itchy and uncomfortable. She carefully combed out and killed all the lice, washed her hair once, and cut her long hair to a similar length as her first cut. She used 3 buckets of water to wash her entire body thoroughly. She felt refreshed and energized, almost as if she could float while walking. Her dirty clothes piled up like small mountains, waiting for the rain to wash them. During these busy days, the vegetables in the field were also growing. She added spiritual due to the water for watering, which helped the plants grow very fast, faster than usual. The vegetables had already grown to about palm length. In addition, she soaked peanuts, mung beans, and soybeans to sprout. Once sprouted, she stored them in her space. The issues with the prepared food and vegetables have been resolved, so there is no need to worry about them for now. Song Qingling observes the sky daily. The clouds have turned black over the past few days and are getting lower each day. She estimates that rain is imminent. The drainage problem of the sinkhole is urgent. During the days she made prepared food, her mind was constantly thinking about this issue. The mountain is solid and thick, and without professional tools from her previous life, it's impossible to carve through it. Burying pipes underground is also not practical. She cannot do it alone. After thinking carefully, she came up with the best and safest plan. If the sinkhole fills with water, she will store the water in the space. If there's too much, she can then release some outside. The space inside is large. The bottom surface, where things are placed, is not real ground but a kind of hazy, mist-like layer that looks like a thin veil. She has already tested it and found that she cannot dig or move it with A. However, releasing the stored water outside is risky. It could cause floods or landslides, which might harm others. She does not wish to harm others intentionally, but if someone tries to harm her, the situation changes. If people do not offend her, she will not offend them. Therefore, Song Qingling thinks it's not very realistic to release the water outside. She remembers that the wooden boxes used for storing treasures are now empty, and she has many other wooden boxes, all treated with tung oil to make them waterproof and rot-proof, so they can be used to hold water. She also has tung oil and dozens of oilcloths, which are larger and taller than ordinary fabric used for making clothes. One piece of oilcloth is about 23 meters long and 3 meters wide. Actually, she prefers to store water in the space, thinking that in the future, there might be droughts and water shortages. She just thought about spreading out the oilcloth to form a barrier, and suddenly, all the oilcloths in the space started moving automatically. One piece was shaped into an L, another into an inverted L, and together they formed a container with only the top and bottom open. In total, there are 30 such containers. The side touching the ground is not covered with oilcloth, so she's unsure if water will leak in. She uses her mind to transfer some water from other containers into one of these oilcloth containers. The water inside is at a certain depth. She observes for a while and sees that the water is still and not decreasing. Each container can hold about 10 tons of water. With this setup, plus the other water storage containers and some improvements to the terrain inside the sinkhole, she believes that even if it rains heavily, she can hold out for a while. Improving the terrain means digging down outside the rocky wall to make the land where the wooden house is located higher. She also thought about digging a deep hole at the lowest point of the pit to create a water reservoir. When it rains, water will flow to the lowest point and collect in the reservoir instead of spreading everywhere. When the water in the reservoir is almost full, she will store it in her space until it cannot hold any more. Once the water from the reservoir reaches the front of the wooden house, she will have to leave. She thought about Jingjia Mountain's underground palace, which is hidden but located in a low area. If it rains heavily for a long time, it might flood and leak, leaving her with no choice but to wait helplessly. Having thought of solutions, Song Qingling quickly started working. She took A and dug down to lower the land. She kept digging, and the soil she removed was stored in her space, which saved her some trouble. She dug facing the wooden house, moving backward as she dug deeper. She worked both day and night, 7 hours each day. To have more strength and speed up her work, she stopped collecting spiritual dew. She took a drop at noon and saved another for watering plants. After working for 3.5 days, her hands were full of blisters. When the blisters burst and she gripped them tightly, it was a very sharp and satisfying feeling. During the day, she applied ointment to her hands during breaks at noon and evening. By digging down, the land where the wooden house sits became higher by dozens of centimeters. Combined with the original foundation height, it was raised by about 1 meter in total. Next, she started digging the water reservoir at the lowest part of the pit. Song Qingling didn't rest. When she looked up, she saw dark clouds gathering outside the pit entrance. She always felt a heavy rain was about to fall, which made her feel anxious every time she saw it. She marked the location of the reservoir at the lowest point on the left side of the bottom of the pit. She kept digging. On the night of the 4th day, Song Qingling, who was sleeping, was suddenly awakened by thunder. She sat up, feeling a bit dazed.
Boom.
Lightning flashed rapidly across the open space in front of the wooden house, flickering and flickering. She hurriedly put on her shoes and ran outside. The wind blew strongly, making her hair stick back as if she had styled a big pompadour. If the wind blows for a long time and it rains heavily again, her vegetables in the field will definitely be ruined. She looked up at the bottom of the pit. Purple lightning flashed and flickered among the dark clouds. With her eye, she couldn't see the clouds moving. Should she harvest the vegetables? The seedlings have grown to about the length of chopsticks. After some thought, She decided to remove the vegetables from the best-growing plots and store them in the space. Song Qingling took out a torch ignited with strong fire oil to light her way to the vegetable field. Running into the field, she inserted 2 torches into the ground and used her hands to pull out the vegetables. After harvesting from 2 plots, raindrops began to fall along with strong wind.
Bang, bang.
The long-awaited rain finally arrived. Song Qingling put on a straw hat with a chin strap to prevent it from blowing away and wore a raincoat. Although the vegetables were important, her health was more so. Feeling sick and cold was uncomfortable. No matter where she was, Song Qingling always prioritized her life and health. She continued pulling vegetables in the rain.
Bang, bang, bang.
Raindrops hit her straw hat and dripped down from its brim and her shoulders. The wind grew stronger. Near her, she could barely see, and she saw the vegetables in the field swaying like small boats floating on water. Fortunately, the vegetables weren't too small. Otherwise, they might have been uprooted and blown away. After harvesting from the 4th plot, the wind and rain lessened. Song Qingling looked at the sky, which seemed less dark than before. The rain had washed away some of the dirt smell in the air, and she hesitated whether to keep pulling vegetables or not. She decided to observe a bit longer. She returned to the open space beside the wooden house, took off her raincoat, and found her clothes weren't wet because the rain wasn't heavy. Lying on a lounge chair, she swayed gently, watching the sky outside. The changing weather made the horse a little anxious. It trotted over and softly whinnied near Song Qingling. She turned her head and said to the horse, "It's just light rain now, but a bigger storm is coming. I hope this place can protect us through those tough days." Hearing her voice, the horse felt safe and stopped whinnying. Waiting patiently, the wind calmed, and Song Qingling fell asleep unconsciously in the gentle breeze. The next day, Song Qingling woke up suddenly on the lounge chair. It was just dawn, and it hadn't rained. She quickly got up to dig the water storage pond. 3 days passed. During this time, every night, there was some rain, but it was not heavy and came at irregular times. Song Qingling was busy digging the water pond in the sinkhole. Outside Mount Tianfeng, it was a bit livelier than when she first arrived, with more people going up the mountain. However, the mountain wasn't as peaceful as it seemed. The mysterious masked person searching for the missing 3 trucks was still looking every day. Anyone who resembled the person in the picture was taken away for identification by the underground flow, but none of the results were satisfactory. After 10 full days, Song Qingling finally dug out the water reservoir she wanted. She did everything needed in the sinkhole. She is not the type to put all her eggs in one basket. To be safe, she decided to take advantage of the light rain to explore Tifeng Mountain again and look for other shelters as backups, in case something unexpected happens and she ends up in a difficult situation. That morning, light rain was falling. Before leaving, Song Qingling closed the wooden cabin, prepared water and food for her horse for several days, and finished her chores. She then put on a straw hat, wore a raincoat, and habitually covered her face with a mask to hide her true appearance. She left the sinkhole in the rain. The intermittent light rain continued for several days. The weather finally cooled down a bit, and a gentle breeze made it quite refreshing. Song Qingling did not go to the river she visited last time, but instead explored a new area she hadn't been to before. On a rainy and gloomy day, visibility was low, and she couldn't see clearly beyond about a meter. Listening to the pattering rain, Song Qingling moved through the forest. In the morning, she found nothing. When the rain stopped at noon and the sky brightened a little, she ate 2 red sugar cakes and some steamed dumplings for lunch, then continued her search. By late afternoon, she was quite far from the sinkhole. After searching for a long time, she still hadn't found a suitable shelter. There might have been some, but she couldn't find them. Either they were hidden very well or covered up by people. As night approached and visibility dropped further, the rain started again, falling steadily with a loud sound. She needed to find a place to rest for the night. Song Qingling hurriedly carried a torch lit with strong oil. What she didn't know was that about 10 meters to her right, on a below a high earthen wall that looked like part of the mountain soil, there was a hidden mountain cave. Inside the cave, the firelight was bright, and smoke curled around. Two men lay on straw mats, each resting on one side, eyes closed, looking very relaxed and comfortable. After a while, Peng Zian praised, "This thing is truly wonderful. Luckily, we didn't lose it that day." That day, they ran away with their belongings, hiding their tracks along the way.
For them, it was a simple task.
They ran far, found a suitable mountain cave, and moved in. At first, they thought the round, hard things in the wooden box could be eaten. When they opened their mouths to bite, they found them difficult to chew and with a strange taste. They also considered boiling them, but the taste remained odd. Thinking about the useless items he brought back after much effort, Zhu Zixu angrily threw away one piece in his hand. Peng Zian, not believing in superstition, noticed the fire in front of him and decided to try roasting something to eat. After roasting over high heat, the smell became even sweeter. The smoke drifting out made them all feel strangely relaxed and comfortable, and they no longer felt so anxious about the martial arts conference. Over time, they learned that the smoke from this item could make people feel good, so they named it Weo paste. "Senior brother, this Weo paste is so amazing that people want to keep using it. Why don't we use it to make other disciples from different sects serve us?" Zixu, still with his eyes closed, snorted. "You think I haven't thought of that? Yes, that's the way to go. Let others do our work, so we don't have to run around so much.
Don't rush to go outside now.
Only those with real skill wouldn't be so eager to come to Tianfeng Mountain to find treasures. It's only the weak and impatient who come early." Peng Zian nodded happily and said, "You're so clever, senior brother. Let's stay in the cave for a while longer." Meanwhile, Song Qingling found a suitable place to camp, a windless spot on a flat area beneath a protruding part of the mountain. The overhanging rocks acted like a natural barrier, like a roof, blocking some of the rain. Song Qingling stuck a torch into the ground and took out a tent she had prepared earlier from her space. It was made of oilcloth, rough wood, and rope. Each corner of the tent was weighted down with heavy stones to prevent it from flying away. Inside the tent, the side touching the ground was also covered with oilcloth to keep it dry and clean. There was a straw mat and a pillow inside. As the rain and wind raged, Song Qingling stood under the protruding rocks. Just as she was about to put away the torch, her ears twitched. Something was approaching. She stared in one direction, where a faint light was moving. The light disappeared quickly, extinguished by the rain, and the area went dark. Someone was coming. There were at least 3 people, their footsteps splashing through the water. Song Qingling no longer held the torch. She picked up her bow and arrow, ready and watching that side. Soon, 4 figures ran closer and closer. One person said, "There's a fire ahead. There must be a shelter from the rain. Let's go check it out." Could it be those people? Hearing this, everyone's steps suddenly stopped. If it really is them, that's perfect. We don't have to look for them. They took wind bamboo. We need to rescue him. Let's go. The group quickened their pace to head over. One of the 4 people looked at Song Qingling nearby and said in surprise, "It's the masked person. It's that group." Song Qingling observed the visitors. Under the light of the torch, she could faintly see their figures, tall men, each wearing a straw hat, dressed in raincoats, holding long swords with matching insignia.
Who are you?
Why did you take Fengzhu? Where did you hide Fengzhu? Hand him over now. Seeing that Song Qingling was alone without any companions, the 4 believed they had the upper hand and walked toward her together. Song Qingling couldn't understand what they were saying, but she felt their hostility. They were still some distance apart. She quickly drew her bow and shot 2 arrows at them. The arrows flew swiftly, hitting 2 of them in the chest before they could dodge. When enemies approach with hostility, it's best to strike first.
Bang!
The 2 men fell to the ground, unmoving. Fenglu.
Fengtong.
The other 2 men knelt down, looking very anxious. "They're dead. They're all dead," one of them exclaimed in shock, slowly realizing what had happened. He glared angrily at Song Qingling. "She killed them. It was her. I want to kill her." He stood up and reached for his sword, ready to attack. Song Qingling's eyes sharpened. She shot 2 more arrows in quick succession. This time, the 2 men on the other side prepared themselves, raising their swords to block.
Stop.
Don't fight anymore. Another voice called out more calmly. He hurriedly spoke to his furious and vengeful companion. It's not her. Her fighting style is different. I can tell. We've misunderstood her. Fengyu. But what does that matter? She killed Fenglu and Fengtong. We can't just let this go. Running over without reason, provoking her, and then wanting to run away? Do they really think she's a punching bag? Song Qingling believed she was never so magnanimous. While the 2 men were distracted, she narrowed her eyes, aimed carefully, and shot several arrows. The rain of arrows was fierce. At first, the 2 men managed to block some, but eventually they couldn't hold out. One after another, they were hit, blood splattering as it mixed with the rain. They cried out in pain. Fengyu, slightly off from the heart and with an arrow in his leg, looked at Song Qingling in shock, his expression complicated. A cold wind blew, making him shiver. He quickly explained, "Brother, this is a misunderstanding. We didn't mean to cause trouble. At noon today, 3 masked black-clad men who looked similar to you took away our companions. By the time we found out, they had already run far away with Fengzhu." The masked black-clad men who looked like her? Song Qingling remembered the masked men she met by the river before, who suddenly appeared and attacked her without reason. What are these black-clad men really doing? Why are they kidnapping people? I'm sorry. Fengyu bowed and apologized to Song Qingling. Fengyu, are you crazy? How can you apologize to her? Fengyu's companion was more badly hurt, sitting on the ground. He struggled to stand, looking grimly at Song Qingling and saying, "If you have the guts, don't use a bow and arrow. Fight us properly." Song Qingling found it a bit funny. Her strength was weaker than theirs, and she was being blamed for it. "Fenghua, stop talking." Fengyu shouted loudly, giving him a dark look. Then he turned to Song Qingling and said, "We are leaving now." Fenghua understood that look, but still looked unwilling. He didn't say anything, and helped Fengyu lift their companion's body. Watching their backs as they left, Song Qingling slowly picked up her bow and arrow. They came quickly, left just as fast. A simple apology seemed to settle everything. Moreover, she saw Fenghua glaring fiercely. If he had a chance, he would definitely rush to attack her. She drew her bow, ready to shoot. If you're going to do it decisively, cut off all future trouble. Whoosh, whoosh. The arrows shot out. Fengyu and Fenghua turned back upon hearing the sound, dropped the body, dodged, and drew their swords. This little person just wants to kill us all. Fengyu, I can't stand it. I can't wait. I want to kill her right now. Fenghua stormed towards Song Qingling. Fengyu wanted to stop him, but couldn't. He thought that Song Qingling was too strong and clearly no match for her. It was better to stay alive and leave first. Fenghua raised his sword and charged at Song Qingling. The distance between them closed. Song Qingling drew her waist knife to defend herself. In just 2 moves, Fenghua was pushed back. Fengyu hesitated for a moment but finally, helpless, raised his sword to help his companion. When Fengyu was almost there, Song Qingling stabbed her sword into Fenghua's heart, who was wide-eyed and shocked.
Bang!
Fenghua died instantly, eyes still open in shock. Fengyu stared blankly, trembling hands, suddenly feeling a killing intent. He instinctively retreated and swung his sword. Song Qingling just wanted to end it quickly, advancing step by step. After a while, Fengyu also fell. After finishing the search for weapons and belongings, she collected a few swords and bags. She stored the body in her space. The blood on the ground had already been washed away by the rain. Inside the tent, it was very dark. After dinner, Song Qingling lay on a straw mat, listening to the rain tapping on the tent, producing a clear, pleasant sound. She thought about looking in another direction tomorrow. Song Qingling believed that rainy days were the best for sleeping, as the rain's sound was soothing. She quickly fell asleep. The rain continued all night. When she woke up the next morning, she opened the tent flap, and a cool, moist breeze greeted her. The rain had stopped. The light was dim, and white mist drifted through the forest like a fairyland. Visibility was very low. She decided to wait a bit longer until the fog cleared before leaving. She couldn't fall asleep again, so she sat inside the tent and carved a wooden arrow. Once the fog lifted a little, Song Qingling ate a bowl of red bean porridge and 2 pancakes for breakfast, then packed up the tent. It was a bit cold on the mountain in the morning, so she put on an extra piece of clothing. She searched all morning but found nothing. Finally, she changed her approach, no longer searching aimlessly, but looking for animal tracks in the mountains. Since wolves and larger animals usually live in caves, she followed this idea. She had a quick lunch on the way, eating some snacks. In the afternoon, as she walked, she suddenly sensed something was wrong. The rain was still falling, and although everything around looked normal, her instincts told her danger was approaching. She quickened her pace and, after walking a short distance, hid behind a large tree. Soon, she heard very faint footsteps approaching. Based on the sound, she identified the approaching person. A person dressed in black slowly passed by the tree where she was hiding. He moved carefully, looking around cautiously. When he turned his head, a flash of knife light crossed her view, and he quickly dodged to the side. Song Qingling appeared from behind the tree. Today, she intentionally held back her strength, showing her full power would only make the opponent more alert. After a few exchanges, she was forced to retreat repeatedly. The masked black-clad man took a quick glance at her figure and found her to be quite similar to the person in the wanted poster, more so than those she had seen before. Thinking to end this quickly, the man's speed increased sharply, attacking fiercely and coldly, saying, "Finally, I found you." During the fight, because of the intense movements, a piece of paper slipped out from inside his clothing, but he didn't notice. Song Qingling saw it. She no longer held back, but used her true strength, attacking swiftly. With 2 strikes, the black-clad man's surprised eyes appeared as he was caught off guard. After a few more moves, the man in black couldn't keep up and was pushed back step by step. He reacted too slowly and gained another wound on his neck. Whenever Song Qingling made a move, she aimed for the enemy's vital points. She advanced and the man in black retreated. During the fight, the man in black's eyes turned fierce. He suddenly flipped his other hand and swung it, revealing a small black-bladed dagger in his hand. He intended to surprise Song Qingling with a poison dagger. But Song Qingling was faster. She quickly drew a second dagger from somewhere and slashed at his wrist. His hand was cut off, the wound clean, blood splattering everywhere. The severed hand fell to the ground. Because of the pain from the wound, the man in black's breathing became unstable, and his movements froze for a moment. Song Qingling stabbed her dagger into his heart, then kicked his stomach, knocking him to the ground. She ran forward quickly and swiftly pulled out the item hidden in his chest clothing. The man in black, bleeding heavily and weak, struggled to breathe. His mask fluttered with each breath. When he hit the ground, he knew he couldn't defeat Song Qingling. He closed his eyes and bit through the poison hidden in his teeth. Song Qingling naturally noticed his movements. She glanced at him briefly and then looked away, her gaze falling on a piece of paper. It was the portrait she had just taken. She recognized at a glance that the person in the drawing was herself. Her figure was very similar, but her face was covered with a mask, so it wasn't clear. She had fought the masked man in black twice before. They came from the same organization, a killer organization that had all the typical features: organized, professional, and secretive. It was likely run by someone of high status, trained as a shadow assassin. These shadow guards were used for dark, hidden tasks. They only worked in the shadows. When faced with danger, they were as stubborn as stone. It was almost impossible to pry open their secrets. They would try every possible way to die to avoid revealing anything, protecting the organization. Song Qingling carefully recalled the scene by the river that day. The masked man in black could draw images, which meant that besides the killed man, there was another person. Maybe she saw her once and was called away by a sudden whistle. The 4 people she met last night mentioned that Fengzhu was taken away. It was probably done by this group of masked men. They used the portrait to find her. Maybe Fengzhu looked similar to her? Why did the masked man in black hate her so much? Song Qingling couldn't figure out the reason.
She decided not to dwell on it.
She didn't want to waste her energy on such matters. A heavy rain could start at any moment. Time was running out. She needed to find a backup shelter quickly. The black-clad people came back, and she decided to kill them. As soon as she found a backup shelter, she stayed in the crater and kept to herself for now. The conflicts of the outside world didn't concern her anymore. Song Qingling threw the body of the black-clad person aside. The marks from the fight would soon be washed away by the rain, so there was no need to worry about them. After the interruption, Song Qingling continued searching for traces left by animals in the forest. The rain had washed away footprints and fur, making them useless for reference. She focused on observing the plants along the way. There might be bite marks or scratches on the plants from animals. She lit a fire with oil and searched for signs, not knowing how long she had been at it. Her eyes were starting to blur. As she walked, she sniffed and caught a smell of meat. Following the scent, she arrived at the foot of a hill. It looked normal from the outside, but the smell of meat was strongest here. It seemed there was a hidden shelter nearby, with someone inside. The aroma of food traveled farther than she expected, especially when the wind blew. She decided to wait until she returned to the crater to cook some food and learn from the experience. It wasn't even evening yet, but the sky had darkened like night, and it was raining heavily. She wanted to find a good place to stay, but unexpectedly, she saw some claw marks on a tree somewhere. After searching around, through the misty rain, Song Qingling faintly saw a dark cave between two mountains below. As she watched, a pair of bright green eyes appeared inside the cave, shining like light bulbs. There was a wolf. Just as she expected. A cave occupied by wild animals wouldn't be taken by others, and from the side, she could see many wolves inside, which were difficult to deal with. She needed a clever plan. She looked around and found the tallest tree nearby. She threw a three-pronged iron hook up into the branches. Just as she grabbed the rope and was about to climb, a loud wolf howl echoed through the sky. One by one, the wolves came out in full force. Song Qingling held onto the rope and climbed up the tree, reaching a branch about 4 meters above the ground. She steadied herself. Turning to look back, she saw the wolves rushing toward her. When they got closer, she realized these wolves weren't ordinary. They were bigger and stronger, with agile limbs that moved like arrows shot from a bow. They looked unstoppable. The wind swept the grass leaves, making them rustle loudly. There were about 30 of them. From a distance, Song Qingling took out her bow and arrows. She coated the tips with poison and shot 6 arrows. 2 hit their targets. Song Qingling frowned slightly, thinking that these wolves were really hard to deal with. If it had been wild wolves she encountered before, she would have shot at least 4 of them. The wolves that were hit slowed down and even paused, yet they still managed to run on. The leading wolf reached the base of a tree, standing on its hind legs and using its front paws to hold onto the tree, sharpening its claws and making a chilling squeaking sound. It looked up at the prey on the tree, excitedly howling. After sharpening its claws, the wolves leapt repeatedly. After 2 jumps, they almost reached the same height as Song Qingling. She didn't expect their jumping ability to be so good, so she swung her twin knives to attack. When her blades touched the wolf's thick skin, it felt like hitting hard stone, causing little damage. More wolves gathered under the tree, while the alpha wolf on a high spot howled loudly, giving orders to the pack. Suddenly, one wolf collapsed without reaction. It had been hit by a poisoned arrow and died. Seeing the danger, Song Qingling remained calm. She was actually waiting for more wolves to gather under the tree. More was better. The time was right. She poured a large amount of flaming oil onto the wolves. The oil spilled onto their bodies and got into their eyes. Blinded, the wolves slowed down. She swung her knives to cut at the jumping wolves and used her mind to throw a torch down. At the same time, Song Qingling used a 3-claw iron hook to swing onto a tree a few meters away. With a whoosh, the oil ignited instantly, burning faster and more fiercely than normal fire. The wolves with fire on their bodies howled loudly as the flames grew. Rain started falling, making the fire burn even more fiercely. In total, 12 wolves were caught in the blaze. Song Qingling swung down from the tree and looked at the alpha wolf. The alpha, disturbed by the fire, was giving commands to the other wolves. She ran straight to the cave. Inside, she saw pairs of small green eyes shining. If she wasn't mistaken, there were young wolves inside. Young wolves are the hope of the pack, and the alpha wolf would definitely care about them. If the alpha wolf died, the others would be less of a threat. While running, a sharp wolf howl suddenly sounded behind her. The alpha wolf realized Song Qingling's plan, furiously jumped down from a stone, and called on the other wolves that weren't on fire to return and protect the pups. A chase began, with both sides pursuing each other. Song Qingling ran very fast and reached the cave entrance. The alpha wolf was still a few meters away. Seeing the intruder, the young wolves were frightened and ran back into the cave. Song Qingling stood at the entrance, took out a large bucket of flaming oil, and poured it in front of her. The alpha wolf lunged forward, leaping into the air with sharp claws flashing in the light. It opened its mouth wide, looking fierce, ready to bite and swallow a person's head. Just as it was about to reach Song Qingling, only a few centimeters away, suddenly, flames shot up, forming a wall of fire. The burned alpha wolf let out a loud, painful cry. Despite the pain, it bravely crossed the fire wall. As it fell, Song Qingling quickly moved forward, holding her sword with the tip pointing upward, and stabbed it into the wolf's belly. The wolf reacted quickly, turning aside to dodge the attack. It avoided the sword but couldn't escape from the silver spear Song Qingling suddenly appeared with. She used all her strength to the spear into the wolf's waist. The wolf's waist was its most fragile spot. Wounded badly, the alpha wolf no longer looked so fierce. Its eyes showed fear, and it made faint, pleading sounds in its throat. Song Qingling chopped off the wolf's head with a few strikes, and blood splattered onto her face. The alpha wolf was dead. Outside the firewall, the other wolves were panicked, howling and crying loudly. A few other wolves that had followed the alpha wolf into the fight also caught fire. They ran around, jumping and trying to put out the flames on their bodies. Song Qingling held a torch and entered the cave, looking around as she walked. The cave was bigger than she expected, a bit messy but suitable for her and her horse to stay in. A small wolf, about the size of a puppy, curled up in the corner. 3 brave ones snarled and lunged at her, trying to bite. Song Qingling looked down at them calmly, then swung her sword to kill them. In nature, the strong survive, and the weak perish. If she didn't kill all of them today, she would face trouble later. The small wolves' painful yelps before dying frightened the others. Hearing this, the big wolf outside let out a heartbreaking howl. The remaining small wolves, hearing the noise, quickly ran toward the cave entrance. Song Qingling didn't chase after them. Outside the cave was the firewall. The small wolves ran too fast to stop and ended up in the flames, yelping in pain. The big wolf, worried and scared, hesitated but, risking the fire, bravely ran through the flames to rescue the small wolves. Inside the cave, Song Qingling carefully checked for any other dangers. After ensuring everything was safe, she took out 2 buckets of water, cleaned the blood from her clothes, and turned her back to the outside to change into dry clothes. She then sat on a chair, waiting quietly. When the outside grew silent, Song Qingling stood up and walked to the cave entrance. The fire was still fierce, casting a faint yellow glow on her face. Water couldn't put out the raging fire and oil, only cutting off the air could stop it. A few days ago, she dug a water reservoir and collected a lot of soil. She released it, but it didn't extinguish the fire completely. She decided to wait and observe the situation outside. The fire was reduced by 1/3, and she stayed where she was. Suddenly, 3 wolves ran out from the side. Song Qingling knew this would happen. Animals are not as foolish as humans. She stayed alert for a surprise attack, so when she saw the wolves, she immediately threw burning oil at them and then threw 2 torches. The wolves on Tianfeng Mountain are stronger than wild wolves. Without the burning oil, she would have a hard time fighting them alone tonight. Using the burning oil, she quickly finished the fight. She was worried that if the battle took too long, other wild animals or people might come. The 3 wolves were burned to death. Song Qingling stepped over the extinguished fire on one side and looked around. On the ground nearby, there were charred wolf carcasses. Some areas caught fire when the wolves ran, so she hurried over to put out the flames and collected the wolf bodies. It took her half an hour to finish everything. She also cleaned up the traces left nearby. It was already late, so she returned to the cave. She didn't block the entrance with stones yet because it smelled strong inside and needed ventilation. The cave had wolf hair and droppings, which she collected for cleaning. She sprinkled insect and rodent repellent powder around. She didn't throw away the droppings. Instead, she scattered them in different spots near the cave. She also gathered some hair, but left some for later use. In the future, travelers or animals passing by would know there was a wolf pack nearby and wouldn't dare to come close. Song Qingling thought to herself that she would leave it like this for night. Tomorrow, she would spend more time cleaning and airing out the cave. Animals carry germs, and sealing it up immediately might cause illness later if she moves in again. She hadn't eaten dinner yet. She washed her hands, took out a set of tableware and ate some cold noodles and a few cold rabbit dishes, feeling very satisfied. The cold rabbit was spicy and flavorful, with firm meat. She felt a little regretful for making too little. After eating, she blocked the cave entrance with a large stone. It wasn't perfectly sealed, leaving some gaps for air to circulate. That night, Song Qingling slept inside the cave. In the middle of the night, she woke up cold and covered herself with a thick quilt. The next morning, she woke up, sitting up with messy hair, feeling dazed. She heard heavy rain outside. The inside of the cave was dark, so dark she couldn't see her hand in front of her face. She groped around, lit a small fire, and prepared to wait for the rain to stop. After several months of continuously collecting firewood, the space is now filled with so much that she could never use it all in her lifetime. Thinking about this and listening to the sound of rain, she feels very safe. This morning, it was colder than a few days ago. Song Qingling put on a slightly thicker coat and went to cover the large stone. Suddenly, a cool breeze mixed with a few raindrops hit her face. The cold wind entered her neck and trickled down, making her sneeze. She quickly took a smaller stone and blocked half of the hole. Looking out from the uncovered part of the hole, it was as dark outside as last night. The sky was pouring rain, and the sound of dripping water filled her ears. Water was pooling on the ground and flowing from high to low. Fortunately, the cave was on high ground, so all the rainwater flowed downward. It looks like a heavy rainstorm is coming soon. Song Qingling returned inside the cave, quickly set up a few stoves, and took out an iron pot to boil brown sugar soup. She didn't gather much in garlic, planning to plant more in the future. But in this weather, she had to be careful to avoid catching a cold. She kept some for planting and cooking, and the rest she peeled, washed with rainwater, cut into pieces, and added to the pot with the brown sugar to cook. Brown sugar soup is great for warming up and relieving discomfort during. While boiling the fire, Song Qingling suddenly remembered that her period hadn't come for over 2 months. Irregular made her feel both happy and worried. She was happy because she didn't have her period, no blood, and didn't have to worry about the smell attracting wild animals. But she was worried because the absence of her period for so long indicated her health might be poor. The soup bubbled vigorously, releasing thick steam and bubbles. She poured a bowl, blew on it, and drank it. Afterward, she felt warm all over. She stored the leftovers in her space. Feeling a bit cold, she decided to eat something warm. She took out some warm porridge and ate a bowl. After cleaning up the pots and pans, she carefully tidied the cave, which she had only roughly cleaned last night. Looking at the large cave, about 60 square meters, she mentally planned how to arrange things if she moved in later. Where to sleep, how to place the furniture. The main concern was the toilet. She dug a few deep pits in the cliff behind the wooden house, farthest from the main structure. Usually, she used these for waste, covering them with wooden planks, and when they filled up, she filled them with soil to ventilate and reduce odors. The smell wasn't too bad. However, the cave is closed off. She thought that if the situation allowed, she should go outside to relieve herself, while using sand or dirt inside the cave, like cat litter. After finishing, she would toss the waste into the space. The same method applied to horse manure, and, fortunately, she had collected a good amount of sand recently. She thought it through, and then sat back on the chair, taking out a wooden stick to carve a wooden arrow. Cold wind blew through the partially blocked entrance of the cave. It rained heavily all day, gradually easing up by evening, turning into light rain. After airing out the cave during the day, the smell had greatly diminished. She took a large stone and blocked the cave entrance. Habitually, she looked up at the top of the cave, which was made of rock. She was a bit worried that the rain might cause water to seep through the stones and drip inside. Compared to a sinkhole, this place was much less suitable, smaller, less ventilated, and more humid. That night, she didn't extinguish the fire while sleeping. Instead, she added some large logs to keep it burning. She had a good night's sleep. When she woke up, she removed the large stone and looked outside. It was drizzling, and the sky was slightly brighter. Good, it was suitable for heading back to the sinkhole. She quickly ate breakfast, then stood at the cave entrance, facing inward. She placed stones of increasing size outside the entrance to block it. Moving these stones would require a lot of effort for most people. She hoped no large group of people would find this place, or they wouldn't be stopped by these stones. She braved the rain and hurried back to the sinkhole. She considered the sinkhole her first shelter and the cave as her second. The two were quite far apart, taking at least 2 days to walk there properly. She was walking quickly, thinking about her horse. The horse was quite gentle and obedient. She wondered whether to give it a name. She had a good memory. From the sinkhole, she noted some obvious landmarks along the way and left small, subtle marks on tree trunks. Without doing these things, she would definitely have lost her way in such bad weather and wouldn't even find her way back to the sinkhole. The rain was lighter in the morning, and she moved quickly. By afternoon, the rain intensified, accompanied by strong wind and rain. She lit a torch and continued walking, but her visibility was limited, so she moved more slowly. After walking for a while, she found a sheltered spot suitable for resting and decided to stay there for the night. She set up her tent, weighted it down with stones. She quickly pushed aside the door flap, entered, and took off her straw hat, raincoat, and dirty shoes behind the flap. She stored them in the space inside, but they were wet and dirty. The time she stayed inside caused some water stains and muddy footprints near the door curtain. Song Qingling wiped them clean with a cloth and placed some wool she collected last night in the cave. She entered the sealed tent, took a deep breath, and took out a small round table. She poured herself some and brown sugar soup and sat down to drink slowly. In the heavy afternoon rain, water leaked inside, wetting most of her clothes. Since she couldn't light a fire inside the tent, she dried herself and changed into dry clothes. Feeling warm, her stomach started to growl. She took out half a roasted chicken and a steaming bowl of noodle soup for dinner. After eating, she packed away the leftovers and lay down on a bedding-covered ground. A few nights ago, sleeping on a straw mat felt a bit cold, but she was used to it and didn't mind the hardness. Tonight, lying on the soft bedding, she felt too warm and cozy. Listening to the rain, Song Qingling closed her eyes and soon fell asleep. However, she was awakened shortly after by a loud noise. She opened her eyes, holding an oil lamp for light. She saw the tent shaking violently and making dull sounds, as if many invisible hands outside were pulling it forcefully. Hoo-hoo! Outside, the storm raged fiercely. The tent's roof was hammered by rain, making a pounding sound, and water poured down along the edges like a stream. With such heavy rain, Song Qingling couldn't sleep anymore. She wasn't sure if the tent could hold up. She sat up and waited for a while, her eyes growing tired. Every time a strong wind blew, making the tent shake as if it might fly away, her heart would jump with fear. She sat stiffly until the wind and rain lessened a bit. Unable to stay awake any longer, she finally lay down to sleep. Sleep was restless. She was drowsy and could hear the rain easing. She quickly got ready to move while the rain was light, hoping to reach the valley and settle down there. In the morning, she hurried past the spot where she had met Fengyu and others, without stopping. The rain was lighter today, so she kept moving without pausing, eating some food along the way to fill her stomach. That night, after the rain stopped, she found a campsite and rested for the night. The next morning, light rain was falling as she hurried on, getting closer and closer to the valley. As she neared the valley, the rain grew heavier, making her more cautious and alert to her surroundings. Rain washed away tracks along the way, so she didn't worry too much. In the afternoon, around the shun hour, Song Qingling finally reached the valley. She moved the large stones aside, crawled into the passage, and blocked it with more stones before climbing out into the valley. She faced the wooden house, looking at the sinkhole, her bright eyes filled with a relaxed smile. She took a deep breath. Phew. The horse heard the noise and trotted over happily, clearly excited. Song Qingling stepped forward. When the horse reached her, she reached out and petted its head. "Have you been good these days?" She looked around the wooden house and other places. Everything was fine and undisturbed. "Come on, Xiao Zhao, I'll get you something tasty." Xiao Zhao is the name Song Qingling gave to the horse. She thinks she's not good at naming, but she chose this one. The horse's coat is a reddish-brown, nicer than Little Red, and easier to say. Xiao Zhao seemed happy with its name, lifting its head and smiling, proudly following her. Its tail wagged so fast it looked like it was spinning in circles. A few days apart, Xiao Zhao's water and food were gone. Song Qingling quickly changed the basin, added water, and put in food. "Eat up. I'll check on the vegetables in the field." Before she reached the vegetable patch, she saw patches of green lying in the ground. Her heart ached, praying they wouldn't be drowned or rotted by water. She ran over. Some vegetables were strong and still standing, swaying in the wind. Others had been blown to different places or soaked in water. She carefully pulled out the healthy ones first, then collected the less perfect but still edible vegetables. It took her about an hour to finish. Afterward, she went to check the water reservoir. Rainwater, like countless pearls, spilled from the hole, splashing and creating mist. The clear sound of water kept ringing. The water on the ground flowed naturally toward lower areas, eventually gathering in the reservoir. Song Qingling walked to the edge of the reservoir and looked down. The water was nearly 2/3 full. Soon, it would be time to draw water again. Thanks to the reservoir, the rest of the sinkhole area had no standing water for now. With this rain, she planned to collect water again in about an hour. Getting soaked by the rain, the wind made her shiver. She hurried back, took off her raincoat and straw hat under the rocky wall, changed into clean cloth shoes, and went inside the wooden house, closing the door. There was warm water she had heated earlier. She poured it into a bath basin and took a comfortable bath, washing her hair. Then she put on clean clothes. She felt so comfortable, she just wanted to lie down and sleep. She hadn't slept well these past nights, staying outside. She took off her shoes, lay on her side in bed, hugging the quilt with her legs. Closing her eyes, she relaxed completely. Soon, her breathing slowed, and she fell into a deep sleep. After a comfortable sleep, Song Qingling woke up and didn't know what time it was, but she was hungry. She didn't like the smell of food in the sleeping room, so she took a torch and went to the outdoor kitchen area of the wooden house. It was a bit cold, but she still ate hot soup noodles, brown sugar cakes, and cold-cooked rabbit. Sweet and spicy, a perfect combination. After finishing her meal, Song Qingling cleaned up the dishes and wiped the table. She didn't want to delay things she could finish quickly. Little Jujube was lying down and sleeping. Although it wasn't in a closed space and could feel the breeze, its thick fur kept it warm. For a horse, this temperature was a little cold, but for a horse it was nothing. Too much protection could make little Jujube weaker over time. Recently, after seeing little Jujube drink the spiritual dew, it became more alert and responsive. Song Qingling decided that when she stayed in the sky pit with nothing to do, she would train little Jujube to improve its defensive and offensive abilities. Animals like humans can be trained with patience and the right methods. If danger ever arises, little Jujube could protect itself a little, even if she couldn't be there. Song Qingling put on her raincoat and straw hat, holding a torch, and braved the rain to go to the water reservoir. It was drizzling lightly. At the edge of the reservoir, she looked down and saw the water level was flush with the edge, ready to overflow, creating ripples on the surface. She reached into the water and scooped out some, filling small containers first, then transferring the water into oilcloth containers once they were full. After securing the water, she felt relieved and headed back. She guessed it was still night, not yet dawn. Since it started raining, the sky had mostly been gloomy, and the brightest time was overcast, making it hard to tell the time. Feeling a bit sleepy again, she yawned and went back to lie on the bed to sleep some more. She slept for several hours and woke up feeling refreshed. She got up, had breakfast, rolled up her sleeves, and prepared to work hard. Today, she planned to deal with the cattle and donkeys. Since it was raining, there was no shortage of water. She used water from her space, which she collected in containers to catch rainwater. The water she had collected earlier was a bit dirty, so she filtered it after boiling. The unfiltered water was poured through a filter. She boiled several large pots of hot water and then started processing the cattle and donkeys, scraping off their fur. For difficult spots, she used fire to burn the hair away. It took her until the afternoon to finish. She divided the meat into large pieces and removed the internal organs. Throughout the process, little Jujube kept its head turned away, not daring to look directly at anything. Looking at the white butter, Song Qingling really wants to make hot pot broth from it. On a rainy, cold day, eating hot pot would be so wonderful. But because hot pot has a strong flavor, she only thinks about it for now. She decides to wait until her conditions improve. While she is figuring out how to prepare the meat, a small Jujube beside her suddenly stands up and looks toward the pit entrance. She notices this and follows the direction of the small Jujube's gaze. Just as she turns her eyes toward the entrance, a loud roar suddenly comes from that direction. Song Qingling looks surprised and serious, gazing over there. It is already dark. Although Song Qingling cannot see exactly what is happening, the loud noise is clear, and a heavy rain begins to fall. The rain pours down heavily, hitting the ground with a pounding sound, splashing mud everywhere. The water flows quickly toward the water reservoir. She wonders if this storm will be brief or continue for a while. After thinking for a moment, Song Qingling decides to stew some beef and donkey meat for braising, make some buns and dumplings, and prepare some cold dishes. On a rainy day, making dried meat is not possible. By evening, it's getting late. She leaves the meat for braising and puts everything else into her space. Fresh meat doesn't need to be blanched. She puts it directly into the pot with a previously cooked braising broth and adds some salt to simmer slowly. Seeing the salt, Song Qingling remembers she should purify the coarse salt. It's better to eat finer salt, as coarse salt contains impurities. Purifying coarse salt is easy. She has everything she needs. Better to do it today rather than later. So, she decides to purify some salt now. She sets up an iron pot on 3 empty stoves, pours clean, impurity-free water into it, and adds chunks of coarse salt, then starts the fire to boil. While boiling, the salt will dissolve. During this time, Song Qingling changes the water for Xiao Zhao and gives her some food. Eat up. Xiao Zhao looks at her eagerly. Want a drink, Linglu? If you practice hard later, I'll give you a drop every day. Song Qingling talks to Xiao Zhao every day. In her past life, she lived alone and often talked to herself at first. Over time, she stopped speaking out loud and only thought in her mind. Long periods of silence caused her language skills to decline. When she finally spoke again, she stuttered and was not fluent, making communication difficult. She didn't want to lose this ability to communicate. She didn't mind not speaking, but she didn't want to forget how. In this life, she doesn't want to become like that. That's why she always keeps Xiao Zhao with her. Xiao Zhao seems to understand but is somewhat confused, and she nuzzles against Song Qingling in a cute way. Eat up. I also need to have dinner, and after eating I have things to do. Song Qingling washed her hands in the sink, dried them with a cloth, and took out some food stored in her space. It was stir-fried rice cakes with shredded meat, bean sprouts, and spicy oil, fragrant and spicy, very satisfying. The bean sprouts were crisp and not greasy at all. After finishing dinner, she washed the dishes. The salt water had boiled, turning a bit dark, with tiny sand and dirt floating on the surface. She covered several empty wooden buckets with gauze to hold them in place. She lifted the saltwater pot and slowly poured it into the buckets, filtering out impurities with the gauze. Filtering twice made it cleaner. She poured the filtered saltwater back into the pot and boiled it again. During boiling, white sediment appeared along the edges, which was calcium sulfide and not edible. She poured out the salt water and filtered it again. The salt water was quite concentrated now. She poured it back into the pot and boiled until most of the water evaporated, bubbling. Then she filtered it again to remove magnesium chloride. After removing the chloride, she dried the water to get pure white salt crystals. The process wasn't finished yet. Some soluble impurities remained. She added prepared lime water and wood ash to the salt to cause crystallization. Finally, the crystals that formed were pure white salt without impurities. Song Qingling tasted a little, salty but not bitter, better than refined salt. From 100 gene of crude salt, she obtained 23 gene of pure salt, which she sealed in jars. After refining the crude salt, the meat was almost done braising. Song Qingling stored her supplies and tidied up. A heavy rain continued to fall. She didn't know how the water reservoir was doing. She prepared protective gear, grabbed 2 large oil torches, and went to check. When she passed the pit, the heavy rain pounded her straw hat and raincoat, splashing water all over her face. Fortunately, she checked and found the pond was full and about to overflow. She collected water into containers. There was no time to gather water tonight. If the rain continued all night, the water in the pit would accumulate by morning. She had to get up early tomorrow to collect water, but she couldn't stay awake all night guarding it. Staying up every night to collect water would make her go crazy. Since they had enough water, she used some of it to wash her clothes, boiling several large pots of water for bathing. She wouldn't need to boil water for the next few days. After a hot bath, she finished her busy day and tiredly lay down to sleep. Perhaps because she was thinking all day, she dreamt that night of the pit being flooded. She and Xiao Zhao were swept away by the water, feeling suffocated, just like the tsunami she experienced in her previous life. She woke up suddenly, sweating all over. Feeling a bit anxious inside, she relaxed her mind for a while, then sat up, pushed aside the blanket, and went outside through the wooden cabin door. The light was as dark as ever, making it hard to tell what time it was. The sky seemed to have countless cracks, and the rain was still pouring. Listening to the sound of rain, Song Qingling knew there was water pooling inside the pit. She prepared herself, rolled up her pants, and hurried over. Before reaching the bottom of the pit, the water had already reached her ankles. She waded through the water against the wind, walking carefully. When she arrived at the water reservoir, the water level was at her knees. She collected the water from the reservoir into a container, creating extra space. The water in the pit flowed down along with it, and she drained it all. For the next 3 days, the heavy rain continued non-stop. Song Qingling had to go to the reservoir every hour or so to collect water, except at night. She would go again early the next morning. When she checked the water in the morning, the flooding had spread, but it hadn't reached the wooden cabin. During this time, Song Qingling also prepared some cooked food. She made steamed buns and dumplings with green onion and beef filling, beef and donkey meat pancakes. Considering the cold weather, she made more soup noodles, porridge, and dumpling soup, adding some vegetables. She also boiled some greens separately for a balanced meal. Having prepared enough cooked food for 3 months, she finally had some free time. Every morning, she would collect water from the reservoir and exercise for over an hour. She couldn't afford to be lazy now. After breakfast, She started training Xiao Zhao with cooked beans soaked in spiritual dew, beginning with basic commands. Standing in front of Xiao Zhao, she pointed her left index finger at its left leg. Xiao Zhao, lift your left leg. If it didn't understand, she demonstrated with her hand. Usually, after 1 or 2 demonstrations, Xiao Zhao understood and followed her rhythm. Xiao Zhao, lift your right leg, kick here with force. Yes, use strength. Whenever Xiao Zhao followed the command correctly, she rewarded it with a bean and patted its head, saying, "Good job, Xiao Zhao, you're so clever." Every time, Xiao Zhao would smile slightly, showing a bit of pride. After lunch, in the afternoon, Song Qingling and Xiao Zhao each took a 1-hour nap. When she finished collecting water from the reservoir and returned, she would take out a stack of paper and use charcoal as a pen to jot down what happened that day and how many days she had been living in the pit. After writing, she tried practicing calligraphy with a brush, believing it could help her calm her mind. Sitting properly at the table, holding a brush, she looked serious. With each, she appeared focused and composed. However, on the paper, what was written was completely unrelated to the characters, just a mess of ink. Every time she finished writing, Song Qingling would smile slightly and talk to herself, saying, a little better than yesterday.
Chirp, chirp, chirp.
Outside the door, Xiao Zhao tilted her head and looked at her, calling her to come out quickly.
Coming.
Song Qingling put away her brush, ink, paper, and inkstone, then went outside. Xiao Zhao turned her back to her and headed toward an open space in front of the kitchen area, where 2 straw dolls that could stand were placed on the ground. The straw dolls were made a few nights ago before Song Qingling went to bed. She used wood to make a cross shape, then layered dry straw around it, thickly packed, to resemble a human figure. Treating the straw dolls as enemies, she guided Xiao Zhao step by step to learn how to attack, focusing on soft spots on the human body. Xiao Zhao ran ahead, already practicing with her front paws on her designated straw doll. The 2 straw dolls were different. Xiao Zhao was tall, so she adjusted her size to match her straw doll. Song Qingling used the straw dolls as targets, shooting arrows or darts from a distance. Overall, she felt that inanimate objects were still not as good as living creatures. Once Xiao Zhao had practiced enough with the straw dolls, she began sparring with her. After a while, the sky darkened completely. Song Qingling told Xiao Zhao, "Practice on your own. I'm going to collect water." After several days of collecting water, the containers were full, ready to be transferred into oilcloth bags. After rain, the soil was moist, and in places where the rain was less intense, clusters of tender green grass sprouted. Some grew as long as chopsticks. Song Qingling picked a basketful and brought it back. Seeing Xiao Zhao practicing seriously, Song Qingling dropped a drop of spiritual dew onto the still glittering grass. "Xiao Zhao, come over and have your dinner." Xiao Zhao happily ran to her eating spot. Seeing the long-lost green grass, she was a bit surprised. "Eat up." Song Qingling went to remove the filtered water from the kitchen area, then refilled the container with unfiltered water, passing it through a filter to remove impurities and discard the dirt. This way, the container could hold a bit more water. They each sat quietly, enjoying their dinner separately. The heavy rain continued for 10 days, turning the world into a dull, gray haze. The underground sinkhole was not heavily affected, seeming like a paradise outside the world. On the mountain outside, long-term rain caused some landslides and mudslides. Due to the Haida rain, the floodwaters only reached the lower mountain foot. The situation in the distant city-states is not so good. Some people who couldn't escape were swept away by the relentless floodwaters. They raised their hands high, hoping for help, but soon they were swallowed by the rushing waters. The murky water surface floated with broken debris and corpses, some heads down, some facing up, with pale, swollen faces. Most floated aimlessly, carried by the current. Some faster people climbed onto rooftops to seek refuge, thinking the rain would stop soon. But the heavy rain continued without pause. Water levels kept rising, and houses became isolated islands. People could only wait in despair for death. There were also clever individuals who realized the rain was unusual. They ran toward the mountains, which were higher ground. Powerful people used their connections to get boats or boarded higher-status officials' ships, escaping to the mountains. As the rain fell day after day for half a month, lower areas of the city were gradually flooded, while higher ground became increasingly dangerous. The entire northern region suffered more from floods than the south. At the same time, different natural disasters occurred in various countries: locust plagues and droughts in the east, floods in the south, and earthquakes in the north. The king of Chu used swift and decisive actions to defeat the enemy army, reclaiming several states once under the jurisdiction of the Huainan king, saving the people from disaster and gaining popular support. Before he could fully expand his plans, heavy rains and floods kept coming. The Chu king hurriedly focused on helping the people and finding solutions to the water problems, working tirelessly and feeling overwhelmed. Many countries were busy dealing with internal issues and maintained a temporary peace with each other. A giant sinkhole appeared. Song Qingling and Xiao Zhao lived a regular life every day, enjoying themselves. Although she didn't go outside, she had a good idea of what was happening outside. If the heavy rain continued, the flooding would worsen, and the water level would rise further. She worried more people might go to Tianfeng Mountain. No matter what mountain it was, resources there were limited, and caves weren't always available. Once the mountain reached saturation, capable people would think of moving to better places, like the Lingnan Mountains. Life went on as usual. With Song Qingling's careful training and Xiao Zhao's innate intelligence, after drinking the spiritual dew, their physical strength improved, and they became smarter and more capable. After 13 days, the heavy rain persisted. Song Qingling had collected enough water into 14 oilcloth containers. The situation was looking a bit grim. She plans to dig the passage to the outside world deeper and wider. When the water floods the pit, she can escape, but Little Date cannot leave. She must make the passage large enough, but she can't finish digging it quickly. She needs to prepare early and at least roughly dig it out. Song Qingling begins to spend part of each day widening the tunnel. Whenever she works hard digging in the tunnel, Little Date comes nearby to guard her. Only after she finishes does Little Date follow her back. By the 10th day, in early February, the oilcloth container is filled with 13 items, with 3 still left to fill. The rain has lessened to moderate rain, but according to Song Qingling's observation, it won't stop soon. At most, for more days, and the pit will be flooded. After so many days, she has widened and deepened the tunnel enough for Little Date to go down freely, except for the top ground that still needs some work. Worried that digging too thin at the top might cause a collapse, she didn't dig too aggressively. To go out, she still needs half a day to excavate the top ground. Song Qingling and Little Date stand side by side under the rock wall, looking toward the entrance of the pit. The sky is gray, and rain is pouring down. Let's wait 2 more days. If the rain gets lighter or stops, that would be the best. Otherwise, we'll have to move. They have been living in the pit for nearly a month. Besides the trouble of going out daily to collect water and use the toilet, everything else is fine. Song Qingling looks around the pit with some reluctance. She likes it here. It's hidden and safe. During this time, she has been eating well and drinking enough, gaining a little weight. Her face has some flesh, but her limbs are still slim. A cold wind blows, making her tighten her clothes around her neck. She sniffs and says, "Let's go back. It's too cold." She goes back, drinks a bowl of soup, takes a shower, and lies down to sleep. For the next 2 days, it continues to rain moderately. The space in the oilcloth container is running out. That night, Song Qingling lies in bed, tossing and turning like a pancake, unable to sleep. She turns over again, facing the wooden door. In the darkness, her eyes are faintly bright. She suddenly sits up, determined. Tomorrow, she will dig through the ground and take Little Date to shelter number 2. Once she confirmed this plan, she no longer felt that uneasy, restless feeling of having 1 foot in and 1 foot out. Song Qingling fell asleep peacefully. When she woke up, she went outside to look around. After a night of rain, the water in the reservoir was full, and there was standing water in the pit, about to overflow onto the ground below the rocky wall. Initially, she deliberately dug lower in the low-lying area and raised the ground around the wooden house by about a meter. If she didn't drain the water and the rain continued steadily, the water in the pit would keep rising and eventually reach this level after a few hours. There was enough time. Song Qingling ate a bowl of porridge and 2 beef patties, rolled up her sleeves, and started working, digging through the soil on the ground.
She focused on her task.
Little Date practiced kicking her straw doll nearby, sometimes mimicking Song Qingling's self-practice by shaking her head to dodge. Song Qingling didn't dig through the entire area all at once. Instead, she made the soil thinner. If she dug through everything at once, rainwater and surface water would flow down all at once, and the channel might fill with water. After more than 2 hours of work, she had almost finished. Every day, she kept exercising and drank a drop of spiritual dew. Song Qingling didn't feel tired and went back to gather everything she needed to store in her space. Looking at the empty surroundings, Song Qingling's mind wandered. It was like staying in a safe, comfortable area for a long time, becoming used to it. Suddenly, leaving gave her a faint sense of disconnection, not because she was reluctant. In her previous life during the late apocalypse, she was also like this, homeless and drifting like a floating duckweed on water. After living here for a while, she became familiar with everything, the small details of life. When she packed up her belongings, it felt like all traces of the past had been erased, as if erased with an eraser. Lost in thought for a moment, Song Qingling quickly adjusted her mood. She glanced at the ground in front of the rocky wall. The water had risen to more than 80 centimeters. There were just over 30 centimeters left before the water would flood the area where her wooden house was originally built. A few nights ago, before going to bed, Song Qingling took out an extra raincoat from her space, tore it apart, and made a custom raincoat for Little Date. It looked ugly, but it would protect against rain. She put the raincoat on Little Date and tied the string securely. "Little Date, let's go." Song Qingling decisively ran ahead into the passage, took out her pickaxe, and started knocking at the thin soil layer on top. She wore a straw hat and a raincoat, and dirt mixed with mud and water fell down with a splash. She knocked until the area was large enough for her to escape. Then she quickly grabbed a wooden ladder, climbed up, and checked that there was no danger around. She placed a wooden plank to let Little Date walk up. When Little Date saw the plank was stable, she understood Song Qingling's meaning and walked onto it voluntarily. After Little Date got up, Song Qingling took down the ladder and filled the excavated soil back into the hole. All the preparations were complete. She took one last look at the mountain in front of her and said, "Let's go." One person and one horse moved forward in the rain. After entering the forest, everything was dark and no light was visible. Song Qingling lit 2 large fire oil torches for illumination. Even so, the light was limited, and the rainy, slippery path made travel difficult. They stumbled along for about 2 hours. By then, it was already evening. They found a sheltered spot under and set up a tent. The ground was covered with green grass. Xiao Zhao was busy munching on some small dates. She poured half a basin of water with a drop of spiritual dew into a bowl for Xiao Zhao to drink. Then she set up defenses around the tent, pulled some grass into her space, and stored more food for Xiao Zhao. That night, nothing happened. The next morning, the mountain forest was shrouded in white mist. After the fog mostly cleared, they set out. In the afternoon, as they traveled well, Xiao Zhao kept stopping now and then, its sharp ears twitching. Song Qingling knew animals had better senses than humans. She thought Xiao Zhao must have sensed something. She carefully checked around but saw no other creatures following them. She looked at the terrain. On the left was the mountain, on the right was rainwater from the mountain flowed onto the path and down the. She examined the area again but saw no signs of landslides or mudslides.
Caution was best.
When Xiao Zhao stopped, Song Qingling also paused. She only moved again when Xiao Zhao started walking. They continued slowly, step by step. Suddenly, Xiao Zhao stopped again and made a distressed sound at Song Qingling. Its voice was anxious. She looked around, everything seemed fine. In an instant, the ground trembled. Song Qingling almost lost her balance, but thanks to her constant vigilance, she steadied herself after a few shaky moments. She looked down. The ground was covered in mud and dirt, with water pooling on the surface. Cracks spread rapidly across the ground, like a spider's web, with some areas collapsing downward. A dull rumbling came from underground, as if a sealed evil spirit was breaking free and trying to emerge. Boom, boom, boom. A loud roar came from the mountain on the left. As she looked up and started to run forward, she shouted, "Xiao Zhao, hurry up!" The mountain, soaked by long-term rain, could no longer bear the weight. Rocks and mud loosened and slid down, rushing like a flood. They crashed into the plants and trees along the way. Small plants were swept away instantly, and taller trees shook loudly. As they ran, the ground behind them kept collapsing and falling apart. They had just left the ground when the spot behind them collapsed, as if they were racing against it. Song Qingling ran with all her strength, ignoring the cold wind that blew into her nose, causing her straw hat to shift further back. Cold raindrops hit her face. She knew how dangerous the situation was from the deafening sound.
Ah!
She stepped onto soft ground and immediately felt like she was falling downward. Soon, she was plunging rapidly, with mud, broken stones, and debris falling all around her. In the chaos, Song Qingling heard Little Date's anxious cry. At the same time, she took out a rope, held it tightly, and threw it upward. There was a small path above, but no trees or other anchor points to hold on to, only Little Date. So, she didn't throw a three-pronged hook. Little, Date. Song Qingling spat out a mouthful of mud and shouted loudly. She shook her head, wiped the mud from her eyes, nose, and mouth, finally able to see a little and breathe. Looking down, she saw herself rolling down with the mudslide. Parts of the were collapsing along the way. The mudslide fell into a deep valley, forming a rushing river of mud, splashing water everywhere. She didn't hear Little Date fall. That meant it was still above, safe. Just as she thought this, her falling body suddenly stopped. On the small path, Little Date tightly held the rope, pulled back hard, and retreated. Feeling the nearby area collapsing, it moved slightly to continue pulling. Song Qingling didn't give up. She grabbed the rope, looked for a foothold, and pushed herself up with her feet whenever she found one. But the mudslide was too much. She could only take a few steps before being soaked again. Sometimes her footing slipped, causing her to fall a few times.
Despite this, she kept trying.
She shook off the mud from her face and continued climbing. After some effort, she had climbed more than half of the way, only a third left to reach the top. Little Date was rubbing against the rope, bleeding from its mouth, but it seemed not to feel pain. Besides paying attention to the mudslide and collapsing, its ears only focused on Song Qingling. With their persistent efforts, she slowly made her way up. When she was just over a meter from the ground, Song Qingling saw a large rock lodged in the nearby, not yet swept away by the mudslide. She carefully moved closer, stepped on the rock, pushed off with her foot, and with the help of the rope, leapt upward. The feeling of being back on solid ground made Song Qingling feel very safe. However, the landslide and collapse were still happening. The ground was shaking and trembling. She gasped for breath, got up, and patted Xiao Zhao's head, urging him forward, run. Seeing that her owner was safe, Xiao Zhao's blood-stained mouth slightly curled into a smile, and his big eyes showed a hint of happiness. After running for a while, Xiao Zhao nuzzled Song Qingling with his head, then looked back at his own back. Song Qingling glanced behind her. The collapse was some distance away. She hadn't ridden a horse earlier because she was worried that Xiao Zhao's movement might speed up the collapse. Now, it should be safe. She turned over and mounted the horse. Xiao Zhao was wearing a raincoat, which made it harder for him to climb. She sat down, feeling a bit high and uncomfortable at first. Once she was seated securely, Xiao Zhao shot forward like an arrow. After about 15 minutes of running, Song Qingling saw that the forest was safe. She called for Xiao Zhao to stop. She noticed Xiao Zhao's mouth was bloody and wasn't sure how badly he was hurt. She gently opened Xiaozao's mouth. The soft tissue of his lips and inside his mouth was torn, and the wound was quite deep. Today, Xiaozao had saved her from falling into the mudslide river. She was very grateful. She poured 2 drops of spiritual dew into her palm and let Xiaozao lick and swallow them. The route they had taken was off course. Song Qingling led Xiaozao into the woods to try to find the original path. She had previously marked trees and knew the general direction, so it wasn't hard to find her way. They returned to the correct route and traveled for a while longer to find a campsite. After searching, they couldn't find a good sheltered spot. Reluctantly, they set up camp under a windbreak tree and pitched the tent. Xiaozao would have to stay outside again tonight. Seeing the fresh grass on the ground, Xiaozao lowered his head to nibble. Horses are herbivores. Due to the drought, they had been eating dry grass, which wasn't good. So Song Qingling had cooked some beans and mixed them with feed to give to Xiaozao. Horses can't eat foods like rice or other starchy foods because they can't digest them properly. Song Qingling gathered a lot of fresh grass into her space. Before going into the tent, she went outside to use the bathroom. The outdoor facilities were good, but after finishing, her backside got splashed with rainwater, feeling cold and wet. She had rolled around in the mudslide for a long time before coming out, her body covered in dirt like a mud doll, except her eyes, which remained clean. It's inconvenient to take a bath outdoors. She entered the tent, drank a large bowl of tea immediately, then took off all her clothes. Fortunately, she had boiled hot water earlier, mixed it into a warm bath, and used a cloth to wipe her entire body clean. Finally, she put on fresh clothes. The piles of dirty clothes in the cave were washed during the landslide, washed every night, and took a long time to finish. After washing, they were hung below the rock wall to dry in the breeze. She ate a simple bowl of vegetable and minced meat soup to warm herself and settle her stomach. After eating, she didn't dare drink water, knowing she would need to get up at night to use the bathroom. Everything was ready. Song Qingling said to Xiaozao, "Time to sleep. Good night." The rain fell heavily at night, but luckily the wind wasn't too strong. She slept well through the night. During the day, Song Qingling and Xiaozao traveled all day, gathering some grass along the way. In the evening, they finally reached near the cave. When they arrived, Xiaozao looked nervous, glancing around as if sensing danger. Song Qingling checked the surroundings and went to examine the large rocks blocking the cave entrance, which looked exactly the same as when she left. She removed the rocks, went inside first, and called Xiaozao to follow. Xiaozao hesitated for a moment, but decided to enter the cave. Song Qingling couldn't help but smile softly, knowing Xiaozao must have smelled the scent left by the wolf pack. Inside, it was cold and dark. Song Qingling squatted down and lit a few small fires. The firelight chased away the darkness and cold inside the cave. Clapping her hands, Song Qingling stood up and pushed the big stones back to block the entrance. Recently, she and Xiaozao had used the bathroom, so they wouldn't need to go again soon. Once blocked, they felt safe. As she walked around the cave, Song Qingling could smell a damp, unpleasant odor. If possible later, she planned to light a fire to disperse the moisture. She took out a wooden ladder and leaned it against the wall, climbing up step by step. She reached out and touched the top of the cave. The stones were cool and not leaking water for now. After so long, the inside of the cave had become a bit dirty again. Song Qingling took out a broom to sweep and arrange the furniture in the spots she had planned earlier. The bed was placed at the innermost side, against the wall, with a wooden board to block the dampness. Next to the bed was a small cabinet, and a little cot was set further in, covered with soft, comfortable animal pelts. A small round table was placed beside the cot for convenience, where she could put things or, when free, lie down, eat, and read. To the left of the cot, she set up a wooden stand for a wash basin. A set of table and chairs was placed a little further from the bed, in the center of the cave, for meals. Xiaozao's eating area was on the left side of the table and chairs. Song Qingling also made a screen to serve as a partition, placed in the corner near the cave entrance, so she could use it as a toilet when going outside was inconvenient. Everything is settled. To celebrate that today is the first day of moving in, and to hold on to hope for the days ahead, Song Qingling added some extra food for herself. Half a roasted chicken, cold rabbit and beef, 3 red sugar cakes, and a bowl of noodle soup. Xiao Zhao's mouth injury hasn't healed yet. She drops 2 drops of spiritual dew onto the grass. She wants to eat. After enjoying her favorite meal, Song Qingling feels very happy. That night, she sleeps in a sealed mountain cave, sleeping peacefully with her horse. In the early morning, Song Qingling is drowsy and feels something pushing her. She opens her eyes and sees Xiao Zhao standing by the bed. Xiao Zhao looks at her, then at the cave entrance, looking a bit nervous. Song Qingling sits up quickly, puts on a coat, and puts on her shoes. She makes a shushing gesture to Xiao Zhao, a move she practiced before. Xiao Zhao understands her and quietly watches her. Song Qingling tiptoes to behind the stone blocking the cave entrance. Outside, the voices of 2 men talk intermittently. Strange, I remember there was a cave nearby. There was a pack of fierce wolves living inside. There's no mountain cave here. We must have taken a wrong turn. We saw it by chance 3 years ago, saw many fierce wolves, just a quick glance. It's been a while, but I think it was over there. Leader, maybe we should send someone to look around? A deep voice responds, The tone is simple, with a sense of authority pressing down. Outside, scattered footsteps grow louder then fade away. Song Qingling stares at the stone, sensing a sharp gaze also watching her from outside. It feels like someone is trying to see through the stone disguise and find out what's behind it. She is sure the person watching is definitely the man called the leader. Come, bring 2 thick sticks. You 2 stand here. 2 others stand over there. Later, insert the sticks beside the stone and push hard from outside. The leader orders and everyone immediately moves. Based on the sound of footsteps, Song Qingling estimates there are at least 20 people outside, possibly more, some standing still without moving. Her instinct tells her this group is not friendly. The stone blocking the entrance was carefully chosen by Song Qingling. Although it was only one piece, its shape fit the opening perfectly. It was about 3 meters high, over 1 meter wide, and weighed several hundred jin. The key was that it was lodged tightly in the entrance, with only a few narrow cracks around it, making it impossible to insert tools or leverage to pry it open. Therefore, Song Qingling was confident that those outside would fail. She was not worried. In ancient martial sects, there were no mysterious powers like internal energy in novels. Instead, they focused on swordsmanship, boxing, and other skills to improve physical strength. They formed their own unique styles. The lightness skill in stories was different from what she understood in her previous life.
It was actually a type of practice method.
Through special training, one could increase speed in running and jumping, making the body more alert. It allowed a person to walk or stand on unsteady surfaces for longer periods, depending on individual ability. Some people were naturally talented at this, making them even more outstanding, but such talents were rare. In her previous life, Song Qingling started by practicing these basic skills. After a while, the people outside the cave brought wooden sticks. Following the sect leader's instructions, they placed the sticks at the edges of the stone's sides to try and pry it open. They fiddled with it for a long time, but couldn't move the stone at all. Instead, they became exhausted and breathless. Outside the cave, a man about 40 years old, slim, and wearing a straw hat, faced the stone. His wheat-colored face had no excess flesh, and his expression was calm yet commanding. His eyes looked fierce, with a dark, intense gaze. On his left cheek, there was a crooked scar extending from his brow to his jaw, resembling a crawling centipede. He wore black clothes, with red lotus flower embroidery on the sleeves. A curved blade with a red lotus carved on the hilt was tucked into his waist. 2 rows of men in black clothes with swords stood respectfully on either side of him, waiting for orders. Behind them, 2 more rows of disciples from the Red Lotus sect stood silently. Sect leader Yang Yuanxiu looked at the sect for a moment, then turned around to gaze at the falling rain. Step, step, step. People searching elsewhere for clues ran back through the water. Sect leader, we searched everywhere, but there's no sign of a cave nearby, they reported. Yang Yuanxiu lowered his eyes and thought deeply. He had heard before that this area was home to fierce wolves. Wolves usually live in packs, often in caves or dens. He turned his head and stared at the large stone. His expression was grim. The stone was blocking the entrance completely, making it impossible to see if there was a cave behind it. Heavy rain continues without stopping, causing floods. He and his disciples fled to Jingjia Mountain. Unfortunately, there aren't many caves to hide in, and many people are seeking refuge there. Others from different sects also came to escape the disaster, and they searched for days on Tianfeng Mountain but couldn't find a place big enough for so many people. The disciple asked curiously, "Sect leader, I remember there was a cave in this area. That's strange. Whether there is a cave behind that rock or if it has been covered up is easy to check." Yang Yuanxiu ordered firmly, "Set up an oilcloth and stay here. If there really is a cave with people inside, they won't stay hidden forever. They would need food, water, and a place to go to the bathroom." There are two other possibilities. 1. The disciple is mistaken and the cave isn't here. 2. The cave is here but blocked by a large fallen rock. Such a big stone would require many people to move. People from the Red Lotus sect built a tent outside the cave entrance with oilcloth and wood. Only the top side could block rain from above, but the other sides were open. When the wind blew harder, rain could inside. Inside the cave, Song Qingling listened to the rustling sounds outside and tiptoed back. She knew the people outside planned to fight a long battle. Let them fight. She was confident she and Xiao Zhao wouldn't need to go out anytime soon. She hadn't gone to the bathroom all night, and her bladder was uncomfortable. She decided not to use the makeshift toilet with the screen because it was too close to the cave entrance. Even with thick mountain walls and rain sounds, her voice or smell might leak out. She removed the screen and moved to the opposite side of Xiao Zhao's area. She entered the small space, scooped out some sand, and squatted down. After finishing, she covered it with more sand, trapping the waste inside. She used a small iron shovel to dig it out, packed it into old clothes she had collected earlier, and threw it into a hidden space.
There were many old clothes like that.
Once she finished, she prepared a special wooden bucket for Xiao Zhao to in, layered it with thick sand, patted its bottom, and signaled it to go. Xiao Zhao blinked its eyes. Song Qingling wasn't sure if Xiao Zhao understood her. She fed Xiao Zhao some grass to eat. Fortunately, she had pulled out all the grass from the sky pit before leaving. On the way here, she kept collecting more, enough for Xiao Zhao to eat for a while. She went to the living area near the bed, washed her face and hands with a basin of water, then sat at the dining table. She quickly ate the smallest flavored steamed bun. After finishing her meal and with nothing else to do, she lit 2 oil lamps and placed them on the round table beside the soft bed. She lay down and picked up a medical book to read. Lost in the world of books, time passed quickly. She guessed it was around noon and felt hungry. She casually ate 2 small steamed buns, finished her meal, and then took a nap on the bed. Xiao Zhao was also lying on the ground, sleeping. When she woke up from her nap, Song Qingling continued practicing calligraphy as usual. Xiao Zhao came to find her once during the day, seeming a bit bored. Usually it trained every day, but today it hadn't, so it felt a little out of place. "Sure." Song Qingling signaled to Xiao Zhao to be quiet, pointing around the hole and whispering, "Walk inside the hole quietly." Xiao Zhao understood and started walking on the open space inside the hole. After a while, it seemed to be less upset. As evening approached, Song Qingling exercised on an empty stomach, doing quiet exercises that wouldn't make much noise. She was used to practicing every day. Missing a day made her feel uncomfortable. After finishing, she simply had dinner. Just after eating, Xiao Zhao came over, nodded its head to signal her to look back. She understood without looking. There was a faint smell of and feces in the air. Song Qingling smiled slightly, patted Xiao Zhao's head, thinking how sensible it was. choosing to go to the bathroom after she finished eating. The horses was abundant, so she collected it in a container and used the water. The leftover container held horse manure wrapped in sand and old cloth and stored away. That night, Song Qingling tidied up and went to bed. Outside the hole, in the middle of the night, it rained heavily with strong winds. The Red Lotus sect's tent was blown over, soaked through, and they got completely drenched. Despite this, Yang Yuanxiu still had no intention of leaving. Following his orders, the disciples quickly set up new tents. The disciples were busy and flustered. Watching their busy efforts, Yang Yuanxiu stood with his hands behind his back, his eyes deep. Before the noble guest arrived at Tianfeng Mountain, they had to find a better place to settle down and rest. Over the next 3 days, the Red Lotus sect did not leave. During this time, the weather was constantly stormy. They kept rebuilding their tents, and their perseverance surprised Song Qingling. She thought about their situation and decided there was no need to stubbornly stay here. They could look for shelter elsewhere. Since they were willing to endure hardships, they might as well eat more. Being trapped inside the hole meant poor conditions and limited freedom, but everything else was fine. That morning, Song Qingling woke early and laid a soft mat on the ground to stretch. She didn't notice that on the slightly protruding rock at the top of a nearby cave, a drop of water was gathering and stretching, ready to fall but not yet dropping. When the drop was about to fall, Song Qingling, who was doing leg stretches, sensed something was wrong but couldn't quite tell what. Suddenly, with a soft plop, the water hit the ground. She turned her head and saw a small wet patch spreading on the ground, darkening the soil there. The water was seeping and dripping. Song Qingling's face grew serious. She stood up, put on her shoes, and went to check. She pinched the damp soil. It was moist. Looking up, she saw another drop forming on the sharp rock tip. Plop, plop. More drops started falling in other places. She took out a wooden basin and placed it under the dripping spots. The top of the cave was a single solid piece, so once water started seeping in one place, others would follow eventually. This was a temporary fix, but better than nothing, as the dripping water would make the ground more wet and slippery. Outside, there was a group of people. She hadn't lit a fire for days, worried the smoke might be noticed. Without fire, the cave stayed damp. That afternoon, water started dripping in several spots inside the cave, including where Little Date was. Song Qingling moved it closer to the bed to keep it dry. She was worried the bed might leak, so she decided to take it down and set up a tent instead, putting all bedding inside. That night, Song Qingling lay inside the tent, thinking. If the leaks continued, the cave would become too humid, which was bad for her health. More importantly, the mountain was soaking wet, and the internal structure might weaken, risking collapse or landslides. She decided to wait 2 more days. If the group outside didn't leave, she would find a way to deal with them. She kept thinking about these problems all night. She didn't sleep well. In her half-conscious state, she heard the drops falling on the tent, making a steady drip-drip sound. Eventually, she fell asleep listening to the rain of water drops. The first thing she did when she woke was check the cave. She had placed containers to catch the water, and they weren't full, just a few drops falling slowly. Some spots only started leaking last night while she was sleeping. Without containers, the water dripped onto the ground all night, soaking that area. She took out more containers to catch the water. During the day, she went about her usual activities, occasionally checking the water seepage. Worrying was useless because she knew that solving the root of the problem was the key. Another day passed. That evening, Song Qingling planned to sleep when suddenly a loud thunderclap sounded. Startled, she clutched her blanket tightly. Boom, boom. The loud thunder roared like an angry beast, frightening everyone. Since the heavy rain began, there had been little thunder, but today's thunder sounded unusual. Song Qingling put on a coat and left the tent. Xiao Zhao saw her come out and approached her, looking anxious and restless. Don't be afraid. It's just thunder. Song Qingling patted Xiao Zhao's head. Just go to sleep quietly. She moved to behind a large rock at the tent's entrance and listened carefully to what was happening outside. Amid the thunder, she could hear the noise of people arguing. The wind and rain were strong, and their tents were blown over again. They had to guard the corners of the tents constantly. Song Qingling thought that they wouldn't be able to hold on much longer. The thunder continued into the late night, but the storm and rain only stopped the next day. After several days of hardship, especially last night, everyone in the Red Lotus sect couldn't sleep. They were soaked, and some caught cold, sneezing, running noses, and feeling feverish. It was drizzling lightly. Yang Yuanxiu looked at the rain and made a decision. We must leave immediately. It had been so many days. If there really was a cave behind the rocks, it wouldn't have shown any signs. Yang Yuanxiu's real goal was to force out anyone hiding behind the big rocks or in the shadows. But the reality was clear. This trip to Tianfeng Mountain wasn't just to avoid the rain and floods. There was also a noble person involved. The disciples he brought along had some use, and since fewer people were sick now, it was a good time to cut losses. Thus, the Red Lotus sect quickly packed up and left. As they departed, Song Qingling watched their movements from behind the rocks. When she heard no more talking outside, she didn't immediately put away the rocks and go out. Instead, she turned around and faced the inside of the cave, which was filled with various containers. The containers were tightly packed, leaving only a narrow path for her to walk. She built a simple shelter for Xiao Zhao with wood and oilcloth so she wouldn't get wet. In her mind, she thought, even so, it was better than being outside in the wind and rain. Xiao Zhao stood inside the shelter, staring into the empty space, lost in thought. Song Qingling looked over and saw Little Date standing there. Usually, Little Date is carefree and silly, always smiling and a bit cute. This was the first time she saw Little Date acting like this. It wasn't exactly gloominess, but it looked strange, like it had something on its mind. Song Qingling guessed that maybe Little Date had been in the cave for too long and couldn't move around. Before the water seeped in, it could at least walk inside the cave, but now the ground was filled with containers. Little Date, what's wrong? Song Qingling gently patted its head. Little Date shook its head and leaned its head against Song Qingling's hand, but its eyes were looking elsewhere, not fixed in one spot, and its ears moved along with its gaze. Noticing this unusual behavior, Song Qingling followed Little Date's gaze, but saw nothing. Her heart skipped a beat. Could Little Date have sensed danger? She didn't dare to ignore it. Carefully, she searched inside the cave, but found nothing. She dropped a drop of spiritual dew into Little Date's water bowl for it to drink. Little Date drank, but seemed distracted, its ears twitching as if listening for something, looking uneasy and tense, with a stiff body. Everything inside the cave was normal. What Song Qingling didn't know was that outside, even though it was daytime and it was drizzling, the world was shrouded in darkness. The sky was like ink, with thick clouds like cotton wool pressing down heavily, dark and dense. In the distance, the outlines of rolling mountains looked like sleeping stone beasts, faint and shadowy. Other things blended into the darkness, making it hard to tell them apart. That night, Song Qingling didn't sleep well and was awakened by two nightmares. She opened the tent flap and looked outside. Every night before sleeping, she placed an oil lamp on a round table near her soft bed for light. In the faint glow, she saw Little Date standing inside the shelter, not sleeping, its head turning occasionally. Its shadow was cast on the uneven containers below, flickering with patches of light, and she could see its ears twitch now and then. Seeing this suddenly late at night felt a bit strange. Song Qingling rubbed her eyes and walked over to Little Date. "Why aren't you sleeping?" Little Date saw her and came over to nuzzle her, showing affection and happiness. But Little Date's strange behavior made Song Qingling unable to ignore it. She checked the inside of the cave again and stood behind the stone blocking the entrance, staying still for a long time, listening for any sounds outside. There was no other movement outside. She thought for a moment and decided to remove the stones to see outside. As she removed them, cold air rushed in, a biting chill that seeped from her feet into her body. The night was quiet and dark, so dark she couldn't see her hand in front of her face, only the sound of rain. Song Qingling stood at the cave entrance, ready to step out, and look around when suddenly, distant bird calls and the flapping of wings sounded. She saw birds suddenly take off from the treetops, flying together into the sky in groups. Soon, they disappeared into the darkness, their sounds fading away. Stepping outside, Song Qingling crossed her arms and felt the cold. Xiao Zhao followed her out, alert and looking around carefully. They didn't stay long outside. After about 15 minutes, Song Qingling couldn't bear the cold anymore. She erased her footprints at the cave entrance and quickly covered it with a large stone. She rubbed her hands together and blew warm air into them, feeling how very cold she was. The rain was light, and the water on the rocks dripped slowly, which was a good sign for Song Qingling. She kept wondering what was wrong with Xiao Zhao. Could it be sick? She checked Xiao Zhao for injuries or signs of illness, but found nothing. Her heart was uneasy because Xiao Zhao was an animal and had sharper senses than humans. Maybe Xiao Zhao sensed something she couldn't feel. Song Qingling decided to observe more carefully in the coming days. The next morning, she removed the large stones, and the dark, lightless environment outside made her very alert. Why was it so dark during the day? It hadn't rained anymore. The weather seemed strange. Coupled with Xiao Zhao's unusual reactions, Song Qingling felt a disaster might be approaching soon. In the following days, she checked the weather every day. It was still dark during the day, and she saw faint glimpses of flocks of birds flying across the sky a few times. Could there be a huge storm coming, or perhaps a long night? One noon, animals on Mount Tianfeng suddenly fled in different directions, moving so fast that their shadows were barely visible. It was as if they were trying to escape from something. Xiao Zhao, sensing something, tilted its head and rubbed against Song Qingling's back, trying to push her outside with some force. She immediately understood what Xiao Zhao meant and thought, something's wrong. Okay, Xiao Zhao, let's pack up and leave quickly, she said. She hurriedly packed everything inside the cave. It didn't take long. Xiao Zhao kept calling out urgently from where it stood. After removing the stones, she and her horse ran out of the cave. Xiao Zhao looked around and chose a flat, less wooded area to the left, urging Song Qingling to ride on its back. Song Qingling just sat on the small date's back when it immediately started running very fast. The cold wind whipped her face so harshly that her skin felt as if countless hands were gripping it tightly. The reflections of the trees on both sides blurred and fell behind her. Coo, above her, a flock of black birds flew quickly across the sky. Although the forest looked normal on the surface, Song Qingling knew this was just an illusion. Unknown, destructive disasters were approaching. After about 15 minutes of running, heavy rain started to fall, and the wind carried the raindrops with it. Song Qingling took out her straw hat and put it on, but it almost blew away. The small date kept running with its head down. Soon, Song Qingling felt her body sway unsteadily. The small date was fast, but not enough to cause such shaking. Her eyes darkened. There was an earthquake. She looked down at the ground, but it was too dark and the rain was heavy. The moisture in the air was thick, so she couldn't see anything. A strange muffled sound came from underground, and then the small date's body started to shake uncontrollably with the trembling ground, growing more intense. Song Qingling was nearly thrown off, and the violent jolt made her feel nauseous. She tightly held the reins, trying to adjust her posture and sit properly. But before she could act, the strange sound from underground grew more than twice as loud. The small date tilted, and she was suddenly thrown into the air. Feeling weightless, Song Qingling floated in midair, as if her soul was about to leave her body. She held the reins tightly. If she didn't loosen them and roll to the other side, her small date's hooves might step on her, because it was running so fast. Quickly, Song Qingling made a decision. She loosened the reins and rolled away. In the moment she hit the ground and rolled, she fell into the muddy soil, dizzy and disoriented. Her mind was upside down, and as she rolled, she touched a that had widened on the ground. The earth shook violently. The trees swayed wildly, knocked over by the quake. Leaves rustled and crackled loudly. Short, thin trees were uprooted and fell, crushing the bushes below. Cracks appeared on the ground, some thick and some thin, spreading rapidly. Water gushed into the cracks, flowing loudly. Dizzy and overwhelmed, Song Qingling finally managed to grab onto a tree and stop herself. She struggled to sit up, wiping mud off her face. Who? The small date was calling out, but her head was too dizzy. Its voice sounded like it was coming from all directions at once, making it impossible to tell where it was. Song Qingling swayed and tried to stand up.
Creak.
In the dim light, she saw a tree swaying dangerously within a meter of her side, and beneath her shoes, there was a feeling as if something was about to burst open.
Run.
As soon as she had this thought, Song Qingling's body reacted first, and she started running. She shouted, "Xiao Zhao, run quickly to a safe place." At this moment, she couldn't spare a moment to think, so she kept running forward with all her strength. After running a short distance, a loud explosion sounded behind her, and the falling branches splashed rainwater all over Song Qingling. The ground cracked wider and wider, making it hard to see clearly. She accidentally stepped into her foot got stuck, and she struggled to pull it out several times without success. The widened slightly, and half her leg sank into it. Song Qingling stayed calm and didn't move wildly. She took this chance to free her leg and kept running. The cracks behind her grew larger, like a fierce beast with a blood-red mouth, ready to swallow her whole at any moment. If she stepped on a small, it was okay, but if she stepped on a bigger one, her foot would get stuck again. By now, Song Qingling couldn't hear Xiao Zhao's calls anymore, only the sounds of trees falling, ground cracking, rain, and stones rolling down. Her foot got caught again, and her straw hat fell off. Cold rain mercilessly hit her face, making her shiver. She bent down, trying to use her hands to pull out her leg. Gurgle, gurgle. Something rolled toward her, getting closer and closer. A heavy stone, weighing about 100 jin, rolled like a snowball, charging fiercely towards Song Qingling. The heavy stone rolled very fast, leaving only a blur, with a huge impact. To catch it in the space, she had to touch the object. If she tried to grab the stone with her hands, she might get hurt before even pulling it in. Because the stone was rolling so quickly, the trapping her leg widened a little. She hurriedly pulled her leg out. Once she was free, she immediately lay down and rolled to the side. Just as she rolled away, the stone narrowly missed her. Mud splashed all over her from the muddy surface of the stone. Song Qingling used her hands and feet to crawl forward a few steps. She stood up, wiped the dirt off her face with a clean cloth, and looked around while running ahead. The environment was harsh, and her view was limited. She could only roughly see some nearby tree shadows. She avoided areas with many trees, since falling trees could hit her, and listened carefully to detect where stones or other objects might be rolling toward her. After running for a while, she felt the ground gradually stop shaking. She dared not stop and kept running forward, fearing aftershocks. Finally, Song Qingling reached an open area. She took a moment to drink a drop of spiritual dew, which relieved her fatigue and restored her strength. She wondered where Little Date had gone and whether it was safe. She estimated that the earthquake lasted less than 15 minutes and was not very strong. If it had been more severe, the heavily rain-soaked Tianfeng mountain might have been in danger. Song Qingling decided to wait and see. If there were no aftershocks, she would go back to find Little Date. Her clothes were soaked, and the cold wind was biting. The cold seeped into her skin, making her shiver. She quickly set up her tent, poured hot water to wash herself, and changed into clean clothes. Meanwhile, in a sparse forest area, a group of people was walking together, alert and watching their surroundings carefully. The last few disciples in the group whispered, "This is strange. Why did the ground shake again? Luckily, we ran fast enough. That tree could have fallen on us. First heavy rain, now an earthquake. Is the sky giving up on us?" Yang Yuanxiu, walking at the front, stopped and turned to the disciples, speaking seriously, "Find a place to rest and bandage the injured. The earthquake might not be the last. There could be more coming, so stay alert." The disciples responded in unison. Suddenly, there was a strange sound nearby. Yang Yuanxiao and his group stopped, drew their swords, and looked toward the noise. In the next second, a bright red horse appeared in their view. The horse reared and galloped proudly. It was Little Date. Hearing the noise, Little Date thought its owner was nearby and happily ran over. But when it saw the group of strangers, it sniffed the air. The smell on them was familiar, like the people who had blocked the cave entrance a few days ago. Recognizing who they were, Little Date immediately looked upset, adopting a cold attitude, and turned to leave. Horse. What a strong horse. Not only the disciples were surprised, but Yang Yuanxiao was also a bit shocked. He gave a quick signal to the disciples beside him. Horses could be used as mounts and, if necessary, could also eat fruit to fill their stomachs. The disciples of the Red Lotus sect received the signal from their sect leader and sent 3 people to block Little Date. Little Date had only taken a few steps before being stopped by the 3. It snorted twice, then suddenly reared up and attacked the 2 people in front of it, kicking with its front hooves as if it were attacking a scarecrow. The 2 people only saw the horse as a beast and paid no attention to safety. Since they were close, both were caught off guard. Each received a kick to the chest with a loud, and one spat out blood, falling backward with a painful expression on his face. Seeing this, the remaining person was very angry. He raised his sword and shouted, "Beast, how dare you hurt people?" He swung his sword at Xiaozhao, trying to attack. But Xiaozhao was not foolish. It knew not to stand still and let himself be cut. He had already noticed that the man in front wanted to harm him. When the man moved, Xiaozhao turned sideways to dodge and kicked him in the back with his hind leg. The man fell face down on the ground, covered in mud. The other disciples watching nearby grew more interested. One after another, they approached Xiaozhao and attacked him. Despite being surrounded, Xiaozhao's larger size gave him an advantage. He knew how to fight in a way that was good for himself, so he was not seriously hurt. Yang Yuanxiao, watching from the side, squinted slightly and showed some approval in his eyes. He saw a disciple had the intention to attack Xiaozhao secretly and shouted sharply, "Stop. Don't hurt this horse. Surround it so it can't run away." The head of the sect ordered, and the disciples put away their curved knives, surrounding Xiaozhao. Xiaozhao couldn't accept being captured. It lifted its hoof and kicked, while loudly neighing in anger. The sect leader's order was clear. The horse must not escape. Even if the disciples were hurt by the kicks, no one dared to dodge or fight back with their knives. Yang Yuanxiao came over, holding a thick rope. He called some disciples to help him hold Xiaozhao down. Taking advantage of the moment, he quickly tied the rope around the horse. Such a smart horse is rare. You've lost your owner, which shows your bond is weak. But now you've met me, and that's true fate. Follow me, and as long as you listen and behave, I won't treat you badly. I will take better care of you than your previous owner. Yang Yuanxiao looked at Xiaozhao with more satisfaction. For a warrior, having a good mount is like adding wings to a tiger. It's rare to find such a horse. This horse was so lively, quick to respond to danger, and strong in body. It must have had an owner who trained it carefully. Xiaozhao opened its mouth and neighing anxiously, looking around with helpless eyes, searching for Song Qingling's figure. Inside the tent, Song Qingling kept opening the tent flap to look outside, feeling strangely anxious. She had waited for about half an hour, feeling restless and unable to sit still. She finally decided to take down the tent and go outside. It was pouring rain. She wore a straw hat and a raincoat. The group of people in black held her portrait and were searching for her. She deliberately wore homemade, height-increasing shoes and dressed in extra clothes and pants to gain weight. Since it was cold, wearing more clothes kept her warm, but it also made her less quick and agile than before. The earthquake happened suddenly, and it was raining heavily with thick fog. On her way to escape, even though she tried to remember directions, the situation made it impossible. Song Qingling could only search little by little. The rain washed away many clues, and the ground had cracked from the quake, so there were no traces left. After a long search, she finally reached shelter number 2. Before leaving, she blocked the entrance with a large stone. At this moment, the stone was completely hidden from view because it was covered by fallen soil from a cave-in. Using this as a landmark, she followed the direction that Xiao Zhao had initially led her away from, marking trees along the way. She searched in different directions, but found nothing. Song Qingling guessed it was almost the end of the hour of Su. She had been outside in the rain for a long time, her clothes were wet, and the wind made her feel cold all over. With such bad weather, she didn't know if Xiao Zhao could still be found, but she was sure she would get sick first. Today, she could only leave it at that. Under the shelter of a windbreak tree, Song Qingling took out her tent and quickly crawled inside. She placed her oil lamp aside for light, took off her cold, wet clothes, changed into a new set, and sat down. She cupped a bowl of brown sugar soup and started drinking. Her mind was thinking that, normally, after losing contact with Xiao Zhao, unless there was an unavoidable reason, Xiao Zhao wouldn't run far but would stay in place waiting for her. If that was true, she would have found Xiao Zhao today. But she didn't find him, which meant something might have happened to Xiao Zhao. Perhaps a mudslide carried him away, or a large rock crushed him. This afternoon, she went to the place where they lost contact and searched thoroughly in the area of severe mudslide and collapse, but found no useful clues. Another possibility was that Xiao Zhao was taken away by a group of people. She knew Xiao Zhao's strength well. A few people couldn't hold him. She finished the soup, cupping the bowl with both hands. The bowl was still warm, and the heat spread to her fingers, making her feel gradually warmer. She cleaned the cooled-down bowl and took out ointment for treating injuries. During the earthquake and escape, she often tripped, stumbled, and fell. Each fall caused bumps and bruises, hitting stones and broken wood, resulting in minor injuries. Most were superficial scrapes, smaller than a fist, some as long as a finger. The most serious injuries were on her left knee and leg. She applied the ointment, which felt cool and refreshing. Feeling the cool scent of the ointment, Song Qingling covered herself with a blanket and went to sleep. Late at night, she was deeply asleep when she was awakened by the sound of the tent shaking. Outside, strong winds were blowing, causing the tent to sway constantly. There were continuous creaking sounds. Suddenly, with a loud snap, the thick wooden pole supporting the tent broke and fell, losing one support. The tarpaulin then collapsed. Song Qingling had to get up and use a new, sturdy wooden stick to fix it. The rain was gradually easing, mainly because the wind was strong. Especially at night, hearing such wind sounds, like ghostly wails, was quite frightening. Song Qingling thought again of little Date, wondering how it was doing now. In the second half of the night, she drifted into a hazy sleep. When she was asleep, her face looked pale. She was so cold that she pulled the blanket tighter, feeling as if she were in a freezing world. Cold air seeped into every inch of her skin, and her teeth chattered uncontrollably, making a tapping sound. A sneeze escaped. She sneezed and shivered as she opened her eyes. When she moved her hand, she felt the cold, damp sensation beneath her. Startled, she sat up quickly. Before she could figure out what was happening, a cold wind blew her bangs away from her forehead, sweeping across her eyebrows and eyes. How did water get in? There was wind. Song Qingling sneezed 3 times in a row, and tears like water-like mucus flowed uncontrollably from her nose. She didn't even have time to wipe it, and it dripped into her mouth. Most of the bedding underneath was wet, and her clothes at the back were damp too. She took out the oil lamp to check and saw that one corner of the tent, about the size of a palm, had torn open unevenly. The tent was swaying with the wind, rubbing against the large stones pressing down on the edges outside, causing it to wear through. No wonder it was so cold. Song Qingling hurriedly drank a bowl of soup, changed into dry clothes, and packed away the wet bedding. She placed a piece of wood over the torn part of the tent and blocked it with a stone. Currently, the only usable tarpaulin was the one set up for little Date. The rest was filled with water. It should be almost dawn now. If she could hold on a little longer and get a better view, she would take down the tent and go look for little Date, along with seeking shelter. Living in a tent and patching up one hole after another is not a long-term solution. She was now feeling cold, and had caught a cold. Staying in the tent without fire meant she couldn't warm herself. Song Qingling wiped the water inside the tent and sat there holding a bowl of hot porridge, eating it. Her nose was blocked, and her mouth was full of food, which made her feel uncomfortable. After finishing, she sat for a while, then drank a bowl of the herbal soup she had prepared earlier for her cold, which was caused by the wind. She frowned in pain, her brow furrowing deeply. The honey was gone, and only brown sugar remained among her stored sweets. She poured some into her mouth, chewed, and the sweetness spread through her mouth. Sitting quietly in the cold, she knew she had to do something. She took out a wooden stick and began carving a wooden arrow. More than an hour later, the wind had lessened, and a gentle rain was falling. The sky remained dark and heavy. Song Qingling prepared her protective gear and went out, gathering the tent and stones. She held 2 blazing oil torches to light her way and continued searching, centered around the place where she had been separated from others yesterday, expanding her search further. After several hours of searching during the day, she still found nothing. As time grew late, she could feel her body becoming weak and sore, and she started to develop a slight fever. Tonight, she would have to stay outside again. She took down her tent, dismantled the shelter she had made for Little Date, and used a piece of oilcloth to patch the tear. Once done, she immediately crawled inside, drank a drop of spiritual dew, and saved the rest for Little Date. If Little Date was in trouble, drinking the dew could help ease its discomfort. After drinking the dew, the discomfort in Song Qingling's body eased somewhat. She didn't dare relax completely. She ate dinner, then before sleeping, drank a bowl of medicinal soup. She curled up tightly in her quilt and went to sleep. That night, her sleep was restless. She felt cold at times, hot at others. Her nose was blocked, as if covered with a thick layer of cement, forcing her to breathe through her mouth. After enduring this night, she woke up the next day feeling better. No fever, no dizziness, but still had a runny nose. Compared to yesterday, she felt much improved. She had no appetite due to illness, so she ate a bowl of hot porridge for breakfast. Like the previous day, once visibility improved a little, Song Qingling packed up her tent and prepared to leave. Life and death were matters of seeing people and corpses. The fact that she hadn't found Little Date yet meant it was still alive. If it was being held by a group of people and lost its freedom, Song Qingling thought she needed to change her approach and look for shelter that could protect her from the rain. Today's rain was a bit heavier, with mists swirling around. Song Qingling pulled her collar up tightly and set out on her journey. She searched all morning, but not only did she not find a shelter, she didn't encounter a single person, not even the masked black-clad figure who had previously chased her with her portrait. At noon, Song Qingling ate a few bites of food and took a drop of spiritual dew. In the afternoon, she changed direction and headed toward the less wooded area on the other side. After more than 2 hours, a strong wind howled. Song Qingling clung to the trees along the way, struggling to walk. Without something to lean on, she would have been blown over, falling and rolling on the ground several times. With the wind at her back, it felt like an invisible force was pushing her forward, urging her to run ahead. A strong gust of wind came rushing in, pushing Song Qingling to run faster. She couldn't stop or slow down, her fingertips brushing past bushes that she couldn't grasp. Small plants and shrubs were blown out of the ground and floated in the air. Unable to control her steps, Song Qingling was pushed along and couldn't see clearly the surroundings. She was being forced forward, and if she accidentally stepped off the edge of the cliff, she would be in danger. She took out a 3-pronged iron hook, waited for the right moment, and caught hold of a tree. She pulled on the rope and moved to the leeward side of the tree, taking a deep breath, planning to wait until the wind calmed down before continuing. She waited for what felt like a long time, but the wind didn't die down. Instead, thunder started to roll. Lightning flashed, briefly illuminating everything around her. Song Qingling saw what seemed to be a dark cave in the northwest. She stared carefully, and after a while, lightning struck again. This time, she saw clearly. It was indeed a cave entrance. There was no one inside the cave. If there had been, in such cold weather, they would definitely have lit a fire to keep warm. But the inside was dark. A glimmer appeared in Song Qingling's eyes. After searching for so long, she finally found another shelter. Tonight, she wouldn't have to sleep in a tent. She waited under the lightning, using the light to judge her surroundings, estimate the distance, and check for any dangers along the way. Thunder roared loudly, startling her, and she dared not stay under the tree for long. The rain, thunder, and lightning together made it very dangerous. She could be struck down at any moment. Using her three-pronged iron hook, she carefully grabbed onto nearby trees and moved forward cautiously. When she reached a place without trees, she could only hold a silver spear, sticking the tip into the ground and walking step by step. She had traveled about 3 miles, which took her over half an hour. A purple lightning bolt streaked across the sky, illuminating everything. The cave was just over 10 meters away. The wind had lessened now. Song Qingling took out 2 flaming torches soaked in oil, holding them in her right hand. She took a few steps forward, then suddenly stopped. She heard voices and footsteps approaching from that direction. She quickened her pace toward the cave entrance, glancing toward the sound source. With the lightning, she could vaguely see several figures. Everyone wearing straw hats and raincoats, their faces indistinct. They saw each other from a distance and recognized each other's presence. Song Qingling moved ahead to the cave entrance, holding her torch high to get a rough view of the inside. It was a mountain cave formed after an earthquake. It was originally a tall mountain, soaked by rain, shaking with the earth's movements, causing the inside to become hollow and some soil and rocks to fall down. However, the top was made of hard stone, so although some debris fell, the structure didn't collapse completely. The cave was about 40 square meters, with thick soil on the ground. The terrain was uneven and higher inside, with more soil and some scattered stones. Since she was the first to arrive, Song Qingling naturally chose the best spot. She moved to the middle of the cave and, before others arrived, took out a large basket filled with daily supplies. She applied a specially mixed yellow water that could change skin color evenly on her face. Then she used charcoal to thicken her eyebrows, lightly rubbed the charcoal with her fingertips to stain her face with black ash, and finally drew a black mole on the left side of her chin. After dressing up, she laid out an oilcloth on the damp ground, placed a torn straw mat, and spread an old quilt. This would be her bed for the night. Just as she finished setting up, 3 men hurried into the cave. "Finally, you're here. The wind and rain were strong, and we got soaked. Cough, cough, cough. Quick, find some firewood to start a fire, or we'll catch cold and get sick." Achoo! From their voices, Song Qingling guessed they were young men around 20 years old. The 3 men took off their straw hats and raincoats, shaking off the rain. Song Qingling looked at them again. They weren't masked or dressed in black. One man suddenly remembered something. "Oh, right, there's one more person." He looked around and saw Song Qingling's position, then called his companions over to greet her. "Sir, we're also here to seek shelter from the rain. We're from the Wuji sect. My name is Xianyi. These 2 are my junior brothers, Xianyu and Xianxing." Xianyu and Xianxing bowed to Song Qingling. She stood up, nodded briefly, then put on her straw hat and went outside to find firewood. Seeing her leave like that, the 3 men looked slightly surprised. The youngest, Xianxing, coughed a few times and said worriedly, "Senior brother, this person is so aloof and rude. I don't think he's easy to get along with." Xian Yi shook his head. "Anyone who comes to Tianfeng Mountain at this time isn't ordinary. I think this person is not simple. In the martial world, capable people often carry a proud aura. We've finally found a safe place to shelter from the rain. We should cherish it." As he spoke, his expression grew serious. "I heard that the Crimson Lotus sect is also on the mountain. If they don't cause trouble and just hide from the rain and floods, that's fine. Conversely, they must unite all factions to resist them and absolutely cannot allow their arrogance to grow further." Xian Yu and Xianxing heard this and felt heavy-hearted, nodding in agreement. Everyone in the martial world knows that the Red Lotus sect is cruel and bloodthirsty, following the principle that those who follow me prosper and those who oppose me perish. If they have conflicts or grudges, they will use dirty tricks to kill everyone involved, including their families and friends. The authorities cannot find them. Most martial sects prefer to fight only when necessary, but the Red Lotus sect is different. They act alone and are willing to shed blood with brutal methods. Sect leader Yang Yuanxia studies forbidden techniques and has created a sinister and harmful blood fury sword technique, which is ruthless and cunning. He trains his disciples with unusual methods to intimidate the martial world with violence, building a strong force that confuses unaware people. In recent years, when people talk about the martial world, they only know that the Red Lotus sect is the strongest, winning several martial tournaments and becoming famous throughout the land, dominating the scene. Meanwhile, the more traditional sects are declining and are almost unable to lift their heads. All right, go find Chai and ask him to start the fire. Xian Xing, you are very sick, stay in the cave, we will go out. Xian Yi and Xian Yu leave the mountain cave. Soon after, Song Qingling returns carrying a bunch of wet firewood. She goes in and out several times, bringing back a lot of wood. Wet firewood is hard to ignite, so Song Qingling arranges it, leaving some gaps at the bottom for air to flow, helping the fire to catch. After setting it up, she inserts a large fire oil torch into the wet wood. She is shivering all over from the cold, her teeth chattering loudly. Song Qingling doesn't look in the mirror and can't see her face, which is pale and ghostly. The fire gradually starts to burn. She rubs her hands and moves closer to the faint glow. After a while of warming her hands and secretly drinking a large bowl of soup before returning, her body begins to warm up. The firewood is well arranged, and with the help of fire oil, the flames grow stronger and stronger. The bonfire is near her bed, where she sleeps at night. The fire is kept burning, providing warmth and light. Her clothes are wet, especially her feet, which have been soaking in damp shoes for a long time, making her almost numb from the cold. She finds a stone to sit on as a stool and sits there to warm herself. Xian Yi and Xian Yu each carry a large bundle of wet firewood back. Seeing how quickly Song Qingling has started the fire, they are surprised and stare in silence for a moment. They walk over to Xian Xing, and Xian Yu can't help but ask in a low voice out of curiosity, how did she do that? Usually, it takes us a long time to light wet firewood. Xian Xing honestly replies, I saw her light the wet wood with a torch. Maybe she added fire oil to the torch. I went to borrow fire from her, so it burned faster. Xian Yi rummaged through his bag, took out some items, and prepared to leave. Song Qingling was sitting by the fire, her face slightly red from the heat. She felt her body growing warm and started to feel dizzy. She heard footsteps approaching and opened her eyes to look. Brother, I want to trade some cooked rice for a few burning sticks of firewood. Would that be okay? Xian Yi held a bowl of uncooked coarse rice. It was just the right amount, enough for one person to eat twice if cooked as dry rice, or 4 or 5 times if made into porridge. Song Qingling pulled out 2 glowing red sticks of firewood and then took a broken bowl from her basket. Thank you. Xian Yi poured the rice into her bowl and took the 2 sticks of firewood. With the burning firewood, Xian Yi and his companions struggled a bit before they managed to start a fire with the damp wood. Their firewood wasn't treated with much oil, so it burned slowly and produced a lot of smoke, making them cough continuously. Song Qingling was some distance away from them. The wind blew in, and since she had a stuffy nose, she couldn't smell anything much. She was less affected. She warmed her feet by the fire, took out a pair of dry shoes from her basket and put them on. She also warmed her clothes, drying them out. After finishing these tasks, she was exhausted and quickly lay down on the bed, turning her back to Xian Yi and the others. She secretly took a sip of spiritual dew. If she hadn't caught a cold today, she thought her illness might be better by now. She decided to wait until tomorrow. If it rained heavily, she wouldn't go out. She needed to rest and recover, as pushing her body too hard might worsen her condition. She hoped there wouldn't be another earthquake, otherwise, they'd have to move again. While sitting by the fire, Song Qingling's mind wandered to various thoughts. She was covered with only a thin quilt and didn't feel cold. She was warm. She held a dagger in her hand and gradually fell into a drowsy sleep. Xian Yi and his companions started the fire again, cooked a pot of coarse rice porridge, and after eating, each applied medicinal ointment to their wounds. Then they all lay down to rest. Outside the cave, wind and rain raged, thunder and lightning crackled fiercely. Inside, the fire glowed brightly. In the middle of the night, the bright firelight outside the cave attracted two men. They complained about the heavy rain and the cold, then took off their raincoats and straw hats. Song Qingling had woken up before they entered the cave, but she kept her eyes closed and didn't move. Xian Yi and his companions also woke up. The two men who entered the cave saw Xian Yi and the others and looked pleased, approaching to greet them. From their conversation, Song Qingling learned that the two visitors belonged to martial sects, one with the surname Zhu, the other with the surname Peng. Xian Yi, wanting to build alliances against the Red Lotus sect, took the initiative to lead Zhu Zixu and Peng Xian inside the cave and offered them some burning firewood. Brother Zhu Zixu and his fellow disciple were both soaked. They were very grateful and went out to find wet firewood. They used dry twigs to start a fire, gradually burning the wet wood. Song Qingling listened carefully, quietly watching their actions. Finally, the brothers managed to light the wet firewood, drying their clothes and shoes. They took out their bags and made a bed. After many hardships, they finally found a cave to shelter from the rain. They were exhausted and quickly fell asleep. Listening to their snores, Song Qingling fell asleep again. More than 2 hours later, she was awakened by voices talking. After sleeping so long, she felt a bit more energetic, and her body was no longer hot. She sat up and took out a water bag from under her thin blanket. The water had a little salt added. Her body was sticky and sweaty from sleep. When sick, sweating can cause dehydration, so drinking light salted water helps rehydrate, fight germs, and restore electrolytes. While she was drinking, two men approached. "Brother, we are from the Qingyan sect. My name is Zhu Zixu, and this is my junior brother Peng Xian." They smiled at Song Qingling. She stood up, glanced at them briefly, and nodded. They were strangers who gathered in the cave to avoid rain. They weren't friends, and it was their right to greet her voluntarily. She also had the right to decide what to do. She thought these two brothers looked sneaky and untrustworthy. The weather was cold now, and they still looked sweaty and pale, clearly unwell. Their firewood was almost used up. Song Qingling prepared herself and left the cave to find more wood. She watched them walk away, then Zhu Zixu's face darkened. "This person is too rude,"
he said.
Although the Qingyan sect was not the most famous in the martial world, it was well known. As a righteous sect, everyone was polite and courteous when they met. Peng Xian kept scratching the back of his hand with his fingers, his skin torn and bleeding. "Senior brother, let's go quickly. I can't hold on much longer." Zhu Zixu also couldn't wait anymore. The two hurried out of the cave, running 10 miles away. They stopped in front of a large, unnoticed tree and started digging in the dirt with their bare hands. As they dug, their eyes turned red, and their breathing became rapid. They dug a deep hole, in which they buried a box wrapped in oilcloth. They eagerly opened the box and took out 2 homemade dry tobacco pipes. Holding flint and steel, they nervously struck a spark and took a few deep puffs, feeling almost like they were floating. Their faces instantly relaxed, showing satisfaction. Peng Xian sat on the ground, feeling so comfortable he didn't want to move. His voice was hoarse. "Senior brother, maybe we should carry some worry-free ointment with us. It's so troublesome to keep running around like this." "No, that's not good. Those people are looking for the worry-free ointment. They are not ordinary folks, so we must be very careful not to make mistakes." Recently, they wanted to wander in the mountains, looking for suitable disciples from different sects, trying to control others with the ointment. They searched for days but couldn't find anyone. One day, they stayed in a hidden mountain cave and unexpectedly heard people outside killing someone and searching for something. Although the outsiders didn't clearly say what they were looking for, they mentioned the area near the riverbank. From what they heard, The two realized the outsiders seemed to be searching for the worry-free ointment. The people looking for the ointment were very ruthless, quickly ending fights, which showed they were quite powerful. Moreover, the worry-free ointment was not an ordinary item. It couldn't be made by just anyone. They immediately understood they had gotten into trouble. Since then, they hid in the cave and rarely went out until an earthquake caused the cave to collapse, forcing them to carry the ointment away and escape. The taste of worry-free ointment is truly wonderful. Zhu Zixu's eyes were dreamy, still wanting more. The urge to take another puff was hard to resist, so he changed his mind and said, "Let's move the stuff closer to where we live. We don't need to go so far." Peng Xian sat up excitedly, smiling. "That's a great idea." Today, the sky was a little brighter, resembling the weather during the hot, dry mornings of the past. It was faintly getting lighter, with little rain and gentle wind. Song Qingling took this chance to run a few more trips outside, gathering wet firewood to bring back. She had just finished using the bathroom outside, eaten a bowl of thick noodle soup, and drank a bowl of herbal decoction. She drank the herbal medicine and spiritual dew at different times to avoid conflicts. Last night, she placed a wooden bucket outside the cave to collect water, filling it up. She brought it inside, filtered it through gauze, poured it into an iron pot, and built a fire with some stones to boil the water. There was already boiled water in the space, but since she wasn't alone, she had to pretend to be busy. At this moment, she was alone inside the cave. Xian Yi and others had gone out, and their belongings were still inside. Not long after the water boiled, Song Qingling was adding firewood to the fire when she suddenly heard chattering voices. The sound didn't seem like Xian Yi and the others. She stepped into the water, her footsteps making a soft noise. There were quite a few people, at least dozens. She paused her movements and looked quietly toward the cave entrance with a calm gaze. Soon after, a group of people came over, happy to have found a shelter to avoid the rain. They discussed excitedly. There were many of them, so they almost sealed the cave entrance tightly. The outside light was already dim, and against the light, although only a quick glance, Song Qingling saw some figures and felt they looked familiar. She thought hard and realized that those figures resembled some people she had seen before. Song Qingling was a bit surprised. If they really were those people, why did they come here crossing mountains and rivers? At the cave entrance, a deep but energetic male voice said, "Everyone, be quiet and wait outside first." As soon as he spoke, everyone calmed down. The man speaking and another person entered the cave and approached Song Qingling. She remembered well and recognized that the speaker was someone she had met before. She reached out and touched the wet wood, which was damp, then stood up, clapped her hands, and shook off the water. Because she had short hair and was wearing a straw hat outside the cave, her face was not covered, but she had changed her outfit earlier and hadn't washed her face since. "Young man, we are passing through here and want to come in the cave to avoid the rain," she said calmly. Another strong young man politely asked, "Is there still space available? This place isn't just mine. There are others with belongings here. Please feel free to use it," Song Qingling replied calmly. "Thank you," they said, then looked at the two sides where their belongings were, inside the deepest part of the cave. They discussed settling opposite Song Qingling, but since they had many people, not everyone could stay there. "Ayang, I see there's some space on the right side inside, just some stones. Why don't we clear them a bit? We can't move the big rocks because we're worried that if the ground underneath clears, the rocks above might fall," one man said. "Uncle Wu, I had the same idea. Let's let the women and children come in first to avoid the rain. I'll bring some people to do the work, and you all rest." After deciding, they went outside to tell others some precautions and then organized people to enter the cave orderly. Song Qingling didn't pay attention to them. She started boiling water, thinking that it would be colder tonight, so she could soak her feet before sleeping. The two people who had spoken to her earlier were Wu Zhuofeng and Hong Yong. The people entering the cave included villagers from Kaichao village, members of a trading caravan like Zhao Qin, Zhao Hai, Meng Xiaotian and their families, men, women, and children. Most of them are young, with 6 or 7 people around 50 or 60 years old. Among them, Wu Zhuofeng appears to be in the best mental state. Altogether, there are over 80 people. They traveled so far on foot to reach Tianfeng Mountain. If it was just to avoid rain or floods, she wouldn't believe they came here by accident. Longzhou and Jiangzhou are not without high mountains, though not as tall as Tianfeng Mountain. To avoid disaster, the key question is why they would choose to go so far instead of staying closer. This means they intentionally came here, not just to escape danger. They have maps and routes. Without them, they couldn't have made it. Song Qingling's gaze fell on Hong Yong, who was helping carry stones out, then shifted to Wu Zhuofeng, squatting there, lighting wet firewood with his back to her. These two are the leaders of the group, and one of them has a map. Just as she thought this, 3 people from Xianyi returned carrying firewood. Seeing so many people inside the cave, they looked surprised and glanced at Song Qingling, then at Wu Zhuofeng and the others.
Who are you?
Xianyi looked down and quickly realized these people were not from their sect, but seemed like ordinary folks. A hint of disappointment flashed in her eyes. We just arrived here to take shelter from the rain. Sorry to bother you, Wu Zhuofeng said with a slight smile. Xianyi opened her mouth and asked, We are from the Wuji sect.
Who are you?
At that moment, Hong Yong approached, his right hand resting on the sword at his waist. There was a big flood down the mountain. It flooded like a river. We had to run from the town up the mountain. We crossed several mountains, but there were many people on each mountain and nowhere to take shelter from the rain. Then, we crossed over the mountains and came here. Do you know where this is? Xianxing, younger and less able to hide her emotions, looked shocked. Hong Yong and Wu Zhuofeng shook their heads, saying they didn't know, and curiously asked which mountain it was. Xianyi looked at them deeply, a faint smile appearing on her face. Her voice was gentle. This is Tianfeng Mountain, part of the Lingnan mountain range. It is full of dangers. Since you could reach here, you must be quite capable. Not at all, Hong Yong said humbly, smiling. We use to goods for merchant caravans. We travel outside all year round and have some self-defense skills. After hearing this, the 3 of them understood and looked at Hong Yong and the others more carefully this time. They noticed that everyone, regardless of age or gender, carried weapons like knives, bows, and swords. They exchanged glances. Their earlier dismissive attitude had changed to a friendly, warm smile. Knight proactively told Wu Zhuofeng and Hong Yong that if they needed help, they could ask them. The 2 got along very well. Meanwhile, Song Qingling watched the scene closely. She didn't think Wu Zhuofeng and the others were unaware of where they were. They were just pretending to be clueless. She had dealt with Hong Yong and Wu Zhuofeng before. They were smart people, so she couldn't believe they would bring their families here without knowing the truth. She didn't think much more about it. The water was boiling, but not yet hot enough to boil over. She walked to the cave entrance. Outside, it was raining heavily, with thick fog and a dark sky. The weather was really bad. She looked out at the rain, her eyes showing a hint of sadness. Little date, where are you? Are you safe? Meanwhile, on the other side, beneath a rocky mountain, a large cloth was stretched on both sides, supported by thick wooden sticks stuck into the ground. The rocks above the mountain jutted out several meters, acting like a natural barrier to block the rainwater. The Red Lotus sect members searched for a long time before finding the spot, protected by rocks above and dense trees on the sides, perfect for shielding from wind and rain. The best spot was right inside the rocks, where Yang Yuanxiu, the sect leader, stayed. In the corner, Little Date was tied with a thick rope around its neck, attached to the rocks. The wind and rain made it wet, darkening its fur, which clung tightly to its body. Yang Yuanxiu stood in front of Little Date, holding a bright green blade of grass dotted with clear water drops. Eat up, be good. You have grass to eat at every meal, so I won't let you go hungry, he said. Little Date opened its mouth and ate the grass eagerly. It wanted to eat more to save energy so it could escape and find its owner when the chance came. Not eating out of hunger would leave it too weak to run. Seeing how obedient Little Date was, Yang Yuanxiu looked pleased. Since he brought Little Date back, he had been feeding it every time, and it never kicked him away. If anyone else approached, it would kick them away in a few steps. Yang Yuanxiu believed Little Date considered him its new owner because it didn't kick him. After feeding it, he patted its head and turned to leave. As soon as he left, Little Date immediately stretched its head outside to get rained on, letting the rain wash over it. Then it rubbed its head back and forth against the rocks. After rubbing, it turned its head, shifted its gaze, and silently watched the movements of the Red Lotus sect's camp. Yang Yuanxiu walked to the center of the camp, where there was a relatively flat large rock used as a table, with a few stones nearby serving as stools. He brushed his sleeve and sat in the main seat, resting his left hand on his thigh. His right thumb and index finger repeatedly stroked the handle of the crescent-shaped blade, which bore a red lotus design. He squinted into the distance. The other disciples stood at their posts, alert around the area. After a long while, 2 masked men in black ran into the camp in the rain. Yang Yuanxiu saw them but remained calm. His hand paused as he stroked the blade handle, and he straightened his posture unconsciously. The black-clad men were his trusted spies sent to check the situation below the mountain. The trusted spy reached Yang Yuanxiu, bowed respectfully, and reported, "Master, a few ships have come down the mountain." "It's that person." The distinguished guest, who had waited for a long time, finally arrived. Yang Yuanxiu's face looked steady, but inside he felt waves of emotion. He thought, since the guest has arrived, he can wait peacefully for them to send someone to see him. Below the mountain, floodwaters surged wildly, with huge waves rolling. 6 ships floated on the water, 1 large and 5 small. The small ships weren't really small. Each was about 7 zhang long, with 2 decks, beautifully decorated and imposing. Each had guards stationed on the outer edges of the decks. The small ships followed the big ship like tiny tails. The big ship was 10 zhang long, massive in size, with a sharp bow like a blade that could easily cut through the waves. The stern was wide and steady, with 3 decks, each protected by railings. A tall, ornate pavilion stood on top, carved beams and painted decorations, showing luxury and splendor. Compared to the big ship, the guards were strict and silent. Soldiers in armor stood at regular intervals, keeping watch. On the 3rd deck of the big ship, a room's windows were open. Inside, the decor was old-fashioned and elegant. On a soft bed, a man lay on his side, half-closed eyes. His right wrist supporting his head was prominent. Long black hair draped around him like ink, falling over the edge of the bed. His skin was pale and fragile, with a deep, unshakable gloom in his eyes and brows. In front of the bed, 2 men knelt in fear and unease. On either side, soldiers stood guard, watching them closely. Any movement would mean death instantly. "Prince, it must be on Tianfeng Mountain. We searched from Jingjia Mountain all the way here but found nothing. Long ago, King Huainan led a small group here. Yes, we stayed on Tianfeng Mountain for several days." King Huainan was suspicious by nature. The less attention he drew, the safer he felt. Otherwise, why would he cultivate power in the southern mountains and build underground palaces? The 2 kneeling men spoke to each other, one after the other. They were both secret guards of King Huainan. A few months ago, the camp was attacked by Eastern barbarian soldiers at night. After a fierce fight, they fled with their families into Jiangzhou territory. They planned to live quietly and hide their identities, but the loyal secret guards of King Huainan, to protect their lord and keep his secrets, organized a search for the surviving guards and eliminated all traces of them. To stay alive, they hid with their families caught in heavy rain and floods. With no other choice, they had to find a powerful ally and reveal King Huainan's secrets. The man on the soft bed rubbed his forehead and spoke coldly. "Take him away. Go find him on the mountain immediately." Soon, 2 close aides of King Huainan were taken away by soldiers. "Everyone leave now." All the soldiers withdrew and closed the door. When the door was shut, the man trembled all over, his hands shaking like those of a Parkinson's patient. He reached under the white fox fur blanket and skillfully took out a pipe. After a moment, he sighed and leaned back on the soft bed. He closed his eyes for a moment, then suddenly opened them, filled with killing intent and coldness. When they found the underground palace, wealth was tempting. The mountains of Lingnan had many martial sects, and buying influence was easy. With money and power, he could rebuild quickly. The day he returned would be the day he killed the traitor and avenged his deep hatred. According to the two secret guards, a few months ago, Li Qingyin's camp was attacked by Eastern soldiers and the camp was reduced to ashes. All the Eastern soldiers perished there. He didn't believe that the Eastern soldiers, with such powerful weapons, had accidentally destroyed themselves. There must be something more behind it. That was one reason he came to the Lingnan Mountains. His hand reached for the pipe on the blanket, and his dark eyes showed a hint of dissatisfaction. Since he cut off supplies of treasure and food to the traitor, those good things had been unavailable. He hated it. All his treasures and food had become stepping stones for the traitor to climb higher. It didn't matter. With a little more effort, once he dealt with the traitor, money, power, the city, and all the good things would be his. Thinking of this, he chuckled coldly. In the cave, the water in the small iron pot boiled, bubbling loudly. Song Qingling lifted the lid and removed some firewood. Since she had a cold, she drank warm water. She poured half a bowl, blew on it, and drank. She had breakfast outside earlier. After finishing the water, she put on a homemade mask, lay on her bed, turned her back to everyone, and closed her eyes to rest. Her condition was much better today. Her body had recovered most of its energy, but she still had a runny nose and nasal congestion. Wu Zhuofeng and his group are many people. Most are settled across from Song Qingling, with a walkway in between. A few others are resting below her, about a meter apart from both groups. Xian Yi and Wu Zhuofeng are busy cooking breakfast, Xian Yi making porridge, Wu Zhuofeng preparing herbal soup. Many are also boiling medicines. The coughs are continuous. The weather is getting colder, rainy and damp, with strong cold air. Due to many hardships, some people are sick or injured. There is severe flooding, and bodies are floating in the water. Over time, diseases may spread. Song Qingling thinks she must recover her health quickly. If her resistance is weak, she is easily infected. Tomorrow, she plans to go out again to find small dates. Once found, she won't return, staying away from crowds and seeking shelter elsewhere. Xian Yi sees Wu Zhuofeng's group has herbs. He exchanges rice for supplies, 8 bowls of coarse rice for 2 bundles of herbs to treat colds and some medicines for injuries. People stay inside the cave to avoid rain. They are quiet, feeling unwell, and decide to rest. The day passes like this. At night, Song Qingling gets up and cooks porridge with the coarse rice Xian Yi gave her. She had slept long during the day and now feels restless. She takes a book from her basket and reads. After reading for over an hour, she feels sleepy. She pours warm water into a basin and soaks her feet, feeling warm and comfortable all over. Then she lies down to sleep. The next day, the weather is brighter than yesterday. Everyone in the cave sees this as a good sign. Brothers Zhu Zixu and Zhu Zixu run outside when they see the clear weather and haven't returned yet. As the fog in the forest clears, Hong Yong gathers some men from the caravan and goes hunting with him. Song Qingling leaves alone to find small dates. During the 2 days she was away during the day, 2 new groups of people moved in. They were all from different sects and settled near Xian Ye's area. Song Qingling entered the cave, blocking out the rain and most of the cold wind. A warm feeling washed over her as she returned to her place. When she left during the day, her belongings were still there, and everything was exactly as she left it when she came back at night. The presence of things indicates someone is there. If people leave, it means they won't return to the cave. Someone has taken an interest in that spot, and anyone can move in. It was already late. From the moment she entered the cave, Song Qingling moved very quietly, careful not to disturb others. She just took off her raincoat and heard a rustling sound from a diagonal front direction. She instinctively looked up. A few meters away, Zhu Zixu turned over and faced Song Qingling. He looked around suspiciously, sneaking his hand into his sleeve as if trying to grab something. But when he saw Song Qingling had just returned, He stopped his movement, closed his eyes as if pretending to sleep, and scratched the back of his left hand with his right hand. After just a quick glance, Song Qingling felt something was off. She wondered if those two might have some hidden illness. Fortunately, she always wore a mask and kept her distance from them. The cave was ventilated. She added some firewood and heated water for a foot soak. She surrounded the fire with a circle of branches. She took out her wet shoes from the day's travel, hung the heels on the branches, and let the residual heat dry them. While soaking her feet, Song Qingling started to feel sleepy. These past 2 days, she had been running outside every day, collecting dewdrops. Her cold was about 70 to 80% better. After finishing, she lay on her bed. Before sleeping, she thought about finding another day to look again. If she couldn't find anything, she would return to the sky pit. That also meant if she couldn't find a suitable shelter the night after tomorrow, she would have to camp outside. The next morning, Song Qingling was awakened by rustling sounds caused by others getting up early. Her eyes felt a bit sore. She hadn't slept enough. When she was well rested, she wouldn't feel like this. She was about to go back to sleep when Xianyi led a few people over to her. "Brother, wake up. We need to discuss something with you." Song Qingling rubbed her eyes, put on her shoes, and stood up. "What is it?" she asked. Xianyi explained, about half an hour ago, someone went out to gather firewood. It seems they saw a fierce wolf nearby. As everyone knows, wolves usually travel in packs. I suspect the wolf is scouting, and there might be a night attack soon. We've just discussed among ourselves and decided that starting tonight, everyone must send someone to guard the night. 玄月皱着脸看宋清灵，阴阳怪气地说：“这几天白天你都不在山洞，晚上不知道什么时候回来，都是住在这个山洞里，总不能事事只顾自己，一个人享受吧？”宋清灵微微皱眉，她觉得自己处境有限，和别人住在一起，如果遇到危险，必须适当出手，否则就只有自己一个人付出，谁能接受呢？引起公愤也是正常的事情。他还没说话，这个人就站出来责备。白天去哪是他的自由，难道他住在山洞里，还要为山洞卖命不成？玄月，住口，不要无礼！玄月斥责道，然后对宋清灵笑着道歉。兄台，他只是情急之下说错了话，但本意是为了大家好。大家都不容易，应该团结一致，共同守护这里。相信兄台也知道，众人齐心协力，才能应对困难。宋清灵似笑非笑地盯着站出来调和的玄烨，眼神阴沉，没有一丝温度。他不是傻子，当然听得出他话里的意思。这几天他虽然回来的晚，但早上都是等雾散了才走。在这期间，他背对所有人装睡，听着玄烨跟洞里其他人提起红莲派的作风。玄烨表面上似乎是在善意提醒，实际上是在铺垫，让人们对红莲派留下不好印象，还在暗示他想要统一战线，共同对付红莲派。无极宗在江湖上应该算是有名的门派，山洞里的其他派系都听玄烨的话。吴卓峰等人在山洞待得久了，跟玄烨没有利益冲突，关系还算不错。只有他每天见不到人，忙自己的事，不合群，也不在玄烨的控制范围内。如果不是玄烨授意，宋清灵绝不会相信玄烨的话。在山洞住久了，玄烨真的把自己当成了可以随意安排的人，觉得自己可以指挥任何人。玄烨和宋清灵四目相对，气氛顿时变得紧张。面对宋清灵那似乎能看穿一切的眼神，玄烨感到有些紧张，喉咙一滚，咽了口水。他意识到宋清灵已经看穿了他的伎俩，瞳孔收缩，脸色不由得变得沉重，双手握拳。This shows that this person is smart. Without strength, how could they be so confident and proud? In a short time, Xianyi adjusted his attitude, put on a smile, and said to Song Qingling, "One side has fewer people and needs to stay on watch every day. The other side has more people and can take turns watching every few days. How about you watch from the hour of the dog to the hour of the pig? You can still sleep well and won't be so tired." Senior brother. Xianyu wanted to speak, but hesitated. Xianyu shook his head at Xianyu, with a warning look in his eyes, signaling his junior not to say more. Song Qingling nodded, turned around, and ignored them. If Xianyu kept pushing the issue, she wouldn't stay and pack her things to leave. Why should she stay angry and only leave quietly? If Xianyu wanted to cause trouble, she was ready. She could confront him directly, no fear, and speak honestly. In the end, what Xianyu said was a kind gesture to ease the situation. On the surface, it seemed that way, but Song Qingling knew he was using a tactic of retreat to advance, trying to use her to deal with the Red Lotus sect. She looked outside the cave. Heavy clouds pressed down, the sky darkened, and rain kept falling. Although she drank a drop of spiritual dew and some medicinal soup every day, she was outside looking for small dates. The rain caused water to pool, and she had to change her wet shoes. She couldn't walk long before they got wet again, and the cold entered her body, so she couldn't recover fully. Living in a cave, she could heat water at night to soak her feet and keep warm by the fire all night. It was much more comfortable. Living in a tent, she could only soak her feet and couldn't light a fire to warm herself. Wet shoes couldn't be dried either. Song Qingling wanted to stay in the cave for one more day, mainly because she thought Xiao Zhao might be nearby. If she moved somewhere else, she might miss the chance to meet it. She got up and didn't feel like sleeping anymore. She cooked some porridge for breakfast. When the fog cleared a bit, she prepared her defenses and left the cave. Not long after, her cloth shoes got wet again. She dreamed of having a pair of water shoes. Today, she went to the southern side of the cave, which she hadn't explored yet. It was the Red Lotus Sect's camp. Yang Yuanxiu listened to the latest news brought back by his trusted aide, his eyes narrowing slightly and his gaze flickering. His right index finger tapped lightly on the stone table beside him. It had been many days since a noble person had sent someone to find him. With a noble strength, they shouldn't be unaware of their sect's location on the mountain. That meant the other side was deliberately avoiding contact. Some time ago, when Yang Yuanxiu and his disciples were about to reach Tianfeng Mountain, they received news that the noble person planned to come to Tianfeng Mountain. At that moment, Yang Yuanxiu immediately sensed something was wrong. The noble guest was of high status and traveled from afar to a dangerous place. It was not just to escape disaster, but likely for another purpose. No matter the reason, help might be needed. Since the guest's Red Lotus sect was the strongest in the martial world, it was the best candidate for assistance. Yang Yuanxiu wanted to connect with the noble guest and build relationships, so he deliberately spread news about his whereabouts. However, he had waited for days, and the noble guest had not sent anyone to visit, which suggested that the situation was more complicated. The noble guest was secretive and alert when handling affairs at Tianfeng Mountain. Although the trusted people sent to investigate couldn't get close enough to understand everything, they learned that the guest was searching for something. If the noble guest went to such lengths and refused outside help, the item must be extremely valuable. After thinking for a moment, Yang Yuanxiu tapped his finger on the stone table, then suddenly stopped. He looked at his trusted aide with a sly, sinister smile. Since the situation had reached this point, he decided to change his plan. The cat, smelling fishy scent, was tempted by the smell. Some couldn't resist. Yang Yuanxiu ordered his aide in a deep voice. Floods are merciless, but humans have feelings. Many sects on the mountain lack food and medicine. The Red Lotus sect is willing to help the helpless and weak. Anyone seeking assistance will be supplied with food and medicine. Quickly send people to spread this news. The aide was a bit confused but followed the order immediately, sending people to announce the message externally. Yang Yuanxiu pressed his lips into a cold smile. With many disciples, it wouldn't take long for this news to reach other sections. In the afternoon, Song Qingling was walking in the forest when she suddenly saw muddy footprints on the path, but they were washed away and broken by the rain. She followed the trail. Not long after, the footprints disappeared. It was the same as a few days ago. She saw footprints on the mountain, but they always vanished quickly. It was due to the weather conditions. That night, she stayed on guard until midnight. After searching for a while with no clues, she returned along the same path. Tonight's watch was over. She planned to sleep well in the second half of the night and look for clues somewhere else tomorrow. Before the hour of dog, around 11 p.m. to midnight, Song Qingling returned to her cave. Xianyi was not yet asleep. Seeing her return, he came over and asked which people were on duty with her during the first half of the night. Wu Zhuofeng and Hong Yong from his side had 3 people, plus Peng Zian, and 2 others from different sections. Xianye's side was Xianyu. Song Qingling nodded to show she understood. Some parts of her body were wet, especially her feet, which had been wet the longest. During the day, no one added firewood, so the fire had gone out, leaving only a few glowing embers. She used wet firewood to burn, which took half a day. Every night, she would come back and add some quick-burning oil to start the fire. She kept the quick-burning oil in a jar, took it from her basket, poured it onto the charcoal, and then stacked wet firewood on top. She struck a flint, and the fire caught. She stretched out her hands to warm herself by the fire when suddenly, a dark shadow fell in front of her. "Brother, sorry to bother you. You're using quick-burning oil, right? I wonder if you have some extra. If it's convenient, I'd like to trade some dried meat for a little." The person standing in front of her was Hong Yong. Hong Yong held dried rabbit and wolf meat, about 10 jin in weight. "I only have half a jar left. If you want to trade, bring an empty bowl." "I won't trade meat, only medicine." Trading supplies is allowed, but one shouldn't seem to have a lot. Wu Zhuofeng knew medicine and could make his own herbal remedies. Once, when chased by a tiger, the medicine he gave worked pretty well. Now, Wu Zhuofeng and Hong Yong were on the same team. Hong Yong's visit was meant to trade supplies, representing the whole team. It was also using communal supplies for trade. "Brother, do these medicines look good?" Wu Zhuofeng carried over a few small bottles, each about the size of half a palm. He displayed the small bottles in his palm. "Can I take a look?" Song Qingling asked. Wu Zhuofeng nodded. Song Qingling picked up each bottle without opening the caps, just smelling through the bottles. Finally, she pointed to 2 bottles and said, "You can trade with these. Based on the size of your bowls, decide how much quick-burning oil you want to exchange." Wu Zhuofeng didn't expect Song Qingling to choose those 2 bottles. He looked at her in surprise. "I'll go get bowls," Hong Yong said, and turned around. He returned quickly. Based on the size of the bowls, Song Qingling handed 2 to Hong Yong, who exchanged them for the 2 bottles of medicine. The medicines were for internal use, one for external injuries, the other for cold and flu. She could tell they weren't the best ingredients, but they fit well with precise dosages. No fancy tricks, just good ingredients and skillful preparation. She had herbs in her space, but they needed processing. Due to time and environment, she couldn't do it now. When conditions improve, she would do it then. She poured 2 bowls of the remaining quick-burning oil from the jar, which wasn't much left. Hong Yong carefully poured the oil into a sealed jar. Besides the night watch, everyone else was lying down to rest. Like others on night duty, Song Qingling went to the cave entrance and patrolled around outside. More than 2 hours passed, and the patrols changed shifts. Song Qingling returned to her spot and boiled a pot of hot water for a foot soak. After finishing, she lay down and fell asleep. By the fire, soaking her feet and warming her whole body, she found it easier to fall asleep than before. The rest of the night passed peacefully. After sleeping for a few hours, Song Qingling woke up naturally. When she got up, the sky outside was slightly bright, but still foggy. She went outside to have breakfast, used the toilet, and let the wind away the smell of food on her. Then she went back to pack her things, ready to leave. Wu Zhuofeng and Xianyi noticed Song Qingling's movements and couldn't help but watch her. Xianyi frowned slightly, lifted his foot to walk toward her. At that moment, Song Qingling, who was folding the bedding, looked up toward the entrance. She faced that way and slowly stood up. Xianyi opened his mouth as if to speak, but he seemed to sense something outside the cave, so his attention shifted outward. The sound of hurried footsteps splashing through water grew closer. Everyone inside the cave prepared themselves carefully. After a short while, More than 10 men dressed in tight black clothes rushed in quickly, splashing water as they came, their presence imposing. Song Qingling saw them and immediately thought of the masked black-clad people chasing her, but upon closer inspection, she noticed that these men's clothes and weapons bore clear symbols. They were members of the Red Lotus sect. Seeing the arrival of the Red Lotus sect, some of Xianye's group looked angry and disdainful, some looked nervous and swallowed nervously, and their bodies gradually moved back. 1 meter outside the entrance, the leader of the Red Lotus sect, with a proud expression, loudly said, "The sect master is very merciful. Orders have been given that anyone lacking food or medicine and facing difficulties in the martial world can come to our sect's base for help at any time." Xian Yi and the others found this statement strange and suspected that the Red Lotus sect might have hidden motives. Song Qingling knew there was no such thing as free lunch in the world. Oh, isn't that someone from the Wuji sect? Reduced to begging with a bunch of refugees for survival. Look at how pitiful they are, more ragged than beggars, with cleaner faces than pots and bowls. A few people share 1 grain of rice. Truly sad and pathetic. No food, no medicine to treat illnesses. Come quickly. Our sect master is kind-hearted and willing to help all sect disciples. If you come late, you'll have to wait in line. If you wait too long and faint from hunger, don't cry like a 3-year-old. 2 disciples from the Red Lotus sect laughed loudly and mocked them. After they finished speaking, the other Red Lotus sect disciples burst into loud laughter, full of ridicule. Song Qingling glanced at them, and Xianye's face was darker than a pot's bottom. His clenched fists trembled uncontrollably. Xianyu was so angry she blushed with shame. He was sick and coughing non-stop, his face turning red. He quickly stepped forward and said, "Shut up. Even if we starve or die from illness, we will never seek help from you." Xian Xing also stepped forward bravely and said, "Yes, we definitely won't go. That means you really have no food or medicine and are willing to wait for death. The mighty Wuji sect is just this weak."
Haha.
Laughter erupted among them. Amidst the laughter, Xian Yu and Xian Xing could no longer bear it. They drew their swords and charged forward. Zhu Yi, standing among them, did not stop them. He thought that since they had many people and the Crimson Lotus sect was too arrogant and aggressive, they had already planned to attack them first to weaken their spirit. While drawing his sword, Zhu Yi spoke to the others behind him. "The Crimson Lotus sect is too overbearing. They come to provoke us, and if we tolerate it, they will keep pushing. They are evil and must be eliminated to prevent future trouble." Zhu Yi rushed into battle. The Crimson Lotus sect had been acting arrogantly in the martial world for years. Seeing this, they couldn't tolerate it at all. They drew their blades and attacked. They also believed that the others hiding in the cave were allies of Wuji sect, so they joined the fight. Song Qingling managed to escape quickly and returned to the cave to pack her belongings. The Wuji sect members were crazy. They caused trouble and would handle their own problems. They refused to be pawns used by others for fighting and killing. The members of the other sects were all martial artists. They knew they couldn't escape, so they hardened their hearts and fought bravely. Wu Zhuofeng and Hong Yong originally didn't want to get involved, but since the Crimson Lotus sect attacked so quickly, only a few retreated into the cave. The others had no choice but to fight back or die. They fought desperately. The Crimson Lotus sect's Blood Fiend blade technique was fierce and ruthless, unpredictable in its moves. Even though Zhu Yi and the others outnumbered them, they still couldn't win. After 15 minutes, everyone had sustained injuries of varying severity. The leader of the Crimson Lotus sect knew their mission was to fight according to orders. If they killed everyone, they would be disobeying commands and face severe punishment. At the right moment, he raised his hand and said, "Enough." The Crimson Lotus sect disciples stopped fighting, refusing a toast and then taking a punishment. Those who oppose the Crimson Lotus sect only have death. Let's go. After saying this, the Crimson Lotus sect members left. Xian Yu covered his bleeding arm and said, "Senior brother, their troublemaking isn't because they are kind-hearted, but because they have other plans." After losing the first battle, Xian Yi looked grim. "I know. Let's go back to heal and stop the bleeding." Just as they were about to enter the cave and pack their things, Song Qingling saw the Red Lotus sect leave and took her belongings out of the cave. They happened to meet there. Xian Yu blocked Song Qingling's way and sternly accused her. Stop. During the fight earlier, were you hiding in the cave? I didn't see you outside. Get out of my way. Song Qingling replied coldly, drawing her sword. A man in his 20s from another sect also stepped forward to scold her. How selfish can you be? When there's danger, we charge forward. When it's safe, you take your things and try to run away. Xian Yi watched Song Qingling with a cold gaze. During the fight, he had wanted to see her strength and deliberately distracted himself, but he didn't see her figure, nor did the two brothers from Qingyun sect. Brother, we share the same cave. When there's danger, we should face it together. Uncle Wu and the others are older, and the women and children are weak. It's right for them to stay back, but you... Shut up. Song Qingling interrupted Xian Yi. You're talking so grandly, just to show how selfless and loving you are? Today, the Red Lotus sect came, and anyone with eyes can see their purpose is just to deliver messages. You Wuji sect are just stubborn troublemakers. For your own selfish reasons, you force a fight and drag innocent people into it. After she finished speaking, everyone present had different expressions. Song Qingling didn't look at their reactions. She swung her sword and attacked Xian Yu, who was blocking her way. Xian Yu had long disliked Song Qingling. He drew his sword to fight back, but shortly after, he felt a sharp pain in his chest. In an instant, his sword was knocked out of his hand. Song Qingling didn't want to waste more time. With swift, decisive moves, she stabbed her sword straight into Xian Yu's heart, piercing through his chest and back. Blood splattered onto her face. Blood dripped down her eyebrows, staining her mask with red. Her cold, murderous eyes fixed on the scene. Xian Yu's face changed drastically. With a soft sound, Song Qingling pulled out her sword. Xian Yu collapsed to the ground. She said nothing, holding her bloody sword, which continued to drip blood, emphasizing her cold, wild aura, making everyone feel a shiver down their spine. The scene fell into silence. Senior brother. Xian Xing hurriedly ran to Xian Yu's body, calling out anxiously. With your skills, you don't need to kill the Red Lotus sect. Instead, you hurt your own people? You killed Xian Yu, and innocent people. You must pay with your life. Xian Yu was furious and full of hatred. He drew his sword and stabbed at Song Qingling.
Bah!
Traitors. Song Qingling swung her sword to block the long sword, pushing it aside. She moved swiftly, raising her blade to attack Xian Yi, turning the tide from passive to active. Her speed was too fast for Xian Yi to defend, causing him to retreat repeatedly and suffer 2 cuts on his body. Seeing this, Xian Xing and members of other sects grabbed their weapons and rushed to help Xian Yi. 6 people surrounded and attacked Song Qingling. Watching from the side, Wu Zhuofeng and Hong Yong frowned, thinking that their sect members were outnumbering Song Qingling and fighting her unfairly. They also agreed that Song Qingling was right. If it weren't for the troublemakers from the Wuji sect, they might have avoided a fight today. Ah Yong, what do you think? Wu Zhuofeng was asking whether they should step in to help. Hong Yong looked at Song Qingling fighting and hesitated. I think we might not need to. That young man is very strong. Next to them, Meng Xiaotian also kept a close eye on Song Qingling, showing respect for her strength.
Bang!
Xian Yu was knocked down by a kick from Song Qingling. In the next second, Song Qingling bent slightly and stabbed her sword steadily into Xian Yu's heart. He let out a sharp cry, spewing a large mouthful of blood. His eyes rolled back, and he died instantly. The others, pressed by Song Qingling, were at a disadvantage and looked furious, their faces twisted. They lunged at her, trying to ambush her. Although Song Qingling's back was to them, she could feel the killing intent. The wind caused by their movement helped her understand their positions. She squatted in place, supporting herself with her left hand, then turned to face them. She leaned back to dodge the weapons coming at her, swinging her knife from right to left. All of their legs were injured, causing them to hesitate in their movements. They swung their weapons downward, attacking Song Qingling. This reaction was within Song Qingling's prediction. As their weapons fell, she stood up, moving forward instead of back. She held her sword horizontally in front of her, aiming at the large arteries of the three closest to her, slicing toward their necks. The blade was close to their skin but had already cut through blood vessels. The three, clutching their bleeding necks, staggered and panicked, dropping their weapons. The remaining three were quickly defeated by Song Qingling. These people had been injured earlier fighting the Red Lotus sect, and she finished them off in no time. Standing among the bodies, Song Qingling exuded a chilling aura of death. She was uninjured but covered in blood from others. She raised her hand to wipe a small blood drop from her eyelashes, then cast a sharp glance at the people a few meters away, who were trembling and holding their weapons, frightened by her. These people voluntarily made way for her. Song Qingling walked past that path. After they had gone far enough, and she was sure there were no other creatures nearby, she stopped and set up her tent. It was drizzling lightly, and her blood-stained clothes needed cleaning. Otherwise, it might attract wild animals from the mountains. She took out warm water from her space and quickly washed herself. She changed all her clothes and shoes. It took less than 15 minutes. Once finished, she packed up the tent and headed southwest toward the cave. The Red Lotus sect was moving in that direction. Since she couldn't find any clues about Xiao Zhao, and the Red Lotus sect had many people, it's possible they were trapped by this group. Fortunately, today's rain was light, so she followed the shoe prints she saw along the way. As she walked, Song Qingling heard footsteps approaching her. She quickly hid behind a large tree, concealing herself. After a while, two people came by. Song Qingling watched their backs as they left. They were two senior brothers from the Qingyan sect, surnamed Zhu and Peng. They left very early every morning, even earlier than she did. She continued tracking in the direction where the shoe prints from the Red Lotus sect led, toward the same direction those two senior brothers had come from. After walking for a while, she noticed a long, brown object on the grass by the roadside ahead. The color difference was obvious, so she saw it at once. Song Qingling approached and saw it was a dry tobacco pipe. She remembered that night when Zhu Zixu turned over in bed, trying to take something out of his sleeve. She had seen what looked like a piece of something sticking out from under his sleeve. Song Qingling picked up the dry tobacco pipe through the thick cloth and examined it carefully. It looked fine on the outside. When she turned the pipe over and sniffed, she detected a somewhat familiar smell. At first, she wasn't sure, but after smelling it for a while, she felt it resembled the scent of rice husk flowers. Considering the reactions of those two senior brothers, Song Qingling suddenly understood many things. No wonder those masked men wanted to kill her. Apparently, Zhu and Peng were nearby that night at the river. They had taken the rice husk flowers, and the masked men mistakenly thought she stole them. An accident made her the scapegoat for Zhu Zixu and Peng Zian. And those masked men might have been from King Chu's forces, holding rice husk flowers. There might be King Chu's influence on Mount Tianfeng. Having figured this out, Song Qingling found it strange that she hadn't encountered any masked men in the woods these past few days. Did they give up because they couldn't find the missing rice husk flowers? Her intuition told her that it was not so simple, but there was another reason. Song Qingling put away her pipe without thinking too much about these matters. The most urgent thing now was to find Xiao Zhao. As for brothers Zhu Zixu and Peng Zian, they made her take the blame. Whether intentionally or unintentionally, they caused her trouble, and she remembered this. Song Qingling followed footprints through the forest to find her way. After more than an hour, hiding behind a bush, she looked through a gap at what was ahead. A camp was set up about 100 meters away, with oilcloth on both sides and stones above, shielding from wind and rain. It was a good shelter. From a distance, she could see many guards and strict security. She crouched and looked around the camp's surroundings, planning to find a good hiding spot to observe more closely. Finally, she chose a large tree about 10 meters to the right of the camp. Currently, she was on the left side of the camp. She circled around and saw the guards look away. She took out a 3-pronged iron hook, threw it onto the tree, and quickly and skillfully climbed up, hiding among the leaves. She only took a few seconds. Once up, she gently parted the leaves, looking ahead and thinking, if it rains, so be it. Just don't let thunder come now. Moving her gaze from left to right, she counted the guards. When she reached 39, she saw a bright red color at the very edge of the camp on the right side. It was Xiao Zhao. At the same time, Xiao Zhao in the camp sniffed the air, sensing a smell. It turned its head and looked around, its big eyes full of excitement and joy, pawing the ground. It seemed to have caught the scent of its owner. Zhui Feng, this is your favorite grass, just cut and brought back. Yang Yuanxiu came over with a basket full of fresh grass. He took a handful of grass and held it near Xiao Zhao's mouth. Zhui Feng, I call, you respond. If you do, this grass is yours. During their free time at the camp, he started training Xiao Zhao to obey him fully. Xiao Zhao lifted its head proudly. It didn't know what Zhui Feng was, only that its owner was here. It needed to eat well to have the strength to carry its owner away. It snorted twice, pretending to be indifferent, and rubbed its head against Yang Yuanxiu's arm. Yang Yuanxiu was very pleased and smiled.
Good.
Come and eat. Up in the tree, Song Qingling watched for a while and understood Xiao Zhao's situation. The man who is feeding the grass to the small date fruit is probably the leader of the Red Lotus sect. He admires the small date's intelligence and spiritual energy and hopes to train it into his personal mount. He knows that the small date won't cause trouble for now, so Song Qingling is thinking about how to rescue it. In the cave, although she didn't participate in the fight with the Red Lotus sect, she observed their tactics and strength. They are fierce and have unique sword skills. If she fights the Red Lotus sect alone using normal methods, the result would likely be mutual destruction. Moreover, the Red Lotus sect is sending out messages claiming they are open to accepting members from other sections. The kind words are false. They have other plans. Song Qingling thinks the Red Lotus sect's move is probably to build up their reputation or expand their power. Nothing is simple. If someone from another sect joins the Red Lotus sect, their numbers will grow. Just as she is thinking this, she sees 7 people walking toward the Red Lotus sect's camp. As they get closer, Song Qingling notices they each carry only a small bag, and all are coughing. 5 of them have red faces and necks, clearly with high fevers. The 7 come seeking help. The host, Yang Yuanxiu, personally comes to greet them, reassuring them and immediately orders food and medicine. As night falls and heavy rain begins to pour, pounding on the leaves, Song Qingling blocks out all surrounding noise and sinks into her thoughts. There are unconventional ways to rescue the small date: poisoning, fire attacks, or black powder. Compared to the others, fire attacks are more reliable and have a higher chance of success. Black powder is powerful but too loud and disruptive. She suspects the Tianfeng Mountain has Chu Wang's forces. If it explodes, everyone will know. After the explosion, they could run away, but Chu Wang might investigate. He is very powerful, and sealing off several mountains is possible if he wants to investigate thoroughly. After much thought, Song Qingling believes that the Red Lotus sect is trying to recruit members from other sects at this time, likely for their own purposes. She wants to find out more first. Using others' strength to achieve her goal is also a good strategy. Once she makes up her mind, she hides in a tree and quietly observes the Red Lotus sect's movements. After several hours of watching, Song Qingling feels cold and numb but gains some insight. She sees a masked, black-clad person returning to the Red Lotus sect camp to report news. After reporting, they leave. The masked, black-clad person is a scout responsible for gathering intelligence. In the evening, Song Qingling felt very uncomfortable. She left the Red Lotus sect's camp, climbed a tree to get away, and decided to rest for the night. The next day, she planned to follow the scouts and find out what was really happening. She walked more than 10 miles and set up a tent behind a large rock, creating a defensive barrier. Once everything was ready, she quickly went inside and took off her protective gear. She lit an oil lamp to see and sat down, holding a steaming bowl of soup. After drinking it, her hands warmed up a little, but her feet remained icy. She changed into different clothes and placed 2 water-filled leather pouches on her feet to keep warm. The pouches acted as hot water bags, providing immediate heat, but cooled down over time. She brought out a small table and ate a bowl of noodle soup, occasionally wiping her runny nose while eating. After finishing her meal, she went to the bathroom and then lay down on her bed, which was layered with extra blankets, curling up to sleep. The next morning, Song Qingling woke up early. After breakfast, she headed to the Red Lotus sex camp to wait and watch, staying there for several hours. That day, 12 members from other sects arrived. After a long wait, Song Qingling guessed it was around the evening hour when a scout returned with news. The scout left after delivering the message, and Song Qingling quietly followed, moving carefully along the way. The scout was very cautious, sometimes stopping unexpectedly to check around and weaving through the forest. Fortunately, Song Qingling had been outside searching for small dates every day recently, so she was familiar with the terrain and didn't get lost. She followed the scout for over an hour until he stopped under a few inconspicuous trees. The scout blew a special whistle, and several figures appeared in the nearby trees. Seeing their companion arrive, they jumped down and began talking, as if exchanging information. Song Qingling crouched behind some bushes, carefully moving a few steps forward. Their conversation drifted over intermittently. "Keep watching, don't get too close, stay hidden." Yesterday, Qing Yun was taken away by them, the people below. She was too far away to hear everything clearly, only catching these snippets. After a brief exchange, the scout she had been following turned around and walked away. Thinking for a moment, Song Qingling decided to follow her instincts and continued to follow this person. The scout was still weaving through the forest, circling around, then headed down the mountain. He didn't return to the camp but ran downhill. Something strange was definitely happening. It was raining on her clothes, and there were many trees here, blocking some of the cold wind. Song Qingling's wet feet felt icy cold. She took a sip of spiritual dew and gathered her energy to follow secretly. This chase led the scout very far, and by the fourth night, they had traveled a long way. He only stopped 3 times for about an hour each during the journey. Song Qingling found it very hard to keep up, and her cold worsened. She felt a bit nervous. Could this scout be planning to leave Tianfeng Mountain? Right now, she was at the foot of Tianfeng Mountain on a higher part of the. This was her first time descending the mountain, and she saw a spectacular flood scene at the foot, with rushing waters. After following the scout for half a day more, she finally reached the other side of the mountain's base. There, Song Qingling climbed a tree and saw boats floating on the water. 1 big boat and 5 smaller ones. The scout had hidden himself in a concealed tree nearby, clearly having reached his destination. Song Qingling kept her distance and didn't get too close. She circled around to the other side. Along the way, she noticed more scouts in some places, more than 10 in total. She deliberately avoided them, feeling strange about their numbers. There were quite a few scouts. To avoid alarming them, Song Qingling stayed on a distant tree behind them, watching ahead. On the water, several impressive ships sailed confidently, unafraid of the waves. Seeing soldiers guarding the ships, Song Qingling wondered if King Chu had arrived. But she quickly dismissed the idea. King Huainan had retreated south after losing, and King Chu was controlling several counties in Longzhou. His power was unstable, and there had been recent disasters. Normally, he would be very busy, not running so far in such a grand manner. From the scene and the many scouts secretly watching, it was clear that the owner of the ships was someone powerful and high-ranking. But who was this person, and what was their purpose in coming to Tianfeng Mountain? Thinking carefully, she guessed it might be King Wenshuan. If it really was King Wenshuan, why would he come here? Could he have discovered King Chu's secret about the rice husk flowers on Tianfeng Mountain? No, that didn't make sense. If that were true, how could King Chu tolerate his secret being exposed and still let him live? Recently, King Chu's masked black-clad men hadn't appeared. They had been very quiet and obedient. They probably knew about the large ships below but chose to stay silent, waiting for the right moment, fishing for a big catch. What could King Wenshuan be after? Suddenly, Song Qingling had a bright idea. She thought of King Huainan. The Huainan king's camp was destroyed by her, and many people escaped. One Xian Wang came for the Huainan king's underground palace. Everything makes sense now. The underground palace was built with great effort by the Huainan king. It contains treasures and supplies that when Xianwang, the king of Chu, and the Red Lotus sect all want to get. The scouts are not only from the Red Lotus sect, but also from the king of Chu. There might be others she hasn't thought of, like a mantis catching a cicada, with a sparrow behind. No one knows who the real threat is until the very end. But the key point is that the underground palace is not here, and she has already moved everything away. If they can't find it soon, those ships will become new targets for competition over supplies. A cold wind blows, rain droplets fall from the trees, and a drop of water hits her hand. Song Qingling shivers, feeling cold from her feet to her body. She bites her lip and makes a decision in her heart. This is clearly a tangled mess of various forces, full of opportunities and dangers. She doesn't want to get involved. When the time is right, the Red Lotus sect, along with other sects, will likely target those ships. The King of Chu's people will also act. When chaos breaks out, she can rescue Xiao Zhao easily, without much effort. People are greedy, like snakes swallowing elephants. In turbulent times, with frequent natural disasters and the danger on Tianfeng Mountain, far from the Emperor's reach, the motives of the important figures on the ships are not clear. If something happens, she is not worried about being caught. After understanding all this, Song Qingling is clear about her plan. She quietly descends from the tree, planning to find a resting place halfway up the mountain. Recently, the Red Lotus sect will definitely move down from the mountain. She doesn't need to go back again, which would waste a lot of time. Not long after she leaves, she senses something is wrong. Someone is following her. She pretends not to notice and continues forward. After walking a short distance, she quickly hides behind a thick tree. Following her are two masked men in black. They can't see her, but they look around cautiously. As they turn, Song Qingling fiercely swings her sword. Seizing the initiative, she strikes fiercely, and after a few moves, she realizes they are from the King of Chu. She quickly takes them down, hides the bodies, and leaves, afraid of attracting more scouts. Halfway up the mountain, Song Qingling finds a sheltered, remote spot behind a mountain. Because the back is a natural mountain wall, she has an advantage. She scatters some stones nearby for camouflage and places two large stones at the front to block the view, creating enough space to set up a tent. Over the past few days, she has been following the scouts and hasn't had much time to rest. Her eyes feel sore, but luckily, Ling Lu is supporting her. After changing into dry clothes, she ate a bowl of vegetable and dumpling soup, sticking to light food while she was sick. Once finished, she washed her hands, took out ointment, and applied it to most of her healing wounds. These injuries were caused by a mudslide and landslide a while ago, during an earthquake. She applies ointment daily and nourishes herself with Ling Lu, which helps her recover quickly. After applying the ointment, Song Qingling immediately falls asleep. In the following days, Song Qingling spends her days wandering around the hillside, checking where the Red Lotus sect has moved their camp. After 5 days, she indeed finds their new camp on the hillside. The camp is simple, with oilcloth tents set up on an open, treeless area. The number of people has grown to over 80, including a few familiar faces from Song Qingling. These are former members who lived in caves and followed the Wuji sect. From a hidden spot, Song Qingling observes and sees Xiao Zhao alone nearby. She looks fine, just a bit thinner. When Xiao Zhao finally smells her owner's scent after many days, it becomes so overwhelming that it tears up with joy, tears shining in its eyes. It had thought its owner was gone. The Red Lotus sect going down the mountain means they are about to act, but with so few people, it's not enough to handle everything. 2 days later, Song Qingling's doubts are cleared. Several groups of people come up the mountain to the Red Lotus sect's camp, and their numbers suddenly rise to over 500. She wonders if there are others elsewhere in the mountains. The sect leader of the Red Lotus sect is clever and experienced, able to gather so many people quickly, showing his skill. They are busy with their own affairs, and Song Qingling thinks she should act soon. After rescuing Xiao Zhao, she plans to quickly go up the mountain to find a safe place to hide, avoiding involvement in outside conflicts. True to her expectations, the next day, the entire Red Lotus sect, including the new recruits, sets out. Xiao Zhao is also taken away by them. Song Qingling follows as they descend the mountain. As she predicted, there are people at the foot of the mountain too. Both sides meet first, and Yang Yuanxiu, as the mastermind, plans the attack on some key personnel. Half an hour later, someone silently slips into the water, swimming like a fish toward the boat. Yang Yuanxiu leads half the group, waiting on the shore with a wooden boat brought by allies who arrived at Tianfeng Mountain a few days ago. At the same time, inside a room on the third floor of a large ship, King Wenshuan reclines on a soft bed. Surrounded by smoke, he looks very comfortable, with an expression of deep satisfaction and intoxication. In the room, besides him, there were two other people standing side by side in front of the bed. Seeing that Wenshuan Wang was clearly in a high state, Zhu Zishu quietly said, "Junior brother, let's go outside." The two of them left, closed the door, and swaggered out, walking confidently past the guards, heading to a large, luxurious room on the second floor. No one was around. Zhu Zishu sat on a soft stool, pleased, and smiled proudly. Heaven has shown mercy. I thought we might escape trouble, but it turns out our senior brothers met a noble person. From now on, we won't have to worry about those sect members' attitudes. A few days earlier, the two hurried back to their cave and learned that everyone from the Wuji sect had died. The message from the Red Lotus sect made them, who were timid, afraid that the Wio ointment might be discovered. They left that same day, planning to find a new place to settle. Unexpectedly, that night, they encountered a group of black-clad people digging something. The black-clad people initially planned to kill them, but at that moment, Peng Zian was accidentally knocked over by a falling cart, causing a wooden box to fall and the Wio ointment to spill out. One of the black-clad people saw the ointment and quickly intervened to stop the others from killing them. Then, they were taken onto a boat below the mountain. Peng Zian looked worried and said, "But the prince mistakenly thinks we make Wio ointment. How can we explain this?" Zhu Zishu glanced around and lowered his voice. "Did you see how he's been acting strangely? We need to buy some time then." Before he finished, loud noises and shouting suddenly came from outside. The two exchanged. One of the black-clad people saw the ointment and quickly intervened to stop the others from killing them. Then, they were taken onto a boat below the mountain. Peng Zian only glanced briefly, then turned pale and said, "There was a night attack. Senior brother, what should we do?" Zhu Zishu was also terrified but remained rational. Act according to the situation. If things look bad, we should follow the prince's instructions. But that was when the prince was high on Wio ointment and not in his right mind. What if he's just talking nonsense? We can only try our luck. The Red Lotus sect's team attacked a small boat. Peng Zian only glanced briefly, then turned pale and said, "There was a night attack. Senior brother, what should we do?" The ships had spare wooden boats, and the guards rowed them to pursue. Some of the troops were lured away, and the plan to draw the tiger out of the mountain was successful. Yang Yuanxiu led his men in a wooden boat to attack several ships. Since more people were needed for the fight, Yang Yuanxiu hid the small date in a dense grass patch taller than a person, tying it to a tree. Unaware, no one could see it. Song Qingling, who had been secretly watching, saw the right opportunity and immediately appeared to go out. Woof woof woof. Before she saw anyone, Little Date was so excited that it started barking, with a hint of tears in its voice. Song Qingling hid in the bushes and whispered, "Shoo, stay quiet. There are spies from the king of Chu nearby." She untied the rope and stored it in her space, then waved for Little Date to follow her. As she walked, she carefully looked around. In the dark forest, Song Qingling led Little Date up the mountain. She was very careful, but still noticed someone was following her. She knew immediately it was someone from the king of Chu. Song Qingling hid in the bushes and whispered, "Shoo, stay quiet. There are spies from the king of Chu nearby." She untied the rope and stored it in her space, then waved for Little Date to follow her. When she grabbed them, She turned quickly, gathering all her strength, and threw them in two directions. The silver spears moved as fast as lightning and were unstoppable. One spear hit the grass where a man in black was hiding. The man tried to escape but failed. The spear pierced his shoulder. He gritted his teeth in pain and ran towards Song Qingling with his sword. There was a buzzing sound as another spear whistled past a tree, narrowly missing a black-clad man's face. Two injured black-clad men appeared at the same time. This was exactly the scene Song Qingling wanted to see. After throwing the spears, she quickly took out her bow and arrow, ready for action. The light was dim, so she couldn't see their exact figures clearly. She relied on sounds to judge their positions. She shot several arrows in quick succession. The man with the shoulder injury was overwhelmed and fell, dying from his wounds. The other black-clad man saw things weren't going well. He swung his sword to block the arrows and retreated, trying to hide behind the trees. But Song Qingling wouldn't give him that chance. She kept shooting arrows without stopping. Finally, the black-clad man couldn't withstand her fierce attack and was also killed. Song Qingling moved forward, finished him off with one more strike, collected the arrows and the bodies, and quickly led little Date up the mountain. When the Red Lotus Sect's people had fought enough, the king of Chu's men would appear to seize supplies. That meant another fierce battle was coming. As for which way to go after reaching the mountain, Song Qingling had already decided. The cave where she stayed recently was too well known, so she wouldn't go there. There was a river near the heavenly pit, and an earthquake had occurred. She wasn't sure if the mountain had cracked open. If it did, the water inside might flow out, making the area unsafe. Even if it didn't, it wouldn't be a good place to stay. She could only take a different route, heading to the outskirts of Tianfeng Mountain. The deeper inside she went, the more wild animals there would be. She had been there before when looking for Little Date and knew the way. As they reached the middle of the mountain, Song Qingling made sure no one was following her. She took more than 10 drops of spiritual dew she had saved recently for Xiao Zhao and put them in a bowl. She gave some to Xiao Zhao to drink, stopping before finishing to prevent him from drinking too much at once. She observed him and, seeing he was fine, gave him more later. Xiao Zhao smiled kindly and rubbed his head against Song Qingling's shoulder. After a while, he happily drank the dew. Once he finished, they continued their journey, feeling energetic. They walked for several hours straight, from night into day, but the sky was still dark, like late evening before sunset. Song Qingling was hungry and stopped briefly to eat something and rest. Xiao Zhao lowered his head to eat grass on the ground. They rested for a little over an hour, then continued walking. At noon, she ate a few bites of food and drank a drop of spiritual dew to boost her energy. They kept walking until nightfall. That night, the rain was light and the wind was gentle. Song Qingling set up a few large stones to mark a spot for their tent and enough space for Xiao Zhao to move around. Both she and Xiao Zhao were exhausted and quickly fell asleep. Over the next 3 days, Song Qingling spent 6 hours each day climbing up the mountain. There was a fierce fight between the Red Lotus Sect and Chu Wang's people. Some might have survived and escaped to the mountain. Without supplies or medicine, they would do anything to survive. Every night, Song Qingling surrounded their camp with stones. It was convenient but meant they couldn't start a fire for warmth or hot water. Their space to move freely was limited. The night before reaching the forest's edge, Song Qingling's stomach started to ache painfully. She knew very well that her period was coming. She drank a bowl of menstrual medicine she had prepared earlier in Yuan County. Recently catching a cold and feeling cold, she knew this period would be uncomfortable. She was sleeping soundly when suddenly heavy rain started, waking her up with the noise. She quickly got up. Their tent was surrounded by stones on all sides, so rainwater couldn't drain away and seeped into the ground little by little. The rain wasn't heavy, so the water didn't accumulate much. But with heavy rain, the water would flood into the tent within an hour. Tonight, she wouldn't be able to sleep peacefully. Song Qingling removed the stones and found a higher ground nearby, though not as flat. She set up the tent there. She put a raincoat on Xiao Zhao and crawled into the tent, careful even when turning over. A few nights ago, she used stones to block some wind. She brought out the small shelter she made for Xiao Zhao. Now, besides the trees, there was no other cover. With the wind blowing, setting up the shelter would cause it to collapse. She lay in her bed, closing her eyes and muttering, "I still need to find a decent shelter. Otherwise, life with both people and horses would be hard." Not finding shelter means just settling for whatever is available, but it's troublesome and inconvenient. Trying another mountain is the same. The mountain in front of Tianfeng Mountain is dangerous, with toxic fog and mists. Such weather is the worst. The next mountain she visited before also had people, and resources there are limited. So, it's better to look around Tianfeng Mountain first. That night, Song Qingling didn't sleep well. She decided to get up early and used a blazing fire torch to search through the forest. Near the edge of the dense woods, Xiao Zhao became tense and anxious, stopping now and then to check the surroundings. After a day of searching, she found no useful clues. Song Qingling didn't give up. She kept walking forward to find a place to settle for the night. Half an hour later, she found a spot under a. Below was a hollowed-out area, like a cave, sheltered from the wind and spacious enough. Unfortunately, there were people there, fires burning brightly, looking warm. Those people were familiar to Song Qingling, Wu Zhuofeng, Hong Yong, and their group. After thinking for a moment, Song Qingling decided that since she found a good place to stay, she might as well spend the night there. It was a rare chance to make a fire, stay warm, and heat some water. That was high enough for Xiao Zhao to come and go easily. One person and a horse went over. The group sitting by the fire, eating porridge, turned around when they heard the noise. Men, women, and children all drew their weapons, alert and cautious. When Song Qingling approached and the firelight shone on her, Wu Zhuofeng, who was older, squinted and looked at her carefully. Hong Yong, Zhao Hai, and the others had sharp eyes and looked surprised. "That young man over there. It's you guys," Song Qingling pretended to be surprised. "I was passing by and looking for a place to rest for the night." Wu Zhuofeng recognized her. He pointed across from himself and said, "Young man, there's an open space over there. Feel free to use it." Song Qingling nodded and moved over. She put down her basket and took off the wooden basket on Xiao Zhao, then started making her bed. They kept about a meter apart. Xiao Zhao obediently stood to the side, breathing softly. The women and children among the group looked at Song Qingling with fear and unease. They had seen her kill so ruthlessly at the cave entrance that day. Wu Zhuofeng softly comforted them. "It's okay. Don't be afraid. During the days staying in the cave, I don't think that young man is someone who causes trouble. He doesn't seek conflict, and both sides will stay safe." Hong Yong nodded in agreement. They were having dinner, occasionally glancing over at Song Qingling. Song Qingling naturally sensed their gazes. Most were looking at Xiao Zhao. Their looks were curious, but not malicious or greedy, just innocent curiosity. They didn't expect that after a few days apart, Song Qingling had managed to get a horse on the mountain. Wu Zhuofeng looked at Song Qingling thoughtfully. Hong Yong noticed this and seemed to understand something, his eyes thoughtful. After making the bed, Song Qingling went nearby to gather some wet firewood. While stacking the wood, she heard Hong Yong speak. "Brother, do you want some burning firewood?" She looked up at Hong Yong and asked, "What do you want to exchange?" Since the obvious strong oil was used up, she thought about trading supplies with Hong Yong and the others. "Can I exchange for medicine?" 10 sticks of firewood for 2 pills. Song Qingling thought this was a good deal. She fished out 2 bottles of medicine from her backpack, walked over, and handed the bottles to him, saying, "Take them yourself." Hong Yong didn't know much about medicine. Wu Zhuofeng had chosen a bottle for treating colds and chills, and he poured out 2 pills. With 10 sticks of firewood, the fire burned much faster. Song Qingling brought back a bucket of rainwater, filtered it 3 times through a cloth, and found stones to build a stove, boiling a pot of hot water. She had already eaten dinner, so she heated some water for a foot soak and filled some cowhide water bags with hot water, secretly storing them in her space for future use. She sat by the fire, warming herself. Xiao Zhao lay on her side, sleeping. Brother, do you know what the situation on the mountain is now? After you left that day, the sect members in the cave argued loudly. Some left, some went to the Red Lotus sect, and others stayed. We think staying there, caught up in the disputes of martial arts sects, isn't safe, so we left. Zhao Hai touched his beard and said seriously, this mountain isn't peaceful. While turning the fire with his hand, Song Qingling casually said, sect disputes are serious, so it's not very peaceful. After you left, were you looking for a safe place to stay? Wu Zhuofeng and Hong Yong looked at each other, then nodded after a few seconds. Exactly, brother. The mountain is big, but places like caves for shelter are few. After the earthquake, some of the existing ones collapsed, and some wild animals in the forest have no place to stay, wandering outside. Song Qingling agreed with him and nodded. Natural disasters are harsh. Humans and animals are both very small in comparison. Hong Yong quickly added, so we came here to look for it. We searched for several days and found a wolf den. It looks like a cave, and it should be quite large inside. Song Qingling sensed something was wrong. She slowly turned her head to look at Wu Zhuofeng and Hong Yong, a subtle smile on her face. She asked cryptically, are you not afraid of me? In such a special situation, finding a shelter was very difficult. Hong Yong and the others brought it up voluntarily. They had a shelter, but they still stayed here, without moving. It seemed the wolf pack was large, and they couldn't handle it. Hong Yong's words hinted that he wanted to invite her to work together to deal with the wolves, and then stay in the shelter afterward. Of course, they might also betray her later. Human nature is always unpredictable. Good and evil are not absolute. She wouldn't lower her guard just because she had dealt with these people before. Her question stunned Hong Yong and the others. Some didn't understand and looked confused. Others understood and looked serious. The surroundings were so quiet that only the crackling of firewood and the sound of rain could be heard. Suddenly, a soft pop sounded as a piece of firewood split, sparking tiny red flames. Wu Zhuofeng straightened up confidently and said, it's clear that you are a reasonable person, little brother. I believe I won't be mistaken about you. Hong Yong looked at Song Qingling and nodded in agreement. He suddenly remembered his benefactor, Zhou Wu, who had saved him before. He hoped Zhou Wu was doing well. Everyone else trusted Wu Zhuofeng and Hong Yong, so they had no objections. Song Qingling lowered her gaze and thought deeply. If they could find a shelter, that would be good. The downside was having to live with these people, but overall, staying in the shelter was better. After weighing the pros and cons, she asked, where is it? Wu Zhuofeng pointed to the right. Just over there, about 10 miles away. Let's sleep first and go see it tomorrow, Song Qingling said. Then she turned around. The water was boiling, and she opened the lid to pour hot water for a foot bath. That night, Hong Yong stayed on guard at the edge of the forest. It was necessary to keep watch. Song Qingling slept for a few hours in the first half of the night, then woke up to guard in the second half. In the morning, Song Qingling took Xiao Zhao outside to use the bathroom and also ate breakfast. She returned to the camp. She saw everyone busy with their tasks, cutting wood, polishing, making thick ropes into large nets, and setting traps, obviously preparing to deal with the wolves. It was clear that their team was efficient and well-coordinated. Hong Yong and a few others went to the wolf den, while the rest stayed at the camp. Song Qingling placed her belongings here and planned to take Xiao Zhao with her. Before leaving, Hong Yong gave Song Qingling a set of dusty clothes, telling her to wear them so the wolves wouldn't smell her human scent. Song Qingling took the clothes and noticed a strange smell, faint medicinal herbs, along with a few scents animals dislike, and some she couldn't identify yet. The powder on the clothes was specially prepared to maximize its effectiveness. She put on the clothes and finally covered herself with a raincoat. After about half an hour, they were close to the wolf den. Hong Yong reminded Song Qingling to consider tying Xiao Zhao nearby. Most animals would be frightened if they smelled wild beast scents, so he was just being cautious. Song Qingling understood and secretly applied a drop of spiritual dew to her palm for Xiao Zhao to lick clean. She patted its head and signaled it to stay here. Xiao Zhao understood and didn't follow her, watching her leave with some reluctance. Hong Yong looked back and thought the horse was very clever, casting a deep glance at Song Qingling. Song Qingling sensed his gaze and kept her eyes on the path ahead, pretending not to notice. After walking a while longer, they stopped under a tree. Hong Yong told everyone to climb the trees. Once in the trees, Hong Yong pointed to a mountain about 10 meters ahead and said to Song Qingling, "There's a hole in the bushes over there. We passed by here 2 days ago and saw it by chance." He nodded at Meng Xiaotian, who was on another tree nearby. Meng Xiaotian drew his bow and shot 2 wooden arrows at the hole. The arrows landed near the bushes, and after a short while, more than 20 fierce wolves ran out, agile and strong. Song Qingling counted them. There were over 20, but she knew there were many more. She looked at Hong Yong and asked, "Have you checked how many wolves there are roughly? Since we found them, I've had people watching nearby. There are at least 60 wolves." Song Qingling listened and nodded. They didn't stay long to avoid being noticed by the wolves, but they didn't return to the camp. Hong Yong and his team took Song Qingling to the woods near the cave to scout. Our original plan was to split up and deal with the wolves, lure 2 groups into the woods, set traps in advance, and keep some people at the cave entrance to attack them one by one. Hong Yong explained in detail the traps he had prepared, including animal traps, large nets in progress, pointed wooden stakes, and simple mechanical traps. After listening, Song Qingling thought it was feasible. They found 2 suitable spots, dug deep pits, and set some traps. They returned to their camp after noon. Wu Zhuofeng and the others were still busy making tools for the traps. They bound sharpened wooden stakes with strong vines into square boards, which they planned to place at the bottom of the pits or hang on trees. When a wolf stepped on the rope, it would trigger the mechanism, causing the board to fall and injure the wolf. Song Qingling had fought wolves up close before. She believed that the wooden stakes wouldn't cause serious injuries but could still hurt the wolves a little, buying some time. Limited with ropes, they used vines to braid additional bindings. Although vines weren't as strong as ropes, they could still hold the wolves and give a moment to react. In the morning, they went out for a few hours. When they returned, Song Qingling's fire was still burning brightly, clearly helped by Wu Zhuofeng and his team. Both sides cooked their lunch separately and then worked together to make trap tools. Meng Xiaotian and Zhao Hai went hunting, using bait to lure the wolves. They decided to carry out the plan tonight at the hour of the pig, around 9 p.m. By afternoon, the tools were ready. Song Qingling followed Hong Yong and others to check and continue setting the traps at the chosen locations. After finishing, they ate some food and rested. As the hour of the pig approached, everyone gathered again. Hong Yong explained the battle plan in detail once more. This battle involved everyone, including women and children. The plan was this. Hong Yong and Song Qingling each took 13 men to lure the wolves away to the trap area. Meng Xiaotian took some women and children to hide near the cave entrance to deal with wolves there. Wu Zhuofeng stayed at the camp to guard supplies. The time had come. The rain tonight was light, and the wind was manageable. Song Qingling didn't want to take Little Date along. But Little Date seemed to sense danger and stubbornly wanted to go with her. "Since that's the case, you stay with me. It's good practice. Remember, if you can't fight, just run. Don't be stubborn to the end." Hearing her tone soften, Little Date thought her owner agreed, and she happily wagged her tail. Everything was ready. The group moved out in the dark. Near the cave entrance, Zhao Hai and others applied rabbit blood, squirrel blood, and snake blood on themselves to act as live bait. After applying the blood, they headed toward the cave. Before they reached halfway, a pair of glowing green eyes appeared from the cave entrance. One by one, fierce wolves howled and ran out. Zhao Hai and the others retreated, shouting loudly to attract the wolves' attention. Wolves prefer to hunt at night, and now their prey was coming right to them. They were very excited, baring their teeth, and one after another, they lunged toward Zhao Hai and the others. According to the plan, Zhao Hai and the others wanted to delay here for a while, making the wolves frustrated and impatient. When the wolves got angry enough, they would scatter and run toward the trap. They hadn't delayed long when more than 50 wolves, accidentally tripping over each other while running, opened their mouths and growled warning to each other. In the shadows, Song Qingling saw this, and her eyes lit up. The wolves were traveling together, led by 2 alpha wolves, each commanding a pack. Hongyong also understood what was happening and smiled happily. It's like divine help for us. The 2 wolf packs didn't trust each other, but both wanted the prey. After exchanging warnings, they charged toward Zhao Hai and the others. When the time was right, Zhao Hai and the others split up and ran in different directions. At the same time, Song Qingling and her team also moved. One person stayed behind to protect the live bait, while the others went ahead to hide near the trap and wait. Song Qingling was responsible for protecting the bait. She ran alongside Zhao Hai and the others, staying in the same level but in a different position. When she saw a wolf about to catch them, she shot an arrow to distract it. As a protector, she had to adapt quickly. Her strength was high, and Hongyong was also acting as a protector. While protecting and running, Song Qingling couldn't let the wolves become weaker. She had to keep them hopeful of catching prey, teasing them just enough to keep them interested. The fierce wolves were very aggressive. Even with Song Qingling there, she couldn't spare much energy, and Zhao Hai and the others were more or less bitten or scratched by the wolves. Song Qingling was also affected. Her left arm was bitten. In the blink of an eye, they reached the trap area. It was dark, making it hard to see the road ahead. When they set the trap during the day, they had considered this and covered the safe zone near the trap with forest leaves, which made the height difference obvious when walking on it. Song Qingling led the way at the front. She stepped on the leaves and told the others behind her, "Over here." They had to get close and lure the wolves over. After chasing for so long, some wolves grew impatient and continued to pursue aggressively, while others were more cautious and didn't follow as closely. When they reached the center of the trap, Song Qingling and her team stopped in place. This excited the wolves that were still close, who opened their mouths wide, showing their fangs, and lunged forward. Little did they know what awaited them was a trap. The wolves fell into deep pits, tripped over ropes, were struck by wooden boards made of sharp sticks, or caught in animal traps. Some were caught in large nets falling from above. The wolf that fell into the trap let out a loud scream of surprise. The wolves that didn't follow closely and didn't fall into the trap immediately turned around and tried to run away. However, just as they turned, 3 large nets fell from above. The nets were thrown by people hiding in the shadows, trapping several wolves. A few wolves were quick and agile, avoiding the nets. Fortunately, the people had anticipated this and quickly grabbed their weapons to attack. When they planned the battle, they repeatedly agreed that no wolf should be allowed to escape, as wolves tend to hold grudges. In the central area of the trap, Song Qingling and her companions seized the opportunity to kill the trapped wolves. The tough wolves had thick skin and were twice as strong as ordinary wild wolves. It took 2 people from the villagers and the caravan to fight one wolf and finish it faster. One person fighting a wolf was at a disadvantage. The most aggressive fighter was undoubtedly Song Qingling. Little Zhao helped her by kicking wolves with her hooves, kicking and stomping them like soccer balls, leaving them badly injured. Finally, she kicked a wounded wolf right in front of her. When she saw a wolf coming, Song Qingling stabbed it through the waist with her sword. With perfect teamwork between her and her horse, they managed to kill one of the wolves. After about 15 minutes, the battle was over. Song Qingling and her team moved all the wolf carcasses into a pile. These were meat, and they couldn't waste it. They left 3 people to guard the wolf corpses, while the others collected the arrows and handed them to Song Qingling, as the arrows belonged to her, and everyone naturally gave them to her. They then hurried to the cave entrance to see what was happening. When they arrived, the fight was still intense, with several women and young boys injured, but still fighting bravely against the wolves. Little Zhao was excited to see so many wolves still present. Song Qingling saw this and told her, "Go help them. If you can't win, just run." As soon as she finished speaking, little Zhao ran out quickly, sneaking behind one wolf and kicking it as a surprise attack. Initially, a woman and a young boy were fighting this wolf, struggling to hold it back. They watched in shock as the wolf was thrown away like a torn rag. The young boy was overjoyed, holding his knife and rushing toward the wolf, shouting, "Mother, the horse helped us. Let's kill this wolf quickly." The woman heard her son's voice and hurried over. With little Zao's help, mother and son successfully killed the wolf. Afterward, little Zao ran to assist others. Song Qingling stood to the side, holding a water pouch made from cowhide, drinking water. She didn't join the fight anymore. If they hadn't arrived in time, the others would have had to fight for a while longer to determine the winner. But once they arrived, the situation became less dangerous. The small date-like fruit flew like an arrow from a bow on the battlefield, galloping with wind behind it, showing a fearless attitude. It lifted its hooves and stomped, its mane flowing wildly in the wind, like flames dancing in the air. The horse's hooves hit the ground with a deep, powerful sound, like a war drum. The soldiers were feeling tired, but when they heard the sound of hooves, they suddenly felt energized and strong again. They raised their weapons to fight the wolves. Song Qingling looked toward Hong Yong, unsure of what was happening there. She turned back to look at the small date, just in time to see a wolf pretending to be dead on the ground suddenly get up and try to attack her from the side. The small date was busy fighting two other wolves and didn't notice the attack. She immediately grabbed her bow and arrow, planning to shoot the wolf. Just as she touched the bowstring, she saw a young man and two women nearby notice the wolf's plan. They moved faster than her and each struck the wolf with a sword. The wolf was killed. Song Qingling put down her bow. Suddenly, she heard footsteps approaching. She turned to see Hong Yong and the others coming over. Hong Yong, holding a torch, couldn't wait to share the good news. "We did it over here." Song Qingling nodded. "We finished too." Just as they finished talking, the last wolf was stabbed to death by two women with their swords. "Xiao Tian, go back and tell Uncle Wu that everything is fine here. Bring them over. Ah Qin and Ah Hai go call people to bring back all the wolf bodies. I'll go inside the cave to check," Hong Yong ordered efficiently. He drew his sword and waved to the others, and they all headed toward the cave. Song Qingling also wanted to see what was inside. She looked at the small date, surrounded by people, looking proud, and then followed. When they reached the cave entrance, she looked inside. Because of her height, she had to bend down to go in, not to mention the small date. Inside, the ground was uneven with rough stones. She moved slowly, holding onto the rock wall for support. There were many scattered stones around. The torchlight was dim. She walked about 10 meters out, where the view was clearer, but there were still many stones on the ground. Hong Yong and the others were talking happily, seeming quite satisfied with the place. They said the inside was quite large. This was a stalactite cave, with stalactites hanging from the ceiling in clusters of different sizes and heights. Most of them were broken or cracked. Below, on the ground, there were piles of broken stones. The recent earthquake had damaged the stalactites. Overall, the cave was decent, spacious enough. They just needed to block the entrance to make it more hidden. Since she had lived among wild animals, the smell was strong, but Song Qingling could accept it. As long as it provided shelter from the wind and rain, it was fine. After a while of discussion, Hong Yong and the others returned. Hong Yong said to Song Qingling, "I don't know if there are other entrances inside the cave. I'll go out now and arrange for more people to bring firewood and start a fire. Then, we'll move some stones to clear the area, gather more firewood, and collect rainwater to store. We also need to widen the cave entrance so the horses can come in, and think of ways to block the entrance." She joined them in the work. First, they gathered a lot of firewood and lit a fire inside the cave for light. Song Qingling, Hong Yong, and Zhao Hai split up to check if there were other entrances inside the cave. They found one hidden among the tall grass outside, just big enough for one person to go in or out. They decided that once Xiao Zhao came in, they would block the large entrance with stones and then enter through the small one. The small entrance would be used for daily access, covered with a stone, and someone would stay there to guard. If any animals approached or if there was any movement, they would be alerted in time. Meng Xiaotian and Song Qingling crawled out through the small entrance to see how to reach the large one. Hong Yong and the others returned the same way, walking from the large to the small entrance, which took about a quarter of an hour. Wu Zhuofeng and others arrived, carrying stones to move, while women and children used branches they collected to make brooms and clean the area. Everyone was busy with their tasks. The wolf carcass was also moved back by Zhao Hai and his team, piled in a corner, along with pelts, estimated to weigh around 4,000 jin. Song Qingling and Meng Xiaotian circled around and returned to the large entrance after about 15 minutes. When they arrived, they saw the entrance had been widened. Xiao Zhao had gone inside, and Hong Yong and the others were discussing how to move a large stone they had their eyes on. In the end, they decided that some people would pull from the front with ropes, while others used thick wooden sticks to pry and lever the stone. Because it concerned everyone's safety, Song Qingling joined the other men in helping with the task. After more than an hour of effort, they finally moved the 10-meter-large stone to the entrance. During this time, women and children kept going out to gather firewood and collect rainwater. Once the large stone was in place, the entrance was completely blocked, and it looked just like before. The wolf carcass was taken away, and the nearby signs of fighting were cleaned up by Zhao Hai and his team. With the rain, everything was wiped clean. After sealing the entrance, Song Qingling and the others returned to the small entrance, found a suitable stone, tied it with a rope, and placed it near the entrance, with the rope hanging down into the cave. The last person entered. Hong Yong and Meng Xiaotian used force to pull the rope, which got stuck on a rock blocking the entrance. They then untied the rope and together lifted the rock, while one person pulled the rope tightly. To break open the rock, both men had to work together and use their strength. After some effort, everyone looked dusty and exhausted, but they all felt it was worth it. Hong Yong suggested, "Let's not block the small hole with the rock for now. We should store more water and firewood. Once we do it all at once, it can last for a while, so we won't have to go out every day." Zhao Qin asked Brother Yong, "What about going to the bathroom?" This was also something Song Qingling cared about. She had a feeling her period might start in the next day or two. Uncle Wu and others are moving stones to build a small stone house to use as a toilet. There will be one for men and one for women, each on one side. Usually they go to a deep wooden bucket, and when it's full, they empty it outside. So we need to go out and get more wood to make 2 wooden doors. Song Qingling felt relieved. This plan was good because it prevented bad smells inside the cave, and with doors, privacy was ensured. It was not a big problem. Everyone agreed that only after everything was done properly could they rest peacefully. For injuries from fighting wolves, those with serious wounds could lie down and rest, while minor injuries could be treated with medicine and ointments. Wu Shuifeng handed some medicine to Song Qingling, but she declined, saying she already had some. She had bites and scratches on her body, and when she moved the large stone to block the entrance and pulled the rope, her palms were scraped. Fortunately, these were just surface injuries. Old wounds had healed, but she had new ones. Xiao Zhao also had scratches and 2 bites on her body. Song Qingling put 2 drops of spiritual dew into a wooden basin used for drinking water. Xiao Zhao drank from it first. Women from Baichao village brought her 4 warm bowls of water. She used them to clean her wounds, applied ointment, and wrapped her hands with cloth to keep them protected while working. Finally, she took 2 pills to stop bleeding and reduce inflammation. After tending to herself, she carefully treated Xiao Zhao's most serious bite wound. Xiao Zhao winced and snorted in pain. "Okay, stay here and eat some grass. After you finish, go to sleep." "I need to go do other things," Song Qingling said. She looked to the right, where a pile of grass, stacked like small hills, lay. It was cut and sent to her by the young men, including Zhuangzi, who had helped her during the wolf fight. She only saw it after finishing her work. Song Qingling has a good memory and remembers the steak. She recalls the moment when she was chased by a fierce tiger and the key time when the cave was taken over, and how Zhuangzi ran to bring back news of a hiding spot. After dealing with her injuries, Wu Zhuifeng and his group cooked some food. After eating, they rested for a while before getting busy again. Song Qingling secretly drank some spiritual dew twice, so her physical strength is still okay. Meanwhile, some people are busy building a simple shelter, while others go out to fetch water, firewood, and other useful supplies. They kept working until noon the next day. Everyone, exhausted, sealed the small cave entrance, and each returned to their own territory to rest. Song Qingling's place is in the southwest of the underground cave, near the big entrance. Wu Shuofeng's group is about 10 meters away to the northeast. There's some distance between the two sides, and large rocks block parts of the path, making it very private. Near her side, a few meters away, there is a small toilet, currently used as a women's restroom, but she is dressed as a man. If she needs to go to the bathroom, she has to walk a bit further to the men's restroom near the small cave entrance. Before entering the underground cave, she ate something far outside, used a long menstrual pad as a precaution, and then went to the bathroom. Now, hot water is ready, and she comfortably soaks her feet. Xiaozhao only went to sleep after she returned. Now, it's lying on the ground, sleeping soundly. They added 2 thick logs to the fire. She lies down, closes her eyes, and is wrapped in warmth, feeling very comfortable and falling asleep quickly. She sleeps deeply through the day and night, waking up feeling groggy, unable to tell what time it is. It's been a long time since she slept so peacefully. She turns her head to look at Xiaozhao, who is not here. Hearing faint thumping sounds from the small cave entrance, she knows it has gone to Wu Shuofeng's group. Xiaozhao's hooves make some noise on the stone path, which sounds louder because most of the ground is stone. She thinks about finding a soft cloth to wrap Xiaozhao's hooves. She is satisfied with this shelter. Xiaozhao is happy. Besides being hidden and safe, the place is spacious enough for free movement, and they are not restricted. Lying on the bed, Song Qingling stares blankly for a while. The crackling sound of burning wood pulls her back from her thoughts. She gets up to add more wood to the nearly exhausted fire. Inside the underground cave, both entrances are blocked. They burn fire inside, so there is no smoke outside. Sitting close to the entrance, she deliberately sniffs and can smell a faint hint of smoke. They have tested this before. But if they cook food, the smell will be stronger. Song Qingling sniffed her nose. She was now breathing clearly. She smelled the aroma of baked pancakes and steamed buns in the air. It was Hong Yong and his group preparing dry food, so they wouldn't need to cook for a short time. Song Qingling thought about making some dry food to eat openly. Little brother. Hong Yong and a group of people approached, each carrying 2 wolf carcasses on their shoulders. Zhao Hai chuckled and said, "Luckily the weather is cool, so the wolf carcasses are still good. We've already skinned and salted them. In a few days, we'll hang them on a rack near the fire and they won't spoil for half a year." She looked and saw they had given her half of the wolves. Clearly, the division wasn't based on the number of people, but on fighting strength. That night, she and Xiao Zhao had put in a lot of effort during the battle. "Big brother Hong, there are many wolves, and I don't have much salt. I want to keep some for myself and give the rest to you guys to exchange for things like waste from the latrine or for cleaning and guarding at night. For collective use, which concerns everyone's safety, she couldn't just stand by. Since there was plenty of wolf meat, she couldn't show she had a lot of salt openly. So, she decided to use the wolves to trade, keeping some for herself." Hong Yong looked back at his people. They thought it was a good idea and nodded to Hong Yong. Hong Yong smiled and said, "Little brother, we're really getting a good deal." For them, doing these things was not difficult. There were 80 wolves in total. Song Qingling kept 40, leaving 25 for herself and 15 for Hong Yong and his group. This amount was just right, neither too much nor too little. Hong Yong and his group took the 15 wolf carcasses, and Song Qingling, with her hands on her hips, looked at the wolves, her stomach growling. She thought she could eat after she was full. There was no rush. She was about to call Xiao Zhao back when she heard the sound of footsteps getting closer and closer. Xiao Zhao happily returned, as if he had spent the whole day at school, playing happily with friends after school, just as excited as when he got home. Xiao Zhao always remembered the owner's instructions to walk gently, not to run or jump, so he was walking back carefully. Song Qingling quickly took out soft cotton cloth from her space, cut it to the right size, and wrapped all 4 of Xiao Zhao's hooves. After wrapping, she patted Xiao Zhao's and pushed him forward. Xiao Zhao understood her meaning and moved forward. His voice became much quieter. That was better. She planned to remove the wraps when Xiao Zhao was sleeping. Feeling satisfied, she nodded. Xiao Zhao, hungry, went to the pile of grass to enjoy a self-service meal. Song Qingling washed her hands, took out a few pounds of flour, and started making dry food. After working for a long time, she baked dozens of pancakes, half sweet and half salty, with some red sugar inside the sweet ones. She ate 4 pancakes before feeling full. Then Song Qingling began processing the wolf carcass, peeling all the skin and cutting it into pieces. All visible containers were used to hold water. Yesterday, she saw some stones inside the cave with pits of various depths. She selected a few suitable-sized pits, cleaned them, placed the wolf meat inside, and salted it for preservation. Her hand was injured, so she couldn't touch the salt directly. She used the back of her hand to apply it slowly, then covered the container with a cloth bag to keep bugs and dirt out. After finishing with the wolf, Song Qingling felt very tired and weak. She urgently needed to and quickly went to the men's restroom. The wooden door had been made by Wu Zhuofeng and others, using wood and vines. She knocked on the door outside first, and when no one responded, she went in. She took off her pants and saw a faint pink cloth around her waist. On both sides of the outhouse, deep pits were dug, each holding a large wooden bucket filled with waste. Since entering, Song Qingling had been breathing through her mouth to avoid smelling the odor. She didn't use the toilet bowl others had used. Instead, she took out her own from her space, one for urination, one for defecation. After finishing, she stored the 2 buckets in her space, placing them separately. On her way back, she saw Wu Zhuofeng and the others standing in a line, practicing combat. The strongest among them, Hong Yong, Meng Xiaotian, and a few others, were guiding the training. This team was efficient, united, and persistent. Their ability to survive in chaotic times was well-deserved. Among the team, Zhuangzi saw Song Qingling approaching. He said something to Hong Yong and then ran over to her. Zhuangzi didn't know Song Qingling's name, but politely asked, "Big brother, my name is Zhuangzi. Little Date saved us earlier. We are very grateful and think it's very clever. I want to practice fighting with it. Is that okay?" When he mentioned Little Date, Zhuangzi looked excited and happy. Hearing this, the others in the team kept practicing but looked over nervously and expectantly. They also liked Little Date very much. Song Qingling noticed their reactions and thought for a few seconds before replying, yes. It was clear that Little Date liked Zhuangzi and the others too. They wanted to practice fighting with living creatures, which was much better than practicing with straw dummies. It was a win-win situation for both sides. Zhuangzi and the others were overjoyed and repeatedly assured her they would not hurt Little Date and would treat it well. Song Qingling nodded and returned to her side. Every time she has her period on the first day, she feels very uncomfortable. She has no energy to do anything else. She drinks a little herbal remedy and lies back in her nest to rest. Xiao Zhao notices she is unwell and stays quietly by her side to keep her company. 4 days pass. After resting, Song Qingling's cold is almost gone. Her wounds have scabbed over, and her period is nearly over. She is no longer as tired as before and feels lively again. However, they have run out of water and need to go out to fetch more. She borrows a handcart from Wu Zhuofeng and his friends, loads the containers onto it, and pushes it to the small cave entrance. Wu Zhuofeng and his group have many people, but limited containers. They go out every 3 days to fetch water and every 2 days to dispose of waste. When they see Song Qingling going out to get water, they gather their empty containers and go along to fetch water and dispose of waste, so they don't have to go out again in the next few days. One by one, they crawl out from the small cave entrance. Once they stand steadily on the flat ground, Song Qingling sniffs the fresh air she hasn't smelled in a while. It's cold and crisp, making her feel refreshed and happy. It's drizzling lightly, and the sky is gray. Compared to earlier, it's much brighter. The forest is lush green, with mist swirling around. The scenery is really beautiful. She hasn't been outside for a long time, so everything looks pleasing to her. After a quick look around, Song Qingling joins the others to help carry the items brought up from below the cave. The waste in wooden buckets with lids was brought up by Hong Yong and his group. Wu Zhuofeng's two sons, Wu Chongping and Wu Chong'an, along with 6 other men, carry it far away to dump. Hong Yong said they dig different holes each time to bury the waste. They go out to fetch water and know there's a small stream nearby. Song Qingling follows them to the stream. It's about a 15-minute walk. The water in the stream is about knee-deep. She presses the bucket down and fills it in a few seconds. After filling 2 buckets, she carries them to the small cave entrance. Someone there helps by placing the buckets down and catching the water. She makes several trips like this, sweating a little. After fetching water, she looks for more firewood to bring back. Hong Yong and his group use a homemade leaf broom to sweep away footprints as they walk back. Once they finish, they all go down into the cave. Song Qingling doesn't rush back. She carries a basket on her back and is cutting grass. Xiao Zhao is almost out of food. She bends down to cut at the thick grass near a dense patch. With a loud, crisp sound, she cuts a big bunch, which feels quite satisfying. Just as she's working hard, she hears footsteps nearby. She thinks it's the group returning from dumping waste. She thought about it but had developed the habit of looking up naturally. A few dozen meters away, Wu Zhuofeng's eldest son, Wu Chongping, carried walking toward her with another middle-aged man from Baichao village. The man was sticking out his backside, facing her, sweeping the trail with a leaf. They stayed behind to finish up, while everyone else had already entered the cave. Wu Chongping saw Song Qingling standing slightly ahead, smiling. He wanted to wave and say hello, but she suddenly darted into a pile of grass at a very fast speed. He felt puzzled. What was going on? He paused, then suddenly realized something. He awkwardly changed direction and quietly said, "Dinyo, someone is following us. Let's change course." Dinyo was surprised but didn't look back or speak. His hands only paused slightly. They headed in the opposite direction from the small cave entrance. A few meters behind them, 10 people moved stealthily, peeking out from behind a thick tree several times wider than an adult's waist. Those 2 suddenly turned. "Don't you think that's strange?" "It seems so." "I just noticed the man in front paused his steps." One man with 2 ugly scars on his face said sinisterly. "Since they've realized we're here, no need to circle around. Let's just attack and catch them." The others respectfully agreed. Yes. The 10 split up and quickened their pace, surrounding Wu Chongping and Dinyo. Seeing they couldn't hide anymore, Dinyo glanced at the other side of the small cave entrance, dropped the leaf, and shouted, "They're catching up. Run fast." He was warning the people waiting below the cave entrance. Wu Chongping and Dinyo ran quickly, but they couldn't match the speed of the 10 people and soon were caught and surrounded. Song Qingling stayed hidden in the grass, motionless. Through the gaps in the leaves, she saw the scene ahead and guessed there were at least 8 unknown attackers. She wondered if there were any accomplices hiding in the dark. The scar-faced man looked vicious, grabbing Wu Chongping's left hand, lifting it, and forcing his fingers back with strength, bones cracking. "Tell me, where are your accomplices? Where do you live?" Wu Chongping clenched his teeth tightly, silent, face flushed with pain, cold sweat on his forehead. He pretended to be dumb and shook his head. Dinyo picked up his machete to attack the scarred man, but was kicked over by 2 other men. He fell in a direction that faced Song Qingling, revealing her presence. Seeing that Wu Chongping and the strong man were not behaving honestly, the scarred man took a few steps back and gave a fierce look to his subordinates, signaling them to force a confession. Several shiny knives were brought close to Wu Chongping and the strong man. In the next moment, the knives stabbed toward them with a few splashes, then were pulled out, causing blood to spurt out. Under intense pain, Wu Chongping and the strong man hunched over and shouted in pain. Below the small opening, everyone looked serious. Someone wanted to climb up to help, but Wu Zhuofeng raised his hand to stop him and whispered, "Don't act rashly. We don't know how many enemies there are or if anyone is hiding in the dark. If there are many and we show ourselves, not only will we fail to save anyone, but we might also reveal our position and put everyone at risk." Wu Chongping's cousin said, That young man upstairs can help save people. Wu Shuofeng's eyes were sharp as he shook his head firmly. No matter how many enemies there are or if he can fight them, this situation has already involved him. How can we have such disrespectful thoughts now? In this kind of situation, we must stay calm to avoid making things worse. Everyone understood Wu Shuofeng's meaning. If the situation worsened, he was willing to abandon Wu Changping and the strong man. For a moment, everyone's eyes reddened, and they felt hopeless and defeated. They understood the reasoning, but when it involved their family and friends, they couldn't just stand by and do nothing. The atmosphere was heavy. Hong Yong spoke to ease the tension. That young man upstairs should be able to judge how many people there are. If the situation isn't as bad as we think, once we hear them making a move, we'll rush up. Outside, say it or not. A man kicked Wu Changping to the ground. Another man grabbed the strong man's shirt and punched him hard. Both were beaten so badly they spat blood but refused to say a word. Song Qingling looked around but didn't see anyone else hiding in the dark. She stared straight ahead, not planning to intervene. Clearly, Wu Changping and the strong man were prepared to face death without speaking, and those below the small opening could hear the sounds from above, but chose not to act, showing they wanted to sacrifice the few to save the many. Since the main people involved had made their decision, as an outsider, she naturally wouldn't interfere. Seeing Wu Changping and the strong man beaten almost to death without speaking, the scarred man felt something was strange. He ordered 6 people to search around. 6 people searched in different directions. 2 of them headed toward a small hole. After walking about 10 meters, they found something. Song Qingling stayed still until she saw the scarred man reach into his chest pocket and take out an object, seemingly to pass it to his mouth. It was a signaling whistle. Her eyes sharpened. She reached behind her to take down her bow and arrow. She drew the bow, aimed, and prepared to shoot. The scarred man, about to put the whistle in his mouth, sensed something was wrong. He turned his head, but before he could see clearly, she heard 2 sharp whistling sounds. 2 arrows flew toward him, one after the other. The scarred man loosened his grip, causing the whistle to fall. He drew his sword and retreated quickly, shouting, "Ambush!" The 3 men fighting Wu Changping and the ox stopped and drew their swords when they heard this. The 6 people searching turned back after hearing the noise. Below the small hole, people already knew Song Qingling was involved. Wu Shuofeng was the first to rush out, followed closely by others. They emerged with clear targets, spreading out to fight the enemies. The scarred man initially tried to block the arrows and move forward to kill the shooter, but the tricky angles and fierce arrow rain forced him to retreat. While focusing on avoiding the arrows, he was hit in the abdomen and chest. Meng Xiaoyan finished dealing with one opponent and just happened to see the scarred man turn to run. He chased after him, raising his sword to aim at the back of the man's head. At that moment, Song Qingling quickly approached. "Spare him alive." Meng Xiaoyan swiftly turned his sword and kicked the scarred man's knee hard. The scarred man fell in pain. He tried to get up and run, but Meng Xiaoyan kicked him on the back, causing him to fall forward. The arrow lodged in his body, was pushed deeper by the impact. Now, the scarred man had no strength left to run. He lay on the ground, like a dying shrimp. Song Qingling kicked him over, so he faced upward. "How many of you are there? Where are the others?" The scarred man didn't try to kill himself immediately, indicating he wasn't one of the King Chu's men. "If you want to know, treat my wounds first. If I die, you won't get any information," he threatened, gasping for breath. Song Qingling smiled instead of getting angry. The last person who threatened her might not even have a skeleton left. She took a thick rope and the scarred man. Then she grabbed some grass nearby, kneaded it into a ball, and stuffed it into his mouth. She pulled out a dagger from her sleeve, turned the blade on his wrist, and made 2 quick cuts. A bloody of flesh was pulled out. The man screamed in pain, sweating profusely. Song Qingling happily handed the carefully chosen meat tendons to him, smiling gently. She showed him first, then flicked them onto his face, where they stuck straight to one of his eyes. The scarred man wanted to close his eyes but couldn't, trembling with fear. Nearby, Meng Xiaotian, after finishing the fight, and Hong Yong, who rushed over, saw this. They were all stunned by Song Qingling's fierce and shocking method. Song Qingling quickly pulled out the other meat tendon from the scarred man's hand and, as usual, flicked it onto his other eye, so both eyes were covered. No favoritism. She spoke coldly, like a demon whispering, "Now it's time for your feet." Ugh. The scarred man's eyes, mostly covered by the tendons, looked weak and scared. Song Qingling tore out a bunch of grass. The scarred man trembled and said, "There are 23 of us."
They.
His eyes flickered as he spoke. Song Qingling sneered, then stuffed the grass back into his mouth. She cut his Achilles tendons with 2 strikes, took the grass, and in an instant, forced the tendons into his mouth. The sharp knife cut his tongue and mouth. He closed his mouth in pain, then chewed as if swallowing something. A few onlookers gagged and looked disgusted.
Ugh.
Song Qingling remained calm, thinking, this is just the beginning. After chewing, the scarred man realized what was in his mouth and fainted in despair. Song Qingling pushed the grass into his mouth again and moved her hand to stir the arrow in his abdomen. The intense pain woke him up. He looked at Song Qingling with terror, as if seeing a soul-stealing ghost. Seeing he wanted to speak, Song Qingling pulled out the grass. The scarred man leaned to one side, trying to, but instead swallowed what was in his mouth, eyes full of despair. "I beg you, let me die peacefully. I will tell you everything. There are 23 people. They are 10 miles away. We are from a sect and had no choice but to run here to hide. Someone is chasing you. What's happening on the mountain?" The scarred man didn't expect Song Qingling to be so clever, showing a shocked expression. "Yes, masked men in black are after us. They kill anyone they see. We don't know who they really are. They are everywhere on the mountain, unpredictable and ruthless." Song Qingling knew that the masked men in black were from King Chu. They were killing to cover their tracks, willing to kill even their own if necessary. She stabbed the man with a dagger into his scarred heart and then cut a few more slashes on his neck's major artery, ensuring he died completely. Song Qingling stood up and said to others, "We must finish the last on these people quickly, deal with the bodies, and return to the cave." Wu Shuifeng and the others carried the injured Wu Chongping and Dainyu back into the cave. Only Song Qingling and the other 10 people remained outside. Hong Yong watched from the side, aware of some unrest on the mountain that he didn't know about. Song Qingling knew some inside details, but the urgent task was to handle the bodies. He didn't ask questions and ordered everyone to help with the cleanup. After half an hour of busy work, the rain grew heavier. They finished dealing with the bodies, covered up the evidence, and returned to the cave. Hong Yong and the others went to check on Wu Chongping and Dainyu. With many people, they blocked the path ahead. As they moved forward, Xiao Zhao's figure appeared. Waiting long for her owner to return, Xiao Zhao stayed there. When she saw her owner finally safe and sound, she wagged her tail happily. "Xiao Zhao, stay right there." Song Qingling casually went to the toilet, changing her monthly supplies. On the way back, she saw Wu Zhuifeng giving acupuncture to treat Wu Chongping and Dainyu. Faced with this sudden situation, everyone looked worried and anxious, but they still worked in an orderly manner, boiling water, washing blood-stained cloth, and preparing medicine. Returning with Xiao Zhao to her place, Song Qingling sat down heavily on a small stone she used as a stool. For a while, the mountain remained unstable until the masked black-clad killers stopped coming. After resting a bit, Song Qingling added firewood to heat water. The previously marinated wolf meat was ready. She threaded it onto grass ropes and hung them on wooden racks she made herself. The racks were made from 2 thick logs crossed to form an X, anchored into the ground with stones, with a stick tied across the top. She made 3 such racks, hanging the wolf meat in bunches. Just as she finished hanging them, Hong Yong and Wu Zhuifeng hurried over. Wu Zhuifeng gratefully said, "Brother, today's thanks to you. Without you, the consequences would have been terrible. Thank you for saving all of us." "You're too kind," Song Qingling replied. "Brother, this is a small token of our gratitude.
Please accept it.
Wu Zhuofeng handed her 3 small cloth bags. Thinking for a moment, Song Qingling took the bags. She guessed 2 contained rice and flour, totaling over 30 jin, and the other held dried meat, about 10 jin. She knew they came not just to thank her. She pointed to the small stone beside her and said, "Sit down." Wu Zhuofeng and Hong Yong did not care much and sat down. Hong Yong asked, "Young brother, those people today claim to be from a sect. They were being chased. Do you know anything about this?" "I know a little. I had a misunderstanding with a masked black-clad person earlier and was chased by them. As the scarred man said, they kill without mercy. I wanted to keep one alive to find out more, but they all bit the poison hidden in their mouths and committed suicide." Wu Zhuofeng and Hong Yong listened, their brows furrowed. "A while ago, I left the cave and went down the mountain. I saw 6 grand, luxurious ships at the foot of the mountain."
Could it be?
Hong Yong paused, guessing, the Red Lotus sect is willing to accept members from other sections did they go down for the big ships. The sect members wanted to seize the ships, but were chased by the masked black-clad people. It seems the ship's owner is someone important. Wu Zhuofeng's eyes shone brightly. Another possibility is that the masked people are not from the ships. They might be from somewhere else. Song Qingling looked at Wu Zhuofeng and said, "We think the same. The masked people are from a force on the mountain, earlier than the ships appeared. I believe they have always been on the mountain."
This.
Hong Yong looked at Wu Zhuofeng, feeling it was a tricky situation. Compared to Wu Zhuofeng, who was calm, he stroked his white beard and stared into the void, lost in thought. Song Qingling quietly observed their reactions. She told them what she knew. First, to help them stay alert and cautious when they go out later. Second, it wasn't a secret. She chose to tell them now as a favor. When the incident happened, the person inside the cave helped her get back, carrying water and firewood to her side. If the martial sects had successfully taken those ships, how could they have fled to the mountain in such a mess to hide from the chase? Even they lost, so the masked people must be formidable and many in number. Wu Zhuofeng spoke calmly, then suddenly looked at Song Qingling and asked seriously, "Young brother, if we combine our forces, do we have a chance to fight the masked black-clad people?" Without thinking, Song Qingling shook her head. The King Chu's power in Tianfeng Mountain was strong, with many people. They couldn't win with just a few dozen. Only if the Red Lotus sect gathered that many people, there might be a chance. Hong Yong's back gradually bent, and his expression looked a bit defeated. Wu Zhuofeng stood up and smiled as he thanked Song Qingling, saying, "Young brother, thank you for telling us these things." Watching them leave, Song Qingling couldn't help but wonder why Wu Zhuofeng and the others went up the mountain. She didn't think too much about it. She opened a bag of dried meat, which contained wild chicken and rabbit. Lately, she had been eating pancakes every day, so today she decided to improve the meal by cooking rice and steaming some dried chicken and rabbit. She hurried to prepare lunch. Xiao Zhao was lying on his side, sleeping. Meanwhile, Wu Zhuofeng and Hong Yong returned to their side. Wu Chang'an stayed close by his brother's bed. When he saw Wu Zhuofeng return, he happily got up and walked over, saying, "Father, big brother, and Nyoga just woke up once. I checked his pulse, and his condition is improving." The dark cloud hanging over Wu Zhuofeng's heart was mostly lifted by this good news. He relaxed his expression and said, "That's very good. Their condition is still unstable, so someone needs to watch over them constantly." Hong Yong's wife, Lu Lian, noticed her husband's unusual mood and stepped forward with concern, asking, "Young brother, what did he say? Who exactly are those masked black-clad people?" Hong Yong didn't answer, but looked at Wu Zhuofeng with questioning eyes. "Tell them everything," Wu Zhuofeng said as he approached his family and sat on a stone bench, lost in thought. Seeing the 2 people who went to gather information return with strange expressions, everyone felt uneasy. Hong Yong honestly shared what he had learned. When the others heard this, they looked at each other in shock and panic. "Father, what should we do now? Should we move forward or retreat?" When mentioning retreat, Wu Chang'an's eyes showed reluctance. Not only him, but most people there felt unwilling to give up. They had traveled over mountains and through hardships, finally reaching this place. Under the gaze filled with confusion and hope, Wu Zhuofeng straightened his back and said loudly, "Now, we can only wait. Wait until it's safer outside, depending on the situation. No matter when or where, remember this. Nothing is more important than life."